HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah. Let's do it.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Tuesday to all of you. Nice to be with you. Appreciate you getting up with us. We are with you till 10 a.m. this morning, and we got a lot to get into on the show today. I am Sean Pendergast. He is the Pope Zaza. He is Seth Payne. Hello.
I'm just.
You kind of got like a wintry vibe going today. You got the long sleeves going on underneath the T-shirt.
You know, the Rockets gave us these really cool. What do you call it?
Like Lululemon kind of pullovers.
Long sleeve, shirt. And I ambitiously requested an XL, but this is basketball player XL, not football player XL.
Yeah.
So I was like, I don't need to subject everybody up here to my skin-tight, middle-aged dude wearing stuff that's too tight, so I put a T-shirt over the top.
Should have gone. I bet if you ask nicely, they'll bring you a 2X in that bad boy right there. They're very comfortable. I wore mine yesterday.
I'm not going to know. I'm going to lose weight to get down to the XL.
I mean, in the interim.
I'm like, hey, can you guys... who are we gonna get?
Let the clothes do the work.
Is this something we actually involve the front office and coach on? There's a request from a fatty that wants. You guys gave him something free.
We got our agenda
and
today.
He says no. This porridge is too skinny.
Number one, acquire a point guard. Number two, let's get Seth a 2Xer on the pullover. How you feeling?
I feel good. I'm trying to. So anyway, like
aside
I was
from
saying,
your tight,
I was trying to say I'm just digesting a world in which even the teams that you were looking at upcoming on your schedule as, okay, should be an easy win, like the Cardinals. It's just different. No. None of these wins are easy.
No. Texans.
Jags barely beat the Raiders.
Yep.
The Raiders was another one that, okay, all right, that should be a real winnable one. The Texans are not in, easily winnable game mode.
Well, definitely not for the next week, because it sure does sound like C.J. Stroud's going to miss this game on Sunday.
Certainly not with C.J. Stroud either. That's the problem.
Yeah. Oh, we'll get to some D'Amico here in his press conference yesterday in just a second. Not about C.J., but about the team offensively. But he was in his press conference. D'Amico was not transparent really at all with C.J.'s. He's in the protocol. D'Amico's probably restricted with what he can and can't say.
Yeah, there's nothing the coaches can say. They're in the protocol, and they don't do anything.
Right.
He wasn't withholding information.
No. But on his coach's show, I don't know if you saw that. His coach's show, I mean, he was basically all but saying CJ's not going to play on Sunday. He was a little more forthcoming on there.
I think quarterback, well, especially because he's already had a concussion before, and you want to just be extra careful with it. Quarterbacks, on average, the studies are all over the place on this, but the quarterbacks tend to take longer than other positions. It would make sense. Look, I know you got to pass your baseline testing and all that stuff and everything, but remember when Brian Hoyer came back from his concussion protocol, and it looked like he is not seeing the field well.
Correct.
I think quarterback, for obvious reasons, is probably maybe that much tougher to come back from a concussion.
Oh, well, yeah, like cognitively, you mean?
Yeah.
I would say, and I would guess too. I mean, I'm totally spitballing here. I mean, they take the quarterbacks take some vicious hits. You know, they.
Yeah, I guess so.
I knew that wasn't gonna land well with you.
The linemen have helmet-to-helmet contact 60 times a game.
Right.
The quarterbacks get it once every couple games or
so.
But
when they get it, it's big.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah.
That's
right. That's a total hypothesis.
Like they whine.
So prepare for Davis Mills. That's what I would tell Texan fans. Prepare for Davis Mills being your quarterback.
You're saying D'Amico basically said, Davis is going to be getting all the reps, and there's no, the last time one of the last times there was a backup quarterback situation in 2023, and it was a question of, okay, who's the backup quarterback? Obviously, is going to be Davis Mills, right? And nobody even bothered asking the question or anything all week long.
You were the only one floating the Case Keenum possibility that I recall that week. It was week 15 of CJ's rookie year. He got concussed when Quinnen Williams dragged him to the ground and his head bounced off that unforgiving MetLife turf.
Yeah.
And all week long, and on the depth chart all season long, Davis had been the backup. Case Keenum had been the emergency quarterback all season long, and credit you all week long. Now are you going to jump out on the same same edge of the plank here for Graham Mertz?
No, I wasn't, and it wasn't even me saying that Case Keenum is going to start. It was, wait a second, DeMeco hasn't actually said who is going to be the starter. The way the questions had kind of been framed in the press conferences, and I'm not holding the writers to fault for that, but he had never actually come out and said that that Davis Mills was going to be the starter.
Yeah.
So this is different.
He did do that last night.
Basically, without saying he's a starter, he's going to be getting all the reps in practice.
Yeah. So again, how are we feeling? How are we feeling about that?
Not great, man. Yeah. I mean, like this, they'll get a better version, I think, of Davis Mills than they got preparation, and he's not going to be facing as good a defense. But I'll go back to what I said first. I feel really nervous about this football team in any game, even if C.J. Stroud's out there.
Yes.
Their inability to score or to do anything with genuine physicality when they really have to do things with physicality, it's not a winning formula. Mm-hmm. When you don't also, by the way, news alert, Nick Caley all of a sudden is going to emerge as this brand new offensive whiz kid that redefines the passing game. And, man, looks like they don't even need to be physical. Yeah. They're just going to pass 78% of the time. Yeah. We're not there. We're not there.
And Davis was horrible on the last 6 drives of that Bronco game. I rewatched the Bronco game yesterday, and DeMeco had alluded to this in his press conference. They didn't rush more than 3 or 4.
Yeah.
At times they only rushed 2.
Yeah.
The Broncos did over the second half of that game. Davis came in and did some good things in the second quarter and the beginning of the second half. And then Vance Joseph just started dropping 7 and 8 guys in coverage. And it was like Davis was trying to do a Sudoku in the pocket. He was not seeing things properly out there.
Yeah, it was like he was looking at a big black piece of construction paper. Just like one big canvas across the entire field.
Yes. Yeah. So that was
like he's on a game show.
And the annoying thing, right?
I don't know. I've seen those at Target.
Yeah.
$99.
But the annoying thing was seeing the people touting the Texans' 27% pressure rate allowed in the game on Sunday. They were rushing 2 guys at times.
Offensive line really.
They were rushing 2 and got pressure at times.
That's really been when people talk about the pressure rate. I think sometimes they make the mistake of thinking that's all about the offensive line, and it's partly on CJ getting rid of the ball quickly, which they did a better job of, and the pressure rate was going down. Some of the things, like some of the improvements they've made in the run game over last year, and they're not huge, gigantic improvements or anything, is less about the actual offensive lineman blocking better and more about the actual plays they're calling. Mm-hmm. Like the types of plays, the run plays they're calling, it's not as easy for the defense to get a tackle for a loss.
Yep.
It's easy for them to create a big pile and hold it to 2 or 3 yards, but they've made some improvements on the offensive line, but it's still not a good offensive line.
It's not a good offensive line. I saw a cut from Sean Payton this morning, and it was after the game. Yeah. He was just basically openly saying, we felt like he did not hold back on the adjectives. He's like, we felt the huge advantage we had in this game was our D-line against their offensive
100%.
line, and it played out that way. And so that begs the question, why in the hell are you running between the tackles at the goal line?
And it's like somebody gave Nick Caley a pep talk about how, hey, you know how you stand up to a bully, you fight him, and that's all right.
Not always.
Yeah, it works out in the movies. In real life, the poor kid gets ability like
splattered.
That's what they did to the Texans' offensive line.
Yep.
It was like little Susie Hannigan was there on the sideline, their childhood crush, and the big 99 there that Zach Allen just gave them all atomic wedgies.
Yep. Yeah. All 5 of them just dangling from a fence post by their waistband.
Yeah. And it really is. This happened to me in college once. Our head coach is kind of a stubborn guy. And one of the opposing coaches in the week before the game said, "Yeah, we're a different team than Cornell. We're not the kind of line up and run the ball 50 times." Like almost said it with a sneer,
Yeah.
Like it was like that's That's for wimps.
Yeah.
So what did we do? Because we had a really good running back, Chad Levitt, who was going to be. He got drafted, which is big for our school.
Yeah, for sure.
And what did we do? We ran the ball like 50 times right up into 9-man boxes.
Baited you into it, huh?
Yeah. I almost feel like Sean Payton went up to Nick Caley before the game and said, like, yeah, I mean, you're probably not going to try to run on us, right? You guys got nothing. Like,
nothing.
You're not really like dumb enough to run on us, are you?
No,
Taylor's like, I am dumb enough, sir.
Turns out, plenty dumb enough. All right, so D'Amico was asked about this yesterday. This very topic, running the ball offensively down near the goal line, trying to get points. Texans, by the way, this is the most depressing chart I've ever seen, and I'm guessing you might have seen this. There was a chart of like a bar chart,
number of touchdowns scored from the 1 yard line,
2 yard line,
2 yard line.
Inside,
yes.
the number of touch and goal go, and the Texans are the only team in the NFL that has 0.
It's an alarming bar graph, very visual. You don't even have to look at the numbers. Because the Texans are down there with no little bar next to them.
Nope.
But then the Chiefs and the Bills, I believe, both have 11. They've got 11 touchdowns from 2 yards or less in.
Let me look.
Yeah, it's
pulling it up right now.
And I'm just wondering, wait a second, how do they even get down to the 2 yard line 11 times? That's possible.
Yeah.
I don't know. The Texans haven't made it to the 20 yard line 11 times, have they?
It's the Colts and the Bills.
That's what I meant. Yeah, Chiefs. Yeah, I apologize.
Chiefs are up there.
Yeah, but the Chiefs aren't. The Chiefs are. Yeah,
Chiefs got 8.
Yeah.
Chiefs got 8. Yeah. Colts and Bills, 11.
See, that was some kind of psychological thing where in my mind I didn't want to acknowledge that it was the Colts.
Dallas Cowboys, 10. Going into last night, I don't know if they scored one down near the goal line last night. Rams and Chiefs, 8. And page down. Splat. There's the Texans at 0. Just behind. This is what's depressing is on a chart like this, it's not just that you have 0.
Yeah.
And we're going to play D'Amico here in a second, I promise. It's the teams that you're near. It's like you have 0 just behind the Dolphins, the Raiders, and the Saints, who have 1. The Dolphins, by the way, who, there's Texan fans out there. You know who we want to come replace Nick Caley?
Yeah.
The head coach and play caller for the team that's got 1 touchdown inside the 2 yard line.
We're down there in the G League just trying to avail ourselves, prove that we deserve time with the big league squad.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Falcons and Vikings, too. Okay, I got to get off this chart. This is depressing. Let's hear from D'Amico. He's asking, what do you got to do to score a touchdown down in a goal-to-go situation?
I hope so. We're trying to convert them. So we have to do something different. Obviously, what we're doing, it hasn't worked. So we just got to find a different way.
Okay, got to do something different. So which I would agree with. Certainly something different than you did in the loss to the Broncos.
Yeah.
Later on in the press conference, D'Amico was asked about scoring down on the 1 yard line.
It's a lot of, what ifs, right? We throw the ball on the goal line. We don't get in. Hey, you guys should run the ball more. We run the ball. We don't get in. Hey, you should throw. So there's always a what I would have done different, look back at it, do it different. Look, I approach the game from a physical mindset of, hey, if you're on the 1 yard line and we got to knock somebody back to get in the end zone, that's how I approach it. And that's how I always approach it. And then when we do get in the end zone on the 4th down, we got a false start. So it's like we got in the end zone. CJ got in, but points are taken off the board because we have a false start. We're not locked in on the snap. So it's just so many things there that goes in. Yeah, there's a physical mindset. That's what this game is built on. You have to have that mindset, and you should want to be in those situations where, hey, we got to knock somebody off the ball to go get 1 yard.
Yeah.
If you don't have that mindset, then you're probably not going to get in.
I don't know, and D'Amico spends more time with those guys than obviously any of us do. There's too many times where the mindset isn't the issue when you just physically aren't as good as somebody else. They had really good defensive linemen. The Texans mindset is just the no level of scrappiness or what have you is going to lift you up above. You're an amateur boxer with a 500 record and you go on to fight the heavyweight champion. Yeah. No amount of tenacity, scrappiness, anything else like that is going to win that battle. And it's just, because this is the problem. I mean, football is all about matchups and who can you attack, and how can you offset your own weaknesses and hopefully exploit somebody else's weakness. And you just decided to go caveman mentality, nope, we're going to go our weakest against their strongest.
Yeah.
Who do you have? You got some good wide receivers on this team. You don't have really good running backs. I mean, Woody Marks, I'm excited about his potential. You don't have tight ends who can block. And I'm not saying you can't run up there, but you did a fullback dive twice in a row. You're gonna try to fool them with your trickery.
Yeah,
like that. Those guys who are just manhandling your offensive linemen. This is what we'll do. We'll give it to the fullback. They'll never see that coming. We'll give it to British Brooks twice.
Yeah. The whole thing with D'Amico saying when we pass it down there and we don't get in, people want to run it, and when we run it down there and we don't get in, people want to pass it, and that is true. Like people do. The problem is you're bad at both. Okay, that's an issue. My issue is you're running it in extremely low percentage fashion. You're running your weakness into the teeth of their strength. When you were throwing it down near the goal line, I'll go back to the Tampa Bay game where they had a second and goal yard line on first down, and then they had 3 shots at it from the 1. And 2 of the plays were extremely low percentage passes to Nico Collins, where CJ would have had to just, drop it in a minuscule bucket to get it to him. So it's not did you pass, did you run? The play calls suck.
And then they're all out, and there's a theme to these drives down the goal line too. Some of the failed ones is they were in gun the whole time with the Bucks one.
Yep.
And then tried to run out of gun down on the goal line. I know it works if you're a team that's capable of making it work.
It works if you're good.
The biggest thing there was, all right, you ran 3 times in a row. Theoretically, you could set up play action or something, even after you ran the first time. The way they lined up, especially on that first play, was nope. All of our 11 guys are right here in the box. It's going to be us versus you, versus man. Who's going to win? It's like you guys aren't winning.
Right?
You're not winning that game. Plus, how about this? How about just a little bit of? How about a little bit of it? Like looking around the rest of the damn league and let's involve some pushers in here. It doesn't have to be a straight out tush push, but lots of different elements and varieties of pushing on the goal line and in short yardage. And the Texans do none of that.
Hey, by the way, do you think CJ actually did get in on that sneak he's talking about on 4th down?
I couldn't
He
tell
talks about it like it was gospel truth.
I didn't think it was clear. Yeah,
I didn't think so either. Most of the people I talked to thought he didn't get it. I know up in the press box we were all like, well, saved us 3 points because they had to kick the field goal right after that. So I don't know if CJ got in on that. It's neither here nor there. They lost the game, I guess. But this is a problem. D'Amico Ryans looks at this offense and sees something different than it actually is, and then comes to a street fight thinking that he's got that type of offense. This is an issue because I think Nick Caley's calling the plays, but I think D'Amico Ryans is telling Nick Caley, like, look, we're gonna pound this thing in here. Get your 4 best between the tackle run plays. Right now.
The way D'Amico's been talking about that element of the game, it's like he's a true believer.
Yes.
It's like, no, this is if you're down here, this is what you need to be able to do.
That's an issue.
You got to be able to play this type of football.
Yep, that is a major issue. A team scored 0 touchdowns inside the 2-yard line this year.
He's like a little league coach who plays his own son. Starts his own son in center field. Like he's at least honest enough to know he's not a pitcher, but he puts him out in center field, and the kid is just out there just picking dandelions and watching butterflies.
Mm-hmm. All right, off and running on a Tuesday. Payne and Pendergast with you here on Sports Radio 610. All right, it is trade deadline day. Should the Texans be in the market for anything here today? I did put up that poll yesterday. Do you want to see a Breece Hall for a 3rd-round pick trade? What did the people say? We'll have Seth guess at that one coming up next.
I'll tell you what, don't guess at this. Don't guess at what you're going to be doing.
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, this was Nick Caserio earlier this week, or it might have been his GM show last week, talking about the upcoming trade deadline. Are you working the phones, Nick?
Probably over the last week or two, there's probably fielding a few more calls. I don't want to say we've talked to just about everybody in the league. And you're really, in the end, all right, who's realistically available? Mm-hmm. What's the cost associated with it? Because I think sometimes there's reports, so-and-so is available. And then you're like, nah, it's kind of a garbage report. It's like, okay, no problem. At least you have more accurate information. Mm-hmm. So, all right, who's realistically available? What are your needs? What are you looking for? Is there a match? So, look, we'll see what happens here at the trade deadline. But we've made a number of calls. I would say if anything comes to fruition, it will. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Then we'll move forward.
All right, so that was Nick Caserio. That was last week on his GM show. I would imagine phones are getting worked heavily today. The deadline itself, Seth, is 3 p.m. this afternoon. So the deal is going to get done. It's got to be done by 3 p.m. this afternoon. And I would imagine that, Nick is a guy who listens to every possibility out there.
Yeah.
He's happy to say no to things.
He's happy to say no to things, and I think just as it is, it's like this in every sport, but I can't remember. I think it was Dana Brown was talking about this. It was on that podcast. The Chandler
with Chandler? The Crush City podcast.
Yeah, the Crush City podcast. Yeah. About just genuinely how late things happen, where there really is, like, you just don't know exactly what people are really willing to do or want, and until the dominoes start falling, you just don't know. Football is not nearly as intriguing as the baseball deadline, but I do think that, there's a lot of teams that they had to play through their games this weekend first, and there might have been a guy that they'd be willing to trade, but now all of a sudden they got an injury situation in that position. So it takes until these last 48 hours for some things to develop.
Do you think that we see a trade today?
I think that we probably, if you had to gamble on this, I would say that you see a trade that doesn't raise your eyebrows.
That's exactly what
other.
I think. I think we see the Texans,
like a Harrison Bryant type of transaction.
I was thinking the exact same position. I was thinking tight end. It would not shock me if we it would not shock me if we see, I don't know who the player would be, but like that player and a seventh for a sixth.
Yeah.
That kind of thing. We've seen a few of those types of trades already. That wouldn't shock me. If we see something like that. Now, I kind of hope we don't at tight end, because that could mean that Cade Stover's coming back pretty soon, which I would prefer over somebody that just got mixed into a pick swap trade.
Right. So Cade Stover with a broken bone, usually, hey, no big deal, straightforward, right? But it's a foot. We know, going back to Kevin Johnson and beyond, that
man,
a broken foot sometimes ends up being a long ordeal.
Yes.
Of all those tiny little bones.
Yes.
You know me. I used to think there was a foot bone.
Oh, the tarsals, right?
That's what it is. Yeah.
Carpals are your hands. Tarsals are your feet.
Sure.
Right?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure. You're the doctor on the show.
There's a metatarsal and a physiotarsal.
There's a lot of tarsals down there.
There's a teratarsal.
Yes. Hippy day tarsal. Yes.
Ben, can you look up how many bones are in a foot?
Yeah.
A human foot.
Human foot, Ben. Yes.
Do it. Get into the encyclopedias over there.
So Cade Stover, that would be good to get him back. Now, what do you think the appetite for a trade for Breece Hall was for the people yesterday, Seth? You and I chopped this up yesterday.
I was spending everybody's draft picks early yesterday morning. I was so frustrated. They give out these guys.
Well, the report from Diana Rossini is that the Jets are the Jets are looking for a third-round pick for Breece Hall.
This is where, and I knew as soon as the show was over, I was like, I got to rethink my Breece Hall aggression, because I was like, yeah, give up a third-rounder for him. And then I remembered, oh, wait a second, the Texans' third-round pick is actually the Giants' third-round pick.
That's right. Yeah.
Not all third-round picks are created equal.
No.
That Giant, that's a swarthy number five. They're picking fifth in the first round, so I'm assuming that's fifth in the third round or whatever. That's a nice good pick. Yeah. So for the Texans specifically, they got a juicy fifth-round pick right now.
It's a third-round pick. Yeah.
I would say,
and a juicy second-round pick from the Commanders.
Wherever
too.
the trade value works into. If you give them like a fifth and a sixth or something, or a late fourth and a fifth, I don't know.
Okay, so the question I posed on the poll. Texans are now 3-5. Trade deadline is tomorrow at 3 p.m. I posted this yesterday. So, would you trade a third round pick for Breece Hall? Yes or no? What do you think is currently? There's 2 hours left to vote. Get out and vote, people. We're almost to 1,000 votes.
I think most people are thinking, all right, great. You'd have a running back that you feel good about, but that still doesn't fix the core problem of, well, it's multiple. I don't want to blame just the offensive line, but blocking in general. That I think 65% said no.
Okay. So you think no is winning? That's correct. What's the cushion that we give him on these types of things, Ben, on the 50-50 ones? What I'm going to let you you're
like 3%.
That's 5.
5%? Okay. Well, it's close.
Yeah.
You said 65%. 57%.
Oh, okay.
Said no.
It's closer than that.
Yeah, so there's 43% are like, hey, man, let's go.
I feel like that's almost a glass half full versus glass half empty.
It's 100%
on the Texans
what it is.
Season. Yeah,
it's 100% what it is. At 3-5, at 4-4, it's just practicality. At 3-5, if they were to make this trade, it means that organizationally they look through the same lenses that D'Amico Ryans looks at his offense sometimes.
Yeah,
if you're making a trade,
just do a couple little things here, and we're going to be off to the races.
That's exactly right. If you're making a trade with a decent pick, I mean, it's a day 2 pick, and to your point, it's potentially a really good third-round pick. I mean, it's going to be almost at the back end of the second round if the Giants keep playing the way that they're playing right now. If you make a trade like this, you clearly think, yeah, we're 3-5, but we're a good 3-5.
Right.
We've only lost, I don't know if you've noticed, but all of our 5 losses have been by 1 score or less.
Sean, the way you laid it out, and we didn't get to it because we had to talk about my fashion choices instead, was for what the Texans have to do if they want to get to 10-7.
Yep.
I mean, real quickly, and Sean laid it out nicely, must-wins versus the Jags, the Titans, the Cards, and the Raiders.
That gets you to 7 wins.
Those are must-wins.
If you lose any of those, you're done.
Which, and none of that seems like a given right now.
Right.
To win, and then you have to win 3 of these next games, to which I replied on the show prep, something I can't say on radio. You have to just everybody too about this. Just know that you have to win 3. If you win all 4 of those other ones against the lesser teams,
just to get to 10 wins.
Of these 5 teams, you have to beat 3 of them: the Bills, the Colts, the Chiefs in Kansas City, the Chargers, the Colts again.
Yeah.
Oh, that is an uphill climb.
You got to win 3 of those.
That is an uphill after sweeping 4 teams that aren't that much either worse or better, or they're on your level.
Yep.
That's a big challenge.
Yeah, it's a big challenge. I think, dude, I only have the capacity right now. I honestly only have the capacity to figure out this Jags game on Sunday. Like I started doing this exercise. I'm like, hey man, if the Texans are looking at it, if I were a Texan player looking at it through that lens and I was being honest with myself, I would be like, oh my God. I mean, you're the former player. I'm guessing players delude themselves into anything they can.
It gets tough though. Once you get to a mathematical part of the season, and if you don't have faith in the play caller or whatever, it can get kind of tough.
Yeah.
That's the other thing too, man. Is I was thinking about this yesterday. As D'Amico was talking about, how you should be able to get the ball in. If it's up there and you're on the 1-yard line, you should be able to drive it in. This is the kind of thing that starts to lead to schisms between coaches and GMs. Because in D'Amico, he's presenting this is a core philosophy. If you're on the 1-yard line, it shouldn't take a lot of artistry. You should be able to get the ball in. And if you can't, then D'Amico, I'm not saying this is what's happening. I think Nick and D'Amico are pretty tight, but over time, you start looking at the guy that put those offensive linemen on the roster.
Yeah.
And these are the guys we have to work with, and these guys can't bulldoze their way into the 1-yard, from the 1-yard line.
That is an interesting thought. This is
Bill O'Brien would be dog cussing the GM immediately after that game.
He would.
These are the guys you give me. These are the guys you give me.
Yeah. I think it would take a lot for Nick and D'Amico to get to get to that stage.
Especially because Nick can say, like, well, you like those defensive backs I got you?
That's true too. Yeah.
You like those guys over there? It seems like you like them a lot.
Not all your Christmas gifts were bad this year, D'Amico. I got you some good things too. Did get you Derek Stingley. I got you Kamari Lassiter.
You asked for me to keep Daniil Hunter around.
Right.
And look at what we have. Like, you're like the kid that's asking for a BMX bike, and then 3 days later, you need a better BMX bike.
Exactly.
I want the mongoose. What were the ones back in the day? I haven't
Mongoose
checked in
is
on
the only
BMX.
Were you a big dirt bike
My
guy?
stepbrother was like nationally ranked.
No way.
Yeah, he had a half pipe and everything in his backyard. Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
It was. It was all right. His mom was a classic stepmom that would like totally favor her own child and give him all the cool stuff and everything.
Oh, okay.
I had a friend, Brant Boyer, the special teams coordinator for the 49ers.
Yeah.
When he was growing up, he would go to his dad's house, and his stepmom would cook bacon and eggs for her biological children.
No way.
Well, her stepchildren, like Brant and his brother.
You got to be kidding me.
No, I know. It's 100%
Oh, my God.
true. Yeah.
That's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
And I bet it happens a lot.
I know. It's really not all that. Yeah. I just see her. I put it in the image, smoking her cigarette in her bathrobe. Brant, go get the paper. I'm busy.
Did that fuel him to become an NFL player? Like when he got out on the field, did he see his stepmother's face?
Brant's got a lot of fuel coming from somewhere, man.
Yeah.
I don't think it was just that. He's one of the most interesting people I've ever known.
He's been doing it for a while.
He's got
too,
an
man.
edge to him.
Yeah. He's special teams coach, man.
Yeah,
That's how they're wired.
He's psycho for a reason.
Yes,
yeah.
All right, Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Headlines are up next, but first let's get you in that new luxury vehicle and let's send you down to Sugarland to do it. Oh, yeah. Ruben Mendoza.
SportsRadio.com.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines powered by Men's Tea Clinic.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Headlines.
Sorry, Sean, I was distracting you with Tucker Kraft talk.
That's okay. Well, we should mention here, breaking news, there's a trade in the NFL. It does not involve the Texans, but the Cowboys, in a trade that many people were alluding to last night, apparently, on the Monday Night Football broadcast. I did not stay up for the whole game. The Cardinals beat the Cowboys 27-17. Cowboys have traded for Logan Wilson, linebacker who reportedly had wanted out of Cincinnati. So he gets his wish.
Well, he was demoted a couple weeks ago, right? Yeah, so he wanted out. So you take hey, listen, how do you fix one of the worst defenses in the league? You go ahead and steal somebody who's been benched by one of the other worst defenses in the league.
Yes.
That'll make up for Micah Parsons.
That'll learn him.
Well, what do we got? We'll just get a off-ball linebacker.
Off-ball linebacker.
Is he off-ball or is he? I don't know.
He's in. Yeah, he is. He is. So that news just came down. We'll talk about trade deadline and whatnot in just a minute. But let's start with the Texans here. Injury updates. C.J. Stroud in the concussion protocol. Here was D'Amico Ryans yesterday.
CJ's in the concussion protocol. Spoke to him last night. He's feeling a little bit better. We'll see how the week goes and how he progresses throughout the week. And Davis has to step in and play. We just expect him to go out and do his best. All right, just play the offense the proper way, make great decisions with the football.
Here in the show about this versus the last time CJ was concussed, people were assuming it was going to be Davis Mills a couple of years ago, and it ended up being Case Keenum. There is zero chance that there's a Graham Mertz curveball on Friday this week. It's going to be Davis Mills, and Davis Mills needs to play a whole hell of a lot better than he did in the second half of that loss to the Denver Broncos. A whole hell of a lot better. Their last 6 drives, the Texans, 21 plays, 48 yards.
Davis Mills reminded us all of the infuriating ability of backup quarterbacks to tantalize you with good throws every now and then. They're like, he comes right in immediately. Beautiful touch throw to Nico Collins.
Nico, yeah, that's right.
Well, immediately he sailed the ball over, was that Jaden Higgins' target? Whatever it was.
But that Nico throw was a nice throw.
Made some nice throws, but it's also, it's that old, all right, but are you doing the simple stuff right? Are you seeing the game? And he just doesn't see the game the same way CJ Stroud does.
No.
Credit to Vance Joseph, the defense coordinator for the Broncos. He just started throwing multiple bodies back in coverage.
Yep.
And asking Davis Mills, like, how you doing here? It's like on a vision exam, you know? And Davis just starts guessing all vowels. He's like, hey, it's either a B or a 13, not sure. Whatever.
He's just got the Scantron sheet out, just putting C. C. Yeah.
You're not going to get any. The coaches, when they don't give information about the concussion protocol, it's because they genuinely have zero control or input into. Right? The first couple steps of the concussion protocol are immediately in the first 48 hours. Immediately stop the activity. CJ did that.
Yep.
And rest. And you avoid strenuous activity like reading, video games, and screen time. So hopefully he hasn't been, reading too much.
Scrolling his phone.
He needs to
doom scrolling, as they say.
CJ would be tempted to read his Bible, and he needs to listen to the audio version.
Version of the Bible, yeah. CJ. Yep. Good call. Here's D'Amico on an update. We're
read to you by Larry David.
Which celebrity would you want to read the Bible?
Would you most want reading the Bible?
Text in. D'Amico also with an update. Titus Howard's in the concussion protocol, too. That's getting lost in the wash here because your quarterback is in concussion protocol. But your best offensive lineman, on a bad offensive line, your best offensive lineman is in concussion protocol as well.
I was on a stream the other day, yesterday, and I think this person was joking, but he put on, he said, other quarterbacks would have gone back out there. I'm like, oh, man, they don't have a choice. After that hit, there was no way he was going to get out of the concussion protocol.
No.
There was no getting up from that and faking his way through staying out of the concussion protocol. And then once you're in it, you got no control over it.
Yep.
It's you got to get back. And for quarterbacks especially, I do think it's still it's not hard science yet about exactly when a person's recovered from a concussion. With quarterbacks, it takes a little bit more mental work than say.
Tackle.
I played through so many
concussions. Me gonna get you.
Shut up. Hey, there's more to it
Not
than that.
Not you, but others, yeah.
I know, honestly, offensive linemen getting concussions was the biggest thing that surprised me when they started being strict about the concussion protocol, and you realize how many concussions those guys have played through in the past. You don't think of that as a position that gets that many concussions.
A lot of headbutting.
But they were playing through a bunch of them, obviously.
Yep.
And back when men were men and you would go out and you would play with concussion you didn't even realize you had, and you'd give up 3 sacks because of it.
Yep.
Sometimes lose your job. Because you were trying to play through a concussion.
Here's D'Amico with the quick Titus Howard and an update on Christian Harris and Darrell Taylor.
Titus is in a concussion protocol as well. Again, you'll see how those guys progress. As you guys know, concussions are, it's very sensitive to each guy. You want to make sure they come back and they're okay when they come back. We don't want to rush guys back from concussions. It's all about, players' health and safety. That's the first and foremost thing that I'm concerned about. Titus is feeling better. I did speak with him as well. With Christian and DT. Christian had a leg injury and DT had a ankle injury. So we're still, evaluating those guys, and we'll have to see what that looks like as the week goes along as well.
Okay. So there you go.
Christian Harris with a leg injury, and that's always
Christian Harris just
well.
feels cursed.
I know. Whatever's going on with him, it's not great.
Yep. NFL last night, Cowboys lose to the Cardinals 27-17. As we mentioned, they just made a trade, or they just finalized a trade for Logan Wilson, the linebacker out of Cincinnati trade deadline. So we'll keep an eye on things. Keep it tuned to Sports Radio 610 here all day. Anything happens with the Texans and the trade deadline, we'll get you updated on it.
Real quick on the concussion protocol, the average time to return for an NFL player is 9 days, and that's an interesting one where it's 9 days, where I wonder if, because that gets you into that dicey spot where maybe guys could come back faster, but there's only 7 days between games.
Yeah.
So a lot of times, they're clearing protocol the day before a game and they haven't practiced, and you want to be extra careful.
Yep.
So I'm expecting CJ to miss at least this week.
Yeah.
And especially because he's had one previously and he missed 2 games that time, they're going to be as careful as possible.
Indeed. Last night, Rockets beat the Mavericks 110-102. The big three, Şengün, Amen Thompson, Kevin Durant, all with 20-plus points last night for the Rockets. Hunter Brown named a finalist for the Cy Young Award in the American League. I'm guessing the other 2 finalists were Garrett Crochet and Tariq Skubal. Skubal, the favorite to win it. Alex Bregman, Seth, officially opts out of his deal with the Red Sox. So I'm very curious what Bregman is looking for. He basically just opted out of 2 years, $80 million.
Yeah.
$40 million a year for the next 2 years.
He's looking for, obviously, a longer-term deal with more guaranteed money.
Yep.
And we'll see.
Yeah.
What is the word on the street about are the Red Sox?
Red Sox are the favorite to retain
They are the
him.
favorite to land him.
Yeah. So it seems like he enjoyed playing there this year.
They love him.
They love him up there.
Won't shut up about his leadership and all that cool stuff.
Yep.
Just shut up.
Yeah, shut up, Boston. All right? Hey, last thing here. Roger Clemens, Hall of Famer, the Era Committee.
Who's gotten the closest between the two of them in the
I
voting?
think I'll check. They've hovered right about the same approval rating.
It's like a pretty good indication of that's there's a group of writers that just flat out are not going to allow them in, and then there's another group that don't care about it all that. But it's not a barrier, and they're set in their ways.
Yeah, this
feels like a Supreme Court type of thing. Like the only way for those guys to get in is to just rejigger the electorate.
Well, this is the Era Committee, which is a committee that has yet to be. They've yet to name who's going to be. It's a different 16 people every year.
Yeah.
And so it's a totally different constituency than the people that didn't put them in the first time. This is it's like a mulligan that they're getting here, the Era Committee. So we'll find out in December. I'm rooting for both of them to get in. I think they should both be in the Hall of Fame. They were great players before they. Well, Roger's all
they
allegations.
They were both Hall of Famers before anything.
Before any
monkey
stuff.
Business might have started.
Monkey business.
And by that I mean monkey hormones. Like just putting monkey hormones in your butt.
Literal monkey business.
Yeah.
All right. Hey, Ross Tucker is our Odyssey NFL.
Going into a dark alley and a chimpanzee hands you a baggie with some files in it.
Right. With all
I extracted this morning.
That's right. These are my platelets. Here you go. All right. Ross Tucker's our Odyssey NFL insider. We'll get his thoughts on the Texans' stubbornness down near the goal line. I'm guessing Ross has thoughts on the Texans' play calling in that loss to the Broncos. We'll do that coming up next.
Hey, if you are thinking about popping the question.
play.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Hi, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday here. And it is time, if it's 7 o'clock on a Tuesday. Oh yeah. We got our good friend on the hotline here, man. It's time to talk to our Odyssey NFL insider, Ross Tucker. Insider calls are brought to you by Nationwide for your insurance and financial needs.
Nationwide is on your side.
Hi, Ross.
Wow.
Yeah.
That was me.
Somebody took the time to go get the official one? That was amazing.
Yeah, that was her. And her name, I forget her name, Tori something or other. She's
Spelling.
That would be amazing
Yep.
if it was Tori Spelling. Yeah, man. Anything for you, Ross. You know that.
You know what? I appreciate that. I like, any indicator of a little extra effort, I'm appreciative of.
Of course.
Yeah, and you know that I was listening to your podcasts this last week because you dropped a Payne and Pendergast reference.
Thank you for that.
Yes. So thank you for that. As you were discussing that curious dynamic where the Texans offense does really, really well when they face a team that doesn't have a pass rush, but when they go against a team that has seems an issue. What are your feelings about that little dynamic after this last weekend's game?
Well, it's certainly, Seth, you identifying that was helpful because it certainly felt like that was the case yet again against Denver. I mean, you want to talk about a winnable game. Those games have not gone the Texans' way this year for whatever reason. It feels like they've won. I think every one of their wins been a blowout?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. They destroyed. They still got
They blew out the Titans. They blew out the Ravens. They blew out the Niners of all teams. And then any close game, they have not been able to win. It's funny because I really do believe this. I think you should probably win about half of your one-score games. Like that's what should happen, except if you really are exceptional at head coach and quarterback, you probably win more than your fair share of those. I don't know if that's 60% or 75% or 80%. And if you are not good in those spots, you get a rookie quarterback or a head coach that isn't that great, you probably lose more than your fair share. And so it's interesting that the Texans season's going the way it is. I think part of it's because last game. It's funny that, guys, there's like a real regression thing going on this year. The Commanders won so many games like that last year. It's not happening this year. The Chiefs had won 15 one-score games in a row. They're 0-4 in one-score games this year.
That's a shame.
And then obviously the Texans. It's just kind of it's unique how it feels like that always comes back down to earth at some point.
I'll give you the numbers, Ross. In D'Amico's first year and CJ's rookie year, they were 7-3 in one-score games. Last year, they were 3-5 in one-score games. This year, they're 0-5 in one-score games. So they're basically 10-10 now over the course of D'Amico Ryan's career as the head coach.
It balances out. The problem is there's not enough football games for it to balance out in the middle of it in one season.
No,
that's
right.
You come back to that 50-50 dynamic.
The scarcity of games is a big deal.
The thing about this last week was that it's not, it'd be tempting if you just watched real quickly to say, oh, okay, pass protection wasn't an issue. That doesn't really tell the whole story because in the second half, especially, Ross, Vance Joseph just didn't rush. He'd rush 3, sometimes 2 defensive linemen, just drop everybody off into coverage and keep a really murky picture for Davis Mills.
Yeah, and still, though, like even earlier in the game, Zach Allen got one on CJ. The other big thing is, and correct me if I'm wrong, but have the Texans run any quarterback sneaks?
They started to. Yeah. They hadn't forever, and now they started to negate it by on the fourth attempt from the goal line. They did a QB sneak, but there was a false start, and it's not clear whether CJ would have gotten in or not.
Got it. Because that's like one of my big takeaways. I said this on social media yesterday at Ross Tucker NFL. One of my big takeaways from this season, because I saw, like, I called Chargers Titans Sunday, and the Titans, like, got stuffed 4 times maybe on 3rd or 4th and 1 situations. They actually did direct snaps to the running backs on 3 of them and, like, totally did not work. Meanwhile, the Chargers got at least 3 first down conversions with, I guess they call it the power surge, which is just kind of cool. With the Chargers push play with Herbert. And I see this every week when the Eagles, whoever the Eagles are playing against, or all these other teams, the Buffalo Bills are really good at it. If you're not running some version of, like, maybe it's even the Ravens,
some kind of push,
tight end in motion.
Yeah.
If you're not running some version of a sneak push, it does feel like you're putting your team at, like, a schematic disadvantage.
Ross, you know what it reminds me of? So I went to look where I grew up, not the football hotbed that Texas is. They allowed offensive linemen and offensive linemen to start using their hands in in high school in 1993, and my coach were still teaching the forearm flipper. It was like, hey, you've got this new rule. Yeah. You're allowed to use your hands, and these guys were still coaching the techniques that they learned from their daddy, and their daddy learned it from their granddaddy. Yeah. That's what it feels like when my football team is living in an era where they allow people to push the ball carrier, and you see it all over the NFL, and yet, nope, Texans are going to get up there, and we'll just give it to the fullback a couple times. Ross,
that is the big point of contention here with the Texans in that game on Sunday was the insistence of the offense in that goal-to-go situation, 2 goal-to-go situations, really, to just slam their head into a brick wall, to run right into the teeth of the strength of the Denver Broncos. And DeMeco Ryans, I don't think, has done himself much in the way of favors with his response to that play calling in his press conferences since that game. He's basically just saying, like, hey, man, if it's a yard, you got to be able to line up and push the other team back and get a yard, and they just don't have the personnel to do that, especially against a team like Denver. That's people's issue here right now.
Well, and how about running the sneak and some type of push version of the sneak?
Yeah.
Or a play-action pass or anything. I mean, that was the difference in the game. That was the difference in the game. If they get a touchdown in those situations, they win.
Just one of them. Just one of those situations.
Well, and even the other big difference in the game could have been this, and this is where, there's for some reason, Ross, there's this campaign. The Texas offensive line is just fine. The first field goal attempt they missed on the first drive, and it was after CJ got just compressed in all four defensive linemen just squeezed it was like a black hole collapsing on itself. And that knocked them back into a much longer field goal, and Kaimi Fairbairn missed it. So the pass protection in that element, it's a bad situation on offense right now, man.
Well, clearly. And what's so frustrating is every time, like the Ravens game, when you think they've figured it out, then the next game it's like, nope, they haven't. The Niners game was so good, and you're feeling all good about that. And I know the Broncos defense is good and blah, 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 but I still just think that, I mean, listen, there's a reason why the Texans were favored in the game, you know?
Yep.
And they were not able to get it done. And it is interesting. There are certain players, Bo Nix, like, that guy plays his best at the end when it matters the most and uses his legs, which is highly, that's the other thing I would say too. If your quarterback is not running for multiple first downs a game, you're also at a disadvantage.
Yeah,
I mean, Herbert's rushed for over 50 yards 2 games in a row. It's so hard to stop that. So hard. Seth, I mean, if you're a man-to-man, then there's nobody for the quarterback. If you're zone, okay on them. But they got to get depth to where the people are in their zone. I mean, it's it's really, really tough to stop. And I feel like not all first downs are created equal. If your D coordinator calls a great play call and everybody's covered and you're all over it on 3rd and 8, and then the quarterback runs for 9 yards, that is like devastating because there's going to be times when your D coordinator doesn't make a great call, you know? And so you're going to give up the first downs then. Those quarterback run first downs are worth like 2.
Yeah. We're talking to our Odyssey NFL insider, Ross Tucker. Insider Calls brought to you by Nationwide for your insurance and financial needs.
Nationwide is on your side.
So, Ross, trade deadline today. You expecting any fireworks today? We already saw one trade this morning, Logan Wilson going to the Cowboys. What are you keeping your eye on today?
Yeah, you know, what's interesting, I mean, most of the ones that I guess I was anticipating kind of have happened. You know, I thought the Titans would trade Draymond Jones, who's been playing awesome lately. They did. I thought that the Dolphins would trade an edge rusher. They traded Jalen Phillips to the Eagles. You know, I thought the Bengals would trade Logan Wilson. They did. The question now is like Trey Hendrickson or Cam Taylor-Britt for the Bengals. Mm-hmm. There are other guys for the Dolphins. There are other guys, you know, theoretically for the Tennessee Titans.
What do you think about?
I don't know. It feels like most of the ones I was anticipating, I guess, have already happened.
Yeah. What do you think? Reportedly, the Jets want a 3rd rounder for Breece Hall, and the Texans have the Giants' 3rd round pick right now, so I wouldn't want to give up a 3rd. But what do you feel about Breece Hall in general and how he'd fit on the Texans?
Well, I like Breece Hall. He would definitely give them an explosive dynamic. Although, I don't know. It still feels like, you know, they're getting some of that from Woody Marks.
Yeah.
I'm not saying Woody Marks is Breece Hall, but you know, Woody's shown multiple times this year to have that explosive ability. I think this is Breece Hall's last year, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
So I think he'll probably get a decent contract from somebody. So depending on how active the Texans would be in free agency, they might be able to get a compensatory pick back if they, you know, rent Breece Hall for the rest of the year, or maybe he becomes, you know, somebody that can end up being a really, you know, like a part of the answer. You know, maybe they go ahead and they, like, Breece Hall does so well the rest of the year that they sign him. It's funny because, like, the Ravens are 3-5, and everybody's like, oh boy, Ravens, they're 3-5, look out. Yet the Texans are 3-5, and nobody really feels like, you know, they're really in the mix. I think most people think Texans have a major uphill battle to make the playoffs.
Well, plus especially because the Texans quarterback is currently sitting in a dark room reading children's books.
Yeah.
You know, it's we don't even know when he's even coming back.
Yep. And I think too, Ross, like if the Texans had that loss to the Broncos, put CJ's concussion aside and pretend that CJ's healthy for a second. Like if you flip-flop those 2 games and the Texans do what they did to the Niners this past weekend instead of 2 weeks ago, then people would be talking, oh, look out for the Texans. It's so week to week and recency bias with whatever teams put on the field the week before. You know what I mean?
1,000%.
Yeah.
And I literally said that on yesterday's Ross Tucker podcast. Like, it's the nature of the business because, you know, we have to talk about all these games for a week until the next time they play. Yeah. But really, if you're making weekly proclamations about what a team is or isn't, it's kind of stupid. You know, like the Colts are really good. They lost to the Steelers. They had 6 turnovers. That's not going to happen again. Mm-hmm. It really shouldn't affect how you feel about the Colts. It's not like after that game, you're like, oh, man, I just don't know about the Colts. And look out for the Steelers. Look out, man. They beat the Colts. Not really. I mean, they had 6 turnovers. If those teams played 10 times, I think the Colts win more, you know, like I do in my power rankings. I think the Colts win more of them than the Steelers do. And so it was just a game. It was one game, and take it for what it is.
Hey, before we get you out of here, the Texans are favored against the Jags this weekend by 1.5. It looks like Davis Mills is going to play in place of C.J. Stroud. D'Amico Ryans on his coach's show yesterday was pretty revealing, I guess, in terms of how they're getting Davis ready. Thoughts on the game before we get you out of here?
Well, I'm not sure how good the Jaguars actually are.
Mm-hmm.
I know that they have a decent record at 5-3, but I was not. I mean, their defense kind of got torched by the Raiders on Sunday. They were fortunate to win the game. Now, I guess kudos to them. They did score more points, but I don't expect them to score very many points at all against the Texans defense. So I think the line's probably about right. But with Davis instead of Stroud, you would think lean Jacksonville. But, Davis Mills, when he gets all the reps in practice, that does help those guys out quite a bit.
Yeah, that's for sure. That's our Odyssey NFL insider, Ross Tucker. Insider Calls brought to you by Nationwide for your insurance and financial needs.
Nationwide is on your side.
That's a nice mellifluous voice. Ross, we appreciate you. And so is yours, Ross. Your voice is – oh, by the way, where are you this weekend?
No TV games because of the bye after doubling up last weekend, but I will be in the booth with Kevin Harlan at Lambeau for Eagles-Packers Monday night for Westwood One, which will be great.
Oh, fun. Okay, that'll be great, man. Well, good. Well, travel safe. Have a great call, and we will talk to you next week.
Sounds great. See you guys.
All right, see you, Ross.
I bet Kevin Harlan's the kind of guy that when you walk in the room, he does like a fun little miniature intro, and here's the man, Ross Tucker.
Oh, yeah.
Not on camera, on mic or anything. That'd be awesome. Well, there are a lot of play-by-play guys where that might be annoying. With Kevin Harlan, I would request it.
Would be amazing. And he said it's a Packers game. Is it in Green? Because Kevin Harlan's got heavy time. The president of the Packers at one point, I think. I thought so.
Yeah.
I say that because he would probably know all the good places to go the night before,
Yeah.
all the good spots to hit in Green Bay. So good job, Ross. We look forward to hearing. That'll be a game that I would imagine is right here on Sports Radio 610.
It's in Green Bay Monday night.
Nice. Starting to get nice and crisp up there this time of year.
Monday night game last night, there's a better and better chance that Jacoby Brissett is the quarterback that faces the Texans. There's a chance that he's just
in week 15,
he just takes over as a starter.
Yeah.
He's got to remind everybody, he's got a 5-1 career record versus the Texans as a starter.
Yeah.
He's been a Texans killer. He is to the Texans what TJ Yates is to the Bengals.
That's on brand for what's happened. Like that, it's that kind of year for the Texans right now. It's that kind of year. I mean, the Texans have been their own worst enemy plenty of times, but the football gods have not really smiled on the Texans all that much this year.
I really like to go over this again. The way you laid it out for how the Texans have to make the playoffs, I hadn't allowed myself to really think it through. Even though we talked about this last week, now that you're sitting here at 3-5, must win the Jags, Titans, Cards, and Raiders, and then you have to beat. At least in these 5 games, you have to win at least 3 of these ones. Bills, Colts, Chiefs, Chargers, and Colts.
Yep. And that's just to get to 10 wins. 10 wins is no guarantee.
You're right, yeah, it's not a guaranteed,
Yeah. I mean, the chances are like 80-something%, but that's just to get to 10 wins. So, yeah, like this week and next week, if you lose either of these games, especially this one, I mean, think about it. You've already lost to the Jags. So if you lose the game this weekend to the Jags, they're 5-3, you're 3-5. You lose this one this weekend, Seth. They're 6-3, you're 3-6, and you don't have the tiebreaker anymore with them. You're 0-2 against them, so you're essentially 4 games back of the second place team in the division if you lose this game this week.
The Texans are still the best scoring defense in the NFL at 15.1 points per game, but the Rams are closing in on them at 15.9 points
good defense.
per game.
That's 14-9 was the score between those two teams.
Right, and then I'll tell you what, too, the Chiefs are the 3rd scoring defense right now. So of the top 4 scoring defenses, and the Seahawks are 5th. So of the top 5 scoring defenses, you can't play the Texans, obviously. So they've played all of the top 4 scoring defenses.
Who are they again?
Or they will play.
Yeah.
Rams, Chiefs, Broncos, and Seahawks. And then the Colts are 7th right now.
Yeah. Rams.
The Bills are up there too, and the 49ers. Oh my God.
Yeah.
And the Cardinals.
Yeah, man. The Cardinals too?
Yes.
Cardinals have played a lot of close games. Cardinals are 3-5 like the Texans are and have lost a ton of close games.
Of the top 12 scoring defenses, you take the Texans out of it, so that's the top 11. So of the 11 scoring defenses that don't include the Texans, the only teams you don't play the Patriots, you don't play the Packers. So they play 9 of the top 11 scoring defenses.
Either have played or will play.
Yeah,
man, that's what I'm saying, man. This schedule, it's an unforgiving schedule.
Especially for where the Texans weaknesses are. They've had those same numbers versus the top scoring offenses. I wouldn't feel as nervous about it.
Nope.
But you're taking this decrepit offense and you're just jam-packed with top 10 defenses.
Yep. So again, to get to 10 wins, they're 3-5. My estimation, you got to win this week, got to win next week against the Jags and the Titans. You have no choice but to be 5-5 going into that Bills game. You also have to beat the Cards and the Raiders in back-to-back weeks at home in December. You have to win those 4 games. That gets you to 7. Now, you laid it out, Seth, here, the other 5 games. If you had to power rank the likelihood of winning in the 5 games where you've got to go 3-2 in these other games, you got to go 3-2 against the Bills, at the Colts, at the Chiefs, at the Chargers, and then you got the Colts back at home. What do you think? Are the 2 home games the most likely?
This is where, look, the Bills have some flaws, but they don't necessarily match up real well with what the Texans' flaws are. And one of them is that the Bills' run defense is atrocious. But you saw them versus the Chiefs. Hey, Chiefs aren't really a running football team.
Yeah.
But their defensive backs, the Bills were able to really limit the passing game, and then the Chiefs' run game isn't a threat. Texans can't take advantage of that.
Nope.
Texans don't. They can't. The passing game isn't what you want it to be, and then they can't run the ball consistently. So they can't take advantage of the Bills' weakness. The biggest thing the Texans have going for them against the Bills defensively is the Bills don't have any receivers, so you're going to shut that part of it down.
Yeah, we saw that movie last year.
Yeah, as a runner, and you've got Josh Allen as a runner as well.
Yeah, I think of those 5 games where, and again, you got to win the ones that we just said: Jags, Titans, Cards, Raiders. I would say at the Chargers, I think you beat the Chargers. Just lost Joe Alt for the season.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it could be a field day going against. And granted, Justin Herbert is athletic, and to Ross's point, Ross Tucker just joined us, said, Justin Herbert started using his legs a whole lot more. He has to because his offensive line is decimated right now. But I would say at the Chargers, winnable. That home game against the Colts to close out the season, the big variable there is the Colts might be resting guys in Week 18.
Yeah.
They might be sitting guys. So I'll say
those last 2 games being the Chargers and Colts, depending on how the attrition goes with injuries and everything, it's those might feel a lot different when we come to it. And the Colts possibly not playing to win this week.
Right. At the Chiefs on Sunday Night Football, they have no chance. No chance. Sunday night in December in Kansas City. And Kansas City is in a dogfight in their own division right now.
I might have to give you a classic Tom Coughlin keys to victory speech that week.
Yeah.
Where you have you come in on a Saturday morning, and over the course of an hour and a half, he lays out the 39 keys to victory.
Oh, yes. I'm here for that.
Like,
Let's do it.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Yeah, ready to go, Coach.
Hey,
all we got to do is these 39 things.
I did that thing that we did after the Seattle game a couple weeks ago. We've done it the last couple weeks. Right. I went Texans-Broncos game yesterday and took the mistakes, the glaring mistakes the Texans made, and I put them into the mistake buckets.
Yeah.
Fireable, egregious, and merely annoying.
Mm-hmm.
The only one I have as fireable is the final drive for the Texans on offense. I was shouting it from the press box as the second Davis Mills dropped back to pass on first down and threw a low percentage out route along the sideline to Christian Kirk. What are you doing? You've got to run a play that forces Sean Payton to use his timeouts. You got to keep the ball in play. You're not moving. It's first and 10 at your own 13-yard line. There's a minute 14 to go.
You've punted 5 times.
You've punted 5 times. You'd run 18 plays on the previous 5 drives. You were not getting into field goal range on that drive, or at least you had to play the percentages there.
You got a much better chance if you get a kick, if you get to return the ball in the kick in overtime.
Get to overtime.
Because a lot of people are saying, hey, you still got to try to move the ball in overtime. Right. You got to do it in overtime where you could have good field position because of a return.
Yeah.
And or a good play by your defense or whatever. You've got a much better chance of helping this decrepit offense.
That's exactly right. DeMeco Ryans was asked about it again yesterday. He's got no regrets.
No regrets. Look, we're trying to get in position and score, right? We tried to throw the ball. We had a couple quick options to throw the football, and then get the clock moving, get our 2-minute drive started. It didn't happen.
This is the thing. thing that infuriates decision-making. The whole part about, well, we wanted to get some quick hitters that would keep the clock moving. Then either Caley called a bad play or Davis Mills made a bad decision. Because first down, he threw an out route that if it was caught, Christian Kirk was going to go out of bounds.
Right.
It was not a play to the middle of the field or a screen or a handoff or something that was going to keep. That's a fireable offense.
And the important thing to know is that they easily could have run the clock down to 10 seconds or less if they had just run the ball. And you don't get the first down.
Yep.
And then in overtime, whether you're kicking off or whether you're receiving, you're probably going to be in much better field position as long as. If you kick off, then, hey, you trust your defense.
Yep.
Your defense can get a 3 and out, and you're going to be in better field position than you are right now.
And you're guaranteed the ball now.
Yeah.
At least once.
You'll get at least one crack at it, likely with better field position.
Yes.
And so that part of it, for an offense that just was doing nothing, that's the part where because I see a lot of people making arguments for why it wasn't that egregious or anything. No, because they don't know their team.
No, they don't.
They're not acknowledging it's hope and change and all this stuff that, hey, we'll get it going. We'll look for a spark. Okay, great. Get a spark going with better field position.
It's a little scary. It's honestly, D'Amico's view of what this offense is, and I'm saying that by things he says and the way that this team conducts its offense, it's a little Easterby-ish.
It's a little bit that we'll think it into existence.
Yes.
Yeah.
Am I out of line by saying that?
No, but the other part, too, that's driving me insane is everything that Ross was talking about, where even in these short yardage situations, understand how, push the ball carrier.
Yeah.
Do some kind of a pushing action.
Yep.
Some teams will motion a tight end and have him take the snap, and do a version of the tush push. And the Texans, nope, because you should be able to run it in when you've got 1 yard to go.
Yeah.
Because you should be able to.
Yeah.
Man. Live your life by what I should be able to do without recognizing what your weaknesses are.
Yes,
you got some issues. It feels like they're calling the game as if it's 2011.
Yep, no doubt. So that's the only one I had as fireable. By the way, we're going to be, as we do this exercise, we're going to be giving away Texans tickets a little later on this hour. It's Texans Ticket Tuesday, man. You're going to get to sit in the front row. I think they're going to beat Jacksonville this weekend. Here are the ones I had as egregious. We'll rapid fire these. So fireable, the only fireable was D'Amico's decision-making on the last drive of the game for the Texans. I thought it was awful. Egregious, running 4 plays between the tackles on first and goal. I almost put that as fireable as well. But egregious, running the 4 plays between the tackles on first and goal at the 1.
Yeah.
Ariante Ursery's false start on 4th and goal at the 1 would normally be super egregious, except we're not sure if CJ got in the end zone or not. But if he had gotten in the end zone for sure, then that false start would have been an egregious error right there.
But it actually ended up helping out.
Saved them 3 points.
Yeah, it was he slip on a banana peel and land on a feather bed. Yeah.
QB sneak with Davis Mills on first and goal from the 2. Have you rewatched that play?
No, it's the same Jaden Daniels elbow injury. It's so ugly that I don't want to. I don't want to. I cringe through it. I don't like cringe comedy, Sean.
Yeah. Egregious. Henry To'oTo'o completely vacating the left side of the field
on the Knicks scramble.
On the Knicks scramble.
I'm not as it's tough. It's one of those things that a running quarterback does to you. I don't know if
it just happens.
If To'oTo'o had stayed at the same level of the quarterback there horizontally, I don't know if he would have been able to make that play because it was just the way the pass protection, everything playing. Like I don't look at the defensive line or Henry To'oTo'o on that as being egregiously bad, but it's something that happens versus guys like Bo Nix.
So that should probably be in the annoying bucket, not the egregious.
I don't know.
Not even in a bucket at all.
I've got a sinus infection. I think it's making me soft.
Okay. Well, here's some of the annoying ones. So we got 1 fireable. We had 3 or 4 egregious. The annoying ones. The sack by Zach Allen on 3rd and 5 on the opening drive. That was the one that I think you described as a black hole collapsing.
Yeah.
Zach Allen, with one arm, pushed Laken Tomlinson into C.J. Stroud.
Yeah.
With one arm.
Yeah, like it was a shopping cart that was in front of his car or something. He was like, this is annoying.
Yeah.
I can't believe somebody put this. Somebody just left this here? They treated him like a shopping cart. Somebody just left this here?
Who put this human here?
Rude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Xavier Hutchinson, these are just the annoying mistakes. Xavier Hutchinson, 2nd and goal at the 1, holding penalty on Nico Collins' shovel sweep.
It was annoying because it didn't matter. matter anyway. You didn't even give me the opportunity to get mad at you because it was.
You know what annoyed me about it? It isn't even a Hutchinson thing. It annoyed me that I thought they had a better chance of scoring on 2nd and goal at the 11 than they did 2nd and goal at the 1.
Right.
Yeah. Brutal.
Nico, I was upset in real time watching Nico as he stretched for the goal line on the play that got them down there because it looked like it should have been spotted at the 6-inch line.
100%. They should have challenged it.
Yeah. I don't know. Was that inside? No. Yeah. I don't know. They didn't challenge.
It was early in the second quarter. Yeah. 3rd and 10, late in the half. Wide receiver screen to Nico with Jalen Knoll out on the edge blocking. I'm going to flip that around and get the ball in Knoll's hands and get a bigger body out there blocking instead.
Yeah, and Jalen Knoll, who was out there for, where would you put Jalen Knoll only being out there for 11 snaps?
You know what? Egregious. You're right. I was just looking at plays in the game, but decisions by the coaching staff. Jalen Knoll played fewer snaps than Daria Gumbawale on offense.
Jalen Knoll and British Brooks had an equal number of snaps.
That's inexcusable. You're right. That's egregious.
Well, but you can't run the fullback dive twice in a row unless British Brooks is out there, Sean.
That's a good point.
How are you to expect to get...
Maybe it's annoying.
We can't lead the league in fullback dive attempts without British Brooks being on the field.
That's a fair point.
I don't know if they do lead the league in fullback dive attempts or not, but
they had the most.
Seems like that's what their goal is.
I would guess they had the most in Week 9.
Yeah,
there were a few other ones. We don't need to go through all the annoying ones. Another Hutchinson hold, delay of game on 2nd and 10 at midfield after an incomplete pass. Delay a game. The game. The clock is stopped. And it's just sloppy stuff, man.
That officiating crew is kind of garbage in general. I don't think either side got the lopsided benefit of the doubt. It was just they were just really sloppy in a lot of ways.
Yep.
They were missed. There's probably one missed pass interference on the Texans. There was definitely a missed hold that the Broncos did when they grabbed who'd they grab? Anyway,
it was Harrison Bryant.
That's right.
He spun hold him out coming out of the backfield.
Yeah.
There were a lot of those. The Broncos did a nice job of doing a lot of off the radar, tight, being a little grabby. That play, there were a couple other plays I saw people point out on social media. Text message, I think D'Amico is just covering for his guys, talking about when says these things at press conferences. I think he knows he's testing Caley, prove we can do this, and he can't do it.
I don't know. I think he was calling out the offensive line pretty openly.
Yeah.
I think he's just saying that those guys, you should be able to do that in that situation. Yeah. But the other problem I have with it, too, is, look, the offensive line didn't do a great job, but also that Nick Chubb, British Brooks, those guys are not Joe Mixon. So it's not just the offensive line. It's that you don't have running backs that you're scared of on the goal line right now. And the whole lot, those are guys between the offensive line and those backs. No, it's not as simple as lining up against one of the best defenses in the league and jamming it right down their throats.
Yeah, that's kind of paid for Breece Hall kind of thing. I'm like, do we feel confident that Breece Hall would get used to the best of his ability?
Well, plus
he's
not a big guy. That's not for that specific situation. It's not like Breece Hall is a big hammer.
No. I'm just talking in general.
Right, yeah. Do we trust? And that's where I think a lot of people are with trading for anybody at all. There are a lot of people that I think right now is you're going to trade away a draft pick that Nick might spend on an offensive lineman and might actually get a good offensive lineman.
Yeah.
No, it's not, because these things aren't going to fix it. They're not going to be fixed this year.
Yeah.
One even awesome player isn't going to fix a lot of the issues they have on offense.
This is not an offense that needs a finishing touch.
Yeah.
This is an off-season project.
An interior, a center or a guard, theoretically could be a big upgrade, but that's always dicey trading for an offensive lineman in the middle of a season and putting him in a new system.
Yep. All right, let's give away some Texans tickets here, shall we? It's Texans Ticket Tuesday, man. The Texans take on the Jags, AFC South battle on Sunday. And we want you to be sitting in the front row. Call 713-572-4610 now. Be caller number 5. And a pair of seats in the bullpen are yours. 713-572-4610. Caller number 5 right now, and you're on your way to the game. This is your first of 3 chances to win. Just make sure you're listening to In the Loop in the noon hour, listening to The Drive in the 5 o'clock hour. It's Texans Ticket Tuesday, courtesy of your Houston area Ford dealers on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. This is a sad state of affairs alert. I'm going to stick with the Texans here and how I feel about a certain aspect of this game. and the trust Sunday. We'll do that coming up next. But first, yeah, that's
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Interesting the way that one texter here frames the playoff picture. Colts, Pats, Bills, Chiefs, Broncos, and I would guess whoever wins the AFC North, whoever that is, are locks. That leaves one spot for the Chargers, the Jags, and the Ravens if they're back in it. The Texans.
Who did he put as the locks?
The locks. Okay, yes. Tell me if you think these teams are locks to make the postseason right now.
Yeah.
Colts, relative. I mean, none of them are mathematical. Locks,
yeah.
They're 7-2. Mm-hmm. Patriots are 7-2.
Yeah.
Bills are 6-2.
Mm-hmm. Chiefs
Chiefs are 5-4, but they're the Chiefs.
Yeah.
The Broncos are 7-2. And then somebody's got to come out of the AFC North. The Steelers are leading that division right now. I think they're 4-3 or 5. I think they're 5-3.
The Broncos are a really interesting one. The Broncos have one of these weird win streaks going where it feels a lot like the 2015 Texans win streak, where nobody is buying it. It's because I think very few people are buying Bo Nix.
Yeah,
and they've won a lot of one-score games. It's been a kind of a precarious win streak. So I could see it going south for them, and not saying that I'm not sitting here saying like, the Texans are better. I'm not saying that at all. It's just that's the reality right now. But it's the people that actually pay attention are not impressed by Bo Nix, other than in spurts.
If the Texans are able to go on a bit of a run here, and I get it, they're 3-5 and they looked like dog crap on offense last week, but if they do go on a little bit of a run here, they're inherently going to be playing some of these teams.
Yeah.
Like that win, the Ravens are 3-5 and the Texans are 3-5. And I'm just entertaining the possibility that the Texans win these next couple games and work themselves back into the race. Lamar Jackson missing that game in Week 5 might end up being a huge deal for the Texans if they end up in a tiebreaker situation with these teams.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
The head-to-head over there. So
it's, but the Texans to do it, it's so simple and stupid that it feels dirty almost saying it. They have to be able to beat good teams.
Yeah, they're going to have to.
They're
going to have to.
Good defenses specifically.
Well,
because somebody out there might be saying like, "Well, is C.J. Stroud that much better than Bo Nix?" Not this year. The offense and everything else goes. I'm not sitting here saying that Bo Nix isn't impressive, but C.J. Stroud's going to take the Texans to the promised land. C.J. Stroud in these current circumstances hasn't been impressive versus good defenses.
Nope. The Texans are, since going 6-2 to start the season last year, Seth, they're 7-10.
Yeah.
And that passes the eye. And the 7 wins, if you go dig into them, ain't all that impressive. Mm-hmm. There's not a heavyweight in those 7 wins. Regular season, I know they beat the Chargers in the playoff. I'm talking strictly regular season since starting 6-2 last year. They've not been a good football team for nearly a year now.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see. They've
got a hell of a defense.
They have a hell of a defense, and it's getting wasted right now.
They're living out everybody that doesn't like hiring defensive coaches because this is what might happen. This is exactly what it looks like so far. It's that you've got a decrepit offense. You've got a quarterback that you feel good about, but he can only do so much, especially as a young quarterback in a situation like this.
Yeah.
But, man, you got a hell of a defense.
So I have a hot take here for you.
Okay.
If it's going to be Davis Mills this week, maybe next week too, the next couple games, I actually would trust Bill O'Brien more as the head coach of this team than I would the coaching staff right now.
Yeah, Bill O'Brien did a pretty good job of getting guys out of backup quarterbacks in situations
emergency
like this.
situations. And I've got 2014 played multiple quarterbacks and pulled Case Keenum out of a deer leash tree for week 16 and 17, went 2-0. 2015 was even more chaotic at the quarterback position. Part of it was Brian Hoyer getting benched literally during the first game of the year. O'Brien did do that a couple times, bench his starting quarterback halfway through, 3/4 of the way through the first game.
Reps are important. These reps are important. 5 weeks of reps. Get him out of here.
Get him out. But in 2015, TJ Yates comes in for Hoyer, wins that Cincinnati game where Cincinnati was 8-0. Then the next week, Yates starts, beats the Jets. Then TJ Hurts gets injured, and Brandon Weeden comes in and engineers the first ever victory. Weeden was the following week, 34-6 over the Titans. Like Bill O'Brien, for all of his warts, for all of his bluster and hot-headedness, he was pretty good at taking emergency triage backup quarterback situations and at least tailoring a game plan together that sets you up for the most success. I would guess Bill O'Brien would not have run the ball 4 times into the teeth of the Denver defense.
I could go through. There's been plenty of times where we're really upset with Bill O'Brien's play calls. And I know the stats about how easy it is to score from the one, Sean.
Why?
Because it was after a Bill O'Brien game in which they had first and goal at the 1. And I remember after the game, in one of the press conferences, Bill O'Brien said, I don't think people realize how hard it is to score in the NFL. And I thought, well, let me go do the research on this.
I remember it was the Cowboys game in 2018.
Yeah.
It was the Cowboys game in 2018, and they had chances. They ended up winning the game.
Yeah.
But they were you're right. They were atrocious.
Listen, it's hard to score. No, it's a greater than 90% chance of scoring when you've got the ball at the 1 on
you
first down.
You got 4 downs to get it. Yeah.
It's actually pretty easy by NFL standards.
Yeah. So I'm curious. I'm guessing there's some people in their cars ready to drive up here and punch me in the face for that. But I don't know that I trust this coaching staff right now on the offensive side.
I think generally most Texans fans at this point feel like, when you look back at it and you detach your emotion from it, Bill O'Brien was a pretty good head coach, but a horrible GM. That was where everything just went completely south.
Yep.
And but he's also an offensive mind that I think still had some things that limited him from being as good as he could have been. But he was would the defense be as good on a defense as Bill O'Brien was here, but that was never his deal.
No.
That was he signed that off to Romeo, who could handle things at a higher level.
If you were to ask me where I think this whole thing is going with the Texans right now, the offense is not getting fixed this year. There's no help on the way. Whoever's in the building right now, that's who's going to have to fix this thing, and I don't think it gets fixed. And I think at some point there needs to be a Wade Phillips type situation for the Texans on offense. I think they need a CEO of the offense, let DeMeco Ryans do the Gary Kubiak thing on the defense, and that's going to be the solution, not some unproven first-time play call.
Well, and that's my whole thing with hiring a guy that has some experience or is, just has done it before. It's not about whether or not the guy can be a good offensive coordinator, because obviously every great offensive coordinator was a first-time coordinator at some point. Sean McVay, down the line, go to those guys. It's not like you can't do it, but when you've got a young defensive-minded head coach, like it's the same way as it was with Gary Kubiak, where he was a young head coach and an offensive-minded guy. It took getting Wade Phillips, who could be a head coach of a defense, to kind of turn it into a complete team.
Yeah, he had to burn through Richard Smith and Frank Bush to get to Wade Phillips, and I think that's where I think DeMeco's going to end up, if I had to predict, ending up burning through Bobby Slowick and Nick Caley. If I'm handicapping it right now, maybe they figure some things out on offense. There is zero of anything they've done this season that makes me feel like they're going to figure this thing out anytime soon.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know.
What's your appetite for Mike McDaniel as an offensive coordinator? Because he's got his quirky, weird personality, which is not a head coach personality, but with a guy like DeMeco kind of as being the intimidator standing behind him.
Yeah.
Do you like that possibility?
100%. Yeah.
The only thing with McDaniel, I think the one thing is it's okay to not like McDaniel or Tua in their current roles in Miami, but McDaniel is kind of handcuffed by just how limited Tua is in some respects.
Yeah, and the whole front-facing thing about, we make fun of McDaniel all the time on this show just because of the press conference. I think there's zero that's presidential about him, but I'm happy with him being my Secretary of Offense.
That would be a fun press conference every week with him as the offensive coordinator. All of his little quirkiness and all that. That's a lot more fun.
Yeah.
If you A, have an awesome offense, and B, you're not the head coach.
Yeah, I don't hate Mike McDaniel. I'm flabbergasted that an NFL owner sat down across the table from him and said, "That's the guy I need.
That's my leader of men.
That's my leader of men." Yes.
Well, he went for the opposite of Brian Flores, really.
And that happens. Yeah.
He's like, well, let's see. Flores very much seemed like a leader of men. Let's get the opposite.
Right. Yeah.
It wasn't even leadership style or anything.
Yeah.
Just like, okay,
we don't need a leader.
That guy's got the it.
Yeah.
This guy, I don't know what it is.
He's got something.
He's got something, but it's not it.
It ain't it.
So I'm going to go with him.
Let's pick him. All right. Payne and Pendergast with you. All right. You ready to get petty, my friend?
Yeah.
You're always ready.
You warmed up a little appetizer of Mike McDaniel.
You're petty right now. All right, Pettycast. We do it every Tuesday, and we will do it coming up next.
Oh, if you're feeling petty because you've been in an accident that wasn't your fault, call something out at B.
KILTFM HD2 exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Petty cast time. This is our time of week to get petty. Text in your petties. 713-572-4610. The weird thing with McDaniel on the text page would be having Slowick back in the building. You think McDaniel would bring old Bobo along with him?
Maybe. I don't know. I wonder how D'Amico and Bobby are doing. You know,
Like, do they talk?
They're friends. Yeah, it's got to be tough, man.
Yeah, because they kind of dreamed of coming up through the ranks together. They did come up through the ranks together, and someday we're going to start our own business, D'Amico. Mm-hmm. And then the CEO, D'Amico's like, you're out.
Yeah.
You're fired.
Yeah.
It's my business.
It's like one of those like the guy that got screwed out of his his startup money or whatever. He was like probably Steve Jobs' roommate back in the day or
like
something.
Walter White on Breaking Bad,
that's right.
remember?
Yeah.
Remember? Yeah.
He got squeezed out.
Elliot and Elliot's wife squeezed him. Yeah, like, make $1 billion company, and he's off teaching history or teaching chemistry and making meth.
There's definitely some roommate or something that gave Steve Jobs an idea back in the day, and that guy mysteriously disappeared. You know, Jobs would do it. It wouldn't surprise me at all. That guy was wiped off the face of the earth, and anybody that's ever tried to say anything about it has been erased as well.
That would make me petty.
Yeah.
Okay, first petty. It's
the
not
Winklestein brothers. That's who I was thinking of. Isn't that the guys that started Facebook with?
Oh, I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure. With Zuckerman?
Yeah.
First petty, who kicked 68-yard field goal right before the half of the Jags win over the Raiders, selected for the NFL drug testing program yesterday. He tweeted out a picture of the notification and just said, LMAO, already? Question mark? So 68-yard field goal.
I like it when guys do this because it shows you just really how little attention most sports writers played in math, how much they paid in math class. Because it's like, you got like a 1 in 6 chance of getting picked for drug testing
at
any given time.
Percentage.
Yeah, there's a very decent percentage. Yeah. There's 6th grade math teachers that'll have their children say, like, okay, is it actually all that notable if a guy does something good in a football game and then gets tested for steroids afterwards? No, It's not. And yet Cam Little and all these other steroid users are so stupid from all the steroid use that they can't think straight.
Okay, so you're petty about Cam Little.
Yes, I hate him. I've never hated a kicker in my life. He kicked the 68-yarder. Great. Last time I checked in on him, he had missed like 5 of his last 6 field goals and a couple of extra points.
I'm petty at you right now. There's no way that's the first kicker you've ever hated in your life.
I like the first one that I don't have a vested interest in. The first one because people gush about these 60. He's like a home run hitter who strikes out 90% of the time.
I hated both Grammatica brothers. Hated them both. Martine and Bill.
Yeah.
That was their name. Martine Grammatica, and
Bill.
Bill Grammatica. All right, continuing with the petties. Any chance us feel petty? Let's do it. Here is Tony Romo making weird noises.
And you'll see right here, hold, and then another hold right there. I think it was...
What the hell is that?
Let me read you some text from a former teammate of mine who he hates Romo as a commentator so much. It's not that he hates Romo; he just hates him as a commentator.
Yeah.
Let's see. During the game, because I wasn't watching that game, but I get updates about. He was
doing the Kansas City Buffalo game.
Yeah. Let's see. Also loved Romo calling a slow motion rip a swim move. I understand that's petty, but he gets no free passes. Yeah, that's pretty bad. Like
they're two totally different
things. I feel like
things.
Anybody who watches football, and definitely players, no matter what position you know the difference between a swim move and a rip move.
Let alone
swim moves look like. Does Romo not actually know what swimming looks like?
Dude, can Romo swim?
Yeah. Let's see. Quote. This is where I think Buffalo can improve. Hey, we're running left, and we're going to bootleg, and it's a completion. Tony Romo, professional color commentator.
Oh, man.
Where can they improve, Tony? What exactly did they do that is an example of what the improved outcome was? This is literally your job, you clown expletive.
Did your former teammate text when Romo started making this noise?
No, he'd be texting constantly. My favorite Romo moment is Romo talking to, is it Gene Steratore that they have?
Yep.
Steratore can never get through to Romo. And then Romo will both agree at the same time. You can hear him kind of hedging. You're like, oh, yeah, I see what you're talking. And then it's, yeah, that makes sense. And then as soon as Steratore gets off the line, of course, it could also be that, what if his knee hits out of bounds first before his upper body does? Nobody ever thinks about that. I guess they do, Tony. They think about it all the time. It's just like, this is plain and straightforward rule stuff. What the hell is wrong with you? People criticize Brady, but there's never a point in a game when I'm watching Brady commentate where I feel like he doesn't know what's going on. There's so many other guys that I like so much more than Romo.
Does Brandy still like Tony Romo?
Yeah, because she feels like she's watching the game with a drunk person. Yeah. And yet she doesn't like it when I get drunk watching games.
Right.
Yeah.
She has specific drunk people she likes watching games with, and her husband's not one of them. All right, let's keep moving.
She enjoys me while I'm drunk. She just knows what comes after.
You're a fun drunk.
She knows the 3 days of depression that follow. Yeah,
you're right. You're a fun drunk.
Yes.
You're not a fun aftermath.
Yeah, I'm not a drunk.
Yeah. Marvin Harrison Sr., not a big talker during his days as a player back in the day. Very quiet as an Indianapolis Colt. Not very quiet when it comes to talking about his son, Marvin Harrison Jr., and the team he plays on. Now, this interview took place, these quotes from Marvin Harrison Sr. about the janky-ass Cardinal offense happened before last night's win over the Cowboys. To watch, he told John Weinfuss of ESPN.com, and you can quote me on that. The style of offense that I'm accustomed to, that I'm used to watching as a professional eye, as a wide receiver, I just can't relate to watching that current offense, that style of offense. Basically, I can't relate to what goes on there. Talking about Arizona. Didn't name names, but he says, I think that's just peacefully put without pointing fingers or anything. It's just me. I'm giving you the professional eye. I can't relate to this. It don't add up to me. I can't deal with it. And there's more and more. But, boy, how would you feel as a player if your dad goes on an interview and just torches the team?
That's a rough one. Marvin Harrison Jr. does not seem to have the same edge that his father does, though, either.
No.
Like, Marvin Harrison Jr. he seems like a big, pleasant fella.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. He probably just...
had a touchdown last night, so maybe that'll quiet the old man down.
You know who was saying something similar about this? I saw on X yesterday. It was Kurt Warner talking about the Chiefs' offense. And it was interesting because he said, I watched this and I just really don't quite understand what they're doing or what their philosophy or plan is. And it was funny because you had a lot of bros from all over the internet explaining that, well, it's because you're old and you don't understand modern football. You had Chiefs fans saying, yes, tell me about it, Kurt Warner, 100%.
Speaking truth.
We don't know what the hell's going on either. It just does seem like they throw a bunch of gadget plays and then rely on the wizardry of Pat Mahomes to get the job done. It's really amazing. 4 or 5 years ago when it felt like nobody was ever going to be able to stop the Chiefs again.
Yeah, man. You're totally right. Mahomes' first 2 years, oh, my God, this is going to be a terrible decade coming up here. Because this team is just going to steamroll everybody offensively, but it flipped.
Sean, as an NFL offense, you have to be a lot like Madonna was in her career. You have to constantly reinvent yourself,
Yeah.
At some point, Mahomes has to go out there and pull the equivalent of Madonna's Sex album. Just a big metal bustier or something, and you
cut his hair short.
Work with a different producer. Have they consulted Rick Rubin yet? Do they even know what they're doing here? If they what's going on?
I will say that's a good analogy because the earliest version of Mahomes was statistically and accolade-wise the best one.
Yeah,
much the same way the early version of Madonna was the best one, where she's rolling around in mesh, singing Borderline.
But at some point, you gotta change things up.
Yep.
Speaking of which, in one of our meeting rooms here, have you ever seen? It's some kind of plaque they have for a Taylor Swift gold record or something. And I kind of forgot that she was a country singer starting out.
Yeah.
Because she's wearing like cowboy boots and everything, and she's like
she's evolved.
Yeah, she has had to reinvent herself. I guess.
Yeah, it's worked out pretty well for her too.
Do country fans? Now I got to do a rabbit hole on Taylor Swift. Later.
Yeah, I'm the wrong guy to ask.
I'm going to call your daughter up.
Oh yeah. Do that. Yeah, text Judy. Text Judy.
Judy gets questions about running and Taylor Swift.
And she's happy to answer both. Mm-hmm. Those are her two areas of expertise. That and Survivor.
He spent all that Harvard tuition money.
She ran. It wasn't that much.
No, I know. Yeah. That's what she was doing now with her degree. Is she's an influencer, a Taylor Swift influencer.
Yep. And coaching the current Harvard team how to become Taylor Swift influencers. Yes. So Coach Prime, not been a good week or 2 weeks for Coach Prime in Colorado. Man, has any greatest show on earth? Hey, game day's going here every week. Has anything fallen off faster than the Colorado football program? They were outscored, Seth, in their last two games, 105-24 by Utah and Arizona. 105-24 in two games. Coach Prime was asked about this.
Coach, what is the confidence level you have in yourself to do this job?
I never doubt me. I don't doubt me. Let's get that straight. I don't doubt me. So the next question, the confidence level of me doing this job, yes. I'm built for this. I don't doubt me.
How do you explain the past couple of weeks to recruits and their parents?
I don't have to explain it. They saw it. See, you got to understand, if you're a dog, you want to come here and right the wrong. If you're a cat, you look at the scoreboard and you run. Which one are you, a dog or a cat?
That is a Marine Corps poster right there.
Man.
You know, you're like, are you man enough? Are you man enough to? And it works. It's a good strategy for the right kind of guy.
Are you a dog or a cat?
Yeah.
He said at the end. Yeah. That's what he said.
I feel this is bad for the Pettycast, but I feel this for Deion Sanders over the last few months. You figure
he had some health issues.
He's had these health issues. He coached his sons his entire life, and now all of a sudden his sons are off elsewhere. And obviously, he's got the challenges of being a head football coach.
Yeah.
That's I don't know. I should enjoy the fall from grace more because they were so blustery on the way up. But I have a hard time doing it because he just looks like a broken man in some ways because he doesn't move the same way he used to move.
To be clear, the reason this made the Pettycast was because the very end there, where he just started getting petty with the media, asking these. I'm not petty towards Deion. He was being petty towards the media.
Yeah, that's right.
End.
We're celebrating his pettiness.
His pettiness. It can be our pettiness or their pettiness.
I can't get him over. I can't get over him hiring Warren Sapp as a mentor to young men on his football team.
Man,
is his defensive line coach or defensive pass rush coordinator?
Defensive line coach.
Yeah.
Yep. So there you go, Coach Prime.
That's the one thing I wouldn't parade around in front of the recruits' parents. And this is who I'm gonna. You're worried about your son going across the country?
Google him.
Don't worry, I've got Warren Sapp to watch out for him.
He's like, Google him. No, wait, don't Google him. All right, Ben, I want to skip down here to the Syracuse head coach. This is Fran Brown, the head coach of Syracuse. Syracuse season kind of slipping away. They lost their starting quarterback. They looked really good at the beginning of the year with Steve Angeli at quarterback. Not so much anymore. Here was Fran Brown. This is me being petty about him, just to be clear, to set this kind of pep talking everybody into Syracuse is going to be okay.
Back in the day, 18 freshmen don't even get in the game. They're just sitting on the sideline the entire time. You wait to be a redshirt sophomore until you play football. We didn't win. It sucks. That's on Coach Fran. But when it gets built the right way and you're trying to do it right and you want to win, I want to do it with the guys that I know are bought in. And it should show you that Velarde got an opportunity of coming in and playing and didn't play all year, wasn't even on y'all ranking to see it, and he knew every play. So that shows where the coaching's at, and that shows all those things of that nature and how we're going to continue to build and do it the right way. So if you got any faith or any hope, if I was you, I would put my money on Fran.
Oh, yeah. 2 third persons.
Fran is him.
Yeah. Coach
you like
Fran,
that, huh?
I like it. I like people who've got the – it's one of those things. It's if you do it, people will look at you as like, oh, there's an ego on this guy, but there's a part of them in their brain who's like, this guy's got an ego.
He is supremely confident.
There's some reason that this guy is as confident as he is.
He's supremely confident.
We need to start doing that. Usually when I do it like self-mockingly when I call myself.
You need to start doing it seriously.
When old Sethers talks about old Sethers, I'm going to start doing it seriously.
Yeah, do it. Mm-hmm. Try it out.
Maybe then I'll get the respect I deserve.
Yep, people are going to be like, that guy's confident right there.
From you and others.
Third person, dude. I'm out on the third person guy. All right, last one here. do you want to do? You want to do Luther Campbell, or do you want to do TNT doing a strange flex before their broadcast?
Let's do Luther Campbell.
Okay, Two Love Crew. My University of Miami benefactor, right, Ben? He's a contributor to the. He gives some of that NIL schkarol to the program, right?
Yeah, before it was legal.
Yeah, but right, he was doing it back when it wasn't the trend. He was doing NIL before NIL was cool. This is Luther Campbell, who's pissed at Mario Cristobal, the Miami coach, who blew another game this week, and said, I said it years ago, could have had Lane Kiffin.
Unbelievable. Can't make this up. But for the record, let me remind you all, because I know some of you guys have short memory. When Rick left, I told you all to hire Lane Kiffin. I even went and called the athletic director. Lane said he would walk to Miami. That's what he said. Then you had a second opportunity when you fired Manny Diaz. Told you to hire him then. Who's the hottest coach in college football right now? The guy that I told you guys to hire and you didn't listen. I guess I got to be from Southwest 8th Street for you to listen, huh?
I'm assuming Southwest 8th Street. Man, is Southwest 8th Street some kind of ritzy part of Miami?
Yeah, affluent.
Affluent, okay. Yeah, gotcha.
Kind of place where Bob Kraft hangs around.
Yeah, kind of place where the opinions of Luther Campbell might not get listened to. Now, maybe he should refer to himself in the third person a little bit more.
Yeah.
People would respect his opinions.
Yeah, you know who asked for him? Luke Skywalker. That's who asked for him.
Yep.
Old Uncle Luke.
Uncle Luke. Yep, so you're
Uncle
fancy
Luke, sorry.
schmancy.
Uncle Luke only just came from a place where he knows these guys and knows what it takes to win. Yeah.
You know why I'm petty about this? And I like Lane Kiffin as a personality. I like that Lane Kiffin respects my people, the degenerate gamblers, because he'll refer to the point spread after games. Like he apologized to the people who bet on Ole Miss after a game. That was really funny.
The big thing is like keeping your boosters happy. You know, not to mention that's actually money that will be a lot of times drunkenly donated to a collective.
Bingo. Yeah, bingo. The reason I'm petty about this is that Luther Campbell is acting like Lane Kiffin is Urban Meyer or something like that in terms of what he's accomplished.
Yeah.
Like, I told you should have had him this time, and then we fired so-and-so, should have had him that time. Lane Kiffin has coached in 0 playoff games.
Yeah.
0. He's doing a nice job at Ole Miss this year. Probably will make the playoff finally this year. But Luther Campbell, just because all these other schools are talking about him and he's a hot candidate, doesn't mean he was going to be a slam dunk and come in and win at Miami in the ACC.
Right. Yeah, you haven't. There's no proof in the pudding from Uncle Luke yet.
That's right.
So he's bragging about his figgy pudding, but it's still in its raw ingredients.
Yes.
You remember the song about figgy pudding?
I do. Bring us some figgy pudding.
Oh, Two Live Crew song about figgy pudding would have been.
Oh,
that would have been pretty damn good.
Probably
that was going to be good.
Connotations there.
Yes. Some
imagery.
I'm gonna have Gemini do that for me
Metaphors.
During the break.
Oh yeah, in the voice of Uncle Luke.
Yes.
Give me a rap about figgy. Give me some gangster rap about Luther Campbell.
Luther Campbell looks good. He looks a lot better than I would have thought he'd look. He looks a lot of. You know, when he was younger, he just always had that crazy look on his face.
Yes.
Now he just looks a stately older gentleman.
He does.
Just got a salt and pepper beard and everything.
Yep. All right, hey, D'Amico Ryans, that was a petty cast. Hope you guys enjoyed that. We'll read some of your petties in the next segment. D'Amico Ryans asked about the Texans' 3-5 record. Does it concern him? Someone brought up the P word as well with D'Amico. Are the playoffs still attainable?
Playoffs?
Exactly. We will get to that coming up next.
Oh, I'll tell you what. Get to Underdog. Download the app because,
and Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway, exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We top of the hour, Shelton Benjamin, AEW star, All Elite Wrestling. They're coming to town this week. And we've been doing an AEW show together before, you and I.
Yeah.
Shelton Benjamin will be in studio with us for a segment.
Wallace Marsh took us and and Clint and the Boz.
The Boz.
Yeah.
That was quite an eclectic crew we had.
It was cool being with Boz, the Boz, because he's one of those guys that he just looks like a star.
Yes.
And obviously around here, people know Brian Bosworth, but just to kind of watch people's heads spin and turn, because he's not a huge guy anymore.
Right.
But he's a big guy.
He's in good shape, too.
But
yeah.
when people it's not something that people wouldn't necessarily, see him coming from a mile away because he's not a huge guy, but then all of a sudden they get that look in their eyes like, holy crap, it's the Boz.
Well, and nowadays, too, it's really funny you say that. Nowadays, the young people
they know him as
the Sheriff of Fanville and the Dr. Pepper commercials.
Kind of like young people with John Madden. There were a lot of them
Guy won
didn't
a
have a
Super
clue
Bowl.
he was a coach. Yeah.
yeah. So it's funny because I do those Yingling parties once a month, and we'll always have younger people out there as the promo people helping me out, and we get at points where we're watching the TVs in whatever bar we're at or whatever. And I'll go, do you know who that is right there? When the Dr. Pepper commercials come on, like, yeah, it's the Sheriff of Fanville. I'm like, no, do you know who he is?
Yeah.
And then I'll pull my phone out, and you Google Mobile Sports Illustrated covers come up.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, he was in 80s. He was a pop culture icon in the 80s. And so I showed that to them. They're like, no way. But Brian's getting it. We may get Brian on the show. He's getting his own podcast off the ground right now.
Oh, good.
He's got some. Well, I don't want to put too much of his business out there, but he's getting that started. He's doing like appearances at places like in casinos in Oklahoma, like where they're showing his 30 for 30, and then he's doing like an hour-long like Q&A about
really?
it. Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
Charging Oklahoma fans a few $100 a ticket, and they're selling out and things like that. Wallace is he's the tour de force behind that whole thing too.
That's a big shame about him was that I think he should have been a really good NFL player, but just like the way everything happened and like the era he was playing in and everything, and like because there'd been such huge hype built up, he's the classic guy that I think without all the hype and everything, if he had been drafted in the second round, it could have worked out, and he might have ended up being an awesome player for a long time. But it was too big of a phenomenon to work the way it all.
He got hurt too. He suffered a shoulder injury that didn't help.
But when he got Yeah, he got hurt.
I don't know if it was on that play when he got trucked by Bo Jackson. I don't know if it happened on that play, but he injuries didn't help the case for sure. All right, D'Amico Ryans met with the media yesterday. The Texans are 3-5 right now. This is almost as close to like a mathematical must-win as you could have this Saturday against Jacksonville, and it looks like it's going to be Davis Mills starting at quarterback for the Texans. D'Amico asked yesterday, how important all the games are moving forward?
For me, every game mattered from the start of the season, so it doesn't change my mindset. Every game is important. Every game it's on the line, so that doesn't change where we are. We just got to go play better football. And look, man, for all the miscues, for everybody, you're right there, had opportunities to close it out, multiple opportunities there to convert on third down and make plays where we got to make the throw, make the catch. We had guys in position. Defensively, we got to find a way to get a stop, to get off the field there. So we had our chances. All right, we came up short.
The hard part about it is that, yes, and mathematically you had chances there. I think everybody – from the beginning of that second half on, you knew it was going to be a war of, all right, can the defense somehow maintain this lead that the Texans have?
Yes.
And at some point, the offense just kept giving the Broncos chance after chance after chance. 5 punts in a row. Longest drive they had after that field goal in the second half was, 5 plays?
5 plays.
A 5-play drive. It was a bunch of 3-and-outs, a 4-and-out, and a 5-and-out. And yet, realistically, the only way for the Texans to win these games is for the defense to be not just a really good defense. They need to be, for 4 quarters, one of the best defenses this decade. And they haven't been able to do that. I mean, that's the biggest fault with the defense right now, is that they're not one of the best defenses ever. They're merely the best defense in the league. No, you need to be one of the best defenses ever.
And I don't even know if that helps this offense. You know what I mean? The
game, the muffed punt, a blocked field goal.
Yeah.
Like this, the special teams was that was the exact opposite of the offense just screwing the pooch over and over again, is that you got bailed out by big special teams plays.
Long punt return.
Yeah.
A long punt return, too, in that game. Tommy Townsend was great in that game. Other than the missed field goal, Kaimi hit 5 more after that. Special teams did their job.
Yeah, it's a real big dent into the people who still insist on saying defense wins championships.
Dude, I was so, that game was unfolding, I was so ready in the postgame to say, man, that is the type of gutty win that good teams have. You lose your quarterback to a concussion. You're going against one of the best defenses in football. Special teams is doing things on the margins to keep you in that game. You're finding a way, and instead they found a way to lose the game, like they have 4 other times this year.
Mm-hmm.
That's the thing that bad teams do, is finding ways to lose games. I was so ready to heap praises on D'Amico and the staff, because I thought they were going to find a way to win that game. I thought the defense and the special teams were going to fish them out of the fire. Well, even when it was tied at 15, I thought that.
I mean, that's where the whole thing goes back to. It would be easy to excuse if it was a backup quarterback game, if you had just punched it in from the 1-yard line while your starting quarterback was still out there. Yep. If your starting quarterback hadn't gotten sacked on the first drive of the game in a play that led to a missed field goal, after you pushed the field goal back. And that wasn't... I've critiqued too much yardage on sacks. There's really nothing he could do about it on that sack. It was just a complete collapse by the offensive line.
If they're first and goal at the 1 or 2 yard line on Sunday, what do you think they do?
I think he's going to run it up the gut 4 straight times.
Do you really?
Yeah. God. I think he will.
And if they don't get in the first, can you
It would
imagine?
make more sense, at least against the Jaguars, because they don't have the defensive line but they do have the... They've got guys. They've got
guys.
They don't have a horrible defensive line. They're not as good as the Broncos, I don't think.
Not.
But they're a good defensive line.
They're better than the guys the Texans have, I would imagine. Yeah. And if they run it on first down up the gut and they don't get in, that stadium is going to unload. They are going to boo so loud if the Texans run it up the gut on first and goal and get stuffed.
What it would be, I think what they need to do is all of this talk that D'Amico is saying this week as the Jaguars are monitoring it, because, old James Gladpebble there, the GM, he wants to look at every data point. So he's probably got people listening in on the press conferences. And saying, yeah, D'Amico's just steadfastly saying that, nope, if you're on the 1 yard line, you got to impose your will on the other team. That's how you set up the play action.
Yeah.
You can't do it with an effective running game, but you can't do it with press conference comments.
Take advantage of Glad Pebble's thirst for information.
Yeah.
He overinforms himself.
I just said, like, the good offensive coordinators are just constantly seeking out matchups. Who can we exploit? Who can we overturn? That's why the old argument about, hey, could the Jets beam any given year? And the answer is always the NFL team, because there's multiple guys starting for any national championship college team that aren't even going to make it in the NFL.
Right.
And the NFL teams, even the bad ones, have guys that are making it in the NFL, and they're going to pick on those future insurance salesmen to death. They're going to destroy them. But Nick Caley's out there, and he's looking at a defense that's got a backup cornerback playing. He's a small cornerback, too, at Abrams Drain. And not once in 4 plays do you think, like, hey, maybe we got to figure out a way to just kind of exploit some of these backups playing in the secondary.
Yeah, throw it to Nico one time.
Yeah.
One time. Didn't throw it to him.
Run a play. If you're going to run the ball 3 times, sneak a play action in for the 4th time.
Play action. I wanted the naked boot, but I'll take a little play action. Dude, does it make it?
Well, that's the thing that you go back to the Bucs game. That was the problem with. It's not that. I think D'Amico yesterday said, yeah, if you pass and you don't get in, they say you should have run. If you run, no, it was the actual plays that you're calling as well.
100%.
Including they didn't run a boot. They ran a little in the Tampa game. They ran like a little sprint out.
Yeah.
And it's just, it's either going to work or it's not. It's more. Usually I'm very careful about criticizing play calling, because people do just use hindsight, and if it works, it was a good call. If it doesn't work, it was a bad call.
Yeah.
No, the entire stadium was wondering in that Bucs game, why is CJ in the gun every single time?
Yep.
And then in the game against the Broncos, the entire stadium is, why are they running behind that offensive line into that? Yeah. Twice. 2 fullback dives in a row.
Back-to-back plays. Yeah, for me, the saddest thing for me, other than the fact that the Texans are staring up at 8 other teams in the AFC right now, is this offense is so bad, it ruins watching other games for me. It ruins watching other teams that aren't even particularly good offensive teams be able to run very elementary stuff, particularly down near the goal line. Like, bad teams get their tight end free on a play action where there's nobody near him. Bad teams do that. And that's the part, for me, that's so depressing, is watching these other teams that are average teams run a competent offense.
Yeah. The cool thing is the Texans aren't. The problem with the Texans offense, and where it's more frustrating than some offenses, like say the Jets or what have you, is the fact that you still have what you think is a franchise quarterback.
Yes.
Like, I still do. I don't know what the percentage of fans right now in Houston feel about that. I'm still very much 100% all in on CJ Stroud. And sometimes it's hard to figure out exactly when the quarterback's to blame versus the offense. Through the first half of the season, I can say pretty comfortably at this point, especially as CJ has gotten more and more comfortable in the system, that it's CJ's not the problem.
Nope.
Not at this point in the season. Early on, when he was still trying to get his feet underneath him and know everything, this is it's an awful offense, and I don't see any real chance for it to get better versus the good teams. I think they're going to have another couple games versus bad defenses where they pour it on. I'm very pessimistic about them versus good defenses.
Yep, for sure. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Coming up next, all right, baseball season is over. There is a way too early MLB power ranking that came out, and holy crap, is this what people think of the Houston Astros this coming season? We will tell you where they landed coming up next.
West Point.
Daisy.
Yeah, okay, Daisy.
from the Mo Karam Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
You ready for a good, healthy amount of disrespect here, Seth? I know you like.
I don't know if I'm ready for this. No, when you were teasing this and talking about how people might be surprised by where the Astros are in this power ranking, my first thought was, oh wow, higher than expected. And I thought maybe lower than expected, but not. I would not expect on what used to be a great network. It used to be something more than ESPN.
Yeah.
ESPN.com has them 23rd.
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 In Major League Baseball's way too early power rankings. David Schoenfield is the writer of these power rankings.
Yeah.
So they're his opinion. 23rd.
Schoenfield, I think this is where Schoenfield, look, he's talking about all 30 teams. He's not going to nail every single one. But I think in his write-up and his explanation for the Astros, he says things that are accurate, which is you got a lot of players like Christian Walker and Jose Altuve who are on the wrong side of 34
Getting
years
old.
old.
Yeah, the core is aging.
But the big thing is I don't think people really realize outside of Houston just how devastated the Astros were by injuries this year.
Right.
I mean, they set a record with number of trips to the IL, and I'm not going to do what I did last year because remember last year all off season long I said, well, they certainly can't have as many injuries in the pitching staff this year. And injuries can't.
And the gods
they can't
were
be
like,
they're like,
hold my
we
beer.
can't, can we? Yeah. You think we can't run up the middle or injure all of your pitchers? Yeah.
We definitely can.
Yeah.
Yep. And they did.
They took D'Amico Ryan's old school approach.
They did.
And they smote. They smote all these players.
They smote them.
So I'm not going to sit here and say that it can't happen again. But if you look at the roster just as objectively as possible, there's a lot of games lost with Jordan and Pena and others that that alone you could say reasonably, like the Vegas odds say, the Vegas odds still have them up pretty high.
Vegas odds probably have them a little too high. I think Schoenfield probably has them way too low. I think they're going to be a competitive baseball team this year. I think they're going to win between 85 and 90 games. And the biggest problem for the Astros right now is that this division now has a team that I think Seattle expects to win 90 to 95 games this year. The division, it's a little like what the Texans are dealing with, too, in the AFC South. Now, the Astros, were never at a point where they were the equivalent of 3-5 last season. But it's a higher rent neighborhood now in both the AFC South and the AL West.
It is. I mean, I agree with you, by the way, because like on the ESPN bet, the Astros are currently tied with the Phillies for the third most favored to win the World Series, 12-1.
I mean, you're losing one of your ace pitchers.
Yeah.
And we got to wait and see what they do. Like this, there is no way I can look at this pitching staff right now and feel like they're the third or fourth best team in baseball.
Mm-hmm.
Hunter Brown, I think, is incredible, and he was just named a finalist for the Cy Young Award yesterday. But after that, Christian Javier is your next surest thing after that, and he certainly didn't look like the 2022 version of himself.
Right, and Christian Javier still hasn't. 2022 was he wasn't a full-time bona fide starter until midway through the season. They ramped him up to it, and he still hasn't established that he can go out there and give you actual starter innings the entire season long and be that best version of himself.
That's exactly right. So we're going to start to get some little free agency in baseball is going to be popping pretty soon.
Mm-hmm.
On ESPN as well that has the best fits for all the big ticket free agents. Kyle Tucker is largely viewed, despite having injuries again this year. And these were like soft tissue type injuries he had this year, too. It wasn't a fluky foul off of his shin. And having another postseason where he had Cub fans saying good riddance to him. Kyle Tucker is still viewed by and large as the crown jewel of this free agency class.
Yeah, so are you going to be watching? Do you expect to say whenever Kyle Tucker gets the contract he gets, okay, yep, no way in hell. No way the Astros were ever going to do anything close to that.
Yes, I expect to say that.
That would be a huge surprise if he signed somewhere for something that looked like a deal that the Astros would ever do.
Yeah, ESPN best fit Los Angeles Dodgers.
You sons of jeez. They already spent, what, $1.1 billion on their pitchers? Whatever. They kept saying it during the broadcast.
$1.1 billion.
Yeah, $1.1 billion.
Yep.
The majority of that, how crazy is that? They spend $1.1 billion on pitchers, and there's one guy that has the majority of that.
Yeah.
Because he also plays other. Yeah, whichever, I guess, with Ohtani, whichever portion you want to attribute to the pitching or whatever. But his contract is $700 million.
$700 million, but he's only making like $2 million a year right now, and they've deferred all the rest of it down the road. Like they credit carded their way into another World Series.
So for Framber, the best fits are the Orioles, or the Houston Astros.
Yeah. Sixers on 75.
Not a chance in hell.
I agree with you.
Is that what they project?
No. That's just me spitballing.
Projection?
Yeah, it's in the neighborhood of some of the projections that I've seen.
I get the sense that the Astros have always looked at this as a summer romance that lasted 6 years, and it is what it is. That they don't have the appetite to give multiple years to Framber Valdez. I think maybe even if he hadn't had they hadn't talked to him, as far as we know, even before this season, about any kind of an extension or anything.
Right.
I think they've already decided long ago that it's time to part ways.
It's funny, the articles that I read about free agency in baseball that do this exercise that ESPN's doing, I mean, there's dozens of them, you can go find them out there, is that very few, if any, that I've read point out just what type of
how the second half of the season turned
how
into,
evil Framber showed up.
Yeah.
We had good Framber, bad Framber. We'd never had evil Framber
off
before.
the top ropes, out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Coming in through,
They don't really talk about. I don't know how much, at least in the eyes of the baseball insiders and experts, how much that's going to impact his earning power.
You know what's really weird about that is that forever, when we watch on national broadcasts, long after Framber had stopped being erratic, the color commentators would still say, well, Framber, he has a hard time. He goes off the rails sometimes and everything. And this was even just in the midst of his 22 quality start streak and everything. That had by and large been forgotten around here. Look on him, though, in so many people's minds is that he's erratic. That this year's weirdness didn't seem as remarkable to them because they felt like, that's just what Framber does, right?
Yeah.
I know. He's kind of erratic, right? Yeah, I got it. Where around here, we're like, no, he had stopped being erratic. Once a season, you had a weird start where things would go off the rails, but then you would get back into it. This was a huge relapse for him.
Yeah. Oh yeah, just like mental errors and just kind of schizophrenia going on with him as well.
Yeah.
Just like crazy stuff going on with Framber. So yeah, Baltimore, best fit for Framber. Another possible fit, the Houston Astros. We should mention Alex Bregman has opted out of his deal with the Red Sox. So he's foregoing 2 years, $80 million to put himself back into the mix. I think he had a good enough season, and he was injured for a big chunk. He missed like 7 weeks of the season. But it seems like the numbers he put up and the defense that he plays, defense went backwards a little bit, but still close to elite. I think my guess is he's hoping to get like the contract that's going to carry him through the rest of his prime years.
This feels a little bit like his agent is Scott Boras. This is kind of what Carlos Correa went through, except Carlos Correa had that medical anomaly that nobody could figure out.
Yep.
But Boras turned it into a 2-year offseason with Carlos Correa, and that's what it feels like with Bregman. It's just going to be a 2-year deal. Whatever the deal that he really, really wanted last year wasn't out there, so they just kicked the can down the road.
They have the Red Sox as the best chance for him. So he's opted out of his deal with the Cordial.
It was kind of a good get to know you year for them, and it seems like all of the articles that I ever read about Bregman out of Boston were that, man, the guy is just brilliant in working with the younger players, and the younger players are just constantly asking him questions. That has a very it just feels right that he would go back there.
Yeah, my feeling on Bregman had always been like he's a guy who's the things he does well show up more on winning teams. They mean more on winning teams because he's all about like a lot of the little things, the defense, the eye that he has.
Well, the competitive at-bats, right.
Competitive at-bats,
on a bad team, the competitive at-bats, you're like, yeah, great, the game's longer.
In the postseason, they're everything.
Yeah.
In the postseason, they're everything. So I always felt like he's a guy who, whatever you're paying him, if you're a winning team, there's a little extra that you're getting. But I think with his last year with the Astros and this year with the Red Sox, what we learned is there's incredible value with him on a young team.
Yeah,
to mentor those.
Well,
guys.
and there's a Carlos Beltran element to it.
Yeah.
That's Carlos Beltran for his lack of contributions on the field. I mean, people still very heavily credit him with one more thing than I'd like, but a lot of other things
they
as well.
credited him with some stuff.
He did. That's the tragedy of Carlos Beltran is that he's very good at the old school way, the natural way of picking up tells and whatnot.
Right.
That part of it, doing it without outside assistance. So but it's hard to talk about that, without the other thing coming up.
Yeah. He brought a lot to the Astros. Yeah. All right, Shelton Benjamin is on his way. We just got a text. He's running a little bit late. Scheduled to join us at 9 o'clock. So we will chat with AEW star Shelton Benjamin.
I'm going to have him show you how to run a half Nelson.
He was
an actual wrestler. He was an amateur wrestler.
A great amateur wrestler. Yeah. So we'll talk about that. AEW's in town for a couple of shows this week, and we'll talk to AEW star Shelton Benjamin.
Is there no half Nelson in pro wrestling?
Sometimes you'll get the guys who were amateur wrestlers, and that'll be sort of the gimmick that they do. Like
the most boring of all wrestling moves.
You'll start doing some scientific wrestling to start the match, and people are like, boo.
I know the full Nelson they use all the time.
Oh, yeah, it's a submission
but you can't
hold
do
for some guys.
You can't do that in amateur.
Yeah, the half Nelson used to scoop the guy over and pin him, right?
Yeah.
Like down on the ground. Yeah. All right, we'll talk to Shelton Benjamin coming up next.
Trajan Wealth. I'll tell you what. Yeah, there's a tried and true.
Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Hi, Payne and Pendergast with you. Oh, there we go. A little Shelton Benjamin theme music action right there.
It's Ben's pulling triple duty. He's playing the theme music, and then he's going to.
He's got to go be the
receptionist. He has to go let them in.
Yeah.
Up at the front door.
Yeah, it's not as easy these days, man.
Morning radio.
Can't just walk in, storm the studio or anything like that. So Ben's going to get Shelton Benjamin, AEW star. AEW in town. We'll hit the promotion here for the appearances. It's coming to Houston. 2 explosive nights of wrestling at Bayou Music Center. AEW Dynamite on Wednesday, November Wednesday. Today's
November 4th.
Today is November 4th, though, right? Yeah, today's not Wednesday. Today's Tuesday. So it's Wednesday, November the 5th.
5th, good call.
And then AEW November the 8th. So that'll be fun, man. You and I went to
a good catch by you. You know, in the actual day of the week and the date.
Because I had
Pretty
something
impressive.
on the schedule. I had something on the schedule today. That's how I knew it. But here he
There he
comes,
is.
sitting down. We got his theme
We
music
got your theme music playing.
right there. Grab that headset right there, Shelton. Right there. Got my man Adam Hopkins in the house too. What's going on, Adam from AEW? AEW star Shelton Benjamin joining us here in studio. As I mentioned, Wednesday, November 5th, AEW Dynamite, AEW Collision. Saturday, November the 8th. You're looking sharp, my man.
Thank you. That's what we do in the Hurt Syndicate.
Yeah, the Hurt Syndicate. Yes. You and Bobby Lashley and MVP. How is it being with those fellas?
Those guys are my family.
Yeah.
So it's like basically going around having fun, beating up people, looking good with my brothers.
Yeah,
so it's just a whole lot of fun.
Right, what's the big storyline right now? Sean's more of the wrestling expert than I am. But what's the big storyline for you? Who's out to get you?
Well, right now the Hurt Syndicate is having let's just say a issue with a group called the Demand. Ricochet and the Gates of Agony. And
what's their deal?
Their deal, they're young and dumb.
Yeah.
And,
I hope you kill them all.
The old bulls have to teach the young bulls how to walk
brash.
down the hill, not run.
They haven't earned it yet.
Not yet. Not yet. Okay. They've got a while to go. I mean, they're great talent. Like first of all, let's start there. Ricochet and the Gates, we're very impressed with them. They look phenomenal. Ricochet's his career, in my opinion.
Yeah.
And he's bringing these two guys along, and it's actually been wonderful working with them.
And Ricochet puts on a show. Ricochet's a high flyer, man.
Ricochet, that guy, I used to be known as a high flyer, and being super athletic and all these things. Ricochet is like next level.
Are you? But you're a big guy though. That's are you for guys that are, if you're to be considered a high flyer, are you amongst the biggest of the largest of dudes like that?
Well, these days, and especially in AEW, yes, I'm a bigger guy.
Yeah.
Obviously, people who follow me know I have a long career at the other place where the average guy was 6'5", 280 pounds.
Yeah.
So during those days, I wasn't considered a big guy, so it was very much my wheelhouse to be flipping and flying. But I've gotten a little older. I've gotten a little brawnier. So. Yeah, ground-based.
I like that. It's a good way to put it. Shelton Benjamin, AEW star, joining us here in studio. AEW is in town this week, Wednesday and Saturday at Bayou Music Center. I saw you in a dark match in Minnesota in 2001 when you were tagged up with Brock
and Jesse
in 2001, and you still look the same. I looked a lot different in that dark match, but that was back when you were in developmental.
Right.
And did you think that you would be still doing this 25 years later?
Absolutely not.
Yeah.
When I started, quite frankly, I was, this will be something good to try for a year or two, and things started working out. So then I kept setting these bars, and I said, okay, maybe around 35 I'll hang it up, and then maybe around 40 I'll hang it up, then maybe around 45 I'll hang it up, and we're not going to go any further than that. But let's just say,
you guys have kind of gone the route of NFL quarterbacks. It's becoming more of a standard to actually be relatively healthier in your older years.
Yeah, I think over the years the industry as a whole has just gotten healthier.
Yeah,
and I've always been very conscious of my body, how I take care of myself, and I think just years of training and a whole lot of luck has a lot to do with the fact that I'm still able to be here doing this at a high level.
Did you have to make a decision? Because things have changed a lot in terms of MMA since 2002 as well. But like now, it's a whole different deal. Did you have when you got out of college, because you won a national championship in college,
right?
Did you have did you have to make a choice about like, hey, I might go pursue MMA versus pro wrestling?
No, for me, not at all. I grew up a fan of pro wrestling. I've wanted to do it since used to middle school. So for me, I always wanted to be a pro wrestler. Now I just happened to be a good amateur wrestler.
Yeah.
And I did get the attention of some MMA stuff, but when I was starting, MMA wasn't nearly
right.
So
it was for crazy people.
Yeah. So I remember watching those real old, fights with, Shamrock and the Great Gracies and all. I was just no.
Yeah.
I'm good. I'm good.
I'd rather perform. But that little gift of gab.
I like knowing the punches are coming.
Well, you're wrestling in South Carolina, and it's like South Carolina is not a hugely respected state for wrestling.
Right. Not at all.
It's tough sometimes to get a look. If you're because people in Iowa and Minnesota and places like that will hear like, oh, great, you're a state champion in South Carolina, whatever.
Right.
So you had to kind of prove yourself in that regard too.
Yes. So I'm a 2-time state champ from South Carolina, but I didn't really get noticed until I went to nationals my senior year, and I took 3rd nationally as a heavyweight.
Mm-hmm.
That weight class at the time was 275. I weighed about 204, but I took 3rd nationally.
Yeah.
Wow.
I then went on to junior college in Susanville, California, to a junior college called Lassen. I won nationals there at heavyweight, and I won nationals in track in the 100 meter. So, I was the world's fastest heavyweight.
Yeah, that's crazy.
From there, I got noticed by Minnesota, and I went became All-American there, and things progressed, and they had connections, in the pro wrestling world, and so I stand before you today, a 25-year vet of pro wrestling.
That's amazing, yeah. World's fastest heavyweight doesn't quite pop in the pro wrestling world, right? That's probably not a gimmick that would get you over too much. But that's a hell of a thing to have back when you're running track in amateur wrestling,
Sean,
right?
Because I'll tell you, his the situation that he had in college is this. Like, NCAA wrestling class, the weight classes are so dumb. They go from, I think now there's like a 197 or something, up to 285.
Yeah.
So if you're like a 210-pound guy, you could either suck weight all year long and be emaciated, or just wrestle up. That's a big challenge.
Seth's brother was teammates.
He went from 177 to heavyweight his senior year.
Oh wow!
He went to Clarion.
He was teammates with Kurt.
Yeah. So they were teammates. Kurt Angle and my brother were teammates in college.
That's crazy.
But he was in the same dynamic as you. It's tough to, even if you're good. Like those guys leaning on you for a full match, it takes a toll.
So when I was in high school, my first match I wrestled 189. That was the weight class then, and then the next weight class was heavyweight 275. And when my coach Raleigh Jackson, when he asked me to join the team, and he basically said, "Yeah, we're going to have you go at this weight class," and they weighed me, and I was like just a little over 200, and I basically told him, "Look, if you want me to be an amateur wrestler, I'm not starving myself.
Yeah.
My mom can cook. I'm not missing one of those meals." So they just decided, I did my first tournament as a heavyweight, and I did pretty good. And so the assistant coach, Dave Wilson, he actually just said, "I think we just leave my heavyweight." And that's what they did. And I've been a heavyweight my entire career. The heaviest I competed at was 217. But my weight class was 285.
That's impressive. That's impressive because that's a lot of
that's crazy, man.
You got to have good endurance there to go against guys 50 pounds heavier than you that whole time.
So we're talking to AEW star Shelton Benjamin. AEW Saturday this week for AEW Dynamite and Collision, both on TV, live on TBS for Dynamite and stream on HBO Max, and Collision's on TNT and also streams on HBO Max. And you can get your tickets, AEWTix.com and Ticketmaster. So what's your finisher these days?
My finish is one of the most powerful finishes you'll ever find in pro wrestling world. I call my finish Bobby Lashley.
Hot tag Bobby Lashley and bring him in and let him finish things off.
Exactly.
That's great.
You know, we're a 1-2 punch.
Yeah. No, do you enjoy being part of a faction versus being, because you've done both throughout your career? I've
done both. Honestly, I really do enjoy being a part of a faction. This is the third faction I've been a part of.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously there was Team Angle, and then a lot of people aren't aware of this. I wrestled for New Japan and Pro Wrestling No Out in Japan.
Yeah.
I was in a group called Suzuki-gun.
I was aware of that.
Yeah.
I was curious about that. Yeah, about wrestling in Japan.
So coming back here, as far as the Hurt Syndicate goes, like the great thing about being a part of this particular faction is that these are legitimately my best friends.
Mm-hmm.
These are my brothers. These are the people that I'm going to be hanging with anyway. So to be able to be a part of this with my brothers, MVP says all the time, there's nothing like, hanging out with your friends and just making money, having a good time.
Yeah.
And it's priceless. It's my favorite thing ever.
And you guys, now back in the day when you broke in, those would be the guys you'd be driving from town to shows a week, with it being a largely TV-based product now.
Absolutely.
I'd imagine that helps you stay young too, just not having to be on the road all the time.
It definitely helps, but I'll be honest, because I started so long ago when the business was very different. I really appreciate that time on the road.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't become a pro wrestler so I could have time at home. I enjoy what I do. I enjoy the travel. I enjoy the fans. I enjoy everything about it. Of course, I really enjoy my time off these days. I've got a couple kids. Even though I shouldn't say I have a couple kids, I have a couple young adults these days.
Yeah.
So my time at home is short but sweet.
Yeah.
But I appreciate that. But also, I believe that I've been able to last so long is because of all the lessons that I learned early, because of all the reps I got in early compared to today's talent.
So you never had the moment. You were a kid that dreamed of being a pro wrestler when you grew up, and it sounds like, tell me if I'm wrong, you didn't have some moment where you got into the business and you're like, oh, this isn't what it's cracked up to be. Like you've just been living the dream the whole time you've been doing it.
Since I got in, it's been feet first.
Yeah,
and I love it, and I can't imagine myself doing anything differently. I am exactly where I want to be.
Who were your? Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Shelton. Who were your guys growing up? Who were your favorites?
So in South Carolina, I grew up mostly with the Crockett promotion.
Yep.
So obviously Dusty Rhodes, Jim Cornette, who's actually one of my original. Rock and Roll Express made me fall in love with wrestling.
Okay.
And ever since the day I saw him fighting in the crowd with Hot Stuff Eddie Gilbert, Sting has been my number one wrestler of all time. Like and it's funny because I just a week or so ago, maybe 2 weeks, I finally had a chance to. I met him once before. It was very brief, but I finally had a chance to meet him backstage recently when he just came back, and I got to thank him for inspiring my entire career.
That's so cool.
That sounds like, man, you're living the dream.
Yeah,
because that's the kind of stuff that you do. Even you get to you probably feel like a 19-year-old kid when you're telling Sting that.
There's no Disney commercial with a little kid is walking around Disneyland and he's like, I can't wait to see Mickey. I'm going to tell Mickey all this and that. And finally he sees Mickey and he freezes. And that was me. That was a little kid in me when I actually met him. I was just like, now he doesn't realize this, and I'll let you guys in on it too. Twice I came across him backstage, but again, that little kid in me came out.
You got intimidated.
You got nervous.
I got intimidated. And I just stood there and stared at him, and I fled the room. Matter of fact, he was at All In Texas, and I remember walking in the room, and he had his back to me, and I just like, that's Sting. And the little kid was like part of me was like, should I say hi? Say hi?
Yeah.
Nope.
Did you regret not saying hi to him afterwards?
I did.
Yeah.
I really did. But I knew he was a part of the company, so I was like, in my head, it wasn't that I was fleeing. It was like, okay, I'm building it up. I just ran.
I
And
can see it turns into one of those moments where, when you talk to kids sometimes you can tell they're nervous. And they're asking questions, everything. I could just see him asking you a bunch of questions.
Right.
Like, so where'd you go to high school?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. AEW star Shelton Benjamin joining us here. All right.
And then you gave him your Coke. And
oh, like
he
Mean
turned
Joe
to walk
Green?
away, and he said he'd turn around and sting through his trunks to you.
Yeah.
He threw me his jersey.
Yeah, he threw you his jersey, exactly.
In his case, he threw me a can of paint. Go put your face.
Yeah, that's exactly right. That's exactly right. AEW star Shelton Benjamin joining us. All right, so Wednesday, Saturday, this week, Bayou Music Center. We got a lot of wrestling fans that listen to the show. Let's talk them into the building here. Tell us what we're going to see at these AEW shows.
What you're going to see are some of the most phenomenal pro wrestlers in the business. And I say that as a wrestling fan, since becoming a part of this roster, I really had a chance to check it out. And I mean, man, the talent's unbelievable. I see maneuvers and moves that, you know, they look straight out of a video game sometimes to me. I'm so amazed at some of the talent there. Guys, you know, obviously the young bucks who they're so creative. I'm blown away by their creativity. Obviously, the Hurt Syndicate will be in the house.
Hell yeah!
So they're just so much. There's something for everyone.
So no, it is. You know what? I mean, because I don't. Sean's a much bigger into wrestling than I am, and I hadn't been to an event in a long, long time. The last time we went to an AEW event, I ended up I almost did so. I got into it, man.
Yeah.
It was awesome. It was really cool.
Yeah, it was great. It's a good time. No doubt.
If you're not a big pro wrestling fan or whatever, you haven't gone in a long time, go as an adult and commit to being into it.
Yes.
Like you have to commit it. And then, man, I'm still pissed off about they abducted that woman, Sean. And we never got a follow-up on what happened to her.
We don't know whatever happened.
They abducted her right in front of us. You didn't do a damn thing about it.
I didn't. Well, no. Those are big guys. I was expecting you to do something about it. Or Brian Bosworth, who was sitting with us, do something about it. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, we were front row, and Seth was standing over top of people when they get whipped into the guardrail right there, cheering them on. Like, get up. Get up.
You know what? I got a lot of props for. The guy was really appreciative. Who was it? Lost his knee brace or his elbow brace?
Somebody I forget who that was.
Stripped it off, and it got thrown into the crowd.
Yeah.
And I grabbed it, and I waited for somebody to come by, and I never thought about it because it was not a no-name guy, but it was somebody people didn't know.
Yeah.
And I gave it back, and the guy came out later, and he was so appreciative because it was like some young kid who probably, he's paying for that himself and everything. It was probably like $100 brace.
Yeah.
It's funny. Just to bring up a quick story. Recently, the Hurt Syndicate had a street fight with the Demand, and during that fight, the Hurt Syndicate, we always dress to impress, even in a street fight. So most guys might come in jeans and t-shirts. Nah, we came in suited and booted. And at one point during that match, I want to say Bishop Khan ripped my shirt off. And all of my shirts are custom made.
Oh, yeah.
Like, most people, these are ripped custom made shirt off. And then he threw it into the crowd. And I remember after the match going, hey, where's my shirt? And they're like, oh, he threw it into the crowd. I'm like, are you kidding me? That's a $200 custom made shirt, man.
Oh, man.
Did you get it back or no?
No.
Yeah.
No. Bishop Khan owes me some money. Matter of fact,
go ahead.
I was going to say, that's why we have issue to this day.
I was going to say, there's the base, there's the feud right there.
You know damn well whoever caught the shirt, it just didn't fit them.
No.
There's only so many guys with that physique walking around in the world.
Hey, if you can hear this, whoever has my shirt, I want it back.
Yeah. Oh, they're listening.
Dry cleaned.
Hanger and dry clean. Yes. AEW star Shelton Benjamin. Again, AEW coming to Houston, 2 explosive nights of wrestling action. It's going to be at the Bayou Music Center. AEW Dynamite on Wednesday this week, AEW Collision on Saturday this week. And if you can't make it out there, Dynamite airs live on TBS and streams on HBO Max. Collision airs live on TNT and streams on HBO Max as well. Tickets available for both shows, AEWTix.com and on Ticketmaster. Yeah, Seth and I, before we get you out of here, we interviewed Tony Khan at the Super Bowl a couple years ago.
Oh, nice.
He is super passionate about what you guys do.
Tony is
the owner. Yeah,
Tony is the biggest fan that I think any of us knows. Like he's passionate about the business, what he's created for wrestling and for the wrestlers is phenomenal. And my hat's off for him because he is such a good guy. And he's really done the wrestling world a favor. Phenomenal.
More companies, the better for everybody.
Absolutely.
Right?
Absolutely. Better for everyone.
Better for everybody. Yep, no doubt. Shelton Benjamin, we appreciate the time, man. Have a great couple great shows this week, and we're rooting for the Hurt Syndicate.
Awesome. Thanks for having me.
All right, good stuff. Shelton Benjamin joining us here on Sports Radio 610. All right, up next, power ranking of the power rankings. We will do that. How did the Texans fare in the power rankings this week? That is coming up next.
Hey, if you are looking for
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway, exit Kirkwood, and take the first under giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast. Big thanks to Shelton Benjamin, AEW star, joining us here in studio. He was good. Man, he's
really good. I like him.
I like him a lot.
He's not just some. He doesn't have a gigantic ego.
No. He's sharp
just that
dresser.
Quiet confidence.
Sharp dresser, too. I love that he and his faction had a street fight on a show, and they did it in suits. Because that's what we wear on the streets. That's really funny. All right, if you missed that interview, if you missed anything, the Rewind feature. The Rewind feature is working. You know how I know? We got a text 16 minutes ago from somebody that suggested Gilbert Gottfried reading the Bible.
Reading the Bible, yeah.
Which was something we suggested in the 6 o'clock
Well,
hour.
because CJ's not supposed to be reading right now.
Oh,
First couple
yeah.
days of the concussion protocol, not supposed to be watching a lot of TV or reading or anything. Give your eyes a break and your brain a break, all that.
Yep.
So, I don't know. So, but we felt he's probably has an urge to read the Bible. He's got to have somebody read it to him.
Yep, audiobooks or someone read it to him.
Did
That's
Gilbert
right.
Gottfried die or is he alive? He died.
He passed away? Okay.
R.I.P. Duck Dude.
Yeah, then a Gilbert Gottfried impersonator then can read the Bible to CJ. All right, you ready to do the power ranking of the power rankings, my friend?
Give it to me, Sean.
All right, let's do it here. The power ranking of the power rankings. We take 5 different power rankings from the football world, the experts, so to speak, and we power rank them based on how they've graded our Houston Texans. SI.com. The 5 that are in the mix here are USA Today, The Athletic, ESPN, CBS, and the 5th place one, SI.com, which has the Texans 22nd overall.
What am I going to do? Get angry about this? I'd love to.
Down 4 big notches from last week. Well, I like when they get down this far into the rankings. I think one good thing to do to frame exactly where they are right now, they're behind the Atlanta Falcons and just ahead of the Cincinnati Bengals.
Right.
That's who we're dealing with.
The Bengals, the opposite situation of the Texans, which is the Bengals have a defense that they cannot trust. But look, they got Joe Burrow and an incredible offense.
Joe Flacco.
Excuse me, Joe Flacco. Yes.
Sometimes Joe Burrow.
Eventually Joe Burrow, yes.
Yeah. Flacco threw for 470 this week.
I know.
It was crazy.
So he's been one good game, one bad game, one good game so far,
Yep,
right?
you're
3
right.
games with them.
You're right. All right, so the SI.com, and here's what they say real quickly about the Texans. One incredible aspect of Sunday's Texans loss to the Broncos is that all of Houston's points were a direct result of some fantastic special teams play. Not only is the defense playing at a first-class level, but Frank Ross's special teams unit is once again among the best in the NFL. That's a really good point. I should have bumped them higher up in the power rankings.
That was when I think about
Frank Ross a little love.
When I think about missed opportunities on special teams, I think, or on offense, I think about Danico Autry. Now, why don't you? Could you block it better next time?
Right.
So that it actually goes behind the offensive line of scrimmage.
Scoop and score.
Yeah. Come on, Danico Autry.
Get a full hand on it.
What are you even doing?
Oh my God.
That feels more likely and realistic. That looks like they need Danico Autry to come up again.
They need a blocked
field goal. They need him on this last one. He needs to do it on this one.
Who's their best offensive weapon? Danico Autry.
Danico Autry.
Blocking
blocking kicks.
Yep, that's it. All right, number 4, power ranking of the power rankings. The Athletic, in their eye-friendly fonts, they have the Texans 21st, also down 4 big notches from 17 last week. They give a mid-season grade to each team, Seth, in this particular power ranking.
Yeah.
I don't know if you're looking at it or not.
I'm not looking at it.
Okay, so what would you give the Texans as a team for a midseason grade?
As a team.
As a team.
I got to remember the defense and the special teams are included in that.
They are.
I'll give them a C.
C- for the Athletic. Give Seth a ding for that. He was close.
C- was my first thought, and then I don't want to dock the defense and the special teams too much.
Well, I think you could argue the offense has been bad
They've been an F,
to drag the other two units down to a C-. The Texans may have the best defense in the NFL and still can't get to 500, in part because of how bad their offensive line is. They've struggled to run the ball and might be without C.J. Stroud next week.
I was looking at the Broncos. That's where I was actually looking at when you asked if I was looking at it. Because I can't. Now we're back in the territory where I have to Control F to find the Texans because I don't want to scroll down that far. So, but first I got to the Broncos, who are 8th in this power ranking. Yeah. Bo Nix ranks 31st in success rate among 34 qualifying quarterbacks, ahead of only Dylan Gabriel, Cam Ward, and Russell Wilson.
You were all over that the week leading up to the game, and
I watched a bunch of Broncos, and I'm trying to visit Nix, and it is like you see, he's a gifted Tebow. He's a more gifted Tebow, but he's not a good quarterback, not a good quarterback. But man, all of a sudden in the fourth quarter he shows up.
Yeah, he makes plays.
He's an advanced version of Tebow.
Mm-hmm. Yep. All right, number 3, power ranking of the power rankings, CBSSports.com. They've got the Texans 20th. This is Pete Prisco, down 6 notches to 20th.
You skipped over ESPN?
Did I? Oh, did I? Oh, sorry. Did I skip over ESPN? I did. Sorry. ESPN is 3. They are 3. I had them in the wrong order on my tabs. They've got the Texans 20th as well. DJ Bieneme has this to say: most important game remaining is the category. The most important game remaining this week against the Jags. I think it's a great point. If they lose this game, there's 3-6. It would also mean being swept by a divisional opponent, which would hurt the Texans in tiebreaker scenarios and put them in a position to have to run the table for any chance at the playoffs. Presently, they have a 12.7% chance to make the postseason, which I'll be honest, sounds high.
It sounds high, except that you remember that there are, as bad as it ever feels when you've got a below-average NFL team, that there's others that are way below, and that they've expanded the playoffs.
Yeah.
So with 7 teams, that you can look at it, at the very least, you look on the standings, and right now the Texans are 9th, right?
They're
in the
9th.
wild card.
Yeah.
They're 2 below the Chiefs and who's the other one?
I think
the
the Chargers might be 7th. Yeah.
But they've got 2 wins less than any of those teams above them. And in trying to figure out how you close that gap with the schedule the Texans have from this week.
Got to win this week.
You just absolutely. This is I hate must-win games.
I was going to say, it sounds like you say it's set.
This is a must-win game.
It's a must-win game. It is. It absolutely is this week.
It's on a 3-game homestand.
Yes.
You squandered a chance to take care of the Broncos.
You've squandered 5 chances this year to win games. You've squandered, maybe not the Seahawks game. Well, you squandered that one because you made 50 mistakes in that game. You helped the Seahawks. Anyways, number 2, CBSSports.com. And this is what Pete Prisco says. Their season might be on the line against the Jags, and C.J. Stroud is in concussion protocol. That's not good.
Yeah, thanks, Pete.
Thanks for nothing.
Appreciate it. I wasn't sure if it was good or not.
What was I thinking?
I didn't know if C.J. Stroud being in the concussion protocol was going to be a net positive or a negative.
Right.
What's the EPA on that?
Yeah.
You can't talk about anything with football without talking about where they are in EPA.
Yep.
C.J. Stroud in the concussion protocol. Bad EPA.
Bingo. All right, number 1. With a bullet, power ranking of the power rankings. USA Today.
Long respected as one of the most serious journalistic endeavors in all of journalism. Yes.
And the most American of all the outlets.
Yes.
The words
They're
USA.
not trying to put on airs. That's right. USA Today.
It's an American outlet, man. 14th.
14th. Tariff free.
The power ranking of the power rankings. Actually, Seth, up 1 notch off of the Broncos game. USA Today went and bumped the Texans up a notch to 4. 3 of the next 4 games are against AFC South opponents. Time for the reigning division champs to take it up a notch.
That's right. How about raining down blows upon a divisional foe? Reigning champs, raining down blows upon you.
Which one do you think is more accurate? The Texans being 14th or the Indianapolis Colts being 12th?
Whoa. 12th. I like it, but again, the very serious journalism that goes on over at USA Today, far be it from me to question their judgment.
That's right.
What's he say about them?
6 turnovers? Maybe they had a bad day. Maybe they were overrated, as some, raise his hand, he says, suspected. Maybe it's a little bit of both. We'll know for sure when the varsity schedule truly kicks in after a Week 11 bye, but they're still the AFC's number 1 playoff seed, technically, for now.
Yeah.
So that's,
they're, by EPA, they're the number 1 team in the league as well, for whatever that's worth.
Are they?
Offensively, yeah. I don't know about.
Dude, they need this. I couldn't believe it when I saw the Steelers needed 6 turnovers to win by 7 points. 6-1 in the turnover margin.
Yeah, that's a rough one.
I
mean, that's also, though, you could look at that on either side. It's tough to. You have a day where you turn the ball over 6 times. Look, it doesn't matter who you are. Unless you're weird versions of the Texans who at times lose games despite either being they'll lose games that they're like +4 in, or they'll win games that they're -4 in.
Even this one on Sunday, they were +2.
Yeah,
you're supposed to win at +2 like 80% of the time.
The score, the box score doesn't just how miserable an offensive performance that was, especially even like. Immediately after the game, we've talked about this. Oh, you know what? The offensive line held up all right in pass protection until you go back and you watch and you realize, the Broncos really were not even trying to rush the passer. They were just throwing up a bunch of smoke in front of Davis Mills and expecting him not to be able to find receivers.
They were right. All right, Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. Streaming November 16th on Paramount Plus. It's the return of Landman. Oh, nice.
Billy
watch
Bob?
Landman? You watch any of it?
I have not.
It's good.
Well, having been a landman, I know I'm going to watch
true.
it and be like, it's not the way it's actually
Seth's
done.
been a landman before.
My 18 months as a landman gives me the authority to judge all things landman.
You'd like it, I think. It's good. Billy
No,
Bob.
I actually probably would.
Yeah.
And honestly, the way I operated, Sean, it probably was a lot like they have Billy Bob Thornton do it. I didn't wait for people to say yes or sign the documents with their hands. I'd sign it for them.
That's right.
That's right.
Guy's got a Billy Bob vibe.
Got my little what do you call it? Never mind.
Okay.
Figure it out later.
It's a Taylor Sheridan joint, Landman, co-creator of Yellowstone. Academy Award winner Billy Bob Thornton is back. Academy Award nominee Demi Moore, Andy Garcia, and Sam Elliott in this season. Ooh, that's some star power right there. It's Landman, new season, streaming November 16th. Only on Paramount Plus.
I didn't realize that Tyler Sheridan there. I'd never really read about him much, and I didn't realize that he started writing Yellowstone just when he wasn't making it as an actor. It wasn't Yellowstone. It was another show.
Okay.
Actor. He struggled.
He started writing,
and he said, he took out a loan or sold something for just to get by for a few months, and he started writing, and whatever he wrote was a hit.
It worked out.
Yeah.
We'll have to look it up during the break. I wonder what it was. All right. Coming up next, trade deadline day today. So some final segment coming up. What are we preparing for here with the Texans when it comes to trades today? But before we do that, Prize Picks, America's #1 daily fantasy app.
from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Here was Nick Caserio last week on Texans All Access when John and Mark asked him about trade deadline. What's been going on, Nick?
Probably over the last week or two, there's probably you feeling a few more calls. I don't want to say we've talked to just about everybody in the league. And you're really, in the end, all right, who's realistically available? Mm-hmm. What's the cost associated with it? Because I think sometimes there's reports, oh, so-and-so is available. And then you might call and say, hey, I was just following up. And they'll be like, nah, it's kind of a garbage report. It's like, okay, no problem. At least you have more accurate information. Mm-hmm. So, all right, who's realistically available? What are your needs? What are you looking for? Is there a match? So, look, we'll see what happens here at the trade deadline. But we've made a number of calls. I would say if anything comes to fruition, it will. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Then we'll move forward.
That's funny. He's talking about reports like that. Basically, that tells me that somebody's got Twitter open and they're basically just seeing what Schefter and Rossini and Rappaport are putting out there.
Yeah, what are they throwing out there? Because you can probably tell which ones are agents throwing. There might be more conversations with the agents right around now about off the record, whatever. A lot of GMs genuinely don't know what's available or what might happen until these last 48 hours when really things start to fold days back when you might be able to take advantage of a known drunk or something. GM, back in the day, there used to be a lot of weird trades where basically the explanation was like these guys they had dinner together and they were drunk as hell and they came up with this stupid trade.
I know, I miss those days.
Yeah,
those were good times.
Yeah, now everybody's all sober pretty much. They got rid of the guy in Arizona, and
now
and now
well, he was actually making good deals. He hoodwinked O'Brien.
Well, some guys operate better when they're just a little faster and looser.
That's
and kind of shooting from the hip. Yeah,
better gift of gab. Yeah, maybe so. I think the biggest in thinking this through, the trade deadline is in about 5 hours, 3:00 local time today. I think the thing that would be the biggest surprise for the Texans would not be no trades. I don't think I'd be shocked if they were a moderate buyer. Let me do this. The most likely thing to me is that there's a trade at some position of need, on the back end of the depth chart, like tight end, where they find some tight end that a team is willing to deal, and it's that guy and a 7th for a 6th or something like that. One of those pick swap deals. The most surprising thing to me wouldn't be making a big deal for like a Breece Hall or something like that. The most surprising thing would be if the Texans traded a player who was a rotation type, like a player who plays for them. It would shock me if it were like a marquee starter. We've got a lot of people texting into today like, hey, teams trade us for Danielle Hunter. And it's like, they're not trading Danielle Hunter. It's a fun thought process. It's a fun, brain game to play. What could you fetch for Danielle Hunter without knowing what the dead money would be on the bonuses and stuff? Them trading a player that plays, like 50% of the snaps or something like that.
Yeah,
that would shock me today.
Trading Danielle Hunter is that the problem is you're at 3-5, and there's no way that they're going to be in extreme sell mode where they're just giving away the few. Like there's still. It doesn't, it's not a realistic mathematical chance of making the playoffs, but you're at 3-5 and you've got some really good elements on the team. There's no part of me that wants to see them have a fire sale to where all of a sudden you're building for the future here.
No, but there are people who want that right now.
Yeah. I'm not there. I think in terms of a position I'd like to see, interior offensive line, obviously. Like center or left guard, that's dicey. Even if you get a good player just coming in mid-season.
They're rotating.
I know they're okay. Good call. All right, they're still having a tryout at left guard. Okay,
why not?
You're exactly right, Sean. You're 100% right. What the hell? What's wrong with me? You're right. They can't figure out who the starting left guard is. So, bring in somebody who's at least played really good left guard as of late and plug him in there. Oh, he doesn't know the playbook. Who cares?
Yeah, these
guys don't know the playbook.
Thank you.
My God. Idiot old Sethers.
As far as the chatter around the trade deadline, Rossini had a bunch of little nuggets. Myles Garrett not expected to be traded. Trey Hendrickson, I guess, would be the biggest name to keep an eye on here.
Yeah.
For the next 5
are waiting for Trey Hendrickson.
No.
Did she?
Oh, no.
She didn't mention anything about Njoku, the tight end, did she?
Not that I saw.
Yeah. That's the one that would intrigue me just because I understand it and I get it. I've swayed off of wanting to trade for Breece Hall just because they've got, yes, they could use more explosiveness at running back, but he's not so good that all of a sudden he's going to make everything else on the offense look good. I do think that bringing in another viable receiving threat tight end could change the offense and make them they could lean into some things and maybe have some more success in the running game at times. Have two receiving threats at tight end out there at any given time. I'm intrigued by that. That could make I'm not saying that all of a sudden makes Nick Caley an awesome offensive coordinator or anything, but that could make them that might have the most bang for the buck.
The other thing to keep an eye on too, I think once the trade deadline comes and goes, we're into that part of the year where if you cut a guy, he's got to go through waivers.
Yeah.
And so the Texans, that actually benefits the Texans somewhat right now.
They're higher on the waiver wire than they.
Yeah, it's basically the waiver wire is the order of what the draft would be.
Yeah.
So, and Nick Caserio has not been bashful about picking guys up off of waivers from other teams.
Mm-hmm.
That's how Derek Barnett got into the building. Remember, he picked up Tier Tart a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
Who's actually been good wherever he's playing right now. Deontay Johnson last year. Remember
That's right. I was excited about Deontay Johnson.
Remember the Deontay Johnson experiment?
Here we go. And then we got a nice. Wasn't he disgruntled after the victory because he didn't play as much?
He was disgruntled after the playoff game.
That's right. We got a receiver being disgruntled after a win. Is everything he could have wanted to get out of a trade for a wide receiver.
A receiver who at the time was playing for his fourth team in a calendar year.
Upset about the number of opportunities he was getting.
Yes. So, but that's something to keep an eye on. That is. I mean, Nick talks about that all the time. Like, it's all these different avenues to get guys in the building. He is a much more chronic user of the waiver wire than most GMs.
He's got. Did you see, by the way, since we're talking about tight ends and old tight ends, that Mercedes Lewis became the oldest tight end to ever take a snap?
I knew he was 41. I didn't know that he was.
I believe that because
he got in that game.
Yeah, and I think it's the oldest tight end, or at least since a certain date.
Yeah,
he's 41 years old.
41.
I was a little bit surprised that there hasn't been a 41-year-old out there at some point.
Yeah, because
tight end, you can. That's a position that you can grow old gracefully.
You can age well.
You don't have to be used all the time.
Yes.
But if you got a veteran that you try, like Gronk when he went to Tampa.
Yep.
Was they used them selectively.
That is surprising. That 41 would be the oldest.
You think they're just, especially the big guys, like the 6'7" guys, would just be out there as a big target that you could rely on.
That was crazy seeing that.
I'm underselling just how miserable my body felt at the age of 41. Now I'm sitting here. Now I'm like 41, spring chicken.
Yeah. You can go another 5 years. This Mercedes Lewis, I tells you. So we'll keep an eye on things today, and this is where in the loop, being on 10 to 2, there'll be some things that are popping during their show today, trade deadline wise.
You guys are salivating. I've seen it. John. Drooling.
His goatee. Yeah. There's
that has nothing to do with the trade dedeadline, though.
No.
That's an early onset dementia.
He just drools from time to time. That's how that goes.
Oh, that's great. How you boys doing?
Terrific, man.
Yeah.
It's trade deadline day.
Deadline day.
Yeah.
I told Seth, I thought the highest odds of something happening, like what would be the most likely thing to happen? I think there will be a trade with the Texans, and I think it'll be a lower level, like this guy and a late pick for a little higher of a late pick deal, like for a tight end, something like that.
Either that or nothing.
Running back, maybe. I think they could use another running back. We are one big hit away from either Dameon Pierce or Daria Gumbawale being a 50-50 partner in the touches in the backfield. I don't like that.
But not like Achane or something like that.
Not like Achane, no, but I just mean somebody
See, now Achane gets me excited.
Yeah.
More than Breece Hall.
More than Breece Hall. Me too.
Yeah.
Well, Achane's got big playability.
Yeah.
Yes. Like big, like game-changing 80-yard type big playability.
Yeah, but the NFL trade deadline always ends up being you trick yourself into thinking about it like baseball trade deadline, and it's just not.
I'm amped for it.
It ends up being
now.
more Fire Fest than anything.
Fire Fest, yes. So I think that's the most likely to me is they make some lower level trade. The biggest surprise would be if they traded somebody who plays a lot for them, like if they were a seller.
Depends on what side of the ball.
that anybody wants anybody on the offensive side of the ball from the Texans. I mean, I think if they trade somebody, it's going to be on the defensive side of the ball. Like if they traded, I don't know, like they traded someone like Mario Edwards for a 6th round pick, that would shock me. Like that would tell me, like, you know, because you're ripping away from a part of the team that D'Amico is a huge defensive line enthusiast.
Also says a lot about where they think they really are.
That's exactly right. Yeah, and I don't think they look at. I think they are still looking at themselves. Hell, D'Amico looks at the offense like some smash mouth thing that can score from the 1 yard line.
Oh, we'll be talking about that today.
They for sure look at themselves as a live 3-5 team right now.
No, it's mirror on the wall stuff.
Yeah,
with D'Amico in this offense, he sees, you know, instill your will and all this, and I'm like, where, how?
No.
Yeah. You know.
And I think the rest of the NFL is like, bring it on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hope you keep looking at yourself that way.
Yeah.
Please do. Yep, please do. All right, question of the day.
All right, so happy Election Day.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Worked hard.
What sports-related legislation or sports to life legislation should be on the ballot? I have 2 that immediately popped to mind just to get you thinking.
Okay.
The Super Bowl needs to be on the ballot. Super Bowl on a Saturday.
Oh,
I like that.
Super Bowl should be on a Saturday.
Yeah.
They'd be like, no, but the alliteration. Aha! Super Bowl Saturday. Yeah.
Yeah. Good job on that one, John. I like that. That would be fun to be able to spend all day Sunday consuming all the content.
Oh, yeah. That'd be just immediately all day long going over the different highlights.
Force.
That's right. Everybody, people not calling it.
Yes.
They wouldn't be in there.
Yes.
Your forklift operator wouldn't be hungover or still
banging
drunk.
into stuff.
Yeah.
Boy, I have nothing that's that dynamic or impactful. That's a good one. Yeah. Well, you said you had another one?
The college football short shorts, they got to go.
Oh, the guys basically wearing just bike shorts.
They're wearing a thong.
To what end?
Reggie's not voting.
You
for
feel
you.
like that feels like hating.
They
I
got
feel like
it.
you are looking at your thighs and not seeing their thighs and going, cover that up.
No,
It is weird. It's just weird. It makes it feel like a practice or something. It's like you're out there watching a 2-a-days practice.
Yes.
Sure, but at that point, we're just doing appearances because it's not like the longer pants have pads in them.
Again,
we've long done away with that.
I always wore my knee pads.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, but now the youths don't.
Yeah, I know. Reginald, this is one of my long-standing gripes about running back health. If you watch, it wasn't too long ago that you looked at any running back in the league, and they had a boatload of pads.
That's right.
Gigantic shoulder pads.
Eric Dickerson
big thigh pads.
Eric Dickerson said any pad they hand me.
Curtis Martin, same way. We're one of the most durable in history, and now guys are out there basically running around naked.
Yep.
And
see, we need to be able to vote for these things.
Yeah, we do. You're right. You're right. What is you have a good
Mine
one.
is okay, this is the one. Okay.
Hey, real quick. Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto.
Good job, Sean. I think rally scoring in volleyball changed the way because when we grew up, it was tennis.
You had to have the
you
ball.
had to have the serve to score a point. They changed the rally scoring where there's a point on every play, and it's amazing how awesome and tense it gets and everything. It's really, really cool. Rally scoring in football, you punt the ball, 2 points to the opponent. Yeah,
that's awesome.
Because it would be for one, you're just a big defensive stand. You're getting 2 points, or as an offense, man, the decision making on fourth down gets really interesting.
That would wreak havoc with fantasy
rally
football.
scoring in football.
I love this.
I gotta find one of these smaller pro leagues to see if they can give it a whirl.
One of the things about that is I think that changed the entire dynamic of hiring practices. We've had just offensive minds really ravaged because you got to get an offensive coordinator, you got to hire a head coach who's an offensive mind, so your offensive coordinator doesn't get stolen by someone else. Like at some point, defensive minds have been really hampered and held back. That brings a good defensive coordinator, gives them more opportunity to shine.
Yeah, it might actually kill the field goal. Yeah, let's get rid of the field goal kicking while we're at it too. There's no more field goals. It's always you get 3 points for a defensive stand.
Yeah, sorry, Amy, you're at McDonald's now. Yeah. Okay. Mine is, I've said this for a long time. I'm a big watcher of TV, and I like the ticker going across the bottom of the screen with scores. During basketball season, college basketball, that is, and this was more when I was betting on college basketball a lot. I don't bet on college basketball hardly at all anymore, but I think there are a lot of people out there that do. So I would propose this for them, which is, can you please, if it's a women's college basketball game, put like a pink backing for it, or put it in a pink font so that I know that it's women. If I'm glancing up, I'm like, holy crap. by 52 right now. Can you please put the women's basketball in a designated color so I can just glance up and know, all right, well, that's not, because I don't bet on a lot of women's basketball. So that's number one. Number two.
Maybe you should.
Maybe I should. I would create a special blue ribbon committee to meld the rule books of the NFL and college.
Make it more similar.
Take the best, what I think are the best rules in each. The whole thing in college where if a guy catches a ball and nobody's touched him yet, that he can't get up and run is the silliest thing ever.
I've always wondered,
and I have several others, but
the hash marks alone make a huge difference in the offense, and it's a lot. It makes it a little bit easier to be a guy. Yeah, I wish I
could see them doing that.
Yeah,
for the kicks alone, the guys would actually have to kick at an angle now.
Yeah,
field goals. So I think that. I mean, we were starting to see it. Like, they adopted the 2-minute warning. Although, for some reason, they call it the 2-minute timeout.
Well, to be fair, what the hell is a 2-minute warning?
Like, but that's just what we've called it forever.
Yes. But it's the whole concept of a 2-minute warning.
You got 2 minutes.
Dumb.
Yeah. So I'm actually with college football. They're like, that doesn't actually make sense. Let's use the word that makes sense. NFL needs to change.
Consistency in rules. I like the college pass interference rule better than the spot foul in the NFL.
Yeah, but they'd interfere every snap almost in the NFL. Because they trust their defense.
But you kill the all-PI offense, though.
Yeah, but I don't I'd go the other way.
Yeah, see, that'd be the one that had the most debate, I think.
Because if you just had 15 yards, you know this. Defensive every time I get beat.
It does make it more. The risk reward is a lot less. It would be the NFL would never agree to it because it would mean less offense. Yeah. It would be the remote. You can have a strategic pass interference.
I get what you're saying for sure. Yeah. I just think some of these pass interference calls, like the ones that are 40 yards downfield are 50-50, and you're putting it in the hands of a ref, is way too punitive.
And is it so bad to give the defense a little bit of something at this time in the era of football? Like, give the defense a little something here, right?
I just think it's too punitive. On the long ones, I just think that there's a penalty that can swing the field.
But if I'm the defensive coordinator, I'm like, do it. Take them.
Maybe you have degrees of it. If it's certain length downfield, there's a 25-yard pass interference.
But even that 15 yards, that's a chunk play, right? Like, I don't think you're.
Why aren't they doing it in college then?
Right.
Why isn't there pass interference on every play in college then?
I just don't think it would happen.
Well, I mean,
they're not coached well enough.
The way they officiate it, it basically is by NFL standards.
It would never get passed in the NFL. I understand that.
I also have some that are sports that should be in our lives.
Ooh.
Like, I think office meetings should have a clock.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, no, for sure.
You got to have
I think a lot of good managers know
45 minutes,
that, though, too.
And I think certain people should be limited to one question.
Yeah.
And if it's a good one, they get a chance to do it again, like a challenge.
System.
I was on a conference call with Clint and the Underdog people the other day, and I felt it was funny because it was Clint and me and then a bunch of actual business professionals, and I had 3 legitimate questions I had to ask, and I kept kind of looking at Clint to see if
he's like,
he was going to be like, listen, nerd, I got places to be. I promise questions. But 2-minute warning.
Real quick, just because of FCC. You're listening to KLTM, KLTFM, HD2, Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station.
Yeah, get rid of the 2-minute warning altogether. The reason they started that was back in the day where they didn't have accurate clocks in the stadium, so it would kind of be like, okay, hold on a second, now here we go. All right, we got 2 minutes left. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
See, I like it because it's another timeout. It gives you more chance for comebacks and things like that.
No, they'll never get rid of it.
No, they won't. And to that point too, the other college thing, I like that college. It used to be the whole game long. Now it's only, I think, in the last 5 or 2 minutes or something, where if you get a first down, the clock stops to move the chains.
Oh, yeah.
So you still get a little bit of stoppage. You can get up to the line, spike the ball.
This is all good.
Yeah, this is.
That was also 4-hour games in college football, though.
Where do you have to be? Come on, Reggie.
Well, clearly nowhere. You know me. I'm on a Saturday. I'm in front of TVs the whole day.
TVs, multiple.
I'm not complaining. I'm just acknowledging the fact.
Yes, that's true. No, that'll keep them from doing it. Yep. All right, boys. Well, this was Crosstalk, brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing, another award-winning version of Crosstalk, I must say. And have a great show. Antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies and a 2-point punt loss to you.
Thank you very much. That is a great idea.
I love it.
Rally scoring in football. All right, we are done. We are out of time. We'll be back tomorrow for a Wednesday edition of Payne and Pendergast. For now, you got Reggie Atatula, you got John Lopez, you got Figgy Fig. They are in the loop, and they start now.
You damn Skippy, you start now. It's a Tuesday in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Happy Tuesday, I should say. And happy trade deadline day.
Happy trade deadline day. or have.
Okay, that we'll ultimately see once the trade deadline actually hits. But it is deadline day, so let's have a little fun. I mean, I feel like we should try and have fun regardless here on the show. And it's more fun when we do it with you. 713-572-4610 is the number to text to get involved with the program. We ask you to do that in all times. It's more fun that way. Also, appreciation to the Mokaram Injury Lawyers for the live stream.
We keep it 100.
Both on the YouTube page, Sports Radio 610, and on the Twitch chat, 610 Houston. Lopez, how you doing today, man?
I am doing good. It's trade deadline day. It's election day. It's a good day to be sitting here. I got a question for you on the trade deadline.
Okay.
This is a very broad-based question.
Okay.
But what would it mean? What would it mean if they do make a trade, if they don't make a trade?
I mean,
I think that's the most important thing right now.
That's an interesting question because I don't think that there is a stock and barrel singular answer. I think that there's a lot of different there's grayscale within here. There's a lot of different levels to this, so to say. If they make a big trade, I think that it is fair to ask, how much the delusion is there with this team. I know I hate to go immediately there because I understand every team. You come into a season and you have aspirations, and it is hard for you to give that up because you got to wait till the next year to try and go again, so to say. This team, even at 3-5, looks up and they see, well, I don't know. According to them, they don't be looking at those things.
That's what I'm wondering. Yeah.
But I imagine it is easy even at 3-5 and try and convince yourself that there is a path. And while there's still a mathematical chance, you give yourself the best opportunity to go do such things, right? There's also within that the understanding that you've got one of the best defenses in the league, if not the best defense in the league. You've got pieces in here that seem to work, and by the coach's own words, you have been close a number of times, and so maybe all you need is a little bit to get over. Hell, you yourself yesterday were talking about how in some places just not good enough with Jimmys and Joes. Well, the trade deadline is a place where you can add to those Jimmys and Joes. I can see how you get there. So I think that there's some big buys within there. I think there's small buys also where you can try and, see if you can make, take advantage of opportunities that arise. I think that's how I would view that. The real interesting thing to me is if they would decide to do any level of selling. I think that would be quite telling.
That's what I mean. What does it mean?
With that team.
Yeah, what does it mean? Because if they start selling, and boy, Sean kind of got in my head during Cross right there when we were talking about this a little bit, and he said someone like Mario Edwards, who's been an effective player.
Yes.
And we're not saying that he's rumored or anything, just as an example. That to me would be very telling. That maybe, especially if they accumulate draft picks, all of a sudden that's a classic Nick Caserio peripheral move of we think we're good on defense. We can be good without Mario Edwards, again, just as an example. But we're accumulating draft picks. That points to the future.
Right, but how far in the future? Because I think that there are some moves that could be made that would in some ways reflect, I think, positively on the organization. Need to be looking forward, but also understanding that, you have to kind of revitalize. Like there's players that might not be of as much use right now as what your assets could have you for even next year and the year after that, and trying to give yourself a better opportunity. There's a level of realistic awareness that I think could happen. Someone like a Christian Harris, although now he's dealing with a little bit of an injury, but that's a dude that has clearly fallen out of favor. If there is some team out there that's willing to give you a little something for somebody that I don't imagine you're going to sign back, at least not to a significant contract, maybe that is a place where you can, turn that into something in the future. This is a defensive line in general when it comes to that room where you have an abundance of talent.
Yeah.
How much do you take some of that to help spin it forward to see if you can get younger and more effective in years forward? Like, I think that there's some places in the margins where you could take something that you are not utilizing to the highest degree and give you something that you might be able to work with in the future.
You're right, but it is something of an editorial statement as well.
Sure.
It's like not punting on the season, but all right, we got to cover ourselves here. That kind of thing. Because like the biggest high impact trade that could help this team get better just in general, I don't think can happen. I mean, maybe it can. There's been some rumors out there about some offensive linemen, but the biggest trade is on the offensive line. Number one, can one player make that big a difference? Number two, does it make a difference in general?
Well, that's the question I've been asking myself. Yeah. I do want to get into some of the rumors because there are some names that oddly enough intrigue me, but the kind of back within self is anytime I come up with a player and I start trying to like either turn my head or squint or try and see, all right, how does this work? I get to the futility of it all, right? Like there's a level of nihilism that's setting in with me over here. You know me, I'm generally a happy-go-lucky dude, but that nihilism sets in where the age-old question, does it even matter? Starts coming in.
Yes, that's it.
And it's not even does it even matter from a 3 and 5 perspective. I think we understand that mathematical portion of this. It's a does it matter from you can get talent, right? You can get all the chess pieces on the board. The actual question is, are you able to move them in the right place? Like,
will it affect the offensive line?
Well, affecting the offensive line, I think that's a fair question, but I'm not even there yet. I'm just thinking of, do you have the people who were in charge of the strategy that will be able to utilize this in the right place? Because we have talked for 9 weeks now, at least, about different places in which it feels like you're not utilizing your talent and maximizing it. So it could be. I think there is something to be said for. If you're not able to maximize your talent, give yourself more talent to open the margins up. But how much does that actually matter if, again, you're not maximizing your talent? And I think the chief test case of that is looking at number 14 himself, Jalen Nolan, seeing him get 11 snaps after all the things that he's been through in his early season, his young career, and still not seeing him get snaps. Well, what happens if you go get a talented player? Does that actually shift what's happening here, or do you still find yourself making decisions that undercut the talent that you actually do have, even if we are willing to acknowledge that maybe the talent isn't where you need it to be?
Just philosophically, are they going to be able? Let's say they do make a trade. Again, I don't think offensive line, one player, for a number of reasons. You just pointed out one is going to make that big a difference. But can it make a big difference at tight end or running back? Those are the two spots that I would be looking the closest.
I actually do think, though, that there are some well, at least maybe it's just I'm surprised in some ways, because one of the things I like saying is offensive line, you typically don't find players on the offensive line available to you during the season. There's a few of those. There's a few guys who have been brought up. The one recently, I believe this morning, that I saw brought up, Evan Neal.
That's the one I was thinking of.
Guard for the New York Giants has been brought up. It's I believe Josina Anderson was reporting that the Giants would be open to parting ways with Evan Neal. And the thing about Evan Neal is I always am a little hesitant when it comes to Evan Neal in particular, but Giants offensive line in general. Like, there's been some up and down. But Evan has had a real rough time of it. However, for whatever it's worth, I always have to put the disclaimer. We got to sprinkle a little disclaimer on here whenever we bring up Pro Football Focus, but he has a better PFF grade than both of the dudes that you're rotating at left guard right now.
Yeah.
He is a guy who, interestingly enough, again, depending on how you view PFF's grading system, is really good in the run game. Has a little bit of questions in pass protection, which, again, I know that immediately sends off red lights around these parts. However, if you listen to the way that your head coach has talked, if you listen to and if you kind of read between the lines on the way that they've talked on wanting to be this, strong, tough, just move people, that's a dude that seems like he can move people. Like, if you are going to lean all the way into the school of thought, the Slim Charles school of thought, word to the wire, that if it's a lie, then we fight on that lie.
Yeah.
Well, then how about you make that lie a little bit more of a truth by going against someone who maybe has that strength and can give you that opportunity. But again, I come back to, will they be able to utilize it in the right way?
Will they be able to utilize it? Will it make that big of a difference? Maybe it'll make a difference. I don't know. Here's the other thing that I think comes into play today, and it directly affects the Texans. You look at all these lists of buyers and sellers reportedly, on trade deadline day today. And, of course, we're going to have all those updates as we get them. So, stay plugged in. But most of the buyers are in the AFC. Most of the buyers on most of these lists are in the AFC. How does that affect you? And what does it mean? Even if you make a peripheral deal, the Bills are buyers, the Patriots are buyers, the Steelers have made a move and are buyers.
Yep.
These are all teams the Colts are rumored to be buyers. Hell, even the Jaguars are buyers. Does that, obviously the Broncos, all these teams are ahead of you and are buyers and are going to make moves. And that goes back to my first point. Will it even make a difference?
Well, that's a fair question, and I would love to give you a definitive answer. I think that's one of those time will tell types of answers.
Yeah.
I think the question you're asking, though, is will it make a difference in what the Texans decide to do?
Yeah.
And it seems very much like the Texans are very much trained upon themselves. I think it'll be more telling.
Well, they say they are.
I think it'll be more telling of themselves and how they view this team. It'll give us yet another insight into the glasses and the framework that they see this team with, because clearly it's not the same way that we on the outside see this team, for better or for worse. this and they're getting more, maybe it says, hey, we do look at let's honestly say it, the traffic jam of teams in front of them and say they're getting stronger, so we need to try and keep up with them, and also understand that on any given Sunday we're seeing teams that should go and get victories against teams that they are better than not do that. So maybe that means that, even if you're at 3-5, you're there with the Baltimore Ravens that people are looking at as having upside and possibility of saving their season. Why not us? Or that could also be looked at a different way, right? If they don't end up going to that way where they're like, hey, we're just going to stand pat with what we got, see what we can do.
While everybody else is making moves. Teams that you're going to play, Colts, Bills, Chiefs.
Yeah.
Jaguars.
Hell, Jaguars this week.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. It'll be very, very intriguing. Like, I'm very excited to see it. If you had to take a guess on what actually happens, right? And we'll be watching, again, all the way through our show as we approach the NFL trade deadline. But if you had to take a swing at what you imagine will happen.
I think Nick Caserio, and again, you're just judging, his track record. I think he's going to bring in not necessarily an H.N., I hope he does, or a Breece Hall. Again, I hope he does. I think he might bring in another warm body at running back for swaps of picks and stuff like that. That's what he does.
Just
that's
nibble around the edges?
Yeah. If I had predicted it, that would be it.
Yeah, I mean, that seems like that could very much be what they do. I'm more and more I'm interested in can you increase the talent on the offensive line? It was the thing that we were screaming from the rafters, screaming from the mountain to do enough job on. You definitely, I think even them, they have to acknowledge that there was kind of a swing and miss to some regard in the way that they tried to handle it. I think to a small degree you have to acknowledge that, right? You have to acknowledge that this didn't go at least the way that you planned. So maybe that will inspire them to make some moves there. Tight end also, the way that this system seemingly works, or at least the way that it can. Having that 2 tight end set that you trust and believe would be nice, especially if you can.
Especially who knows about the offensive line,
right? If you can get one of these bodies that actually seems to add one of the kind of skill sets that you lost. Although we are still watching for Cade Stover, right? I think it's worth remembering.
That's been updated apparently.
That there's a little bit of update. I think Aaron Wilson was reporting that he's on the road to recovery, and that maybe I think he hypothesized maybe in the next couple of weeks you could see him back. Now this next couple of weeks is a very fraught time for this team, but this trade deadline today, it'll be very interesting to see how the last few weeks has impacted it and how they actually go about it. We'll be watching that space as we go along today. Just getting going here on a Tuesday in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. In fact, a Texans Ticket Tuesday. It's a home game this weekend. We want you to be sitting in the bullpen, so we'll do that in the 12 o'clock hour. But coming up next here on the program, the Rockets actually got a tight win, maybe for the first time, and obviously hosted at home. I happened to be there. There's an itch I just can't scratch, and I kind of want to talk to you about that with this Rockets team. We'll talk about that next.
All right, let's talk about underdog. Fun night last night. You know what that
day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
So what do I do? Just take a nose hit?
Just take a good whiff of that.
It's my first. Whoa! God almighty.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, it's Tuesday here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. I'm Reginald Atatula alongside the OG John Lopez.
What's happening?
And of course, none other than Figgy Fig on the ones and twos, making it sound good. And you getting involved with the program on the text line, 713-572-4610. The YouTube page, Twitch chat, also available to you. Hope that you're getting involved and listening to the program wherever you are and however you listen. And we appreciate you for being a part of our day. And I personally, I will say, I have great appreciation for the Houston Rockets giving us expected ends to some degree. Last night, they got a victory over the Dallas Mavericks, 110-102. And I know you're saying, hey, those numbers are a little bit less high because the Rockets coming into this game, I mean, single best offensive rating in all of the NBA. In a way that feels insane. We talked about it over the weekend. They had the huge shot, 65% from three in Boston. I feel like they left some of the threes up there. I feel like that's what happened in this game. They did not shoot nearly as well from three, but I thought that was one of the encouraging things. You got to see the Rockets win a close game, and they won in the way that you expected, where Kevin Durant, who had a pretty pedestrian, and I was like, that might be overselling it to some degree. I think it was 4 for 15 at one point. Was it maybe
I felt
headed
bad
into the
for
fourth
you,
quarter?
by the way, because you went to the game.
I did go to the game.
I was like, I was kind of hoping he would see Durant go off a little bit.
Well, I enjoyed it. For me, being in the game, I get to kind of lock in on things that are happening outside of kind of the general you watch when you're watching the game. It feels like you get a little bit more of an idea of, here's some hand signals, here's some things that are happening besides it. But that was a big part of it, was Kevin Durant did not have a great game. Can they go out there and win it? And yes, they can, especially because who takes over in those big moments is Alperen Sengun and Kevin Durant. He starts knocking down shots in the biggest moments. Like this first three happens in the fourth quarter, and it blows up the Toyota Center. Alperen Sengun walks the ball up and goes immediately into offense as if this is my offense, this is my team. And one of the cooler things was Amen Thompson just looked incredible in this game in a way that we're coming to expect to some degree. At one point in this game, he goes, shoots a free throw, misses, gets his own rebound.
Backward dunk.
Yeah, man, like this. He's just doing incredible things. 27 points for the man on 11 of 18 shooting. You seem to notice something that I did as well.
I did, and we're all still sort of getting a feel for things with this squad, which is obviously understandable and expected. I mean, first of all, just on the game last night, Amen Thompson won that game. 20 points in the first half, I believe. Just clearly, it was a back and forth game, a little closer than I might have expected. But nevertheless, but this is what I noticed. And full disclosure, I was watching Monday Night Football because who doesn't like watching the Cowboys lose? So I was going back and forth, and so altogether of the 4 quarters the Rockets played, I probably watched 2 quarters. Okay, in and out. You know how that is. And every time I would go over and watch the Rockets for a good chunk, I was noticing Amen Thompson just looked better off the ball. Now here's the thing, I think he's been really good, for long stretches with the ball in his hand as the point guard or whatever. But I think he's better off the ball, and I don't quite know what to make of that and how the Rockets can use that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that is one of the interesting things is that you're right. Like, I think that he's better off ball. They were just really sloppy in general. And the Mavericks, who have good defensive ideas, that's a good defensive thinking team, even if at times it doesn't show up due to injuries and so on and so forth. They were really pressuring the ball. They were getting into passing lanes. They helped make it sloppy for the Rockets. But yeah, the offense, everything kind of works a lot smoother when Alperen Sengun can be the hub of it. And you know when it also worked a lot smoother? When Aaron Holiday got in the game. The one dude who is like he is a professed point guard. That is his trade. By trade, he's a point guard. Amen Thompson, this is cool. Like, I know he did it at overtime elite. That's all fine and good. Reed Shepherd, I guess, right? With all due respect to him. Aaron Holiday came in and you spun the offense in a way. There was a lot more organization. Things settled down. And I can't get past that, right? Like, because that would be your answer, right? If you have a point guard, play him so that a man can be off ball. I feel like that wouldn't be the right answer, even though I do think that, yeah, you're right. Amen Thompson looks better off ball. Even Reed Sheppard looks better when you can just kind of run him off as more of a movement shooter.
But he did have a couple of plays that were more point guard-esque.
Who, Reed?
Reed Sheppard,
yeah. Reed is good as I think as a connector and a secondary play creator. I don't think he needs to be your initiator. It puts a lot on him, in my estimation. The thing, I'm with you, and that's the question. Yeah. That's one of the questions is, what do you do in that instance? And I think you just kind of keep going, and this is the reason why. I think, and I've said this before, the Rockets are now a team where they are a sample of 16 versus a sample of 82. That is to say, the postseason now matters significantly more for this team than the regular season does. As long as they can keep themselves in a place where they're top 6, honestly, preferably top 4 in the West, so they can get home court advantage.
Yeah,
winning each individual game isn't as much of a factor as figuring out the things that will help you when you get to, and having your toolbox full of things that you can go to or that you know which situations to use when you get to the postseason and those things arise, right?
I agree, but I also think that that's something that could work against the Rockets. A longer series of games against one really good team in the postseason or a good team in the postseason. Do you want to make hay with Aaron Holiday getting 10 minutes and Reed Sheppard getting 12 or 17 minutes like he did last night, and then Amen Thompson, here and there when the defense and pressuring the guy with the ball in his hands? So I think it points to you got to add a player. I think it points to trade.
And to be fair, I should have said this. I think that the thing that I've seen, and it's 5 games in or 6 games in for the Rockets, so maybe this is too hasty. 10 games is usually where you wait to start to make larger scale observations on the early portions of the season. I think that I'm also very much sold on the idea that come December, you will be acquiring a point guard.
I think you have to.
But in the meantime, I think that it's still the right for you to not lean on Aaron Holiday until you have to break in case of emergency.
Yeah.
Because, again, and talking about being a team where the playoffs matters more, the dudes that you want to be able to lean on or that you're going to need their skill sets, I would like Amen Thompson, he's going to be in the game. I would like him to have a little bit of that stretch, to be worked on, like, hey, work on ball. If you make mistakes, make them now while we can afford to make them so that you're even better and that you're more prepared when there are possessions that we need you to be on ball, that you are comfortable and capable in those moments. Even Reed Sheppard, to try and stretch him and get him even better and more competent, that if we need you in these circumstances, that you can do it a little bit more, at least that you've seen more of what teams are going to throw at you in these circumstances. And so that's kind of the thing that goes back and forth. I think that this is the right way to do it. Can I tell you the thing that's actually itching at me? Because that's right. And it ties into Aaron Holiday as well. Seeing Aaron Holiday come in after Reed, and obviously I know Josh Okogie he's starting.
He played pretty well.
Josh?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think Josh has played pretty well just generally in the certain time that he's had. That zone defense, the 2-3 zone that they run out here when they go double big, rules of it, apparently neither do the dudes on the court because it doesn't seem to work. That the Mavs were able to really attack that incredibly well, get into the middle of it, really pull and push it, get down to the baseline whenever they wanted, to the point where I found it interesting being in the building, seeing Ime kind of have communication of where people needed to be. That kind of stopped. Like, it kind of came together when Aaron Holiday was in, and that was the thing that really got me is, so I can see the 2-3 in the way that they're doing it. It's an weird zone, but it works in some instances. It's sometimes the guys that you have out there that make it not work. Now, Jabari didn't play in this game.
I was just
going to
say, keep it in mind that Jabari wasn't on the floor.
He's hugely important in what they do.
Yeah.
But if the entirety of what your defense does falls apart because Jabari's not on the floor, I mean, at least that particular one. Obviously, you can also talk about their man defense or whatever, but even that, their screen navigation needs to be better for man defense to work. Otherwise, teams are going to be able to attack you pretty consistently, headhunting in a way. That's the thing that's keeping the itch at me because I'm continuing to watch. I think they're like 13th when it comes to defense rating, at least. So it's not like they're way terrible. But
they've improved in the last 3 games.
They've improved a little bit as well. But it just qualitatively what I see doesn't even seem to match all the way with those ratings. I'm still seeing ways in which teams can get at them pretty consistently. And Aaron Holiday makes it work. So I'm like, okay, so it can come together.
Yeah.
But with the guys that you want to keep running out there and keep trying, they're further away than I thought they were on figuring out at least what that defense looks like for them.
Yeah, but all things considered, I mean, they're in a really good spot right now. I think we know that they have the length. If they can fix their rotations in the zone, as you're talking about. Maybe, mix and match here and there, but they're in a really good spot right now. There's no question.
Yeah, that's the thing that's cool is even with all of these
score,
things,
man.
I'm nitpicking.
Yeah, they can score.
I mean, that's 110 when you didn't particularly shoot the ball all that well. 25% from three. You just continue can get the rebounds and get second chance points, which that's always been a part of the blueprint. And then the biggest thing, and I was talking to Tim McMahon a little bit before this game, and I was kind of talking to him about offense. And he's like, look, you have somebody that can go win you the game at the end.
That's it.
And even in this game, even as he was having a less than stellar game for himself, Kevin Durant came out and gave you buckets that you needed in that moment. Alperen Sengun came out and gave you buckets that you needed in those moments. And that's one of the even most encouraging things. You don't have to be perfect to go out and win games.
Right.
There you go. So you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us on this Tuesday. Coming up next, let's get to our question of the day. Actually, before I do that, there is a little bit of breaking news as we're continuing to do a show on trade deadline day. I almost missed it. Jacoby Myers, wide receiver with the Raiders, is no longer going to be with the Raiders. He actually comes in division.
Ouch.
He will play with the Jacksonville Jaguars. I want to talk more about that once we get around the NFL, what your kind of thoughts are on that, how you think that impacts this Texas team. But coming up next, I'd like to get to question of the day. It's election day. If you haven't gone and voted, go ahead and do your civic duty there. But with that being the case, we will get tongue-in-cheek political. What sports legislation or sports-related legislation should be on the ballot? What would you like to see sports-wise or sports-wise that you would like to bring into light? What's about it next?
Coach D'Amico.
fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data 1H2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right. Question. It's election day. I think here just in Texas, it's largely just constitutional amendments that's happening.
A couple of congressional.
Who y'all voting for?
A couple of congressional.
There's not really much to vote for. I mean, depending on where you are, I think in Harris County. Why am I answering this sincerely?
Who
like
you
that's
vote
actually
for?
what you're talking about.
713. Send it in.
No, don't do that.
Vote for it.
Don't listen to him. He don't run nothing around here. I think there's like some. Was it a school board council, something like that? I think that was happening. Yeah. But it's mostly just constitutional amendments.
So let's get to the important stuff.
So let's get to the important stuff. Thank you, John Lopez. Question of the day: what sports-related legislation should be on the ballot? 713-572-4610. I know Lopez has lots of these. You might be surprised to hear that Lopez has strong opinions in this space. Some that are coming in very, very quickly. I think you're in line with it. People are trying to make adjustments for Super Bowl accommodations.
Yes.
There's some people that I think I fall in line with this camp.
Let's take it to the people, man.
I think I fall in line with this camp that's actually like federal holiday on Monday. I understand that you are not federal holiday on Monday and keep Super Bowl Sunday as is. You are...
Let's put it on the ballot. Let's take it to the people.
Super Bowl on a Saturday.
Super Bowl on a Saturday. It is so logical, so good.
Logical.
Even the alliteration, as Seth was saying earlier, Super Bowl Sunday. Let's just change it to Super Bowl Saturday. No big deal. You still have that, and you have Sunday to absorb everything. The work production will increase because how many people are just half themselves on Monday or go in late or something like that. Let's put it to a vote. Super Bowl on a Saturday. Let's go.
I like federal holiday on Monday after the Super Bowl because 4-day work week. You got to open your eyes.
That's true.
You got to open your eyes. You know what I mean? See if you can get something extra on that other side. You feel me? But either way, I feel like we would be working because it's the day after the Super Bowl. Man, you got to get on there. So I feel like you're probably right there as well. Or somebody said, or just play the game earlier, play it at noon instead of the.
That ain't gonna happen.
Yeah, I get the thought process though. If the game happens early enough, it doesn't feel.
But it's not prime time, and the rates are lower. The advertising.
It's the Super Bowl. They gonna charge what? We gonna go from $3 million spot to like 2.7.
Well, that's fair, but also the audience is smaller. Just by default on a Sunday.
Would that actually be the case?
I think a little bit. Yeah.
I feel like people move around for the single most watched television show in all of American life. Like this is the biggest thing in our cultural zeitgeist.
The thing is, the NFL will hate that because you see leading up to the Super Bowl how they got like 12 hours of just Super Bowl
what
content.
happened to the Puppy Bowl? That's my favorite thing. Happened at 6 a.m? You have the Puppy Bowl at 6 a.m?
They can play that at 6 in the evening.
Well, I don't know about
they can play it after. Oh, so you're not that much into it that you won't watch it later in the evening.
No,
huh?
I wouldn't do that. It's got to be part of the lead up. It's a routine. Now, I got some others to get you guys thinking. I'm interested in yours. Those college football shorts that look like a thong.
Yeah, you're just being a hater.
They got to go.
You're just being a hater. That's all that is.
Shorts.
There
was actually.
You talk about that kicker?
Yeah, there was a kicker.
Defensive ends. A lot of defensive ends do it.
Well, recently, Kirk Herbstreit was caught on air. I say caught on air as if that's not his job to talk to a microphone. Just being a pure hater.
Yes.
Talking about the Oklahoma kicker. If they not wearing pads, who cares, right? At this point. Like, it's not indecent. You just hating because you don't got them thighs, man. And if that's the case.
How do you know I don't have those thighs?
I'm looking at them right now. That's how I know. Speaking of shorts, go ahead and you need to get you some pants, sir.
Yeah. Well,
get you some longer pants.
5 more degrees and I'll start wearing pants.
All right. Very good.
Office meetings, because this goes both ways. You can also put sports legislation into the real world. Office meetings, you need to have a clock with a buzzer. A clock with a buzzer. 45 minutes. It's like when it was lunchtime at school, boom, we're out. We're running down the hall, waving our arms. I don't know why kids always wave their arms like that when they run, but
because it's fun.
But they
have some whimsy to you.
And all these things can be on there. I was going to say we could put legislation on whether or not we need to blow up the Astrodome, but that's right.
All right,
we've already done that.
Come on, man. We ain't trying to dip into politics.
Come on, heard enough of this. All right, the thing that I have is it's somewhat selfish, but I think it's for the people. I think we got to force one of these leagues to shift their schedule. It's weird how we have an imbalance, especially in the major major American four men's leagues.
Yeah.
Where summer is just baseball. And I love me some baseball in the summer. But what happens, and maybe again, being selfish, what happens if your team not that good, man? Summer ends up being a little less fun.
No, I don't mind that.
And
how would you do it?
I mean, why the hell is basketball starting in October?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I get it. This is what it's been. It's historically a winter sport. Go ahead and slide that thing. Go ahead and start on December and roll this thing a little bit more through the summer. I mean, why are you competing with football if you don't have to, man?
December, it should be like December to August, maybe.
Yeah.
Start on Christmas.
Yeah.
Yeah. Start on Christmas.
Right? Like I think that works really, really well. Now think about all the fun you can have in the summer going to baseball and basketball games. It's not like we're gonna lose any level of fun in the in the fall with all the football that we have, both NFL and college football. I think that we need to go ahead and slide the schedule and even it out for the entirety of our sports watching season or year.
Yeah, I think it should be a crime. I mean, look, I understand Monday night football is prime time to me. It should only be one team playing or two teams playing. It should be one game. It should be a crime to have a doubleheader. And we went through this a couple weeks ago.
Yes, we did.
With the night, with the Houston Texans being the last game, starting at 10:30 or 10 o'clock, 10:30 on the East Coast time.
Yeah,
that should be a crime to do that, man. If you playing Monday night or Thursday night, or even Sunday night, it should not be
a crime.
It should not be a doubleheader, man. That don't make any sense, man.
I'm with you. Should there be penalties in the office? Not like you're fired, not like, because a lot of times these guys ask 7 or 8 questions in a meeting, or somebody warms up fish in the microwave. Those aren't fireable offense, but can they be penalized?
Here's the thing about the penalties. One, who are the officials? Because one of the things that we know as being fans of sport, officials are hated in all walks of life, right? So who gets to be the officials? And then also, like, we all know that the office is kind of an organism, and you're not trying to, like, mess up the vibes. And I think you start throwing laundry out there, messing up the vibes. We're messing up a lot of vibes. I think across all sports, reviews need to have a timer, just like the headset. In the with the quarterbacks, it needs to cut off. Like, I don't know what the time is. It 30 seconds? Is it a minute? But that replay review got to cut off. Make the decision then. Do it or don't. But let's keep this thing moving because we are having way too much loss of time in some of these reviews, man.
I agree. What about every stadium from here to eternity must have a roof?
I agree with that.
Everyone.
I think so.
Everyone.
Especially if the weather can really affect the game.
Yeah, but I just think everyone. There's always something happening. I think that would be one.
I think officials, if they get a call wrong, because we see this a lot where they got a call wrong and then later that night they say, oh, yeah, they admit to missing a call. I think they should be penalized at some point, man. I'm not saying they should be fined like players get fined and all that stuff. But it should be some type of penalty on them if they openly get a call wrong like that.
Right.
Because oftentimes you see players, critiquing or criticizing the refs, and they get penalized for it.
Well, the question I have is for here because a lot of these.
I'm open to it, man. I know you can't find them $20,000 like players and stuff like that, but it should be some type of penalty. Because they can't just keep missing calls like this.
I mean,
it should be an open penalty too, where we'd be like, "Oh, okay, he got penalized for that." Missing that pass interference.
The idea of like the open nature of it, I hear you on. I think there actually exists a penalty system, and I feel bad because I'm standing here supporting like the leagues and the establishment. However, like with a lot of these officials, they are graded, and if you have poor grades, you don't get the better assignments. You end up with worse assignments. Like that is the penalty that. And eventually, if your grades are bad enough, they start cycle you out and get other officials. Like I think that there is that system in place.
We should know about it then. We know about it if a player criticizes a ref and they get fined. Why can't it be the other way around?
Let me ask you guys this: would you vote for legislation that has officials every game with an open locker room? To answer questions, just like players. That's the one thing that.
I think so.
Because people always say, well, it would be we're protecting the official. How come you don't protect the players? I mean, if it's about accountability, open locker room or a press availability, like D'Amico does after every game and the players do after every game, where you can just say, hey, what was your legit questions, but an open locker room for all officials.
Yeah, players get asked about a call and all that stuff that they didn't even make.
Yeah, exactly.
And I think I agree with this one incredibly strongly, even more so now than any other time. Somebody said they're needing for.
Yeah, well, now we're getting serious again.
Hey, go out, sorry, but go out there and vote, buddy.
Yeah, we are getting serious again. But I will say, you think of all the values of all these sports teams and how high they are. And yes, you have to pay in to get these, but the amount of money that is circulating around here, how you gonna come ask me for money? I ain't got it, bro.
Yeah. What about this one? If your team moves out the city, if you move a team out the city, all of their uniforms and name, all that stuff, they stay in that city. And you got to come up with a new name.
I know we're up against it, but I love this one. I can't believe I didn't think of it. Relegation for the bottom, whatever, 6 teams, 4 teams, whatever.
Oh well, you'd have to have a system for it.
Yeah.
The thing that I can do without creating another league. Y'all know what I'm about to say. Abolish the draft. Rookie free agency, man. Make these teams be competent. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Those are the questions. That's the question of the day on this Tuesday. Coming up next, there's already been some trades on today. We talk about some of those. Monday Night Football game, and there's a team that is falling out. Let's talk about all that next.
The Texans dropped another close game. With ZipRecruiter. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, let's go around the NFL here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. It is indeed deadline day. Trade deadline in the National Football League is today, and teams are already getting busy, John Lopez.
Yeah, they are.
There was a few trades, like I believe the Tennessee and the Jets were able to consummate a trade, I believe, last night that saw defensive lineman, if memory serves, go one way there. It was edge rusher, Draymond Jones. This is to the Ravens, rather. The type pick. So the Ravens adding up, we were talking about them, beefing up what they were doing. But interestingly enough, we just saw something come across the wire not more than 30 minutes ago.
Not even, yeah.
Where the Jags, they are also trying to steady themselves at 5-3, give themselves an opportunity to really make the playoffs because they add to that offense, especially as Travis Hunter goes to IR. Jacoby Myers is a wide receiver that's added, and he's a solid one. He hasn't necessarily found a place where he was happy necessarily. I know that he had done some good things in New England. And really, he had looked good in Las Vegas, but he just did not want to be there, and I can't blame him. That organization and that team had not looked very good to this point this year, and I think he was there last year as well, which was, that was a rough one where he had, Aiden O'Connell, and who was the other dude? Was it Gardner Minshew? Was it them two going back and forth, being bad at quarterback? He got Geno Smith, and he was like, look, it's supposed to be a little better. I think he was still agitating for a trade at that point, but then Geno looked bad to start the season. So he finally finds his way out. He'll play with Trevor Lawrence. I mean, you, John Lopez, have had a little bit of a come-to-Jesus moment on the Jags offense in general, or how they're playing.
Yeah.
What does this do for you, seeing that they add Jacoby Myers to the fray?
Well, I think what it tells you is there you go. That's a division team. Clearly in buy mode with another weapon. I watched a lot. Don't ask me why, but I watched a lot of that Jaguars game against the Raiders on Sunday, and it seemed like as if Trevor Lawrence is onto something, that Liam Cohen and he are finding a little something with the Jags. I don't know how much confidence I have in them, but 5-3, you're 3-5 in your division. You have another game against them, and they've added Jacoby Myers. So it speaks to what I was talking about in the first segment when we were sort of setting up trade deadline day. And of course, we're always going to have your updates here, so you got to stay plugged in. But a lot of the buyers are in the AFC, and that speaks to how difficult the road is going to be, even if you do something. But especially if you stand pat or make a small peripheral type move.
Yeah, and one of the things that I also find interesting with the Jacoby Myers, this deal is the 6th trade since August 18th for James Gladstone. They're also they're just going to be a lot more aggressive in the way that they go, which is going to be interesting for this Houston Texans team. It's going to be something that they have to think about how they position within this division, where the first 2 years of this new era of football in Texans land with C.J. Stroud, but more importantly with DeMeco Ryans, they were able to just kind of look around and go, the AFC South ain't going to do much. You don't have to consider them.
Mm-hmm.
The Colts look to be a team that is finally finding their groove to some degree. How much sustainable that is a question that you can ask yourself over seasons. The Jags have switched their whole MO, and this looks like it's going to be more sustainable for them. To what degree, I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
But you've got at least 2 teams that are clearly going to apply some pressure to you, and they're going to be aggressive in the way they go about it. So I know that Nick Caserio has been aggressive in different ways. They're going to need to make sure that they're maximizing their entire organizational structure, because it seems like the other teams in your division are also going to do just that same.
And how do you respond? Do you respond? And what happens if you don't? What really is the story here? But the Jaguars definitely thinking they can make a move here.
Well, you can't make a move as response, though, can you?
No. But I'm just saying, no matter what plan you have, how effective is it going to be? And you do, whether they say it or not, and they normally don't, you are watching what these other teams are doing.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Fair. I mean, if for no other reason than this is creating the market. These are the teams, if you are indeed wanting to get involved in the trade deadline, that you would be competing against for assets or trying to figure out, who has things out there. And in speaking about that, I'm interested. I'm watching the Chargers to some degree. They lost Joe Alt. He undergoing a season-ending ankle surgery. Joe Alt, their left tackle. So, I mean, that's one of those things that I don't know if you can fix necessarily, but that's a team that I watch a little bit closer, because that's one of those teams that's in that log jam ahead of you.
And they have to make a move.
In the AFC. I would imagine so, if there's one to be made. Again, left tackle is not one of those things that's very easy to just kind of go and shore up and fix per se. But the Chargers are already a team that I look at and I go, I don't know what to make of them. Because
they don't know what to make of it.
Yeah. Do you have a clearer idea of what you think of the Chargers? Because I came into the season thinking last year they were just really good at just doing what they needed to do on defense, and I guess to some degree they do some of that. But they're solid, but I can't really point to a thing that they're great at. They're just kind of there.
Well, my opinion on the Chargers has not changed in several years now. They're impossible to figure. Just as a team and sort of the direction they're going. Now, they have a good coach, so maybe that changed. They've been a little bit of a hot streak here lately, but what does that mean? I don't know what that means, because come postseason, we'll see.
Yeah, I guess we will see is ultimately where we go there as well. One more thing that I think trade deadline-wise is going to be interesting. I know that we have talked about it here, and we still don't know whether this Texans team will be aggressive. I've seen various different kind of perspectives where don't expect fireworks, which, to be fair, I don't expect like a huge move. They're not positioned in place to just have all green lights on, go make a big all-in type gamble. But if they were going to make some move at tight end, I think one of those places that people are looking at, especially with the injuries that you've had there. I think one of the things that makes this more complicated is that Tucker Kraft of the Green Bay Packers looks like his season is going to be done. With an Achilles injury? Was that what it was?
An ACL.
ACL, sorry.
Yeah.
Those ones, for some reason, go back and forth, even though different part of the leg. But that's a team that also, I mean, they are really well situated to try and be good. I know that they just got an odd loss this weekend to the Panthers. That's a team that they have high aspirations in the NFC. Like they should be one of the better teams over there. That feels like that makes the market for a tight end tougher to get into if you are indeed trying to get
in. And you said something a second ago that I tend to agree with you, but at the same time, wouldn't put it past them. Like, what about a big swing? We've been talking about we're talking with Sean and Seth about what's the most likely thing the Texans are going to do today. Whether it's make a big trade, make a peripheral type trade for picks and such, stand pat. I would lean toward the. Let's keep in mind. Also, I don't know what's out there. I don't know what he has working. Sometimes it's a big surprise. But Nick Caserio is not beyond making that big swing either. I just don't know what would be out there for them. Whether I don't think it would be offensive line, maybe Evan Neal, but I don't know how big that would be. Running back, Achane would be probably the closest one.
Yeah, I feel like I could see Nick doing something like that. Not maybe as a response for this year. Maybe it's something where we could kind of focus on next year too. So maybe he will give up a little something higher.
Achane would be the one.
Kind of think of something next year.
Because he's an absolute game breaker, can catch the ball, and proverbially, as they like to say, in space, and just go the distance. I mean,
and he will be under contract for next year.
And he's
too,
only
right?
like 26. Or
yeah,
something
he's relatively young. You're right. He would still be under contract
because we don't know what the hell going on with Joe Mixon.
That is still a thing.
So that
Joe
could be
already.
That could be something for the future. Yeah, that could be something for the future.
Right. That's it. That's a number one running back, bona fide one at that you could say, hey, you leaning on that. From the 281, do you guys think Caserio should go after Breece Hall? I mean, it would give them an explosive player. That's one of those where I'm interested. Maybe you find something that, again, towards running back one for a future year. And then the thing that I think gives you a little bit of solace if you do decide to make a move like that is if he does end up moving on in free agency, is that a player that adds you a compensatory pick possibly if he gets a solid enough contract? The thing that we talked about earlier that I just keep falling back to is I get to this kind of nihilism of, but does that matter? Especially if they're going, hey, Breece Hall, we want you to run right up here in this inside zone, into this middle here, into this mess where this offensive line has not necessarily created very much push here. That's where it gets questionable.
That's more than fair, but he can be in space as well. And the other aspect here, and you say, you don't necessarily, decide what you're going to do based on others, but it definitely affects, how you feel about your team. The teams like the Colts right now, they're in a position to make that big swing. The Colts are way up there. And what would it mean if, like, Trey Hendrickson has been mentioned with the Colts? That would be problematic. That would be problematic. Also, the Chiefs. Talk about Devon Achane.
There you go. He went to your school, didn't he?
He went to. He's Gig'em. Let's go. If he ends up with the Chiefs, I swear, he's got Chief written all over him too. He's got.
Ooh, and Pacheco just got hurt. Not to say that would be the reason why they, but they are good for just bringing in a player and you go, how did we let this happen?
He's got Chief written all over him, and it drives me nuts.
Actually, you were talking about like with Schefter having the latest moves. But he didn't have like kind of the guys that you anticipate maybe moving. I know Evan Neal's on the block is one of those guys that we were talking about. Yeah. And Njoku's been one of those guys that's been out there. Is there a player that you go definitely don't want to see that player go to a particular place? Is that Trey Hendrickson to the Colts?
Trey Hendrickson to the Colts would be it. That is one that has been mentioned a lot. I think play them twice and they've got a big lead on you. That's one where I would be like, oh, that definitely affects the Texans directly.
Yeah. He might be. I mean, definitely he has a chance of being on the move just because of his contract dispute with the Bengals. They were barely able to get him under contract for this year. He's still heading into a free agent season. I imagine he wants to get far, far away from that building, but not just because of the organizational structure. Because in that locker room, it doesn't seem like it seems like there's factions, ladies and gentlemen. That offense is mad. Capital M, capital A, capital D, mad. They lost this weekend in comeback fashion. Yeah, they lost in comeback fashion.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying?
Yes.
They had a team walk them down is what happened. And
they came back and got the lead. 42-41.
Yeah.
And then
gave that lead right back.
Oh, my gosh.
And that team was the Chicago Bears, baby. Like, I understand Ben Johnson there, but, hey, man, it doesn't feel like it should be like this, I imagine. Yeah. I don't say I imagine. I know who definitely does not believe that it should be like that. It is Chase Brown, their star running back. Jamar Chase has had similar sentiments as well, where he's like, hey, the defense should show up. This was Chase Brown talking about, the end of this game. And I don't remember what the question was specifically, but you'll hear what Chase Brown had to say. And he's not pointing at the offense. Let me say that.
We just got to play complementary football. Like, we put the ball in the end zone and go up a point at the end, finish the game. Like, just end it. Like, that's it. Like, that's what we need to do. Just end the game. Come get us the ball back, let us go to 22 victory, and let's end the game. That's how I feel. But we've taken steps forward, so offensively, so that's good. We're trying to control what we can control, and we're going to keep doing what we can do. And Flacco fought like a warrior today with the way his shoulder was. Things aren't going to be perfect, but we made things work on our end, and we made mistakes, we learned from them, but we just kept on fighting. And at the end of the day, you got to go to the very end.
I don't think I've ever seen an entire offensive "we ain't lose, y'all lost."
Yes.
That is crazy.
Oh, my God.
I'm not even mad at that, to be honest.
No, the defense is going to be mad. And
I know that's something you probably shouldn't say.
Yeah.
But I'm not even mad at
Is
that
he
comment.
wrong?
He is not. I would like to give you some stats, friend. Joe Flacco threw for 470 yards. Yes, he had 2 interceptions, but he had 4 touchdowns.
Most in his career.
Yes. Think about that. That's Joe Flacco.
And on top of that, since the Bengals traded for Joe Flacco, they have literally been the most efficient offense in all of football. They gave up 47 points to the Chicago bleeping Bears.
Dude. And Joe Flacco, this guy is just amazing. Just truly, truly amazing what he does in the off. I mean, there might be some hands thrown in that locker room, but the defense will probably miss.
Goodness gracious. Good God. Yeah, Geno Stone was not very high. I don't think he was speaking specifically to that comment, but, he felt like his comments were a little woe is me, they have a hard job out there. Yeah, it's not good. I don't think you're wrong in bringing this up. Imagine what the defense of the Texans wants to say about the offense. I know that I sound like I'm kind of giggling or something. I always have a concern. And, the team that I actually bring up is the 2017, I believe, Jaguars, where that really broke down their team, the defense feeling like they had to carry the offense around. Yeah. I always am very watchful for, does that ever take over at any point with the team?
I think they are saying it. It's human nature. It's just not public.
I think the
quiet moments.
I think that the difference is with that Jags team, you have Blake Bortles, who I don't know if anybody was looking at him as like the franchise quarterback or anything. So you probably won't have that as much. You might have fingers pointing towards the offensive coordinator.
Look, it's human nature, especially after this last game. You can't tell me those guys didn't go, whatever, had to a restaurant, bar, back to their house to chill. And the defenders weren't going, man. Look, what are these guys
the
doing?
only thing is, I don't know if they're going to be pointing at
they're not going to be
the players at the offense.
Yeah.
I think they probably going to be pointing more at the system.
Yes.
Like, what the hell is this?
Yeah, and I think that it's probably still within, normal amounts. Have y'all – actually, I think you went to a checkup recently, John Lopez. You know how they do your tests, and they're like, all right, so your cholesterol was within the normal range here. Yeah. Might be a little high, but it's within the normal range. I feel like that's – what if discord, for lack of a better term, is with this Texas team. I imagine they're still in a normal range here. Because this team, I will say,
I don't know.
You think
I don't know if they're in a normal range.
You think the animosity cholesterol number is a little high?
I mean, it's huge.
Play off the proverbial salt here.
I wouldn't go public and say these guys stink. What is Nick Haley thinking? But when I'm with my boys, if it was just us three sitting around and we were on the defense, we'd be talking about that.
Now, would you be talking about the players on the defense?
I don't think so.
Or is it more, man, what's up with this coaching staff, man?
Yes, I think that's
because
that's
because I think Jacksonville, they might have been looking at, man, Blake Bortles, man.
Yeah, it was Blake Bortles, and then I think the thing that really broke them is when they brought Blake Bortles back on that fifth year option. They were like, all right,
they ran it back
I get you had to do this. You had him on that you ain't had to bring him back.
They ran it back with him.
Oh, so you think I'm going to do that again? You think I'm going to carry you again? Is what you think's going to hell no.
I don't think the players looking at C.J. Stroud as that.
And then very soon thereafter, Jalen Ramsey was a Los Angeles Rams. He was like, I am out of here. So there you go. Football Talk, mind you, on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. Streaming November 16th on Paramount Plus. It's the return of Landman. From Taylor Sheridan, the co-creator of Yellowstone. Academy Award winner Billy Bob Thornton is back, baby. Featuring Academy Award nominees Demi Moore, Andy Garcia, and Sam Elliott. That's Landman, the new season, streaming November 16th, only on Paramount Plus. All right, that's Around the NFL here in Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, should we be worried a little bit more than it seems like we are right now about one C.J. Stroud? Let's talk about that next.
radio access, peer support, and essential comforts to families in need. Learn more and give now at texaschildren's.org.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us on this Tuesday. It's a Texans Ticket Tuesday, mind you. In the next hour, in 12 o'clock hour, we will be giving away a pair of tickets to the bullpen as we do. I say just the bullpen. Those are great seats.
Great seats.
Those are incredible seats. Right there, close to the field. You get a good look at everything that's happening down there. So excited about that.
I go to the opposite side just about every week.
Do you?
Yeah, those are great seats. The opposite end of the.
I'm gonna roll with you then one day.
Sorry, there's only one seat. No, I'm just kidding.
Would be one seat, huh?
If you see John Lopez walking around on the concourse or something, follow him.
I had a couple
because he got some good seats.
I had a couple shout out.
Just follow him.
And then you pretended like you didn't hear him, right?
No, man, I went up to him and said, hey, what's up?
Good. By the way, while I have an opportunity, then people in the parking lots are upset that you're not showing up. That's all I'm saying.
I would be happy to show up.
Disagree. I don't believe that's the case.
Okay.
I don't
All
think
right.
that's the case.
All right.
That sounds like you need to show up Sunday.
He's ducking the smoke.
You want to put this laundry out there? Let's put this laundry out there. Oh, sorry, we only have 2 passes this year. For,
I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Was it the parking passes?
No, for the HEB tailgate. No, I still walk around a little bit for, but yeah, nothing official.
Hey, I can sit one now and let you go. You know what? I'll sit out this Sunday, and I'll let you go. Yeah.
Are you going?
Yeah.
You got to do it
every week. Because we got to make sure that we get a good interview.
do it,
Unless
man.
you want to do the interview, you can have it.
I'll just hang out.
All right. I did want to mention this because you did ask a good question that I want to get to here in a second, but I did see, there's a lot of questions about Nick Caserio and the way that this roster is put together. You criticized, the kind of the ways in which they believe so strongly in the talent that they have when they get out there on this field to be like, well, you just got to go win. And what happens if you just don't have the guys to win? That, again, comes back to Nick Caserio and the way that he's built this.
Right.
And I saw someone on the YouTube page say, well, what happened? Y'all, he was y'all's GM GOAT. 2 years ago, y'all are wishy-washy, and that didn't sit right with me. I'm gonna be honest.
So we got to stay on that boat.
That's my thing.
Going on?
2 years is not long enough to see things like, again, depending on how you decide to view it. But there's a number of things within the Nick Caserio tenure that you could look at and you go, yeah. When you add these up, there's even make a little bit of derision for the general manager of this team. Like you can even look up. Just recently, I was watching, it was Sunday. I was watching highlights and watching some locker room video of Stephon Diggs being real helpful to, mind you, the second best odds guy for MVP, Drake May. Stephon Diggs out there scoring a touchdown for him, talking about being all supporting him. You traded for that dude. You shortened his contract when you didn't need to. You gave up a big asset for him, and then he ends up walking and not really giving you that much value. Like that's one of those moves that probably
he's looking real good this year
on kind of the higher side of the moves in favor of Nick Caserio. Talk less of the way that they handle the offensive line, some other things. There's some reason. And I think within the time frame, there's definitely a lot of things that have been shown that you could change your opinion on.
Well, not only change your opinion, but even 2 years ago, when we were all buzzing about what he did on draft day and some of these other things, even then, I don't think we did a show where we said, "Yeah, he's perfect." I mean,
have anybody on the show said build him a statue?
Yes, 2 years ago, if you'd have asked me, is he a good or bad general manager for this organization? If you had to go with just one answer, I would say good. Today, I'm not so sure. But 2 years ago, there were still some questionable things he did. You remember how irritated I got about Mark Ingram? You remember that?
Oh, yeah.
He said, you know what, Saints, I'm going to do you a favor. I'll go ahead and give you Mark Ingram after acquiring him and everything. I mean, there are always warts on everybody, and that's to be expected. But good or bad, 2 years ago, I would have sure, because it's just an accumulation of things.
And see, that's why it's so hard to sit there, because a lot of people want us to give us a grade right now what he did after night one of draft night.
Right.
It's just like, man, it's hard. Sometimes it take a couple years to see, but in the moment, I felt like the Kenyon Green. I thought that was an okay pick.
Yeah,
because they needed some offensive line help.
Yeah, and they moved up to get him.
Yeah, but 2 years later, like that wasn't. a good move. So
right.
she had the right
Things
to change her
change,
mind
Figgy.
a little
Things
bit.
change.
Yeah.
Things do change. You know, I want to stay here then. We'll get to the C.J. Stroud. I apologize. We will get to that. Again, we got 4 hours and we're here till 2 p.m. But I want to sit here because I'm trying to figure out, like, this is a team and this is a year right now that we're trying to come to terms with what it is. And in doing that, you have to try and figure how you feel about various different portions, right? And Nick Caserio is one of those, especially on a day that is a talent acquisition, milestone. It's trade deadline day today. Where are you right now with Nick Caserio as general manager? Because we've had a number of people hit us on the text line, which again is 713-572-4610, and ask, if you were Callan Hanna, like, are you applying heat to Nick Caserio? Like, where do you sit with the tenure of Nick Caserio, or not even the tenure, but where do you sit with him holding that position right this moment?
Well, I just said I don't know if I would say he's good or bad. I will say this. I think he's trending down. I think he's absolutely trending down, given some of the trades that we now know were mistakes. I mean, some of the draft picks, the Kenyon Green, et cetera, given some of the moves that have not been made, given some of the moves that were made this year on the offensive line. The philosophy of rather than go heavy, either spend big or go heavy in the draft on the offensive line. Instead, he brought in guys that are just not good. I mean, tell me how that wouldn't change anybody's mind. Like not just one, not just two, not just three, but at least 4 offensive linemen that you can say, what? No, that didn't work out, right? So I would say trending down. And then the other reason I would say trending down is this whole philosophy of his guys, his way. I don't care what anybody says, about Nick Caley and such, and bringing in his guys, and you know where I'm going to go, the Patriot and John Carroll thing, I just can't get over. And maybe this is on me. Maybe I'm just dead wrong, and these are the greatest coaches in the history of football, or will prove to be. You can't tell me that when a defense like this and a coach like DeMeco Ryans is in place and established, you can't tell me that of all the resumes you get, and all the recommendations you get from all your connections around the NFL, the best dudes for the job all went to John Carroll or have Patriots connection. Can't tell me that. I mean, I know people have their tendencies to, to familiarity and friends in the business and all that. But man, this is the NFL. If you didn't know already, you've got to find the best guys for that job.
And one thing I want to highlight, because as always want to try and be as fair as possible. I think that sometimes we have to stop and recollect and remember that talent acquisition is not going to be 100% accuracy proposition. Sure. It's not going to necessarily be an 80, 70% probability that we get, that we applaud all the damn time. Howie Roseman has a number of stinkers in there, but it is just covered up by the tremendous wins that happen in there. So I want to acknowledge that, to be fair. With that being said, I think the thing that gets me is something that it feels like the words that we've used a lot recently. Sometimes it feels like there's a little bit of arrogance in the way that this happens. Yes. I don't expect you to be perfect. Again, I ain't nobody's parent, but I got 2 brothers that are 13, 15 years younger than me. So sometimes I feel like I play one on TV, so to say. And there's times where I'm like, I don't need you to be perfect, but I need you to acknowledge when you're wrong and fix it. And at times I wonder at the agility of this organization and this staff to do that. And honestly, that's on multiple levels, because we're seeing that now with the coaching staff in a way that's frustrating. But it seems like that also happens to some degree at the general manager. And that would be the thing that is more frustrating to me than anything.
Yeah. And I know DeMeco Ryans is a big part of, they look in the mirror and they see something that's not there. In terms of pounding the ball. We've talked about it, and you get down to the goal line and, you've got to want those situations, which I don't disagree with, but we're just going to power our way past these guys. Yes, that's largely a DeMeco Ryans thing, but it's also a reflection of the philosophy of offensively that Nick Caserio clearly has a penchant for, in terms of run the ball. It's all that stuff. They it's something that he's grown up in the NFL, so to speak. So, yeah, this guy has done some really good things. We wouldn't be here without that.
Correct.
Wouldn't even be arguing this, and C.J. Stroud and all that stuff.
And a willingness of the brain trust to have more, more patience with Jalen Petrie to find him a role.
Huge
where he's able to succeed. They found some young, talented players, even at times where we are clamoring for them to utilize those young, talented players that they've acquired, because they are showing an ability for talent. So I don't want to be unfair with this. I just want to kind of figure out where are we at this point.
No, huge credit for those things. I mean, we try to be fair on this show, no matter what you might think or don't think or whatever. We try to be fair, and I'm being fair. It's huge credit for all those things. It's good that we can complain because we're in this position to complain because of Nick Cassera, largely.
Sure,
but he is trending down in terms of the things that are now that you're at this level, and you fancied yourself a Super Bowl contender by all accounts. And these things are happening largely because of Nick Caserio.
So I think where it feels like we're settling is he is not in immediate danger of like losing his job or anything, right? Like there is a level of bringing them out of what was a very dark era in the Texans' time.
Mm-hmm.
But now as the expectations shift forward, there's still additional level, and I think there's a little bit more heat than there had previously. I don't say a little bit more. There's a lot more heat. And urgency to get this thing right sooner rather than later.
Yeah, didn't somebody say a long time ago, with great power comes great responsibility?
All right, Spider-Man. All right, that's where you wanted to end the segment on was the spy. Okay, all right. You know what? We're definitely ending the segment after that. So from the 618, just remember Cassera coach.
Well, technically he did.
Yeah,
he technically didn't. But
with Lovie Smith.
Yeah.
You're definitely losing. We're losing some patience, I think, as a collective with what he's doing here. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping, including speaking of acquisitions. We got an awards announcement and how that actually will help your Astros moving forward. We'll talk about that and a huge milestone hit in basketball yesterday. We'll talk about that more next.
All right, let's go with DNA.
with AmericanEagle.com.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into what's popping here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610, where congrats are in order, John Lopez.
Well, thank you very much.
Not for you.
Oh.
Go ahead and tell me what you think that I would have been congratulating you for in that moment.
No, you tell Lopez to tell us.
Yeah, Lopez,
what's going on,
tell
man?
me.
Congratulations for what?
What did you think I was going to congratulate you for?
Well, I just asked you if I could print something, didn't I?
Printing? You thought congratulations. For printing. Huh?
Yes. No, it's what I printed.
I didn't.
Oh, what'd you print?
I can't say right now.
See, now.
Shall I play the breaking news sound?
No.
I have no idea what's happening here. What I was actually going to say is that the Baseball Writers of America have announced their finalists for a lot of the major awards in baseball, but the one that matters around these parts the most is the AL Cy Young, where Hunter Brown is a top 3. He's a finalist for Cy Young, along with Garrett Crochet of the Red Sox and Tarek Skubal of the Tigers. Mm-hmm. Let's be honest, I don't think that Hunter Brown's winning this.
I don't either. But
I would love to see him.
Probably the closest vote of all these awards are going to be walks, or most all. Let me make sure while we're here.
Yeah, some of the other ones: AL MVP, Aaron Judge, Cal Raleigh.
That's going to be the closest one.
That one's going to be a close one because Cal Raleigh was really good, and he's a catcher. But I mean, AL MVP season.
NL is a walk.
Shohei Ohtani is winning that. Good God. his OPS this season was a 1014, 1,000 OPS.
Who is he going against?
Kyle Schwarber and Juan Soto.
Oh, okay. So, yeah, that's where you kind of look at the other two.
Tarek Skubal, probably a walk, or at least comfortable. NL Cy Young, I'm a
feels
Paul
like a Paul Skeens type.
That's a walk.
And I don't think I think the voting was done before, so we're not getting the postseason Yoshinobu and Yamamoto push here.
AL Manager of the Year, John Snyder.
Yeah.
Walk from Toronto. NL Manager of the Year.
That could be interesting.
That one might be interesting.
Because Pat Murphy is
I would say
probably
Pat
the guy
Murphy,
with getting that Brewers team looking so damn good this year. That's probably the look there.
AL Rookie of the Year, Nick Kurtz.
Yeah, without question. I mean, he had locked that up damn near All-Star break at that point.
NL Rookie of the Year, I guess that's going to be the closest one. Probably.
You know what the answer is? I don't care. That's what the answer is. NL Rookie of the Year, with all due respect to them. But yeah, no, that shout out to Hunter Brown even just being in that. Obviously, he wire to wire consideration for this award. Like he started the season, we were like, oh, he might be that guy, and he handled it all the way through the season. The lone consistent rock that you could lean on when it came to Astros pitching was Hunter Brown. And so he'll be a finalist. I hate to say that I really don't believe he will win this award. However, he did do something really special for the Astros in solidifying that.
Yes, he did.
Because he was, PPIL. That's the prospect promotion incentive system that MLB put into place. Basically what it is if there's a prospect on the top 100 list, it basically is trying to incentivize teams to not do the service time manipulation, to actually bring them up and have them on the roster. Where if you do have someone who's eligible in that, and you carry them on opening day roster, keep them through the entirety of the season, if they are top 3 voted in a major award, which I imagine he will be now that he is a finalist,
one of the last 3,
right? Then you will get a draft pick at the end of the first round. In the next draft, which means
the first round,
the Astros will be acquiring another draft pick, which is huge for this team in their current situation, adding more talent to this team, especially as they've had some talent drip over not signing back free agents. Obviously, you're not going to sign.
And they're just not good generally,
right?
On the farm.
Your farm. You're not going to draft somebody who's immediately going to help your club, but you're going to start adding a little bit and a high valued prospect to your farm, which is going to be really important.
No, good news for him. Good news for the Astros.
Yeah. So shout out. Honestly, the way that he started the season and with as much hope as we had for Cam Smith, that would have been something that was really nice too, is if Cam could have not allowed the fatigue to get through to him. And I don't want to say that as if it's like an indictment of him, but if the fatigue hadn't have worn down Cam Smith's season, that would have been cool to get, have both of them in one of those kind of those places there. But again, salute to Hunter Brown because he deserved it. He had a fantastic year this year, and he is honored, rightfully so, as being a finalist for the AL Cy Young. Some other things that are popping. Of course, we talked about it earlier. The Rockets got a victory. Another big way from you, because, I think the big thing for me was just they got to win a close game. I know Ime was happy about it, not necessarily the way that it went, that it was necessarily close, but that they were able to get through and win it, and that the defense started showing up a little bit for them as well.
The big takeaway for me as I'm watching this, going back and forth from Monday Night Football was really just a man. We know how good he is. We know what he's capable of doing, the athleticism that he has. There's a level of smarts, basketball smarts, that is just next level that he's reaching.
Okay, so there's some breaking news in the National Football League that is very much popping.
I thought that was fake.
Goodness gracious. This is...
Breaking news from Sports Radio 610 is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
That's $1 in the helmet for a false start. Ian Rappaport, NFL Network, reporting that the New York Jets are sending cornerback Sauce Gardner to the Indianapolis Colts.
I thought that was fake, man. I'm like, wait a minute, what?
This
division. I did not see that coming.
This division is a menace.
You want to know what all in looks like? That's what all in looks like.
It's not Trey Hendrickson, I guess.
It ain't over yet.
I'm not sure that they're done. Right. What this feels like, I wouldn't be surprised if Lou Anarumo didn't go and talk to their general manager and say, hey, the thing that stopped me, the big difference that I had, really good defense, and to where we were a putrid defense, was they stopped giving me talent. Give me talent and you'll see the benefits of it. And they were like, all right, would you like a Sauce Gardner? Yes, please. That is really frustrating, considering that this offense is humming for the Colts. They just make good decisions. You have Daniel Jones there being the ultimate point guard of sorts, just getting the ball to those talented players. And then defense was one of those places where you go, all right, can they keep this going? I imagine Sauce Gardner makes that a lot easier. In the same way we were talking about heading to the Broncos. When you have a cornerback of that caliber, it eases what the rest of the defense has, and you can allot your talent in different ways. Sauce Gardner's going to help them quite a bit.
And Adam Schefter reporting the Colts are trading 2 first-round picks.
Goodness gracious.
That's going to be the cost.
2 first-round picks to the New York Jets for cornerback Sauce Gardner. First of all, before we even talk about the Colts, which is obviously a big story, it's a great pick for the Jets. That's a great trade for the Jets.
They're not going anywhere.
I probably would have did that trade too if I was the Jets. Yeah.
In a heartbeat. Look at Pat McAfee. He's so excited. He can't, he shouldn't be standing up. Anyway,
glad
there's a desk there.
Yeah, you're not wrong. I feel bad for that lucha mask right there, but yeah.
Books right there.
That actually... Two firsts makes me look at the Colts and go, hey, really?
Well, but what did I just say? Well, do you want to know what all in looks like?
Yeah, but
look, the AFC is wide open.
You're right.
The AFC is wide open. The Colts are the best team in the AFC.
You're right.
They just got better. They have a chance to, dare I say,
They were struggling in that department.
Yes.
Who was that was getting cooked? We kept talking about.
Yeah.
I forgot who. That old ass cornerback that kept getting cooked. Man,
it's steep. It is steep for Sauce Gardner. That is a depressed asset, right? Like we know the name. He's
gonna be there for the long run, though.
He will be there. But yes, he takes. Sauce Gardner will step in. They have Jalen Jones and Mekhi Blackman there as cornerbacks that they were leaning on. This is one of those where I think when the dust settles, we will not be laughing at the New York Jets. I think that getting a couple of firsts out of this is.
I don't disagree, but they are in. They're in. This is exactly what I was talking about earlier. It's not just what the Texans are doing; it's what other teams ahead of them are doing.
Yeah, it's a good trade for the Jets, of course.
It's a good trade for both.
That's what I said. I think both of them kind of winners.
In a way, I do wonder. They must really believe that they are in on the quarterback rehabilitation era that's happening, where you're seeing Baker Mayfield come in and not just be a cheap deal, but a guy that they can trust to be the quarterback for the next 4 or 5 years.
Yeah.
Sam Darnold is looking a lot like he might be that kind of quarterback. They must believe that Daniel Jones is that. Because to give up for 2 first-round picks, I thought Daniel Jones looked good. Yeah. That felt like, all right, we have him until we can get a quarterback of real repute. Now, I guess maybe you're just so high up in the AFC that you're like, well, we just have to go for it. But this could be. If they win a Super Bowl, then it
don't matter.
It
worth
every penny.
Yeah.
However, if they don't hit that mark, this could be something that actually extends out and holds them back a a little bit longer.
Try to draft a quarterback. If they want to maybe look in the draft to get a quarterback, it seems like that's out the window right now.
Well, maybe, maybe in the short term, but Daniel Jones is only making $14 million. That's what.
How long is that contract that they ultimately
1
signed
year
him for? Yeah, that's the thing. He's not making 14 next year with the way that he's played.
But again, that's why I said maybe. But I think they really like him, and they'll pay him. But
or unless they want to go back to the Anthony Richardson experiment.
No, God, no.
No, that's done with.
Yeah,
that's clearly done with. I think.
Yeah, no, and so it makes sense in the short term for the Colts. You got a guy on $14 million, which is I know a lot of money, but not in the NFL for a quarterback. You bring this guy in, you get rid of 2 first-round picks. That's a lot.
That's a lot.
That's
man.
a lot. It's good for both teams, but I think they made a statement. They put a stake in the ground.
Yeah, and we're 3 hours away from trade deadline, the actual deadline hitting, and it's starting to heat up. As we were talking about Sauce Gardner going to the Colts. If you're just stepping in your car, if you're just hearing this, Sauce Gardner traded to the Colts from the Jets. The Jets will receive 2 first-round picks from the Colts. This move also happens in the NFC. To make his team stronger, the Seattle Seahawks add Rashid Shaheed from the New Orleans Saints. So the New Orleans Saints, they've been bad. We knew that might be a place that we see some players traded from. Rashid Shaheed, a fantastic wide receiver. And you look at the Seahawks and you go, damn, dude, how much do y'all need?
Yeah.
Right?
Well, that's a team that win now.
Right. I mean,
the same thing as the Colts. They see what's going on. They add.
Jackson Smith and Jigba with Rashid Shaheed, and that was Torrey Horton has been really good for them as well. That's really fun, and Sam Darnold's done a good job.
Great job.
That's two quarterbacks that have done a good job shuttling the football around the park to their various talents. So yeah, the Seahawks look scarier even more so now. Real quick, I did want to get to this because I hadn't at this point. Kelvin Sampson and the UH Cougars, pretty easy win against Lehigh, but it represented a big thing in his career. Kelvin Sampson got his 800th win. Congratulations to Coach Kelvin Sampson and his 300th here in Houston, and 17th D1 coach to reach 800 wins. 4th active amongst John Calipari, Rick Barnes, and Bill Self. That's elite company is the word I was looking for. Thank you. And yeah, it's just even more clear, even though we already knew it, but Kelvin Sampson is just an absolute institution, and he's done a fantastic job with this University of Houston team.
I'm sorry, I can't stop laughing at what's on the TV.
Adam Schefter.
Adam Schefter's in the back of an Uber on the phone talking to by the way, he's on the phone talking to someone else while he's talking
doing
to
an interview. Yeah. So he got 2 phones.
Both phones are active too. Yes. I bet the second call that he was getting was about Rashid Shaheed.
I'm sure that Uber driver is like, what the hell?
What is going on in the back
for a living?
seat?
Don't worry about it. The tip will come through.
That's right.
And mind you, in that game, Emmanuel Sharp scored for 24, man. He looks like he is about ready to step into that role after a really unfortunate ending with him at the center of it in the national championship.
And shout out to Montana for Kelvin Sampson. Did you see that?
Oh, I didn't.
His first college coaching
That's
job.
really cool.
He was sweeping the floors and all that stuff, washing the uniforms.
What year was this? Got to be what?
80s?
80s?
Probably.
I was about to say the 60s or something.
Man, how old do you think people are?
I don't know. You would know. You've seen them all. All right, that's what's popping.
The 60s.
I thought he went to school with Jesus, man.
Oh, man. All right. We are continuing to
like
watch.
Those kindergartners that you ask them, how old do you think I am? 12, and you're like 50.
But it hurts worse when you're like 30 and they go 70. And you're like, come on, man. That's not even. You can't even count there. All right. We're gonna continue to watch the trade deadline as it seems to be heating up around the National Football League. But coming up next, we'll go back to yesterday. D'Amico Ryans spoke to the media, and it didn't seem like he could give us an idea of what the offensive identity is. Did he give us a hint as to them changing in order to maybe find it? 713-572-4610. We talk about it next.
The Texans dropped In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
It's a trade deadline day in the National Football League, 4 Eastern, so 3 p.m. Central is when when that official deadline hits. However,
who's in the lead right now?
You're trolling now.
You know what? Actually, you know who's in the lead on deadline day? The Seattle Seahawks, baby. The Seahawks look fantastic. They are all right. I know y'all gonna laugh, but it's all good. They are already incredibly high historically, DVOA wise. Like, this is a really well situated team.
Man, we talk about the damn trade deadline.
Let me land. Can I land?
You ain't got to bring DVOA up and everything, man.
Can I land? The point being, they were already a really, really good team. Jackson Smith-Njigba clearly looks like a number 1 wide receiver, and they add Rashid Shaheed to allow them. He's a great second receiver. He allows them to push all of those buttons on the defense.
Listen to Reggie right
They're going to make teams.
I'm giving him his minute. I got something to say.
Am I wrong?
No, go ahead, finish.
Like, they are going. Like, our defense was already good. Now they have a 1-2 punch with this offense with Sam Darnold. I think that they're going to be a really, really tough team that continues.
And obviously you're not wrong, but here's the thing: the trade deadline is about passion and your gut and emotion and all that.
All right, hit me with the emotion. I was gonna say hit me with your gut, but that
by the way,
crazy.
that coach trade, A.D. Mitchell.
I was about to get there. Yes,
is
sir.
in there. Is in the trade. He's going to the Jets.
Yeah. Okay. What were you gonna say? Passion wise,
all that stuff is what the trade deadline is about. And right now, what I'm feeling, the emotions I'm feeling is wow. Is wow. They are in it to win it, they being the Colts and the Seahawks.
Well,
yeah.
That's why I like the Seahawks one more, because I think it accentuates. The Colts one, they are all in here, and I think that there's some things that are worth considering on what that might tell you, again, on maybe if you're the Texans, if that gives you any level of insight on how you need to move. But the Colts trade and they acquire Sauce Gardner, cornerback Sauce Gardner, who, mind you, an interesting point that I just saw was his contract extension, the money of that is just hitting. So they're getting a player that maybe has taken a little bit of a step back. I don't know how much of that you can also add into the Jets defense kind of crumbling to some degree, but there's a little bit of decline in him. He just got more expensive with his extension, and they gave up 2 first-round picks, a 2026 and 2027 pick, and wide receiver A.D. Mitchell for the honor of getting him back. Like, this is an overpay, but where they are as a team maybe justifies it?
No, I think where they are as a team justifies it. We'll see if that ultimately proves to be true. And, some texts are coming in. The Jets fleeced the Colts. Various variations of that.
It was
theme.
expensive.
WTF Colts. Oh, my gosh. They took them for a ride. All this stuff. I get it. And if I'm a Jets fan, I'm thrilled. I'm thrilled with, for the future. But, one of my things I say oftentimes is it's probably, if it doesn't hurt, it's probably not a good trade. Of course it hurts. And we'll see just how good a trade that is.
Yeah, but you talking about if it doesn't hurt, like lifting real heavy. This very much could have been taking a
100% right.
You're giving up an opportunity, a couple of first-round picks for, again, an asset that I feel like is a little bit depressed. I'm not trying to say he's nothing now. But then on top of that, and we talked about this a little bit, quarterback-wise, you're not guaranteed to have the quarterback that you have next season. You're going to have to negotiate with him, and now he knows you have less leverage there. You have less opportunity or less things to get you another quarterback if you wanted to go there. They're locked in with what they have here. Now, maybe you just look at it and you go, hey, they're pushing all in for this particular year.
What do you want the Texans to do? Let's bring it home.
Yeah. Based off of what the Colts have done?
Based off of what the Colts have done, what would we be saying if the Texans did something similar? Obviously not a cornerback, but did something, that kind of a big swing. Would we be saying, oh, Texans got fleeced? Hell no. Hell no. We'd be saying the Texans are all in. This is a championship defense. Now they got whomever that is.
Or better yet, if the Texans were 7-2 now, and they made this type of trade.
No, that's exactly what I didn't mean with this record. Yeah, I'm saying let's say
with his record,
we would be saying, oh my God,
I would be excited, but I'd be like,
no. Let's say the Texans were just swap records, and the Texans make a very similar deal. Would we be saying they got fleeced? I don't think so.
we would be saying they're all in right now.
Right. We'd say they're all in, but I think that
that's an all in type of move.
One of the words that Nick Caserio often uses is like fiduciary responsibility. Like you have to have a certain level of responsibility and level headedness to this, and I think this is another reason why I think that. Yes, you want to take a big swing. You don't want to take a big swing to your own detriment. We'll see. Time will ultimately tell.
That's exactly where I was going.
That's an all-in type of move, though.
Look, it could backfire. There is no question about it. But let's say we're in San Francisco for Radio Row this year, and we're talking about the Colts.
Yeah, that's part of it.
Then it's worth it. Then it's worth it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's good to be a Jets fan for 2027, 2028, whatever. But this is a move that the Colts have put a stake in the ground. Absolutely.
Or do you feel like if they were getting all pro Sauce Gardner?
That's a different context. That is absolutely different context.
Yeah, but the thing is he's playing for the Jets too.
Yes, exactly.
So maybe you could get all pro Sauce Gardner on the Colts.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's something we really don't know, but you might not get him.
832 says everyone would be upset with that trade. I don't think the 832 would be upset. I don't think he would be or she would be
You're
upset.
giving up a lot. I think that
you're giving up a lot. I don't think people here would be upset.
Yeah.
If you're 7-2 and you make a deal like that, let's go. Let's go.
Yeah, I'm not sure I fully agree with that. But with that being the case, with the move that they made, does this at all change your perspective on the greater outlook of how the Texans should operate, or are you just kind of ho-hum, we're in the same place? Does that at all shift your mentality? Because again, they could be in a place where they've given up their next couple of first-round picks. Quarterback situation could be a little bit more tenuous now, or you might have to commit more of their salary cap to quarterback than they had previously thought with whatever the negotiation. Ultimately, more of a feeling that you might be able to step more quickly back into a place in the AFC South.
Look, I'm sitting here trying to think reasonably, think like Nick Caserio might, hey, we're not going to let what other teams do affect how we do business. That whole mindset. I don't know about you guys. I think it definitely does. It certainly makes you sort of think again, about where you are. And by the way, the Jaguars are making the two biggest moves today have been the Colts and the Jaguars. You're telling me that we're just going to keep, plugging along, not worried about what other people are doing?
It's kind of tough too, because I feel like the Texans are in the place where you look at what everybody else is doing in the division, but I think they got deeper problems where, man, they got to focus on playing better football on the offense, man. So I don't know if they would look at the Colts and say, man, we got to make a move right now because Colts did something.
Yeah. So do you think it would?
I'm trying to figure. I mean, they really do just need to figure out what this offensive or what this team just generally is as a baseline, and that was one of the questions that D'Amico Ryans was asked yesterday about this offense. We're 9 weeks through this, and this was the question that was posed to him. I believe Sarge asked it of D'Amico. Hey, what is your offensive identity now?
For us right now, offensively, we got to be better. We have to be better. That's putting guys in position, that's executing all the way across the board. We just have to be better offensively.
As you might be able to tell, not an offensive identity. I don't know if you didn't catch that. Just being better isn't an offensive identity, at least not by any standard that I've seen. And that is quite an indictment that you are half the way through a season, and this didn't feel to me, Lopez, like a guy who's just, maybe more defensively inclined and not going to get into the X's and O's of what his offense is. That simply felt like I don't have a good answer for this.
That's exactly what it felt like. And what was his previous answer? I always forget.
His previous answer, we need to move the ball. Yeah, move the ball.
He was asked about the identity, I guess, 2 weeks ago.
Yes, 2 weeks ago. After Seahawks.
And he said the identity was move the ball. Today, you just heard what yesterday, you just heard what he said. I'm with you. I think they're trying to figure. I think he has an idea what he wants it to be, but he just can't say it with a straight face right now.
What do you think that is then?
Basically all of this stuff. Pound the ball, move people off the line of scrimmage, establish the run, and then be safe passing the ball. And that's just not happening.
So what do you think the offensive identity should be? That's something that I was thinking about all day since I saw that.
Yeah.
I feel like maybe if you're going to what you have here, probably more of an I don't have a good answer. I really don't, right? Like, I can't say that this needs to just be a pure drop back team, but it probably does. More of a short two. Definitely a team that tries to attack the middle of the field. I just don't know that they can do. They've tried to do those things. They haven't done them with very much efficiency. That would require, I think, an opportunity for your offensive line to protect well. And the tough thing about it is that they've put so much emphasis on trying to stay ahead of the chains and running the football in order to do that I think that it also cuts away from some of the other the effectiveness of some of the other things you're trying to do.
Last night kind of gave me an answer to this because the Arizona Cardinals decided, oh yeah, we've got a good receiver. Marvin Harrison Jr. is all right. Let's target the hell out of him and put some pressure on obviously a bad Cowboys day, but they decided what the Texans have not. And the Texans, instead of trying to be who they are, they're trying to be something they're not. Who they are is a team that has a great wide receiver and a quarterback that can sling it and is accurate and all that. But what they want to be is counter to that. So it's a little confusing. The whole best player, you call players not plays, that whole thing. They're doing it the other way. They're calling plays not players.
Yeah, and some of this is just wanting to have that identity. So I mean, look, again, they don't have the identity that they seemingly want. But did at least DeMeco maybe give you some hope that possibly this could shift? And the bigger thing for me is, all right, even if there is indeed hope that all right, they might be looking to shift it. What is reasonable? What I know that people are like, hey, fire Nick Caley into the sun, and you're not going to find me complaining too much. I've already gotten to a place where I've said that he's out of his depth.
Yes.
In this position. He's had some moments of looking better, but even still, I haven't seen anything where he's created like significant advantage schematically for this team, which is what you probably need from an offensive coordinator, all right?
Do you think changes are coming?
It's possible. I just
maybe
don't
nothing
know.
Public.
Yeah, I could see it.
Mm-hmm.
I could see it. I just don't know what it actually does, right? You've set up the parameters of what this offense is. Like you have your playbook, so to say. You're not going to be able to install a new playbook. Having an early bye week makes that even less tenable because you can't take the extra week to maybe try and make larger swings. You're week to week at this point with what you have, just trying to game plan it a little bit closer towards something that works better. So no matter what, if you have someone else in charge of the game plan, someone else inputting even more, if you're trying to split up the pie of game plan development, no matter what, it's going to be slowly, little by little, if you make any level of changes. I just can't see the big shift that I think would be necessary to get this team playing better.
I agree with you. It's just so hard. But I could see more of a game plan that leans toward the reality over the perception.
Sure.
The perception of what they want to be, we've talked about. The reality is they're not that. So if you lean more toward the reality, maybe you trust, whether it's whatever, pick an offensive coach, whether it's
Shaplinski, Laser, Johnson.
Laser, and lean into them and say, and this is where DeMeco with his, play. You're going to listen to, for this game, Shaplinski's putting in the pass, the pass packages. Stroud is putting in whomever it might be, and maybe go with that. Maybe that's the change. Like look, it's not working, so let's just change it.
You know what's funny though? As much as I'm like, I don't know, you're not going to find a different sandbox to play in. The sandbox that you have to play in is the one that is there as of right now. I do think there's a number of little things that can go a pretty long way if they can do it right. When you're talking about slowing down a rush, there's a lot of different ways you can do it. You can just block up, sure.
Mm-hmm.
There's opportunities to bring in extra players to chip. Sure, you can do that. One of the things that earlier on in the season, I can't remember which team specifically did it, but for some reason I'm thinking it was week 3 Jacksonville.
Mm-hmm.
You remember, you can use a hard count to slow down edge rushers that are getting after you, right? Now,
maybe that's in play.
Interior rushers you're not going to do necessarily well as well. I don't know if that's going to stop them. But edge rushers, if they're getting on you pretty quick and they're beating you, you give them the hard count, you force them to have to think about when they're going. Maybe they get off a half second slower, and that half second can mean the world.
Yeah.
Obviously, utilizing things like play action, consistently in ways that make sense, utilizing motion and consistently in ways that are useful and helpful. These are the little things that you add into an offense, and they make a world of difference. And we've seen this statistically. We've seen this studied.
Yeah.
And it feels like there's not enough of those things also. And if they are, they're infrequent or not in the right times. And I do wonder if you do make changes in if that becomes more consistent and more helpful to what you're doing to try and make some of these plays and some of these concepts that are age-old concepts that were the field NRG.
And just real quick, just to for those who weren't listening yesterday when D'Amico spoke, we're not just pulling this. You think there's going to be changes out of thin air? D'Amico yesterday said it a couple of times, including right here.
I hope so. We're trying to convert them. So we have to do something different. Obviously, what we're doing, it hasn't worked. So we just got to find a different way.
That's not, a casual comment. We've got to do something different. And so that's why I think there will be whether it's something that's made public or not, that's just behind the scenes or whatever.
It'll be very interesting to watch what the game looks like versus Jacksonville. And you know that they're probably they're ready for Davis Mills to be out there. I know that he sat down, D'Amico Ryans did with the coaches show when he sat down with Vandermeer and Harris and basically was like, it's incredibly rare for a quarterback to come back. So we're planning as if Davis Mills is there. That's another place in which it's going to be important that they change the way that they go, because one of the things that I felt like I saw in that game was C.J. Stroud is much better in zone. I think Sean Payton actually talked about this. He talked about the idea that, when C.J. goes out, they don't have to, what did he call it, like a cage rush, like where you kind of have to contain him. They changed the way that they went about things. They dropped more people in, and they tried to force Davis Mills to be accurate, and we saw that be an issue. I think teams with a full week of preparing for Davis Mills, they're going to be able to attack his particular game plan and his style, so they might have to shift it, what they do to make him, in that same way, to make him more successful. How confident I am that they will be able to do that, they have not given me enough to believe him to that degree. But this game versus the Jags, the Texans are, and they've played the Jags in a pretty close.
They've kind of owned them
when they had some more issues.
Accounts,
right? So I mean, we'll see. We'll see if the offense can maybe step up to the podium. The defense, we know, will be there and give them an opportunity to try and win at NRG on Sunday. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Still reeling from the trade deadline and the Colts giving up 2 first-round picks and Adonai Mitchell to go ahead and acquire Sauce Gardner. And it seems like the Browns are making a trade. They're sending a defensive end, but Joe Tyron Shoyinka.
Miles Garrett?
No, not Miles Garrett. They're sending him to the Bears for it's a 6th and 7th round swap. So the Bears adding a little bit of depth on their defensive line at this trade deadline. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get to our lunchtime confessions. We'll see if any more trades happen next.
Game analysis, inside info, coaches' comments, and your reactions starting at 6 and going all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, so here's a non-Sauce Gardner and Indianapolis Colts confession. We'll get to one.
Come on, man. We want more sauce, man.
Because this made me laugh.
Why are we arguing so much about the Colts right now?
Well, you know why? They're ahead of you in the division.
This is Colts Radio.
All right, so I realized something that I probably knew. We probably all know, but it's just funny. It truly does not matter who you are, what you've accomplished, how much money you have. None of it matters. When the wife says sit up in a particular tone, you sit up. So there was Nick Saban enjoying Monday Night Football. You could just see it on the screen in front of him. He was sitting in his recliner, feet were up, had a blanket over his legs.
The blanket over the legs is clutch.
Yeah,
that's how you know you could.
And then they decided to sing happy birthday to him, and he didn't move.
To you, happy birthday to you. Sit up. Happy birthday.
That's good. That was
Miss Terry run everything around there, man.
Terry, she didn't just say sit up, please. She goes, sit up. And he went to attention.
He popped up.
He popped it
He
down.
popped up, yeah. He had that little button on the side.
He
the
popped
recliner.
he sat up straight in the chair. Dude, that is one of the funniest things I've seen lately. It's like, sit up.
You remember his story about when he was at Michigan State and when he was trying to go to LSU? Like, he couldn't just go on the visit, right?
Yeah.
That would have really alerted some things and made everybody mad. He sent Miss Terry down to LSU. She was the one who looked at the all the facilities and looked at all the program and was like, all right, yeah, you can do this here. Miss Terry run everything around there. Like, don't get it twisted. Miss Terry is the person that makes the Nick Saban empire what it is. I wouldn't be surprised if you got Miss Terry on a whiteboard and she started drawing up cover threes and all this other stuff. Like, I wouldn't be surprised one bit.
Oh, sit up. Oh, yes, ma'am. He didn't even say a word. Just poop. It popped it back down. All right. I guess I'm blowing out the candles. And she oversaw that too, of course, by the way.
Of course she did. Yeah, she sees everything.
These are my confessions.
I hate to say it. Actually, I don't know how much I hate to say it. I know Lopez will love me saying it.
Mm-hmm.
I think we've made a lot more than we probably should have out of the Blake Fisher as Jumbo.
Oh, really? How come?
Not that add an extra heft on the offensive line. I think that we've got to be careful to not do the thing where we go, well, Blake Fisher is a better version of himself because he has been useful as a sixth man. I was going through and, watching back some things from the game, as I think we all do on a Monday, Tuesday, in this time period of the week. And especially on the goal line, I'm looking at some of these plays and I'm like, hey, dog, this technique is not it. Like, I'm still seeing some stuff where I'm like.
Still Blake Fisher?
I knew
is that what we're saying?
Didn't I say he would enjoy this? Yeah, like there's still enough of that where I go, hey, Titus Howard, you sure you got a concussion?
Yeah.
Like I am really concerned about Blake Fisher having to start.
And see, that's why I mentioned yesterday because I think y'all mentioned, Blake Fisher, he's the swing tackle. I'm like, I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if they put Trent Brown in there, man.
Well, here's the thing.
Yeah.
Because they did it earlier, man. They shuffled the whole offensive line one point just to not play Blake Fisher.
Yeah.
They had all them dudes active, though. Like, Trent Brown, they had him as a healthy scratch. I have not seen him. Like, I haven't seen him play football.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't.
But they will show you how bad Blake Fisher is if they decide to roll with a Trent Brown.
That's all you need to know.
Yeah.
Or maybe it shows you how bad Trent Brown is at this point. Which
both of those.
Right, and that's the thing is, again, I think that I didn't say that he was, definitely going to be right tackle because I believe so strongly in his ability.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's just where they are. I'm looking at it. He's the swing tackle because 1, 2, he's the third tackle active. They believe believe him to be in their roster and in their depth chart. I'm just still in a place where I'm like, oh, Blake Fisher's still kind of the Blake Fisher that we've kind of come to understand over the last season.
I haven't really looked specifically at him. I'm glad you did, but either way, it affects, depending on Titus Howard, how they're going to be able to do any of that stuff, whether it's or not do the jumbo package. Just go in altogether different direction. Yeah.
These are my confessions.
All right, I got to confess. I feel like I set Sean Pendergast up to fail.
What?
So I didn't realize last week. Remember we had our Halloween party, and Sean. What was Sean and Grego's costume?
Right said Fred.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm too sexy.
Yeah, from the music video.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So Sean had on this little fishnet shirt. And we went over there during the break, and I kind of got a video of him in the fishnet shirt and Grego snatching his shirt off and all that stuff.
Yeah.
And they went in there and performed all that. But I posted some clips from the Halloween party where Sean was wearing the shirt. And I posted it on social media. I posted it on Twitter. I had no idea that people was going to take that video and use it against Sean in the smack off. So,
oh, no.
Yeah, so apparently some people did some...
oh, boy, he's going to get destroyed.
No, he did get destroyed. No, I didn't even know he was in the smack-off. I don't really keep up with that unless Sean said, hey, I'm going to be in the smack. But I want to say it was like one or two other people that was in the smack-off talking smack about Sean, and they used that video. They did a little screenshot of Sean in the fishnet shirt. So I felt so bad, man. And I talked to Sean on Sunday at the game. I'm like, hey, I had to apologize to him. I'm like, I had no idea. I would have waited to post that.
Yeah.
Or probably wouldn't have posted it at all if I knew you were setting up to be in the smack off. And I felt like they used that as ammo, and I'm kind of responsible for it.
Yeah, I'd feel the same way.
I feel so bad. He told me no worries, and it didn't bother him at all. But I felt like I gave him the bullets.
Yeah, well, that
you were part of opposition research.
Yeah,
I feel bad for you.
But I wouldn't have posted it.
I also feel it shouldn't have happened. I didn't know.
Yeah, I had no idea because I posted our video with our costumes, and then saying Sean and all that. I just did a little video and I posted it. I ain't think nothing of it. And I seen that video. I seen a couple screenshots from the video circulating around. I'm like, wait a minute, that was from my video. And they were talking smack about Sean pretty much to Jim Rome. And I'm like, oh,
how did it go, by the way? Not well for him?
I think he finished. He said he finished 4th.
Okay.
So he said he was pretty satisfied with it, and he'll be doing it again. I don't know if they do it next year.
Did the winner use that against Sean?
I think so. Yeah, I think so. I think it was a couple people that used it.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, I feel so bad, man. I posted anything. I felt so bad.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
I got to confess, I'm missing something that I shouldn't miss.
What does that mean?
I kind of wish that the election was a little bit livelier around here. This was a bore. I went to vote this morning. There was one person in the entire place ahead of me. One person.
Why are you surprised?
Are you kind of shocked?
You've lived a long time and seen a lot of elections to know.
I get that it's not a presidential election.
Not only is it not a presidential election, not gubernatorial. There's no senators. There's not even a mayor happening.
But here's the thing.
We voting on amendments, dog.
But as much as I hate all the ads, all the hoopla, all the lying, all the everything, I walked in there, I was like, man, this is sad. There was one other person in there.
This man said doing his civic duty wasn't exciting enough.
It wasn't. That's exactly what I'm saying. It needs to have a little more buzz.
Grow up, John Lopez.
There was only one candidate that put a sign out in front of my polling place. There was one.
That sounds like your polling place. Yeah. My polling place was jumping. There was all sorts of signs in there.
No, there was only one. Well, there was like 4 signs, but it was the same one, the same candidate. And I'm like, whatever. What's first of all, what's wrong with us that we don't go vote for these things as much as we should? But I'm like,
what do you mean? What's wrong with us? You're displaying it right now. You're like, I wasn't excited enough. That's not like you vote.
I went. What I'm saying though is like, I kind of missed the buzz. I miss being mad about everybody doing all those things.
The worth thing is that's kind of the point of not having a lot of people was early voting, having the week or so of early voting.
There was one dude.
Sure. Sure. Yeah.
One.
I mean, I know it kind of made me happy. I could leave up out of here and go vote real quick.
Yeah,
you won't have to worry about the line then.
Yeah. You'll be able to get it done. I promise.
These are my confessions.
Real quick. I don't even know how I feel. This is my confession. I don't know how I feel that all the big news in the trade deadline is obscuring another piece of news tangentially related to the NFL that I really just want to get y'all's opinion on.
Okay.
Do you know that Tom Brady has revealed that his dog Junie was cloned when his previous pet died in 2023?
I think you're lying.
I'm not lying. Tom Brady said that he got a clone dog.
Is this true?
Why would I lie about this?
No, do you believe Tom Brady, though?
Yeah.
Yes. Why would he lie about this?
Because he's Tom Brady.
I mean, people lie all the damn time over stupid stuff.
Yeah.
That would be something I would lie about just to kind of get people going.
You know, that dog is cloned.
Yeah.
I'm Tom Brady. I can do stuff like that.
Let me just get the people going.
First of all, I'm blown away. Junie, that's what you're talking about.
Yeah, Junie.
Is a clone of the late pet Lua.
Lua, which is the dog that he and his ex-wife had shared. And the dog passed in December of 2023, and I guess he decided to go ahead and clone him. And by the way, he announced this because he announced that he is working with a You think that it's not true? You don't think that they did the deal?
He's an investor in the company that did it.
They did the deal, and he was like, hey,
all right,
I still got some hairs laying around. Go ahead and run me up a new dog.
Yeah. So you don't think it's not a chance that he probably got the same breed of dog that look exactly alike?
I think it's BS is what I think. He went from Labrador to Labradoodle. And he calls it a clone.
Which is the better one? If he actually had his dog cloned or if he just lied to get this money?
Well, the better one is the cloning because it's kind of scary, but the one I think is true is oh, by the way, I'm also an investor in Colossal Biosciences. You too can have your dog cloned.
All of it's uncomfortable. From the 281, Tom Brady is a clone. Hilarious. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, it's a Tuesday. Let's do some college football on a Tuesday. Let's talk about what's happening. And there are more jobs in college football. They're taking over. All the open jobs. It's taking over. Let's sort this out next.
Now, how about some science you can trust?
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Happy Tuesday to you. Hope it's going all right. Trade deadline buzz is buzzing. There's stuff happening. The big news, obviously, is that the Colts went and got Sauce Gardner. They acquired him for 2 first-round picks and A.D. Mitchell. And they get, obviously, Sauce Gardner, who has not been quite the Sauce Gardner that we expected in that first year. And he's ending into that big money of his extension. So it's a really interesting trade that at least we on the show seem to disagree a little bit about whether or not it is worth the plunge. But the Colts are indeed taking a plunge to try and push themselves further towards a championship if they can get there.
One more thought about that before we get to CF Boat College football.
Which we need to go.
We do need to go. We got stuff to cover. Just one more thought. It is funny that we're arguing about who got fleeced, would you do it, or the fans are going to be excited, they're not going to be excited. The reality is they got Sauce Gardner, and that's a problem for the Texans.
Yeah.
We can argue about, like, who cares about the Jets and Colts fans and whether they got fleeced or not. I mean, I guess long term it could affect the Texans if the Colts don't have 2 first-round picks, obviously. But the here and now is that's a 7-2 team that is in win-now mode, and they got at minimum a very good cornerback.
Yeah, there's a small bit of hating from outside the club happening right now.
Kind of cope, right? A little bit of cope.
Maybe so, but we'll see how the trade deadline continues to go. Basically, 2 hours, 15 minutes remain till we actually hit the very much deadline, so we'll see what it looks like. All right, CF Boat, college football on a Tuesday. There's another open job, John Lopez.
There is another open job.
Hugh Freeze was relieved of his duty at Auburn.
There you go.
And this is to be expected. He did not really have a good go of it. 3 seasons there. I want to say that his record was something like 15-18, if memory serves. I should get to my notes because I have it there.
Offense didn't do nothing.
No, 8-17, 15-19 rather was his record in 3 seasons there. 8-17 versus Power 4 opponents. And yeah, the offense was very bad. They scored, 3 points against Kentucky? And this is Hugh Freeze that's supposed to be an offensive genius of some sorts.
Yep.
Didn't show up. He had 2 quarterbacks in Jackson Arnold, the transfer, and then Ashton Davis, who neither of them really showed up. And these are 3 years in when he had an opportunity to make some decisions as who to have. This was to be expected. And honestly, I don't know why you hired him in the first place. I didn't think that he's had a lot of chances, and I don't know that you should have expected things to go well. But another job that's open, joining the Penn State job, the Florida job, and the LSU job. I almost wonder if it wouldn't have been a good idea to stomach another year, because I feel like they fall in pretty low in the ranking of open jobs.
I don't.
Okay.
I don't. I'm with you in your premise there. If someone's thinking about firing a coach, maybe because the top job, the top candidates are going to get better jobs. And so where does that leave you? Maybe a retread, maybe an up-and-comer that's somewhat unproven or whatever. In fact, I ranked and willing to see what your thoughts are. I want to see what your thoughts are on this.
Terrible rankings.
Thank you.
I haven't even heard them yet.
The FBS jobs, I got it top 10. First of all, how weird is it? We're in the first week of November, and we have at least 10. There's more, but I ranked the top 10 open jobs.
Yeah, that in and of itself.
No time, man.
Wasting no time.
That the eagerness with which schools are having to get rid of their coaches is rough, because I want to hear your list, but I also think, as much as you're talking about all these open jobs, I don't know that there's a lot of candidates that you love.
Exactly.
So
I'm with you in
jobs,
theory.
But
so the number 1 job available is LSU. Does anybody disagree with that?
I can't disagree with that, no.
Number 2 is Penn State.
That is a little interesting.
3, believe it or not, I put Auburn, and there's a reason for that.
Over Florida?
Over Florida. I think Florida is a little dicey right now. Just the breadth of universities that are there that are playing at a very high level. Yes, incredible recruiting turf, but also money comes into play. Auburn with the SEC, and clearly,
Florida is also in the SEC.
Well, I know. I'm saying,
okay.
I'm saying with the SEC and Alabama not being Alabama anymore, in state, you've got some some traction if you want it.
Alabama in-state recruiting ain't getting for as much. That's what we talking about here.
What I'm saying, Alabama is not the Alabama that Nick Saban, on his birthday even, had or whatever. I think Auburn is a very attractive job. They're never want for talent. I know Florida. You can just say the same thing. By the way, I have Florida 4, so it's not like I would. I think they're falling.
I'd definitely switch those, but I hear what you're saying. Yeah. I appreciate the sell there.
Number 5, Auburn, Florida 4. Number 5, I have Arkansas. And this is where it gets. Let me go 5 through 10. Give you all of them. See if you would mix and match here. I have 5 Arkansas, 6 Virginia Tech, 7 UCLA, 8 Oklahoma State, 9 Stanford, 10 Oregon State.
Yeah, it's about right. It's about right, especially once you get to some of these ones where ultimately, not having a lot of money or investment, not having good ties in geography hurts with some of these. Academic standards makes it a little difficult in some places like Stanford, UCLA. UCLA is even harder. One of those things I don't think people talk about, we've mentioned it before on this program, is when you're in a big city, those assistant jobs, the money that they get paid, it's not like they're poor, but they're not, $100,000, $200,000 does not go nearly as far in Los Angeles as it does in Stillwater.
No, that's fair.
Right? In Oxford, Mississippi, or whatever. You know what I mean?
I also feel like, and I was mentioning this with our program director Parker earlier, I think low-key UCLA is the proverbial sleeping giant. I think there's a lot there. It's a better campus, better university overall. Sorry,
better campus, better university. Sure, they don't invest in sports nearly like a lot of those other ones.
What I'm saying is, like, that's why they're a sleeping giant. They clearly have alumni. They clearly have resources. It's widely considered a better campus and area and university than USC. They do have something of a track record, historically speaking, and it's UCLA. I think it's low key a pretty dang good job.
Yeah, I would disagree with you there as well, but I understand what you're talking about there. Yeah, I'd still have them pretty low. But yeah, the ones at the very bottom there are all really tough jobs. But yeah. I think you're also right to get Arkansas right on the borderline of those other ones. Actually, I might be intrigued as to where Arkansas is next to Auburn. I think Auburn. I'd still probably go Auburn above Arkansas, but Arkansas has got a lot of money. You talk about sleeping giant. There's a lot of money there. Depends on whether or not they'd be willing to invest it with the program that they ultimately have with whoever is at the top of it. But yeah, to the point you're talking about these openings. And I'm thinking about, like, who are actually the candidates that would be out there? Because Lane Kiffin gets so much love. Lane Kiffin is a particular type of retread, and I think that he has rebuilt himself in a certain way. He's learned a lot since his 30s. So I'd be more interested in doing that. But you talk about, like, the coaches that really, how do you feel about James Franklin? He puts together a good program and he wins. His knock is that he didn't win at the highest level. Does that change at a different place?
I think James Franklin is perfect for Auburn or Arkansas.
Rhett Lashley at SMU is a really interesting one. I think he builds a good program. He's one of those guys that's building on his way up. The only question is SMU a stepping stone job, or do they have enough money to make it worth his while to stay there in the ACC?
I think
the ACC.
Yes, they have enough money. SMU has a ton of money. But in terms of profile and standing, on a national, year in, year out national scale, clearly going to one of these other schools would be bigger.
Listen to how quickly I get to where it feels like it falls off, right? Franklin, I think you're in on. We mentioned Lane Kiffin, Rhett Lashley at SMU. Eli Drinkwitz in Missouri, who, interestingly enough, early enough, it seemed like he was going to get fired very quickly. Now he's one of those guys that has Missouri humming, and it feels like he could take a good job, right? Matt Campbell, Iowa State, if he eventually decides to move, maybe this is the time with all of the good jobs available that he goes. Jed Fish at Washington. I think he's been a fantastic coach, even when he was at Arizona recently. Matt Rule is where we start getting here. He just signed an extension. But also, can I tell you a little something about Matt Rule, who lost once again to an AP top 25 team when his Nebraska Cornhuskers lost to USC this weekend? Matt Rule is a combined 0 of 19 versus AP top 25 teams when he was at Baylor and Nebraska.
Yikes.
And he's been one of the big names that we talk about. Did
you mention Dillingham?
No, I didn't mention Kenny Dillingham. Dillingham is a good look as well. Fran Brown, another one at SC. And then you start getting to, like, coaches that are at smaller schools. Ryan Summerall, those that build up. And I'm looking at these schools and I go, I don't envy them having to go through
to get one of those guys that you're still unsure on a lot of them.
Right, because you're either going to have to bid really high on a retread. You're probably still going to have to bid pretty high on one of these upshot coaches at a mid-major, and that just ups the possibility. We continue to fall deeper and deeper into the vicious cycle of have to pay really high to get a coach, high buyout. Then if it doesn't work, you're really eager to make it work because you paid a lot of money, and then you get out of it and you have a high buyout that you're paying, and now you need to get the next one right, so you put more money into that. And I think that this is how the vicious cycle continues to go in college football. Can I add you a couple of notes on the college football weekend? Jeff Lebby at Mississippi State got his very first win in SEC play. They beat Bobby Petrino's Arkansas. He is now 1-12 in SEC play. He's been there for 2 years. He is 1-12.
Well, you got to start somewhere.
And I feel like we have to do this. I'm kind of surprised that we waited so long. Arch Manning looked just good, period. No caveats. They got a big win against Vanderbilt. Vanderbilt with the valiant effort on trying to come back, 21 fourth quarter points. Arch Manning just looked good, period, which is the first time that we've been able to see that since he started.
Longhorn Nation, we're back.
I'll tell you what, the Longhorns just keep chugging along. They've got quite the stretch coming up. They're going
to sneak into the playoffs?
Well,
what do you mean sneak? They just took a big jump in the top 25.
They took a big jump, but they have a bye week, I believe, this week, and then Georgia, and then Arkansas and A&M at home. Definitely Georgia, definitely A&M. But they are playing better football. Obviously, I agree with you. Arch had his best overall game. College football playoff, first rankings come out tonight.
That's going to be real fun to get a view for how they have this stacked up. We'll talk about that tomorrow.
Ohio State, A&M, Indiana, Alabama in that order.
That feels obvious. The top teams, the very top, they've been what they're supposed to be. And we'll see what that looks like. We'll talk about it tomorrow on the show. But right now, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610, and I did say it's a Texans Ticket Tuesday, so let's give those away. A pair of tickets to see the Texans take on the Jaguars in the bullpen. Great seats. And you can win them right now by being caller number 8, 713-572-4610. You'll have an opportunity to sit real close to the field and watch the game. We want you to have those good tickets. All you got to do, 713-572-4610. Be caller number 8 right now, and you'll win those tickets. If you don't happen to win those, keep it locked on Sports Radio 610. I know that the drive will be giving away another pair in the 5 o'clock hour. But right now, you're in the loop. Coming up next, let's talk about that. Is there something that we've been neglecting when it comes to C.J. Stroud? We'll talk about that next.
The Texans dropped another Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
610. Goodness gracious. It is a NFL trade deadline day. All sorts of news happening everywhere. The big thing that happened on the day. Actually, there's a pair of big things, although I'm sure that one strikes a little bit harder, and that's that the Colts acquired Sauce Gardner from the Jets, the defensive rookie of the year, the season that he was drafted, and that was a great season. The next few, not quite as good. They will still acquire him for the cost of 2 first-round picks, a 26 first-round pick and a 27 first-round pick, plus A.D. Mitchell, the wide receiver out of Texas. They will all go to the Jets, and the Colts will receive Sauce Gardner and his extension that he has as well. So that's an interesting part there. The Seahawks have made a trade themselves. They went and acquired Rashid Shaheed from the Saints. So that's an interesting tandem that they now have there to pair with Jackson Smith and Jigba. And so, funny enough, I've seen, I think it was Zach Rosenblatt, who covers the Jets, saying that he does not believe the Jets are done. He specifically mentions Quinnen Williams, so that could be a move. But he didn't mention this man, although we've been thinking that he might move. Breece Hall, at Breece H on Twitter. He just posted a GIF of Anthony Anderson just kind of looming in the background, wiping the wall as if to say, I'm just waiting, just looking and waiting. That was about 15 minutes ago. So as we are 2 hours away from the trade deadline, could Breece Hall be on the move somewhere? That's something that we're looking and we're waiting for.
Yeah, I think he's waiting for it too. You know, one other thing we haven't even mentioned about the Colts and their big move for Sauce Gardner. How about Carly Ursay-Gordon?
Ursay-Gordon? She would have absolutely have to sign off.
Bleep them picks.
Because Chris Ballard was not a GM that would do something like
Wheeler
this.
dealer. Yeah.
What, make a bad move? He's making some bad moves.
I'm talking about trading 2 first-round picks this.
Yeah. But yeah, so new ownership saying, let's go.
Yeah. And not in the football space, but pursuant to Houston, the Astros had a move happen. Looked like our guy Chaz McCormick.
Chaz McCormick has been outrighted.
Yeah, this was going to happen to some degree. Well, not necessarily specifically this, but the Astros needed to do a little bit of housekeeping. I saw Chandler Rome making the mention of this yesterday. 40-man roster. They have 37, but they've got some guys that they have to get back. 8 players, in fact, that were on the 60-day IL that needed to get back on the 40-man roster, so they were going to have to clear some space. They had till Thursday to get everything in order, but I guess Chaz, the first of the moves that they were going to make. So Chaz McCormick outrighted for your Astros.
Yeah, not necessarily surprised, but a big part of the Astros history. Then another part of it that is no longer with it.
Yeah, man, I spent a lot of time yesterday talking to a friend of mine of just like the Astros going forward. We were talking about the World Series, and that took us to all sorts of baseball conversation. And just, I'm so intrigued to see what this next period of time is for the Astros, because they've got a lot of questions to answer with this roster. I mean, outside of just getting your 40-man right for the end of the week, what does it look like going through the winter and getting themselves ready for spring? There's a lot of questions that need to be answered, and it starts with your staff. Talk less of what does your rotation look like? Because I got one that I feel confident about, Hunter Brown.
Yeah,
you still got to figure out how you're going to fix the log jams with your lineup, and then also just how you're going to get some left-handed bats in there, because right now you have one, and that is Yordan Alvarez if he is healthy. Like there's a lot of questions to be answered with this Astros
and
right
the
now.
pitchers that are all going to be on the shelf, and who's coming back, who's not. Yeah.
Are we going into another season of doing the who's coming back from IL?
Yes. To answer your question.
I'm not excited.
Yes.
I'm not excited. All right, speaking of looking and waiting for someone to come back from injury, there's a few of those with the Texans. Obviously, one of those that is actually really interesting that we had not talked much about, I know Aaron Wilson had made mention of him. Kate Stover is one that I'd almost kind of forgotten about, which I guess shame on me. But if and when he returns, and I say if just because how can you be sure of anything at this point in time, but when he returns, one, you hope that like he could still make some level of impact where you are, but two, I mean, that feels like that could be important for what you do.
Well, it's also important on trade deadline day, and depending on where the Texans feel and whether when he'll come back, it might affect a decision you might be making today for a tight end as well. So yeah, all that comes into play.
Yeah, so there's that, but then also when you're looking at waiting for people to come back, there's 2 dudes that both are now in concussion protocol. Titus Howard, which again we don't want to make to be a small thing on the offensive line. You have so few dudes that you've come to have any level of trust in. Talk less of like being really, really good at it. Titus Howard, you've definitely had trust in, and that's going to raise some real questions as to what this looks like for your offense. But C.J. Stroud, obviously, that's the big kahuna, the quarterback of the team. Is there something we're missing here?
I'm wondering, and let's keep this in mind. You know, and you mentioned it earlier. D'Amico kind of alluded on the coach's show last night. I guess we would be trending toward no.
He didn't allude. He said it pretty. Do we have this from the coach? Don't worry about it. Actually, we don't. If you don't have it, but yeah, he basically was like, no, we expect.
Yeah.
That it is very rare that a quarterback comes back with that short of a turnaround.
Right.
So we're planning as if Davis Mills is the quarterback,
which is kind of where we were coming off the official concussion designation. But here's what I'm wondering if we're missing this. Two things that I think are pretty important. This is C.J. Stroud's second concussion in less than 2 years. That's not a little thing. I mean, obviously in the NFL there are head injuries. Figgy, we were at the game, the Jets game. Remember?
Yeah, in New York.
In New York.
23.
Yeah, and we happened to be there because it was the same weekend as Army-Navy.
Yep.
And so we went to that game, and he got a concussion. That's less than 2 years ago.
Yeah.
And these are the ones that are officially designated as concussions. You know, NFL players will tell you, oh, I had 17. You know,
right. Yeah.
I think it was a conversation that concussion started from last week, the previous week, right?
Yes, there was.
Yeah.
So,
but that wasn't really documented.
But 2 official in less than 2 years in concussion protocol concussions for C.J. Stroud. So that's something that you don't necessarily, panic meter and all that, but you got to keep an eye on that.
Do you kind of put them in the same sentence, or not the same sentence, but kind of close around the whole Tua thing?
No, you don't go that far.
No, I'm saying not in the same sentence, but if
actually mention Tua, does the only effect that I feel Tua has on C.J. Stroud is not necessarily that he's in that category, but because we had the visuals with Tua. Are you going to be even more sensitive and alert to be careful with C.J. Stroud?
Oh, yeah. I think that Tua Tagovailoa ends up being quite an inflection point for the National Football League, as everybody has seen how visible and how evident, how bad it looked as a league, the ways that it was handled. So, yeah, I think that it makes everybody be more cautious. I think that's probably something I should have considered when I errantly said that I would bet you that C.J. Stroud returned in that game, is that the league has gotten even more conservative in the way that they handle this, probably for the good of their players because of how visible that was. But I don't think that he's in that space. However, I'm no neurologist or neurological consultant or anything of that ilk. I can't speak to what those injuries look like. And the thing that's scary about head injuries is that we can't get in there. It's not nearly as definitive. It's very, player to player. And so just getting him back already is going to be very unique to him. But then on top of that, there's also some, only God knows how much more likely that makes the possibility of concussions in the future for him.
Yeah, it's a little tricky, too, because I know Tua, we kind of look at we saw it on the field with Tua. But the person I think about is Denzel Ward, the cornerback for the Browns. I feel like he get a concussion every single year, or at least twice a year.
Yeah,
and he still play. Like a lot of people felt like he concussion, but he still kind of go. I guess he know how to manage it.
Right.
I know that sounds kind of weird to say, but I wonder if it could be a situation like that.
Well, everyone will tell you, and we've read it and seen it and heard it, etc. Once you have one, and then you have two, it becomes that much more common to get 3, 4, 5.
Yeah.
So that's one thing I had a question about, and I'm glad we got to talk about that. The other thing, I think there's motivation for both C.J. Stroud's camp and the Texans to say, no, he ain't playing this week, and he may not play until we get full clearance, and maybe another week or whatever. Because let's not forget the most important thing. Contract.
Yeah.
There's a lot of money involved right now. And I think both sides should have, certainly David Mulligeta has made a call. I would bet just about anything. David Mulligeta said, hey, Nick, he ain't playing this week, right?
It's within the incentive structure for the agent to protect his client as much as possible. And he's outside of the hierarchy that that's created in football, where individual players feel an obligation to their players. Dave Mulligeta don't feel no obligation to that team. He feels an obligation to the individual of C.J. Stroud, and it would make sense that the best thing is make sure that you are 100% ready to go and that you're not.
I think
Mulligeta
is flat out saying, he ain't playing this week.
Well, not just this week. That's where
maybe not next week.
How much leeway, if at all, do you even believe that there's leeway? How much leeway do you believe that this Texans team has in not having CJ? 'Cause if there was a time for you to have to play your backup as your starter, Jaguars, Titans isn't the absolute worst thing in the world. Now, of course, being 3-5 makes none of this good, but those two teams, common opponents, ones that you have played before this year that you've been able to game plan for, and now that you're building upon those previous game plans, those make it a little bit more palatable, right?
Oh, I think so. But even from the Texans' perspective, I think there's motivation for them to say he ain't playing this week and maybe not next week because this is their franchise quarterback. As much as they want him on the field, and if he gets clearance, maybe he'll be on the field. They don't want that second to become a third quickly, and then a fourth and a fifth or whatever. Because I think both sides they need to err to the side of caution.
Yeah. I think you're right, man. I think that it's hard to ignore that. It would just have to be like, is CJ in that place where he's clamoring to get back and
he's 100.
All this be damned. Or I mean, really, the biggest thing is you have to hope is he just is one of those dudes that's built different, right? I'm not even saying that as a joke. There's some dudes. I always think to Adrian Peterson when he had the ACL tear, and then the surgeon gets in there and he's like, "This is pristine." Like this, why?
How do you do that?
Bodies shouldn't do that. Adrian Peterson was just built different on like recovery type stuff. Like maybe that's what you're hoping for. Outside of that, you're right. There's probably quite the possibility that you have to go with Davis Mills. Now, with the opportunity, again, to have prep, I feel a little bit better about that. I still question, and it comes back to the thing that I think we're all at. We're looking at this team, have a coaching staff and the game planning ability to prepare and get this team best situated to go out and compete on a given day.
Yeah.
Especially if you're stepping down from C.J. Stroud to Dalton Schultz. I've been doing that. Like since he came in all week, I've just been calling Davis Mills Dalton Schultz like an idiot. But how much can they get ready? Davis Mills. It's the D. It's just their name starts with D, and for some reason
they kind of look alike, right?
Okay, they are both white gentlemen. Okay. Correct, that's right. By the way, some other breaking news when it comes to trade deadline day. Quentin Williams is indeed on the move, like Zach Rosenblatt said. Quentin Williams will be playing with a star on his helmet now. The Dallas Cowboys acquire Quentin Williams for a first-round pick. It seems like there's some more in there. I haven't seen quite any of that.
So the Jets got 3 first-round picks.
That's right.
Oh, that's right.
Man. They might be quiet winners. Like, they weren't expected to be good this year. That's part of why they go and get Justin
haven't
Fields.
been.
Yeah.
But they're letting off players, and they're getting good value for them. I think the early questions are, of course, we'll eventually get the full details, but the early details seem to be that this might not even be the first-round picks that the Cowboys got from the Packers. This might be the Cowboys' own first-round pick. And if you remember, they're bad.
They're bad.
Right?
Yeah. And getting worse.
So that might be a very valuable first-round pick that the Jets will add to their own first-round pick and the 2 firsts, one this year and one next year, that they're acquiring from the Colts. Like the Jets might be drafting by themselves.
Why are the Cowboys doing this?
Because
Jerry Jones.
I was like, why am I
mentioning yesterday? They got some trades.
Yeah, that was so funny too. Yeah, we already made one trade. Can't talk about it yet. Although I am.
That was a great way to announce. Hey, we got a trade coming up. But I can't tell you.
I know something.
And it's crazy. Like that defense is top to bottom bad. And I guess they figured, you know what, we need a presence in the middle to fix all of this.
That'll do it.
I do wonder if it helps a little bit if they're able to actually get pressure on the quarterback.
What does it mean?
Because Quentin Williams does it from the middle. If that helps those cornerbacks look better, but yeah,
what difference is it going to make?
Nothing in reality. But now they have a player that caliber that they have. It's a good thing that they finally, after years and years, have a good defensive lineman. When was the last time the Cowboys had that? Let's go to the phone line. I'm being told that Larry Stafford is here. Larry, what you got for me, dog?
What's going on, Reggie, J-Lo, Figgy? Thanks for letting me get in, man. Hey, J-Lo, is it too early in the day to be day drinking, man?
No, never.
Yeah, I didn't think so, because right now it might be the best time for Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans to announce that Tank Dell and Joe Mixon are on their way back. And then they might want to go out there and get us another tight end and figure out exactly how we could trade our offensive coordinator for Clint Kubiak. See, these are the kind of moves it's going to take because I see everybody starting to load up now. So now the Cowboys are doing halfway decent, smart things, and then the coach and went and got them some Chick-fil-A sauce or some cane sauce or whatever sauce they got. So they might want to get out there and figure out real quick that because here's the thing, man, we still have the best quarterback in the AFC South. And if it's not on their minds over there that we've sat through all these losses with a top one defense in the National Football League, then Nick Caserio and everybody over there on Kirby ass need to be fired. Because I can tell you, with that defense, and if we get just some mediocre offense in the red zone, we should be 7-1 and be trying to make these moves. I'm getting sick and tired of it, man, because as many times as we've gotten our hopes up high for them Texans to do special things, we've been let down. And I don't know what my head coach is over there saying that you better have willpower and this kind of power and all this other kind of stuff if you want to be physical. Your ass got a bunch of chihuahuas and shih tzus on that offensive line. And I got a Rottweiler that loves to put his hands and his paws around them shih tzus' hips. That's exactly what other teams' defenses see when they see y'all ass trying to go forward in the red zone for a touchdown. Kaylee, your ass better figure out real quick what a bootleg and what a sweep and everything else look like, because the next time I see your ass run two dives with British books right up the middle, I might jump over that rail and run on that field, J-Lo, and you know I'll do it and I'll holler.
Don't do it. Don't do that.
Yeah, I don't want you.
Let's not mention the name of that dog that he.
Yeah, I was like, there was a lot of that.
Times, man.
There was a lot of that. That was a lot of that.
Purpose.
There was a lot of that. By the way, the Quinnen Williams move that sends him to the Cowboys. The Cowboys send out a second-round pick this year and a first-round pick next year. So it's a 1 and a 2 for Quinnen Williams. They add him
to the Jets are eating, man.
The Jets have a chest. We'll see if they're able to utilize that to actually revitalize something.
They got like 5 draw forward cards right now, man.
I got to see what their picks are the next 2 years.
The big question is, does Aaron Glenn get to hang around long enough to see what those picks actually are?
I think now he does. Yeah,
all right.
I think now he does.
All right. The Cowboys also traded for the linebacker out of Cincinnati as well. So they've added some pieces. I still don't know if that's any good. But someone on the text line said Quinnen Williams, they were kind of hoping that the Texans would get him. Not for a 1 and a 2 necessarily, but also something that, oddly enough, that I was talking about with Sean Bijani. You know that Sheldon Rankins in pass rush win rate is pretty much right there with Quinnen Williams? Sheldon Rankins has been pretty damn good on that defensive line. You got to give him credit, especially in passing circumstances. So salute to that man. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next is about that time where we hand things over to our guy Figgy Fig for the mixtape. What you got, man?
Yeah, so it's around that time of the season people start traveling out of town and all that stuff for the holiday. And I got to give people a heads up if you're going to the airport, because there's been a lot going on with that. Plus, Oreo is selling Thanksgiving cookies. And I got the flavors for you.
There better not be no gravy cookies in here. I'm going to be so mad. Let's hear what that is next.
BaptistChildren's.org.
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Tuesday. Happy Tuesday to everyone out there to make sure it was Tuesday.
Me too, dude.
Trade deadline going on, so we'll keep you updated on if any breaking news happen. But I also want to keep you guys updated what's going on at the airports. I don't know if you guys seen them lines and all that stuff.
Yeah, man.
So
especially IAH. It's not just airports generically here.
Yeah. No, really here. So so I got this clip from KPRC too. They were out there at IAH Bush, and you might have to wait about 3 hours to get TSA.
Just through TSA.
Just through TSA. And this is all due because the government shut down and all that stuff. So here's KPRC2 News with the story.
A disaster at Houston airports this morning. Bush and Hobby airports seeing extremely long wait times. At Bush, that wait could exceed 3 hours. Now, because of the government shutdown, TSA staff who are working without pay are not showing up.
They are calling it a nightmare here at Bush Airport. As you said it, TSA wait times could exceed 3 hours, and that is what we're seeing here at Terminal E, where the line is actually outside in the drop-off area. So yes, passengers here are frustrated. We talked to some. One woman actually was waiting 2 hours in line, and as we were standing there, she said, "I'm leaving." She left, was going to hop in a car and drive to Dallas instead. She said today was her very first day on the job. Another woman said she had already been waiting for 3 hours, and there was no way she was going to make her flight. And she said that she was going to have to just wait around because at this point, all the next flights are also getting booked up as well. A tough situation for so many people.
Man, that is tough.
It really is.
Hey, you're going to Dallas, you drive. You drive to Dallas.
I'm kind of curious.
At this point?
Yeah. At this point, yeah. If you taking 3 hours to get just through TSA.
Yeah, you're driving.
Yeah, no, at that point, fair. I can't blame them people though that not getting paid for not showing up to work.
No way.
I remember in college. I used to work, and there was another restaurant. It was one of those kind of little entertainment districts. There's another restaurant a little further down. And one of the things I love about when you work at like a restaurant or one of those type of jobs is when y'all trade off and y'all kind of know the employees at the other place. Yeah. Man, the stories I heard about that place and their owner not paying. A dude ended up in jail because a check bounced when he went to go cash it. I heard that story. I walked right into my general manager. I said, look at me. Look at me in the eyes. The first time that a check bounces, I don't work here anymore. You understand that? So I can't imagine you getting that from the government job. Usually the government jobs are the good, steady ones.
Yeah.
That government job, that check's not coming through. I'm at home.
Oh, by the way, it's November. The holiday season
That's what I'm saying.
is upon us.
Yeah, I feel bad. My wife got to travel later this month due to work. I guess they had some type of conference somewhere. And I thought about going, maybe catch a flight. Nope, I'm not going anywhere for the rest of the year. I hate traveling during the holiday anyway.
Yeah,
because it's always packed.
Did you say they might have to close down some airspace? Did you see the latest?
Yeah, because there aren't traffic controllers. Which honestly, please, like if the options are we just out here, go, I go in the air, or we just have less airspace. I would much prefer less airspace.
But like they're gonna have to shut down like a big chunk of air where these flights go.
Call your own fouls. Call your own fouls. Piloting is not what I wanted.
Keep your head on a swivel, pilots.
Y'all do y'all thing out there. But
that is crazy.
Yeah, so just if you traveling somewhere, man, just get there 3 to 4 hours early.
Now, one thing out there not needing it, I saw Danielle Lerner. Obviously, she covers the Rockets for the Houston Chronicle and does a fantastic job at that. Obviously, the Rockets getting, flying. Who do they have next again? I don't forgot where their next game is, but they're on the road, so she had to get on a plane. She said she got to the airport real early, got there in 15 minutes.
Okay.
So sometimes it just, it's up and down.
You got to be safe, better safe than sorry.
100%.
Man. If you get there 3 hours early, you get through coop, man, just chill.
Go get you a Cinnabon.
You don't want to be like the Macaulay Culkin or I forgot the character name in Home Alone.
Kevin.
Yeah, McAllister's. They want to be like the McAllisters.
Oh, yeah.
Running through the airport like a sicko.
Mm-hmm.
Damn, now I want a Cinnabon. I don't know. Because the only time I ever eat a Cinnabon is at the airport.
Yeah.
I never go get a Cinnabon from it, but when I'm at the airport, I'm like, damn, I want a Cinnabon.
You darn right you do.
All right, let me see if you want to try this. So let's get some big back activity going on here.
Big bag.
Mm-hmm. I'm glad you said that because I got the intro to this. Every time we talk about some type of weird food, I'm going to play this intro right here.
Big bag, big bag, big bag, big bag. Yeah, my bag is loaded up with snacks and different foods. Squeeze into this tiny shirt, my big bag has no room. Big bag, big bag, big bag, big bag. Big bag, big bag, big bag, big bag.
Make it stop.
Why is it so long?
Make it stop.
So I'm out with a Thanksgiving cookies that taste just like turkey and stuffing.
Nope.
Yeah, so so this is pretty much like a remember those cookies that come in a little tin can?
Yeah, like it's actually holiday cookies.
Yeah. So that's what they got going on here. And some of the flavors they got turkey and stuffing.
Nope.
Sweet potato.
Maybe,
you thought about it.
You could actually get me on the side. I love sweet potato.
Maybe.
Yeah, they got cream corn.
Nope.
Cranberry sauce.
Nope.
Actually, I'd be intrigued. I would be.
Pumpkin pie.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And caramel apple pie.
Yes.
All right.
So what are they betting? 500?
Not even. Maybe 375, which honestly is still good batting average.
Yep. So you get 12 cookies and 6 Thanksgiving flavors for $20 plus shipping.
$20?
Yeah.
That's actually not bad.
Hey,
for the Christmas tin, $20 gift. Although they have,
you're gonna give that to somebody.
I was gonna say, although they would have to eat turkey and stuffing cookies.
I know what I'm getting Lopez for Christmas.
Oh God,
I got you, big
please
dog. Don't. No, I will.
It'll stay right here.
It has been decided.
It'll stay right here.
It is. No, it's not. I'm bringing this to the house.
It'll be on the front porch.
So you could go to Oreo.com if you want to order this.
I'd rather not.
Yeah, I was going to ask y'all if y'all want to kind of go in on go in 3 ways and try to order this and try it on the air.
I don't. I do not, Figgy.
You don't want to try that pumpkin pie?
Turkey and stuffing has got me like, no way.
And the thing that upsets me is, I get what they got is not good turkey and stuffing flavor. It's probably like the worst iteration of turkey and stuffing flavor that they then transferred into cookie form, which is not the form that I should be tasting turkey and stuffing.
Yeah. So if you order it, let me know. Hit us up and let me know what you think about it. It's the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. So I've talked about this many times on this show, how some of my favorite things to watch on TikTok is the body cams from police officers. And this one, I ran across this body cam from a police officer in Florida. So a lady was pulled over. She showed the
Florida, huh?
Florida, yep. So you see where this is going already. That's already strike one. So she showed the officer her license, but refused to give the officer her license. So she
showed it to him.
She showed it to him, and there was a big back and forth going on. And here's the back and forth of the lady refusing to actually give the officer her license.
I will not hand you my license. I am not required to hand you in your hand my license.
Listen, I'm going to tell you what's going to happen is I'm going to call for a supervisor and he's going to tell you that you're going to give me your license.
No, sir.
And
I
so
won't.
for the time being, because
With all due respect, sir.
Listen to me.
No, sir.
Yes,
no,
ma'am.
sir.
All right,
no,
step out.
sir.
I need you to step out. Yes.
You'll just have to wait a second.
No, I don't. It's not on your timing. It's on mine.
No, it's not,
There's
sir.
United States case law, Pennsylvania versus.
I don't care what that is.
You're going to go to jail for resisting if you don't get out of here.
That's my driver's license. I showed it to him.
Okay.
Because I'm driving a motor vehicle, I'm required to show you my license if you ask for it. But I don't ever hand anybody original documents in their hand.
Okay, lady.
She sounds like she knows what she's talking about.
At first, it did sound like she had a good point. I was like, okay.
Yeah.
She was like, no, I don't care about none of them laws. I was like, okay, well, we might be losing ground
Yeah,
here.
a lot of people in the comments were saying, oh, she must have been looking at a TikTok lawyer.
Yeah, something like that. Yes.
Yes. Of course, a lot of people was calling her Karen, too.
Oh, yeah.
But here's more from the officer and the Karen. And they finally got her out the car. and she still didn't give her the license.
I'm just saying, I know what my rights are.
That's true. I'm certified in the state of Florida as an LEO officer. I know rights. I know case law. I know everything.
That's excellent, because right now,
so I just don't understand.
He's violating my rights right now.
Yeah?
Yes.
Explain to me how.
He's saying, first of all, he lied to me, saying that I have to hand my license over. No, I don't. I don't have to give it to him in his hand. He wants to get
I didn't ask for your opinion. I asked how your rights are being violated.
I just told you that's not an opinion. It's a fact. It's okay.
Okay. I'm sorry you feel that way about how whatever you got going on with your original documents, but that's unfortunately not how it goes.
I know what the law is.
Okay.
I know my rights is always a telltale sign of some shenanigans.
I know what the law is.
All right, before you got more, I know, but before we go on, why do you think she is not willing to? Is it as simple as my document? I don't think it's that. I think once they get the license, then they run it. Whereas if you just show it to them, it's like, yes, I am who I say I am. I think she might have something in her past.
That's interesting. I hadn't gotten that far. She does seem like she just
the video, and you can't judge a book by its cover. She could be a serial killer for all I know.
Quite possible.
But it seemed like she was just being a jerk.
Yeah. Correct.
Just being a jerk. She probably ain't got nothing on the record or anything. She was just being a jerk. She was real fidgety about, no, you can't touch my documents.
Yeah.
And it's just like, lady, this is part of
her story.
Yeah,
but
it could be something else.
More there.
I like where you're going here. I think this is just as simple as I don't want to and you can't make me. Like some people have the audacity. I do not. Yeah. I actually am kind of not necessarily applaud. What's the right word? Envious of the people that do have the audacity to be like, I just don't want to.
Yeah.
Make me. Right? Like, just be in that place.
Okay.
My favorite part about all of this, and I say favorite in like a morbid way, right, or whatever, is just the passive aggression that she could. Not only is she like, I'm not doing this, but she's incredibly passive aggressive as she does it. And again, I'm just like the audacity to be able to do that. Shout out to you.
Yeah. So this is the part I really wanted to get to. And remember, this is in Florida, right?
Yes.
So, you heard the officer going back and forth, trying to get this lady licensed so he could do his job and all that stuff. Just imagine going through all of this and somebody else, a pedestrian on the other side of the street, yelling at you, asking something, and kind of like, wait, what's going on here? Mm-hmm. So this actually happened. So the guy trying to figure out how to get this lady licensed, and here is just a random person across the street decided to ask a question to this cop.
What is legal fraud? Because I'm in weed, but I also have but I think it's misdiagnosis. Is there any possible way?
What are you talking about?
What is the legal process of getting deputized?
You can go to the sheriff's office and request for an application.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right. I won't shake your hand because I'm conducting business, but that's the steps.
Yes, sir.
This place is not real sometimes.
Dude, he's having a day.
Some guy. Hey, what's the legal process of getting deputized? The guy was like, "Wait, what are you talking about?"
Why are you
He
here?
said, "I just quit weed, so I'm trying to."
Yeah.
This guy was like,
just
wait,
random.
What are you talking about?
This poor guy had to go home and have like 5 scotches or something.
My brain immediately was, what do you mean just quit weed? Like how recently? Because for you to walk up and add. How do those two things go together? I'm no longer on weed, so what do I need to do next? Become a deputy. Clearly, that is the next step on the quit and read journey is becoming a deputized law enforcement officer. I don't make the rules, I just follow.
And you probably didn't hear this towards the end, but he walked away after he told the guy tried to shake his hand. He like, I can't shake your hand, I'm doing something right now. He walked away and said, this place ain't real. This place can't be real sometimes, man.
So how did it end up?
She ended up getting arrested. They put her in handcuffs and all that stuff. I'm not sure what she. I'm
resisting? No, maybe not resisting.
I think she was charged with. I guess what you call it when you don't listen to a cop. When you refuse to do something, a cop tell you to. She was charged with that. I'm not sure she had anything on her record.
Yeah.
But they ended up putting her in cuffs.
And by the way, shout out to KHOU 11 who has actually done the work on this. That you actually do have.
I thought it was common, man.
She sounded like she had a good case. For a second there, I was like, nah, she might have a point. As long as I give you the information.
She flashed the license real quick, was like, here, but you can't touch it. Yes. Like, wait, what? Like, where did you get this from?
Oh, I'm looking at it now.
Yeah. So salute to her. Hopefully they did. Hopefully she ain't doing nothing wrong. I hope she ain't just being a jerk, man.
I really do.
Yeah, but and then before we get out of here, salute to a guy who played for the Magic by the name of Orlando Robinson.
Yeah, I saw this.
Yeah, so he's probably, I don't know if he's the first person in history, but he's a player that have both of his names on the jersey.
Yes.
So you got Orlando on the front and then Robinson on the back.
He's definitely the first Orlando to have played for the Orlando Magic. Like, I know that for certain, and I believe, if memory serves, he is the first person to have his both names on his jersey, as you had mentioned. Orlando on the front.
I thought that was kind of fly.
That is kind of dope. Like that. His jersey, I feel like he's just gonna let me get a whole bunch of these.
Let me get 2 jerseys.
Right.
Frame them both. One side say Orlando.
That's perfect.
The back say Robinson.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, why frame them? Just go ahead and get you a mannequin, have that thing rotate in the house. You know what I mean? Like do it up big.
Yeah.
Do it up big. All right, yeah. That was a mixtape. 1:20 p.m. every weekday right here on Sports Radio 610. 713-572-4610 if you think that we should do the Thanksgiving Oreo cookie challenge, because it seems like there's people that are like, nah, y'all got to do it. Let me know. 713-572. 46.
They got a couple flavors y'all liked or intrigued by those.
That's true.
We'll see. All right. But yeah, at the Figgy Fig on social media, if you also see something that is mixtape worthy or particularly big back for that new segment that apparently is happening. All right. Coming up next, we'll get ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive. We'll see if there's any other movement in the trade deadline. And speaking of the trade deadline, I do want to ask this. Would you have done this trade if you were the Texans? 713-572-4610. We'll talk about it next.
Coach D'Amico.
for every purchase of Depend shields, guards, and Real Fit products. Void in Mississippi. Learn more at Depend.com.
Thank you, Figgy.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
In the Loop here on Sports Radio 610 NFL trade deadline day. We are, an hour and about 11 minutes away from the deadline hitting, and there's been some real moves that have happened to this point. Sauce Gardner is now part of the AFC South. He joins the Indianapolis Colts. GM Chris Ballard said that he's going to raise everybody else's ceiling, right? He's going to elevate everyone on the defense was the words that Chris Ballard used when talking about Sauce Gardner. He gave away 2 first-round picks, 26 and 27 Colts first-round picks, and A.D. Mitchell, who admittedly wasn't finding a place in this offense, but I still think that's a high price. The Seattle Seahawks end up adding Rashid Shaheed to their offense to pair with Jackson Smith and Jigba. They should have some really, really talented, some fantastic play there. The one that has been really interesting to me, and the one that I'm going to use to ask this question here, John Lopez. Mm-hmm. Actually, before I get there, sorry, I hate to get up in the air here because I did want to mention another update on our friend Breece Hall. Mm-hmm. First and foremost,
he did another one?
Yes, he did another one. About 15 minutes ago, he sent just an emoji, like a tired-looking emoji. Mm-hmm. So maybe he has less excitement on the possibility of him finding his way out of New York. However, I think that he probably will. Zach Rosenblatt, who covers the Jets out there, he writes for them, or writes for The Athletic covering the Jets, said that multiple league sources told him that they expect Breece Hall and or Jermaine Johnson will be the next players on the Jets on the move. There are offers on the so there sounds like there are offers on the table for
By the
Breece
way, he
Hall.
just did another one.
Did he send another one?
The ellipses.
Oh, look at him. ... He is waiting. He is waiting to get out.
He's doing the fingers on the table thing.
He probably know where he's going.
I don't know.
But just kind of waiting for it to happen.
Or that maybe.
Because you kind of get that a lot too. Like, hey, you're going here. We're just trying to finalize everything.
Yeah.
And shout out to NFL insider Jordan Schultz, whose daddy founded, was it Starbucks or whatever?
We used to call him the Starbucks baby.
Yeah. Apparently he's reporting that Jets running back Breece Hall wants to be traded, I'm told.
No kidding.
Really?
Oh, word.
Is that so?
So he follows him on Twitter, too.
Hey, did he get hacked by Magic Johnson or something?
No, yeah, I believe he did.
Yeah.
I believe he did. But would you do this trade, the one that the Cowboys just did, a first and a second round pick for Quinnen Williams? Because I'm seeing people that are like, I think value-wise, Quinnen Williams is the type of defensive player that if you're giving 2 premium picks away, you're like, all right, I'm starting to think about it. We were talking about this in a break. I think me, you, our program director, Parker, were saying, that's 2 firsts. Like, you give that up for a playmaker, a person who legitimately changes something. Mm-hmm. Like when the Packers did that for Micah Parsons. We still thought that was a little bit of an undersell, but like as someone who changed the game. Quinnen Williams is that. I'm not sure if Sauce Gardner's that, but neither here nor there. With that value there, would you have done that for this Texans team?
It depends on where the record was. I think for the Cowboys, it doesn't make any sense. The Texans, clear Cowboys, and I think it's pretty clear. Even though they've had their own struggles, and I think they have the same number of wins, don't they? 3-4-1 versus 3-5.
I think 3-5-1, I believe.
Maybe 3-5-1. But either way, 2 first rounders for.
A first and a second.
I mean, a first and a second for Quinnen Williams.
For whatever that changes for you. Which, I mean, first and the second aren't the same thing.
Oh, that's a tough one.
I think it's a no, which I feel wild saying because I do think the value there is good for a player on the interior. Plus, you talk about defensive tackle and how much that impacts. One, I think I gave some credit to Sheldon Rankins. I think he's been good with the pass block win rate, which I know I'm surprised you didn't make fun of me for dropping that stat from ESPN. But he has been good. I think it's just it's a stat that points to the value that he's brought, particularly in pass rush and in covering up, right? When sometimes the lane gets a little wonky and one of these edge rushers works inside, he's been really good. He's been the guy that I've seen a lot, kind of peeling out and not allowing that quarterback to then get busy on the outside. But then on top of that, could you justify putting even more assets into this defense with the way that this offense is right now?
I think that part I think you could.
Really?
Yeah, I think you could because we're in week 10. And so I think we pretty much know what this offense is. If your defense can become, and it's already, one of those all-time type defenses, or at least flirting with that possibility, and make them even better, then yeah, I actually could see that happen. Because here's the other part of it, and the reason I was hesitating, my inclination would be to agree with you. I don't think would do it, but there are a lot of good, interior defensive linemen out there.
Yeah.
There's very few great ones.
Which is a fair point to make.
Very few great ones.
It's a fair point to make.
Yeah.
The ROI on that is the question there, especially when you also consider the contract that you would have there, right? Like that, you're adding even more to this time period where you have a lot of money all the way around this team that you're having to navigate. And then the other thing that I bring them back to that is like, hey, you've got a lot of these guys that are picking up money, right? Like you got a lot of these guys that are getting bigger contracts that I don't know that you could stomach that. And I feel like with the way that the salary cap works, there's supposed to be some places where you end up not being able to have the best, and it would feel like you were really capping out on having like elite level players on the defense and not really giving you very much opportunity to do similar on offense, especially when I think young, cheap talent that you would be giving up in a first and a second round pick are very, very valuable as you are coming into a place where you're paying cornerback and paying
I get you.
Pass rushers and paying, safeties, and you might be paying a quarterback. Like I think that's where it gets a little dicey.
Let me ask you this. We are now just more than 1 hour away from the end of the trade window. Yes or no? Do the Texans make a deal?
I'm leaning, especially seeing the way that the cost of some of these deals are. I'm leaning no. I'm leaning that they will not.
I think I am too.
Although, what is interesting, knowing that there is a deal on the table for Breece Hall, I do wonder if the Texans, like that is something that I am wondering about, but I'd lean towards no, that they don't make a deal.
Yeah, I think I'd be leaning that way, but still intrigued, and I was almost going to say hopeful. I don't know if I am hopeful that they make a trade. I really, because you can't impact anything with a trade. I mean, who knows, but I don't think you can impact anything with a trade for an offensive lineman. The only swing that I would like for them to take is a big swing, for Achane, and that would be costly. I think that could change the entire dynamic.
Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Now, of course, you're not getting scuttlebutt from everywhere, but one of the things I'm wondering about is I still haven't seen very much about after Josina Anderson put out there Evan Neal.
Yeah.
They're looking to trade him. I haven't seen much about what's happening there, and we know that a lot of this stuff works almost like a duck, where it's a lot of movement underneath and nothing you really see.
And it's a flurry at the end.
Right, and a flurry at the end. So I'm really excited for what these guys that are coming up after us have, particularly in the first hour, but throughout their program, as they watch the end of the trade deadline for 2025 come to the fore. I'm excited to see what it looks like. But, I'm with you. I think that the issues are beyond what they're going to acquire here, and I think that they probably will get more run out of addressing some of those. Not to say that, adding some players would not give them some benefits. I just the thing that I'm most concerned with that has the majority of my attention is the ability to create schematic advantage. I had some audio with it. We don't have to get to it. I know Bo Nix and his availability, or it might have touchdown, which, mind you, of the, I believe, 27 times that Stingley lined up across from
24,
Sutton?
Yeah,
24, rather.
Yeah.
There was one catch, and that was that 30-yard touchdown, which when you look at it, that's what I think that's like cover 3 or something to that effect, where Stingley clearly plays that, where he's expecting top help over the top. Bo Nix talks about how, you had that help over the top, that safety over the middle, that was held there because they had flooded the zone to the opposite side.
Yeah.
Which that is Sean Payton. After having seen that, remember, Kalen Bullock got the interception on similar coverage earlier on in the game. I think that Sean Payton saw that, and he's like, I know exactly how to attack that if we get that look again. He gets that look, they attack it incredibly well, and they score a touchdown. You look at when you need it most on 3rd and 10. I think Sam Warren did a fantastic job of this, doing a film breakdown. You need 3rd and 10 on that last drive where DeMeco Ryans and this offense decides to pass the football as opposed to running out the clock like we were kind of hoping. That 3rd and 10, they play. I mean, that defense knows exactly what's happening. They play it perfectly, and what you have is Nico Collins on a comeback route that really there's nothing there that is generated through the actual scheme. It's just like, can Nico Collins beat Riley Moss? And then can your backup quarterback give you a perfect pass there? And I think that's the difference here. We're looking at a Sean Payton that's going to do things that create opportunities for his players, even if it's Cortland Sutton, who is a great player. And then you're looking at Nick Caley in this offense, where your best player, when you need it the most, is not getting help.
Yeah, fingers crossed, basically.
And that's what it feels like it is right now.
Show broke the microphone.
Not paying for, mind you, but D&M Auto Leasing always presents us crosstalk with the fellas of the drive. Ron, what's happening, man?
Andy, I need you.
He listens.
Andy, Aaron.
I'll go get him.
Listen, man, I just came in and just moved it one time, and this thing fell apart in my hands. This thing just was just replaced, I believe, last week.
Hold on.
Yeah, because I broke it 2 weeks ago.
We got some great engineers around here. That do a great job. We got an epidemic going on.
It is an epidemic.
These broken microphones.
Are we just working out too hard?
I moved this. I ain't. I said nope. Did a little cardio. I just did a literal move up to me, and that bad boy fell off in my hand.
Snapped right off.
I mean, that damn thing broke last week.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying, man. We got an epidemic.
Wait, did somebody break it last week too?
He did.
You broke it last
Ron
week?
was doing that right there. Not minus the sunglasses. He was just holding the mic right
Moved
there.
it up.
Like that.
Yeah.
I mean, I think Andy's just using some old. I think he's using some repurposed parts over there.
He's just super gluing it back together.
That's what he's got,
up, boys.
That's what he's got. Yeah. That's what he's got to deal with.
He's just copying the Texans a little bit, Just
we
a little
got an epidemic, damn it.
Yeah. Well, you're gonna need that mic, man. It's a big hour coming up.
It is, man. It is. We'll see. A lot happening throughout the league, not involving the Texans, but a lot happened throughout the league. But yeah, man, trade deadline. We got it up until 3:00, and that team up 45, making everybody in Dallas probably forget about that damn loss they had yesterday as they're just roll. I mean, roll. Are they 5-3 or are they 3-5? I mean,
the
man is out here. He is rolling like
he's announcing them before they happen. Oh yeah, we got a deal made.
Like he got in there and said, you know what? Hey, Jay Daniels is down for the year, and the Giants, they're bound to lose another player of importance coming up soon. Just what's happened to them. I mean, let's go. We lose to Jacoby Brissett badly. Yeah, Badella, let's go.
I like that you think that there was logic and sense done with it. I think Jerry was just out here like, hey man, I want some.
Oh no. I there may not be good logic. Yeah. There was some logic. He has an idea. I don't know if it's a good one.
Again, I don't know if that's logic or
he has an idea.
They went and got a linebacker and a defensive tackle, which, to be fair, that defense was atrocious, and you want to shore up the spine of the defense. So I guess
but
that's
also,
how you go about it.
Also, they're not old. I mean, these are guys that are that are going to be there for a bit. Like their defense was atrocious. Quentin Williams, in the next 5 years, may be one of the best defensive tackles in the game.
That's what I was just talking about.
You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
And then you start to say, all right, you got Kenny Clark up there, you got him up there. All right, still got that first.
Go get him, Jerry.
Can I ask y'all the same question I just asked John Lopez? If the Texans were in position to give a 1 and a 2 for Quentin Williams, would you have done it?
No. Like what? Like no. Yeah, no.
I thought about it. But I ultimately landed on no as well.
Not even. It's not even a thought. Not when you have what you have already right now. Like your defense. Like it'd be great. You want to hope to God that you draft a player that's like that, not go pay.
No, I get
it. Is it
any guys though that you are hoping in this next hour end up being a Houston Texan by hook or by crook?
I would like to see David Njoku is my dream. I'd like to see potentially, since the Jets are selling everybody, I'd like to see Wilson. You could desperately use him.
Garrett Wilson?
Yep.
Well, what is he thinking right now?
Probably.
Well, let's see if he's tweeting about it, because apparently Breece Hall is.
It's probably the same thing Breece Hall is thinking.
Yeah.
I wouldn't hate a Breece Hall move. Ron's got some really solid points that I just don't know that anybody can push back on about this trade deadline and what the Texans should or shouldn't do. But just me as a Texans fan, what would I like?
I'd
like to see some something on the offensive side of the football where you just some guys that strike some level of fear.
Yeah.
I'd try to make a trade for Mike McDaniel.
You just actually try and go.
I would. I mean, if we're talking about stuff that actually is going to help
Tangible.
the team, like serious things of where they are right now.
I mean, you can go get his understudy right now.
Don't do that.
Well, Bobby's over at his understudy, man. Bobby's got a year under Mike's belt.
Look, there's Andy lurking.
Don't do that.
By the way, Andy, I'm certain
the best part is I know he didn't hear you because the way that he stopped and looked at that, he was shocked. Shocked at what you've done.
Oh, he heard. He's already got his.
He's got it ready.
Okay, my bad.
And Andy knows what the weather's going to be for the rest of the week here without even having to look at anything. Right, Eddie.
No, Jackson Powers Johnson, Evan Neal, any of those? Nah. You're like, nah, just see
what Seattle wants for Clint.
Seeing the way that the Bengals are talking in their locker room, I wonder if that Zach Taylor ends up open.
Why not? Yeah,
that could be. You want
to get on this early, Zach? Let's go.
Ground floor.
All right, fellas. I'm looking forward to obviously the next hour as we head towards the trade deadline, but all four of what you guys got going as the best Houston drive time radio show. We're done for the day. We'll catch you tomorrow. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston and Odyssey Sports Station. And right now, the drive is live.
All right, the drive is live. You heard Clint there, and there is Tyler. He is back in the building with us. If you're on YouTube and Twitch, these are not transitions. I have just flat forgot my glasses today, and this is what I had in the car, their prescription, and this is where we got to go.
Is that my boy Ron?
I think you should have just went with them. And not only are they shades, they are gold trim.
Hey, man, they're nice, man. I went ahead and got them done, man. Got my Malcolm X in. But yeah, man, I can't see without them. This is where we are, and mental mistake. Got 3 pair of glasses at that house. Just walked out with all of them.
I just need you to lean back periodically throughout the show today and lean your head back and kind of...
Little Ray Charles?
Go a little left to right.
I'd prefer Stevie because I can actually see behind him like Stevie can. I'm sorry, man. When they did that pass fake to Stevie Wonder and he flinched. Come on, man.
He saw it coming, huh?
Come on, dog. I mean, he's undefeated with bad ones.
You ain't fooling us.
You can't be blind. That you two are just bad. You can't tell that much by the feel of a wrist.
Lucky, I guess.
Well, maybe he's got a good interpreter.
Nah.
Maybe somebody in his ears like, hey Stevie, you don't want to pass on this.
Stevie can see. He at least can see patterns. He can see something.
He can see the what do they call that? The silhouette. He can see the silhouette.
He may be colorblind, and this just a stick that's just been working for him for years. And damn it. He's already one of the greatest musicians of all time. This just enhanced it. Man, that guy can't see either. Damn. Saw what it did for Ray, then he went anyway. But yeah, I got sunglasses on. And I'm holding the mic. But Andy is ready to roll, so it'll be a good time. As they said, Clint, what we will be on the watch for, Tyler and Cheryl, we're all hands on deck. I'm certain many of you are going to send us things in. The trade deadline. It is 3 o'clock. 3 o'clock is when the trade deadline comes to an end, and we've already seen heavy moves. The Cowboys have been big in the division. Clint, we've seen heavy moves made already. The Jets, they made a trade for Sauce Gardner. They gave up 2 first-round picks and A.D. Mitchell to get Sauce Gardner. In the division as well, the Jags, they trade for Jacoby Myers, who has been low-key, not a receiver that a lot of people know, but he has had a lot of success with the Raiders, and he's a nice addition. They get 2 picks there. They send a fourth and a to bring him in. I know a guy you loved, Clint, Rashid Shaheed with the Saints. He goes to Seattle if they need more help. He goes to Seattle, and they're sending a 4th and a 5th round pick to New Orleans to get him in. And then it's the Dallas Cowboys. Late after they got their ass kicked by Jacoby Brissett and the Cardinals last night at home on Monday Night Football that everybody, with the exception of people who have YouTube TV, were able to watch. They started to make moves. Logan Wilson, the linebacker from the Cincinnati Bengals, middle linebacker, athletic linebacker, a good player, an upgrade from anybody they've got there. They trade a 7th round pick to get him. And then the big one, as the Jets' fire sale continues. Yes, they traded Sauce Gardner to the Colts, and they've also traded their 3-time Pro Bowl defensive tackle, Quinnen Williams, to the Cowboys. They give up a 1st and a 2nd to obtain Quinnen Williams from the Jets. So there's moves made there. We'll keep you updated on other moves as well. But those are the big moves here in the last couple of hours, Clint. And, of course, yes, the Texans have not been active at this point. We'll let you know anytime they are. But those are the moves today, Clint. In regards to the Texans, I know a couple of these guys, at least you wanted them to take a look at. What's your thoughts overall here with the trade deadline, what's happened, and with the Texans?
Well, look, I mean, I think teams that are feel like they have a legit shot aggressive, and two of them happen to be in this division.
Yep.
The two teams that are ahead of the Texans right now in the division got better today, and clearly feel like they've got pieces to make serious runs. And they're gonna either surround their quarterback with as many guys as they can, or they're going to bolster the defense because their offense is already one of the highest scoring offenses in football. So, that hits close to home. And I'd be honest with you, I love both of the moves that those guys made. I think they make a ton of sense. The Jacksonville Jaguars, who'd they lose out there? It wasn't Brian Thomas. Who'd they lose?
They lose the receiver. Brown, who they brought in. I think Denham. Right. He played for Washington last year. Yeah, I know they had lost him, but
they lost one of their receivers that they brought in. So they said, "Hell, all right, we'll go get another one." So they went and got another one, and boy, if they can get Brian Thomas Jr., if they can get BTJ to start playing better, man, they're going to be a problem.
Travis Hunter went to IR, and
that's who I was thinking of. Travis Hunter.
But Brown he's been injured too and missed a couple of games.
Bijani Brown, is that right? Yeah. So they're down some guys there, and then you look at Indy. You've got one of, if not the highest scoring offense in football, and at least in the AFC. And you just went out and got significantly better on the defensive side of the ball. And look, Sauce Gardner is absolutely a piece on the defense that allows you to allocate resources other places on the defense if need be. If you need to add helmets to the rush to help be effective in stopping the run or rushing the passer, you're better today. Because
they're a big weakness on their team.
Absolutely. And if you want to, take a Sauce Gardner and put him on a Nico Collins and then give everybody else, zone coverage or soft coverage or hybrid coverages, and you can do that. If you want to give Sauce Gardner whoever number 2 is and spend allocate all your other resources to stopping Nico Collins, you can do that. Yeah, look, I think that. So first of all, as a Texans fan, that's where I go. Is the two teams in your division that you got to catch are they are hell bent on getting better and making a run. Let's see what the Texans do here in the next hour.
Clint, you've been talking about Rashid Shaheed for a couple of weeks now.
Well, I thought he was gettable. To me, it wasn't going to be a big move. I mean, which is a 4th and 5th round pick from New Orleans. Seattle is a team that I would say is similar offensively to at least to what the Texans from a personnel standpoint. You got one big dog wide receiver in their guy is Smith and Jigba. Ours is Nico Collins, and then you got an aging veteran that's been good but really isn't what he once was. We got Christian Kirk. They got Cooper Kupp, and you need somebody out there that can take the top off the coverage, somebody out there that's more of a little bit kind of like a hybrid, kind of a creative type of little receiver that can do some different things. And Rashid Shaheed is it. I think Seattle got significantly better offensively today. They're not going to stand pat. Already a really good football team. May have a receiver that's going to go for 2,000 yards this year in a little bit. So yeah, I would like for the Texans to get involved here in the next hour. It would mean a lot to me.
I was going to say, as you sit here, how do you in 713-572-4610? You can jump in YouTube and Twitch, and I see some people chiming in on this. They've got just over 40 minutes or so, or just under 50 minutes or so, Clint, left in the trade deadline. How do you think the Texans should approach this? Not what you think, but how do you think they should approach this?
Look, I think they have got to be borderline desperate for an offensive weapon. I think you've got to be willing and flipping every stone for offensive linemen that are available with some of these teams that are fire selling because they ain't worth a damn. I think there's room at every position other than quarterback for you to add a top tier player or a middle of the road player that you can go out and you don't have to give up a bunch of draft capital to go get, or you don't have to potentially pay them next year to keep them. I think all cards are on the table for the Texans, or should be for the Texans. As I said before, I think David Njoku's mine. That you need some help at that position. You need a red zone matchup nightmare, and he would be that guy. And now I don't know if he's still available. I don't see a whole lot of talk about him right now. But if he was once available, I got to think that it's possible. Like I said before, I think, as I've said before, I think a wide receiver, if Garrett Wilson is available, I think potential there.
Yeah. The Jets are getting rid of everybody.
Yeah. So I mean, yes, some moves like that, whether it's big or middle of the road. I want to see the Texans do something, make some kind of move that makes you think that you're serious about making a run here. I mean, all these other groups that are in your division and not that are addressing needs are teams that at least feel like they've got a legit shot. If you feel like you got a legit shot, you're not going to do it with the offensive group you got right now.
No, that is absolutely fair. Tyler, will you be disappointed if we get in here at the 3 o'clock hour and they haven't made a move?
Disappointed, no.
That saddens me for you, Tyler.
That's where you're at?
It saddens me, too.
It saddens me that you're not there.
Aggies are saving him.
No, well, yeah, but it doesn't mean that these Sundays are any better for him or Aggies fans. Listen, to me, I would love it for our job and just for fans if they go out and do something to add to this team. But I'm gonna tell you what, Cal and Hannah McNair should not allow them to waste anything close to a major resource on this with this current team.
Hold on, show.
And the reality is they're 3-5 right now, and the only win they have that they have this year against a team that wasn't ravaged by injuries is the Tennessee Titans. I'm not saying they suck or anything like that, but to potentially send, we're seeing these round picks, right? The Jets want Breece Hall. That's a name we've heard. Diana Rossini is reporting they want a third-round pick. To me, that is a significant potential piece to give up. And I just wouldn't allow any of them to give it up because right now this team isn't a team where you're like, all right, man, they're a player or two away to really getting this thing, man. You're the 9 or 10 seed right now, man. And, there is nothing about what this team is doing that's saying, boy, if we add a piece here, these guys will be able to use the piece to the best of its ability and that this piece will change things. You're staring at your starting quarterback potentially out at least a week, maybe more weeks with a concussion. There is no way in hell that if I'm Cal and Hannah McNair that I would allow Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans to give up a valuable asset with this team right now. They were 7-2, 6-3, something like that. There was belief. That's a different thing. But right now, man, there's nothing about this team that says, hey, let's go make a move right now because that move will really lift us. And it's disappointing to be in that space, but I think they have to stop being, I think a word you used yesterday is delusional, and be honest about their situation. If they're going to make it to the playoffs, it got to be the jokers that's in here right now.
Well, it sounds like you expect major change in the offseason. If you're Cal McNair and Hannah McNair, you're already make moves that are going to help you if and when you get whole, then you just don't trust the guys that are making those decisions.
Yeah. Oh, Clint, I think there's a huge potential. The way this season is going, there's a huge potential that there's going to be a major move made in the offseason with this team.
Boy, I just don't see it.
Right, if they continue to run it like this, I don't believe I don't believe it. Cal and Hannah are going to run through this thing and run it back with Nick, D'Amico.
Kaylee could be, but it just seems like when you start talking about them top Caserio and D'Amico and CJ, it seems like they're gonna sink or swim.
If this thing continues to roll like this, I think there is a huge potential that one of those big three, Nick Caserio just gave the finger, Nick Caserio, D'Amico Ryans, CJ Stroud, aren't all going to be here. And I don't think the quarterback and the coach have any fear for their job.
Yeah.
Right now. So with that being a strong possibility, I can't say, hey man, go ahead and flip a second or a third round pick to bring us somebody in here that Nick Caley's probably not going to be able to use.
I don't. I mean, I'm not there. I don't think they're there, but I don't blame. I don't. I mean, I can very easily see how you arrived where you are on November the 4th, 2025. I don't have any pushback on you. I can see how you got there.
Yeah, we'll see. Again, like, hey, if they make a move, of course we'll look at it and talk about it. But I'm counting hand up there. I sit up there and say, hey man, we're ready for you to. We'll let you unload a pick that we may be able to use down the line to help us for a team that I don't think is going where they want them to go. 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. We'll answer this question from you on the other side. What do you think the Texans should do as they have the trade deadline? It ends coming up at 3. What do you think they should do? And some congrats. Some congrats are in order to a couple of Astros. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, look, for a lot of y'all out there, it's happening, man. Your hair's thinning, your crown's disappearing, you got some
Sports Radio 610. The day after every game, join Payne and Pendergast in the loop and the drive on the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday. Supported by Shoppers John Deere. Game analysis, inside info, coaches' comments, and your reactions starting at 6 and going all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, text line in as about 32 minutes remaining until the trade deadline is over in the NFL, and teams making a lot of moves. And then when you look at this season, it makes a lot of sense, Clint, because it doesn't feel like there are any great teams, and it feels like you can make certain additions and teams can get better. The Cowboys have been the big movers today. The Colts have been the big movers today, getting Sauce Gardner, two-time All-Pro, and the Jags also adding Jacoby Myers, who I think could walk in the way Brian Thomas Jr. has played this year and be their number one receiver. A big thing. But what way you think the Texans should handle the trade deadline? Clint talked about trying to go out and get guys to make this thing better. David Njoku is probably the top guy. And your thoughts? I just don't think that the McNairs can give Caserio and D'Amico the go ahead to use any kind of major resources to go out and bring somebody in. And to me, a third-round pick is a major resource. Text line coming in saying, I would buy O-line help. Go get O-line after Hall. Look, they're 3-5, but they can somehow turn it around if they grab those two positions. Colts and Jags are competing.
Well, look, let's be clear. I mean, the Texans are not the Jets. So any move made this year is – you would like to think is made with the hopes that this guy helps you beyond the year that you started on a crappy note this year, winning 3 games, right? I mean, so anybody that you make a move, sure, there's a, hey man, can we get better in the AFC, get back on track? It's still early enough where you go on a run and you win 5 or 6, and all of a sudden you're right in the thick of things. I know it's a big if, but really, then if you don't, then now you're set up to not let the same problems that plague you this year plague you next year, right? And so that, to me, that's got to be. So
you're saying your thought is, in the trade thought is not just thinking hell with this year as much as I'm looking for somebody to be my premier tight end for the next couple of years.
Yeah, all of it. Whoever comes in here. I mean, look, you're going to have the same problems next year at the receiver position as you do this year. For whatever reason, they don't have the ability or the trust to get Jalen Noel involved, to get Higgins involved. Whether those guys don't have the ability, the play caller doesn't have the ability, whatever it is, those guys are non-factors this year as it comes to making a run and winning this game. You just keep playing ball and hope that they come around and hope that this week the game plan means that 14 can play more, and all that's great. But the reality of it is you don't. There's too much of that in this team already. There's too many, different guys that you just rotate in and can get playing time and can be a target here and there. The reality of it is if you make a move, it needs to be a guy, sure, that can help you now. There's plenty of opportunity on the offensive side of the football, but more importantly, he's a guy that keeps you from having these same issues next year. That's the big thing here. And if you want to sit around and wait, well, we got Tank Dell coming back, and you got Brevin Jordan coming back, and you got Cade Stover coming back, which is probably the route that they want to take. But I would not bank on that. You got guys, especially like in Tank Dell, we don't know if Tank Dell's going to be able to run again the way that he was before, much less have the twitch and explosiveness and the go-get ability to make plays. We have no idea. Let's say Joe Mixon does come back. We have no idea. The word on the street is that whatever this injury and the treatment that he did on his foot caused major damage. Who knows? Than what we saw last year. And you can't keep operating as, well, these guys are going to come back. We're going to get these guys back. you're going to look up and you're going to have to pay C.J. Stroud $60 million. I'll go back to 60 this week.
You're 60.
You're going to pay C.J. Stroud $60 million, and you're not going to have the choice. And so, yeah, look, I think whatever moves are made, if any, by the Texans, clearly it's a move to help this year and next year, not just you're not in a position to go, hey, let me go get this one guy and see if we can't make a little noise this year and then let him go on free agency next year.
Reports here from a Packers reporter, Easton Butler, 6 teams are still calling for Miami running back Devon Achane, but Miami is reluctant to moving him because Miami and Mike McDaniel wants him for the foreseeable future. Those 6 teams are Green Bay, New England, Kansas City, the L.A. Rams, and L.A. Chargers and Houston Texans. So Achane is somebody that apparently the Texans are one of 6 teams reaching out to see. Again, they've got under 30 minutes now until the deadline comes to an end. There's also a report that Jalen Waddle could be on the move to Denver. Those are reports that is something that is in the works potentially. So, I mean, a lot potentially.
Yeah, look, I love the thought of Devon Achane. By the way, I can't get rid of Achane. I can't go nowhere else. What do you say, Achane? Is that
Achane? Is that what? Yeah.
Look, I love the player. Absolutely love the player. That player is in any level of demand right now.
Would be a future.
Right, but here's the deal. That guy is of high demand right now because of the way he's been used.
I think it's a bad idea for you.
No, I agree. I mean, we can't use Woody Marks effectively. We can't get Woody Marks on the field in place of Dare Ogunbowale. I mean, what the heck gets you excited about Achane?
Tyler, could you imagine the gasket that Clint will blow when Achane is on this team and he goes
on the sideline with Dare Ogunbowale on the field?
Or he goes,
I'd be right there with him.
Or he goes a half without a catch. Or he goes, I mean, he will absolutely, that wouldn't be good for your health.
No, it would not. Not one bit.
You know
you
what?
are correct, sir.
Just keep doing it to Woody.
But I mean, that's like if I thought that, keep doing it to Woody, your 4th round pick that is a good soldier and is just going to get back in the boat and be happy to be in the boat. But keep doing it with that guy. You get a real player. You get a dude that's got some pelts on the wall, at least from a production standpoint. That's been in a system. What would you bet, Tyler, last week? Over 6.5 catches or something, or over 40 yards receiving or something? He had it by halftime?
Yeah, it was over 33.5 yards receiving, I believe.
Yeah, I mean,
But that's the part that's really weird. Nick must have been asleep during the James White portion of the New England run, during that time where they would just use running backs and throw the ball to him out of the backfield all the time, and would try to use two-way goes with those receivers. He must have missed out on that piece of it.
They had a special dude back there pulling that trigger that could make it all go, baby.
Yeah, no, but I mean, at least the concept. All right, we will keep you updated here. Let's do a little tape drop Tuesday coming up. All right, as I know, Clint looked at the tape and. I know that offense was rough. I'm going to imagine it was probably even more difficult after he really got to see the All-22. That's coming up next. But before we get there, guys, you know what time it is. It's that time to get on that grill and grill like a pro. And when you're in Houston, the weather, like today, baby, it's a mid to upper 70s, a perfect time to get out there and get on that grill. And Texas Star Grill Shop is the spot for you. Now, listen, if you're in the space of looking for a new grill or smoker, they've got all the top brands: Traeger, Weber, Big Green Egg, anything that you need. And you know what? With them holidays coming up, you can go in there and smoke your turkey. They've got everything also prepared for that. And I'm thinking about going to go and do that myself. They got the brines, the buckets, the bags, all the great seasonings, and the experts in the building to help you out. And while you're at one of
What's up, Clint? How y'all doing, man?
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Beat right there, T.
That's a beaut there.
T, you so H-Town?
I try, you know. Actually, I don't try. It just comes naturally.
I don't know that I love that. T, you so H-Town?
Tyler, I love you too, man. You so H-Town?
That guy right there, cuz. It was a caller.
You so H-Town?
I love that guy.
I love you too, man. You so H-Town.
He was also the one that was like, you guys you find these ways to talk about things, and you really bring us all into the conversation.
Yeah,
I love
man.
you guys.
That's what we miss, man. You know, you bring us in the conversation, Tyler.
Hey,
to a point, man. It makes you miss the fact that football talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. Can't count on much these days, but you You can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Just over 15 minutes away. Ends. Yeah, I got you. Almost pull me off this. Don't get me going. All right. All right. Clint, Tape Drop Tuesday. Let's go. What you see from the tape? Like I said yesterday, I want to hear your thoughts on Davis before it and now after. But overall, what'd you see on the tape when you watched the All-22?
Well, I think I saw some things that I didn't expect to see. I think this offensive line was really.
It was worse?
I think that it was really good. I think the offensive line was much better than expected. Clearly, they didn't get the push when D'Amico and everybody said we're just going to line everybody up and just try to play. Move the offensive line, just move everything a yard, just big boy bully ball a yard. Clearly, that was not good, and they're not good. They're not going to be good in those situations. But when you look at the way this offensive line protected versus one of the better defensive lines across the board, one of the better defensive units, one of the units that'll give you all these different looks. We've seen that be a major problem for the Texans. I thought the offensive line, and again, I'm not saying that they were the greatest offensive line in football. I'm saying that for what we've seen, for what the standard in Houston is from an offensive line play, this was offensive line play that was good enough to win a game.
Especially against who they were going against.
Absolutely, 100%. In the run game and in the pass game. Were there moments? Absolutely. Did guys get their ass kicked? Absolutely, there were moments. I'm going to tell you, it wasn't a great game by Jake Andrews. He was asked to do some interesting things in a run game. Was it completely clean for Ariante Ursery? No, but he did some really good things, in the offensive line play. Anybody out there, which we got several calls in the post game, and you rightfully so. You can be frustrated with the inability of our offensive line to road grade people from the 1 yard line when you've got heavy personnel in the game, right? If you feel like it's fair to ask this group, which you went shopping at the discount store to get late in free agency, or late in the offseason, if you think it's fair to ask them to line up and play big boy ball against one of the best defensive fronts in football, then that's up to you. I don't think it's fair. It's beyond the goal line issues that they had. I thought they played good football, and it was good enough to win, number one. Number two, some of the same issues. I want to be clear here now, because I said this in the game. In the post game, and we talked about it yesterday. This was not a C.J. Stroud wasn't in the game, so the Texans lost. What we saw, Davis Mills, the few mistakes that he did make, the few misses that Davis Mills did have. One, we've seen it all year with C.J. Stroud. We've seen the struggles of this offense all year with C.J. Stroud. Two, we saw very similar misses in the one quarter that C.J. Stroud was in the game. C.J. Stroud, everybody remembers when he scrambles down to the 2 yard line to put us in the dreaded inside the 5 goal line situation.
The worst place for them to be.
On a little shoot route, great design by Nick Caley. It's there. CJ's looking at him. Don't know why he didn't throw the ball to him.
Would have been 6?
Would have been 6 all day long. Would have been, it'd been 6 all day long. All day long. And CJ did, and he scrambles down to the 2. The rest is history.
We're working with Clint here.
The play before he gets injured on the slide, the play before that, he's got the tight end on about a 12-yard speed cutout route that is throwing the ocean for C.J. Stroud, and he doesn't get it done. He doesn't get it done. I think he tries to throw it down. He throws it down at the feet at somebody underneath. Which again, I'm not complaining about it. I'm just saying that internal clock being sped up and him not seeing some things, maybe letting some things unfold down the field.
Wasn't trusting it?
Well, it just you can understand why his internal clock is sped up. I think it's probably been preached to work low to high. I think he's had the hell beat out of him. So where I'm going with that is that's some of the same stuff that we saw Davis Mills do a couple of times, and we heard D'Amico Ryans talk about in his Texans All Access last night. I just want to make sure that folks understand that Davis Mills, yes, was guilty of it. So was C.J. Stroud in the brief run that he had. He had several guys open on the scramble that ended up getting him injured. Like there were several quick throws. And again, the only reason I'm pointing that out is because those are some of the same issues that Davis Mills had when he got in, being really quick.
Sounds like this is preached to them through the week then or something.
Yeah, no, I'm sure it's definitely double down on when you get in there and you're the backup. It's, hey, man, we're going to get this ball out of my hand. I'm not going to sit back here and hold it. Right? I mean, so there's – and to be honest with you, even taking those into consideration, the couple of times where the guy at the mid-range guy was open, but he's trying to get it to the underneath guy real quick, those are some mistakes that we saw from both quarterbacks. All right? Let's be clear about that. We saw it from both quarterbacks. Now, as I said yesterday, I believe that if he's got more arm, Davis Mills that is, or if C.J. Stroud's in the game, I believe we got a much better chance of hitting that shot to Nico Collins down the sideline. That bootleg the other direction, throw it back across the field. I believe if you throw that long and on the sideline, where Nico's the only one that's got a shot, I believe Nico can go get that one. And we've seen C.J. make that throw. So that's the throw that I point out because I believe that C.J. has a better chance of making that throw. I'm not saying it's low percentage because it was a long throw and that safety was over the top, but I do think C.J. has a better chance of hitting that.
We watched him make it to Noel the week before.
Yep. Now this one he would have to throw 60 yards over the top, and to the sideline, and it would have been a much more difficult throw than that one. But it's we've seen him make the throw. He's got plenty of arm talent, plenty of arm strength. I think that one has a shot. The miss to Christian Kirk on 3rd and 15 over the middle of the field was painful to watch. That's there. Again, the internal clock is speeding up a little bit, and if you just lay that thing in that hole a little bit, that could very well have been a touchdown. Definitely in field goal range again. That one was painful. And then you remember the RPO where it looked like he threw into four Denver Broncos defenders to the right to the tight end?
Yeah, I remember we were up there. God, dog.
Yeah, this is one, and I hate to play the game of look from the all 22 and go, well, why didn't you work this side of the field versus the other side of the field? So I very rarely do that. This is one where the way the RPO was drawn up, he should have threw this. But Nico Collins was singled up outside on a quick out route for the first down right there. Nico throws his hands up a little bit like, man, what the hell? That ball should have went to Nico Collins. This is the one time that I will kind of get critical of working one side of the field versus the other. That one should have went to Nico, and they would have converted. In a sense of, I know there's been a lot of talk about the third down percentage. There was a lot that went into that, y'all. That was not a Davis Mills issue. Davis Mills played good football. Davis Mills for a backup quarterback that we now know wasn't even getting all the second team reps, all the scout team reps, he was splitting them with the damn backup or the third string quarterback. He was actually really good. But there were a couple of big misses that hurt the game, that hurt the overall outcome of the game, and the third down situations being what they were. If you watch that game. Whether it was a flag that put you behind the chains, or it was a sack that put you behind the chains, or it was a run that got stopped for 3 yards that put you behind the chains, or it was a ball that was thrown at 2 yards and you needed 4 kind of deal, and you didn't quite break that tackle, and the coach decided not to go for it on 4th and 1. Those kind of things I think led to – there was an array of things that led to the third down percentage being what it was, and it was not your quarterback. I mean, your quarterback – sure, there was a couple times when he missed on a 3rd and 15.
It was more than just Davis Mills sucks.
Yeah, this wasn't Davis Mills sucks. There was more that led to that, and I thought Davis Mills played good. I thought the offensive line played good. You just didn't get it done. I mean, it just flat out when drives stalled, when you had chance, you needed one. I mean, you need against that defense. You just cannot afford to go down there and be inside the 5 twice and not get touchdowns. Not get one. That's really the gist of this.
We all talked about up there, and I'm sure many of you did, the whole way of like, this is going to bite them in the ass.
No question.
Them not taking advantage of that, this is going to bite them in the ass.
No question. And I'll say this. I'll say this. I thought Nick Caley was better than I thought. Does he still leave a lot to be desired? Absolutely. There's some trivial decisions, like the Blake Fisher heavy package, which D'Amico said wasn't a big deal, but he was in the game in 11 personnel, so he was the only tight end in the game at one point. He was in the game at 12 personnel, 21 personnel, 22 personnel, so it was a big part of what they were doing. I just don't know that this team is better. I understand who your head coach is. I understand where your general manager and your OC come from. I understand why they do what they do. I just don't know that you're better served bunching everybody up as tight as you can get them and running the football. I just don't know that serves you well.
Well, it hasn't served them well thus far. So, yeah. All right, about 5 minutes. 5 minutes left in the trade deadline. We will let you know where everything's settled. If the Texans make a move in the next 5 minutes, we'll let you know, and we'll get you prepared. It's a big day here on The Drive at Sports Radio 610. That's coming up next.
Ron's going to let you know where the trade deadline settles, but I'm going to let you know where everybody at your watch party, your family gathering, or your tailgate is going to settle if you bring a damn Daisy dip. Right? You bring that Daisy French onion dip or that Daisy.
9-1.
Stop your grinding with Brooks Nygaard.
The Drive is live.
Welcome home. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, it is after 3 o'clock. The NFL trade deadline has concluded, and your Houston Texans did not make any trades at the NFL trade deadline. They are going to move forward with where they are. Obviously, there could be some releases and some teams, some players that could be picked up, waiver wires or whatever, but no trades, no moves made from the Texans. And if you were arriving in late, there are a host of AFC teams that made moves, but in particular, what you are looking up at, the Jacksonville Jaguars, they made a move trading a 4th and a 6th round pick to the Vegas Raiders for Jacoby Myers, who I think could potentially walk in and be their top receiver. Adds to them. As Clint said earlier, they've had some injuries over there, including Travis Hunter, who has to miss at least 4 weeks. But Jacoby Myers adds over to their weapon group over there. And then maybe the biggest move of the day, at least from a trade value perspective, it is the New York Jets trade their two-time All-Pro 25-year-old corner. You don't see that a lot. Two-time All-Pro 25-year-old corner that we just locked up in the offseason, traded to the Indianapolis Colts for 2 first-round picks and A.D. Mitchell. Shout out to A.D. Mitchell, Rich Point high school kid. But they make the move there, and they add what was their biggest weakness, a corner there. And whenever Charvarius Ward comes off the IR, that's going to be a pretty good a tandem there when it comes to the cornerback position. But those two made some big moves. The Dallas Cowboys, they were able to get Quinnen Williams for a 1st and a 2nd from the Jets. Some big moves there. Rashid Shaheed goes to the Seahawks in another big move. But Clint, they stand pat here. You surprised by this?
Yes, I am.
You are.
Yeah,
you are. Really?
I'm surprised. I think this is, and I'm not one that, look, I do get excited around trade deadline every year in hopes that they bring somebody in. But if we're being completely honest, there's times when they need to and times when they don't. And I'm just talking about from a player, from a roster perspective, a talent perspective, a weapons perspective. This is one where they need it desperately. You're going to need it desperately next year. There is, and I've thought this from jump. We've talked about it multiple times. The Christian Kirk thing not working out really, really shines a light on everything else around Nico Collins. But you just don't have the weapons necessary for C.J. Stroud to go out, and even when things are better, even when the protection is better, even when the game plan is hitting instead of missing, you still just don't have the dudes to make a legit run in the playoffs. You simply don't. And now one would say, well, hell, these guys don't know how to use the weapons they have. I mean, D'Amico Ryans on Texans All Access last night talking about we got to find ways to get the ball to our playmakers. We're still talking about that here week 9. Finally, he's come around to my way of thinking. But if someone wants to say that, well, hell, you can't even use the guys you got, that's fine. But the reality of it is, even if this offensive coordinator figures things out, even if guys get healthy, you're still staring down the barrel of 2 of your top 3 draft picks were wide receivers, and they're non factors in million. Is that what Christian Kirk is making?
He's making 16. They paid 14 for the tackle.
That's
he
right.
was getting 12 guaranteed.
That's right. But yeah, Christian Kirk, you went out and paid him money, brought him in here, thinking he was going to be, the counterpunch for Nico Collins. And even when he's been on the field, he leaves a lot to be desired. And so, look, I just don't know how you are seriously going to sell to anybody how your offense is going to compete at a high level. Like it is going to be a rough go. I mean, you look, Dalton Schultz is beyond Nico Collins. Dalton Schultz is your best player on this offense, and Dalton Schultz isn't the guy that's going to beat man cover. He's not a guy that's going to create a bunch of separation. He's great versus zone. He's great in the boot game. He's been really good in the run game, and so you're getting a lot out of Dalton Schultz. But the truth of the matter is, Dalton Schultz is not a guy that's going to line up and just out route run or be faster than most of the guys that are covering him. It just ain't going to happen.
Do you think this is an admission from somebody that is a heavy decision maker that, maybe we're not in a place where we're adding a player is something that makes sense for us
they clearly – there ain't no way to slide it. There was no other way. There's clearly –
I'm sure Nick will tell us, man, we were close with a lot of different moves.
But that's even worse. You're close with a lot of different guys, but you just couldn't get it over the finish line, which tells me you were never serious about getting that guy and giving yourself a legit chance to go win games. But look, I think in that building – I think when you got Nick, you got such a New England Patriot way of thinking, and you got a defensive-minded head coach that clearly is going to do things his way on the defense. They gave away a bunch of money trying to accumulate talent over there, right? On the offensive side of the football, I believe what is being told to DeMeco Ryans is be patient with the install. It takes time. We can do more with less. We just got to all the stuff you hear coming out of there. I believe that they believe in that building that they got enough guys. They got the people in that building offensively to get right this ship, and I think they believe they got. They don't believe.
I hope they don't believe that. I hope they're just somebody is in there saying no. You got to roll with this group.
Well, I hope. So. I'm just telling you right now. I believe that they think just like they did to start the season. I believe that they think that they got plenty of talent to go win games at a high level. On the offensive side of the ball.
All right.
I would argue.
I guess that's why they run the ball 4 straight times at the one.
Yeah.
After weeks and weeks of them being proven, like they did against Seattle, that is not their strength. I like it.
Yeah. Look, I just that's just their line of thinking, and that's been Nick Casario's line of thinking for his entire career, and it worked up there with Brady on the 1s and 2s, and the way they operated up there, it obviously bared fruit for them. It's not here. And I just don't think that they'll even be taken seriously with this offensive unit. And as I said, I just watched the offensive line play winning football against a great defensive line. I watched Dalton Schultz play a brand of tight end. That is a winning brand of tight end against a 7-win football team. I watched a couple running backs do some good things. Watch the backup quarterback do some good things and drive the football in there. Watch an offensive coordinator that I think was better than I gave him credit for. And it still wasn't enough. You can't mechanics technique do your job to a Super Bowl. I just don't think it's going to happen.
You can't do it when Zach Allen's across away from you.
No. He's going to get his, and he did. He did on Sunday, but that just he wasn't as disruptive as I thought he was going to be.
Yeah, and he was pretty disruptive from watching it.
Oh, yeah. No, he had his moments. There ain't no doubt. He was an absolute problem.
Yeah. Yeah. By the way, as we said, trade deadline just passed. There have been 6 trades today, according to Adam Schefter, tied for the 3rd most of any trade day deadline moves going back to 1990. There were 10 trades November 1st, 2022. And 8 trades in 2024. 6 trades today and some big names going through. By the way, just want to keep you alerted here. You got to be listening in that 5 o'clock hour. It is a Texans Ticket Tuesday as they have one more game. Be listening to us in the 5 o'clock hour for your chance to win a pair of front row seats, front row tickets in the bullpen for Sunday's game. Sunday's must-win game against a team that is right in front of you in the division and in the playoff race in the AFC, the Jacksonville Jaguars, who, as we said, just added Jacoby Myers to their wide receiver room. So that is coming up in the 5 o'clock hour, your chance to win a pair of tickets front row in the bullpen. Clint, I am preparing myself. I don't know why I will, but I'm preparing myself to be frustrated coming up on Sunday. And I think the Texans have I thought all the games on this homestand, they got a chance to win, and they have, right? They did. They beat the Niners, and I think they had a shot in a major way to win. And even with Davis Mills, I think there is an opportunity for them to win this game Sunday against Jacksonville. But I'm preparing myself to be frustrated after watching that Cowboys-Cardinals game last night. And seeing what the Cardinals offense has been able to do with their backup quarterback. And I wonder how many people would have thought Jacoby Brissett was a better backup quarterback than Davis Mills before the season started. I think at very least that would have been close. Maybe some would have gone Davis Mills, not sure. But he was spectacular, and I know Dallas's defense sucks. 20 downs, no picks, and a rushing touchdown. But the previous weeks against the Colts and the Packers, Clint, he was really, really good in those games. Right in those games, he had 4 touchdowns, 1 pick, threw for 279 and 320 in those games against those defenses. So it's not just the Dallas defense. And when you just watch Arizona, they have the ability to look competent much more consistently than the Texans offense. And they have a young OC in his third year and a backup quarterback. But I get the feeling, Clint, even if they are able to win, I think we may walk away from that game thinking, like we did in the second half with Davis Mills, like, damn, man, they just have to struggle and fight, man. Can they just get field goals? Can they just do something? And I think it is going to be disappointing because we heard D'Amico say, yeah, we've seen backup quarterbacks win in this league. And, yeah, well, I watched Jacoby Brissett just absolutely tear apart not just the Cowboys but teams the last few weeks, and I just get the feeling that it will not look the same way for the Texans when their backup quarterback starts.
Yeah, well, it should. It should. I mean, look, yeah. There's as I just said, I just watched the film. I thought Davis did some really good things this past week. I think there's a couple of throws that he wants back. But here's where I'll be shocked, guys, is I'll be shocked if there's a major difference in quarterback play
between CJ and Mills. But if he had a full week prepped and going into it.
Yeah.
You'll be surprised. It better be a difference. If we're paying him, you're back up to 60. You're going to be potentially paying him $60 million.
It's not a CJ versus Will thing. It's the set of issues that they have to deal with. Who'd I say?
Will.
Sorry, Davis. Where did Will come from? CJ. It's not a CJ versus Davis thing. I'm not only a fool would sit up here and try to tell you that Davis Mills is anywhere near the quarterback that CJ is. I'm not doing that. I'm just saying when you look at the set of issues that both are dealing with and they're up against, again, whether it's the play caller, the O-line, the supporting cast, whatever it may be, I will be shocked if it's not. Like, I think Davis Mills can death by 1,000 cuts just as good as fucking.
Oh, whoa. Whoa, Cowboy.
Just as good as CJ can.
Where they got you. Yeah. He just didn't Sunday, but yeah.
No, I disagree. Watching the film,
you did? You saw it?
Yeah, watching the film.
He didn't late.
There is no question that the 2 or 3 big throws that, like I said, C.J. Stroud clearly is significantly better there. But there's not I'll be shocked if we can't if it's not the same struggles trying to fit the ball in underneath and do all these different things. So yeah, I would expect this
coming in. Brissett was prepped for the week in practice, though Mills was thrust into the game mid-game. That's a big difference. Well, I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you, based off of him having the full week, there is no way that he is going to look. To me, I'll be shocked if he looks like anything like Jacoby Brissett has looked the last 3 weeks. Just their entire offense, the way they run this thing. Because as Clint kind of alluding to, their offense just that doesn't run even with CJ.
I mean, how many catches did old Marvin have last night?
7. He's been rolling. McBride, they used him.
Career high for him.
We'll see. Like the Texans' offense have had moments, but like there are just as many moments that they have looked not like they just haven't been successful, but they've just looked like, man, they look like they don't have a clue. Like they don't look like they don't know what's going on. That showed up against Denver.
It's the same, like the second half of Sunday's game, right? As I said, like there's several things that got us into 3rd and long. What have we constantly heard from coaches? Oh, you get behind the chains, we can't play football, right? That's exactly what happened in the second half. Whether it was penalties or sacks or tackle for loss on a run or a quarterback that missed a read or made a bad throw. Like, yeah, I mean, There's no doubt in my mind that on taking shots down the field, Ron, and on 3rd and 15, CJ's going to give you a better chance to convert that, no question. But I'm going to tell you, this approach that these guys and the same set of problems that CJ's having to deal with, shocked one bit if it wasn't a very similar offense, which isn't a good thing, by the way. If it's not a very similar offense,
unless it's San Francisco, unless it's the 49er game, then we'll see. But we watched them play Jacksonville before. Jacksonville gave him hell.
Gave him hell
defensively with CJ. All right. Thanks, Liam, or William, or Bill, whatever you're going by these days. All right, it's Tuesday. Let's do a little real or fake. I say a statement. You tell me if it's real or fake. We'll do that coming up next.
All right, y'all. Breathing is one of the most essential parts of living now.
comforts to families in need. Learn more and give now at texaschildrens.org.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, it is Tuesday. A little real or fake, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. You can jump in on this. As I sit on the other side, I'll give a statement. You tell me if it's real or fake. Let's start here with ESPN, and I'm starting with you, Tyler. Real or fake? ESPN did their way too early 2026 MLB Power Rankings, and the Astros were ranked 23rd. One spot ahead of the White Sox. The highest team in the AL West was the Seattle Mariners, and they were ranked third. The White Sox were ranked 24th, one spot behind the Astros. They are crazy for ranking the Astros 23rd in a 2026 Power Rankings. Real or fake?
Oh, that is very real because those rankings are very, very fake, and their too early rankings are too early. I don't know what the hell they're doing over there. I mean, it is November, people. We didn't crown the World Series champ until like hours ago, literally.
Yeah, listen, I'm with Tyler. I'm with Tyler. This is real. They are crazy for ranking them here. And listen, I don't know how good the Astros are going to be next year. I think there's some major concerns. I feel like they got one pitcher that they could really trust right now in Hunter Brown. I don't believe Framber's going to be back. They've got up and down the staff and on the roster some decisions they've got to make. I mean, Yordan Alvarez is still there. Jose Altuve is still in the house. Carlos Correa is still there. Hunter Brown is still there, a finalist for the Cy Young, right? They've got dudes that are still there where it is hard for me, especially the success they have. This has been the gold standard in the sport for the last almost decade. I mean, they got to give a little grace right now. 23rd, 15. All right, 23rd is nuts.
7 times.
Yeah, look, I think this is real, Ron. I agree with y'all. I think it's absolutely nuts. You didn't mention Pena and Paredes, and you didn't mention center fielder. I mean, that may have turned the corner last year. So I mean, yeah, there's still a ton of promise with a healthy Astros team the way they're built right now. I mean, you move Paredes to second, you DH Altuve, you put Yordan in left. I mean, you've got a hellacious lineup, assuming everybody's healthy and back. And I mean, really, the two positions that you got to question, right, is first or right field, and whatever they're going to do with catcher. I mean, Diaz obviously,
and clear proof that this is not an organization that's just going to. All right, man, we're going to try to just run through here. They're going to make moves.
Well, I think that's even more so for me, Ron. Is this is an organization that has, for 10+ years now, has done more with less.
Yeah,
I mean, they have whatever you want to say about the constantly do more with less, and you could even throw this year into there, given that it came down to the last week of the season when they were ravaged by injuries the way that they were, right? So whether you look at the organization and historically what they've been able to do of late, or you look at the actual healthy roster, 23rd is delusional.
Yeah. All right, real or fake? I am confident that Davis Mills can give this team a chance to win games if CJ has to miss time. Real or fake? I'm confident that Davis Mills can give this team a chance to win games if CJ has to miss time. Real or fake?
I think it's real. I think it's real, especially given who the opponents are. I mean, you're looking at Jacksonville this week and possibly Tennessee next week. Not possibly, definitely Tennessee, but possibly him having to play more than one game. And against those two opponents, yes, I think Davis Mills is a quality backup quarterback, and I think Davis Mills gives you a chance to win in those two games. Absolutely.
Yeah,
so I think it's real.
I think it's real too, and I know Tyler's going to break out his jersey, but I think it's real too.
Oh, that'd be sweet.
Yeah, he's got to, man. He's got to. I think it's real too. Now, I don't know that I have confidence in the entire operation on the offensive side of the ball, but if we're saying Davis Mills, I think Davis Mills is good enough, and we've watched Davis Mills play well enough that he can hold it up. For hell, Bobby Sloak's able to pull it off with what's my man's that doesn't have the arm anymore.
Taylor?
No, what? Who play the Houston Cougars?
Case Keenum.
Case Keenum. I watched him go into Tennessee, and I mean, Case Keenum, boy, you could tell he was looking like Chad Pennington. Like, it was over. And they were able to get a win. I think Davis Mills can, at this point of his career, is at least able to do that. I'm just concerned when you bring in the offensive game plan, Nick Caley, how they're going to use things. That part I'm a little bit murky on, but I'm confident that Davis Mills can give this.
He's going to have the same problems that C.J. Stroud had, and we all are fully aware that there's some problems out there that are holding C.J. back. If you don't think those same problems are going to hold Davis Mills back, then you're mistaken. I mean, so he's got the same set of problems, less talent, but a guy that's a good backup that against two teams that look, you should win against even Jacksonville's playing better. I get it. It's still a team that you should beat at home. And then Tennessee, boy, shouldn't even be on the same field with you. So yeah, absolutely, it's real as real gets. Your point.
Got a couple of fakes from the text line. Nick's false narrative was a beautiful name for you on YouTube. He says real. So we'll see there. All right, finally, I'll take it to you, Tyler. Real or fake? I judge people who put fries in their burgers and put chips in their sandwiches. Real or fake?
That's fake for me. It's not my thing. People stick with that chips on the sandwich deals. Never been my thing, but no judgment, so that's fake.
It's real as hell. I'm judging the hell out of you. I'm not saying there wasn't.
Of course you would.
I'm not saying there wasn't a time when I threw a potato chip on a ham sandwich and tried it. Absolutely, back in the day. But if somebody's putting their French fries on their burger, yeah, I'm judging the hell out of them.
You don't. Oh, yeah, that's a move.
It's real.
It's a surprise. I don't judge because I do it.
It don't shock me one bit.
Oh my God! Especially McDonald's got them good fries. Go ahead and slide about 5 of them in there, right on top of that. Open it up.
I'm gonna judge you.
Slide it in there. Bam, baby.
What in the hell is this guy doing?
Especially there's a
Are
good.
you kidding me?
Good and crisp. Oh man,
that's key.
Why don't you just take a bite of the burger and then eat a French fry? Like at the same
I do that
time,
too.
like
I still take a bite of the burger fry
so
and then
the burger fry. He called it. He put it all together right there. The fry burger.
Oh, but then there's something else, boy. When you get you a good solid sandwich, get you maybe a little turkey, a little roast beef, ham. I don't know what your
is that
third.
A club? Is that a club? Would that be a club?
I don't know what your third meat is. I don't know. I don't want to put you in a box. Maybe you're going salami, something else. Got your little lettuce, your tomatoes, your onions on there. Got your little mayo, mustard. I like to mix it together right off the bat and spread it on there itself.
I thought we were talking about kids doing this. I didn't realize we were talking about now grown men.
And you sneak a couple of Ruffles, those Ridges, or a couple of Doritos, and then you put it on there and you smash it down here. That
He's dead ass serious.
Oh, dead serious. Ain't no need to cut that. Baby.
I ain't even thought about it.
When you hear that crack, when you hear that, some of y'all know what I'm talking about. When you hear that, oh, come on now.
I don't judge, but I do judge folks that dip their fries into the Frosty.
Oh man, there's something about that, Jack.
I'm definitely judging a grown man doing it.
Oh,
and I can tell by the way you're over there, Jones, and you want one right now.
I could use one right now.
Salivating.
Not a quarter of my plan. Woo! I'm telling you, boy, you have the rest of the bag right there for you. Got a little bit of that mustard and mayo maybe run down the side of you. Woo! Look at God right there. All right, let's take a look at the Rockets last night. They have had a couple of their best performances in the last two games at this particular. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, look, I don't know.
Not sure which grill is right for you? The experts at Texas Star Grill Shop will guide you through.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I'd be surprised here, Tyler. A lot of people are rolling in with the chips on the sandwich and the fries. Text line coming in. Checkers Burgers comes with fries already on them.
No,
People are rolling through here. Joe Blue, flaming hot Fritos in a burrito is fire, both in and out. Retro Ren then responds, Joe, you just have to be Hispanic. That sounds like a very tasty proposition, to be honest with you. Text line coming in right for you, Clint. Coors Light and potato chip sandwiches. Let's go. He said Sammy's. I just didn't feel comfortable. Onion rings. That's a good one, too. If they are crisp and crunchy, onion rings on a burger.
Well, I like that.
That's just like having an onion and then having a little extra treat to it. And then having the crunch, man.
What are we doing?
Back in the day, Whataburger had that 5-3-1 burger. The 3 being 3 onion rings on it. That thing was good.
What are we doing here?
Oh, Joe said, I just ate a bacon and egg sandwich with flaming hot Doritos.
I don't like the flaming hot chips.
I will say this: the flaming hot aspect could
that changes it for you.
Well, I mean, I can see you like I could. The people are doing a lot with those. I mean, hell, you can eat ice cream with that stuff on it. I mean, there's all kind of stuff that
did arrive here at the station.
Yeah, it did. So that may be change, and it changes the entire taste of the sandwich. I would imagine puts a little pop to it, adds a little kick to it. So that may be doable, but I mean, come on, guys. I mean, just take you a bite of a chip after you take a bite of the sandwich if you want to get the deal together.
No, man, we ain't putting nobody in no box.
Do we check IDs on our chat lines?
No, I don't check IDs. I don't need to, but go ahead, just.
I think we should start doing it.
I do judge, though. Like I said, I judge those folks that dip the fries into the Frosty. I think that's weird. I've never understood it.
I haven't had them take that step.
No,
I can't do that. Yeah. Somebody text that in. Yeah. If you ain't dipping fries in the Frosty, you're a softy. I'm soft.
I've tried.
That didn't even sound right.
I mean, that's ruining the fries.
And
agreed.
The Frosty. Well, I like this.
To be honest with you, I ain't had fries and Frosties at a fast food restaurant in 20 years.
Well, Frosties, Wendy's.
I love a good Frosty.
They're really trying.
Well, I mean, I think the closest thing I've come is getting a sandwich and a malt down here at this Potbelly's.
But you weren't dipping it in there.
Oh no, I'm not dipping it. I'm just talking about. I'm just talking about the thought of like, I mean, I'm finna stop at this fast food joint, and I'm like, if I'm stopping at a fast food joint, I'm just trying to get something quick and in a hurry and get gone. Yeah. I'm damn sure not dipping my fries in a shake.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm not doing that. I'm with you. I'm gonna try this pimento cheese sandwich with some Lay's potato chips. That sounds beautiful.
Hey, speaking of, did that pimento cheese chicken sandwich at Chick-fil-A, did it survive?
I don't think
Is it still a thing?
I think it's a seasonal thing, but that was fantastic.
Cow,
they had that hot honey and the jalapeno.
Yes.
Ooh, another one for them.
Ooh.
Then I'm not gonna lie, I've stolen from Tyler a bit. Fry them, get them fries done hard.
Got to.
And get them crispy fries and throw it on top of that. The waffle fries on there. I've done that.
It's a key.
No stopping anything.
Those fries get taken to a new level if you have them double fried.
Oh, you're right.
Double fried?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, Tyler went up there with the real cocky
I don't say double. I say fried.
Head shake.
I say fried hard. I've said fried hard. And they have come in because they can be a little soggy and a little flimsy if they.
Yeah, those are gross.
Because they're pushing them out as fast as they can.
I need my spuds hard.
By the way, I'll go past it. By the way, shout out to Tyler. Clint, he sounds normal. We were concerned yesterday that we may get.
He went with some adults.
Did he? Okay. Did he? I mean,
I saw the picture. I mean, the guys look like I think a couple of them have kids. I think a couple of them probably needed to get home to their families safely, and I think they went to the game and came home.
Looked like some guys who had this measured out as all right, man. I got it. I'm trying to get away from it. Let's go. But he sounds. We've heard Tyler out late. He sounds much better. Me and Clint wondered how long you may be at Northgate last night.
Didn't step foot on Northgate.
When I saw that picture, I didn't doubt it.
Really?
What time did you get back? What time did you? He's growing up, man. Don't push him. He's growing up. What time did you get back to Houston?
I walked into my house about 11 p.m.
See there? That's mature. What time was that game? 7?
7 was tip-off. It was over about 9:10. Yeah.
See there?
I think I speak for a certain segment of our audience, and I'm sure we'll text in. Screw you, Tyler. I'm very disappointed.
I mean,
11 o'clock, College Station. You didn't even at least drive up here and hit the Heights? Are you kidding me?
I mean, you were hitting the nail on the head. I was with someone with kids. We needed to get back to Houston.
You didn't start at the 10-minute mark of the first half to try to convince them, hey, let's just get one drink afterwards.
Oh, no, I did that.
Oh, come on.
I just got shut down.
Me?
Yeah.
What the hell
Right,
that?
see,
No.
You feel great today.
No, stop
you
aging.
feel great.
I really do, honestly. I went right to sleep when I got home, too.
That's bull. No, that's bull, man. Hell with that, Tyler. No,
I'm proud of you.
That really, I am disappointed.
Take it from a guy that did it way too long. I'm proud.
I am disappointed.
I might have been in jail in College
That was
Station
a
this
night.
morning. Back in my...
That was a night set up for you.
I mean, it was a Monday, you know?
Oh, Monday has stopped you. Oh, Monday has stopped you. I'm in here prepared for either a McDonald's, Taco Bell, Wendy's late night order.
I'm telling you.
And you got in before the West Coast games hit halftime in the NBA last night.
I saw that group pick,
you gotta
man.
be kidding me.
The fellas he was with did not look like, we finna hit Northgate as soon as
Let me
this is
look
over.
at these lanes.
We're going to drag back into Houston at
You
3
gotta be
a.m.
kidding
No, it wasn't them cats.
Yeah, I had four Topo Chicos and
don't try to fix it now.
Buddy on the far right.
I don't believe you drank
like
anything.
Buddy on the far right looked like he may have been. You could have persuaded him.
I'm trying to remember
the shorter fella.
This guy in the hoodie wants it.
Well, he was the one with the kids. He was the one that got the tickets for us and took us. My good buddy Matt.
The guy who's got the Corey Matthews hair with the thumbs up.
That's Matt.
He's the one that he's the one that drove us all home.
Corey Matthews hair.
He's the.
Oh
culprit.
yeah, he drove us there and back.
Oh, I know he did. He's the culprit. The rest of everyone else. Is that big fella? He's ready. That's a fresh shaved head. He didn't just go shave that head for nothing.
He was ready. That's me.
He's got all the connections.
See, these fellas here, all the way over, they look good until this son of a gun. He's the one that put a halt to everything.
You're calling it, which is so funny right
now. Oh, I know it is.
This son of a gun, he put a halt to everything.
He put a halt to the whole thing.
You're painting a picture that is so accurate. It's almost scary.
Everybody didn't want to be disappointed by Dan because we all know, like, all right, man.
I had him being the one that would have really wanted to go to Northgate.
No, hell no. Home, and then he pulled a real fast one and said, I'll drive because now he's in control. And you know they ain't going to take multiple vehicles out there because you got to pay. At least I'm not. You got to pay for extra vehicles. So one person drives and he ain't turning off. No, guys, let's go home.
Tyler ain't never not drove for financial reasons. That's for damn sure.
Unbelievable.
That young man went out there. He got responsibilities when he left. He wanted to get home to him. He wanted to go catch an Aggie game with the fellas, and y'all did right. I'm proud of you, Tyler.
It was fun. It was a good night in Aggie land.
And you came back to sugar.
And Nala and Holly.
That really. You know, I apologize. I don't even blame you now. I blame that guy, Dan. Dan right there, and he tried to dress a little hipper with that jacket, with that little button up. Yeah, you ain't fooling nobody. The corduroy portion of it gave it away.
would have been the one that got busted up.
No, that bald head guy on the end, a little bigger than the others. He's ready.
Minkalinka.
He ain't turning down them round the shots Tyler's buying.
I've had
another
some
guy in that hoodie.
Mink.
He was ready to go too. It was staying on the end. I'll drive now, man. Sit your ass down and hold your keys because we know what you're trying to do. You're trying to get out. 11 o'clock. How in the hell? Tyler goes to the Heights and don't get home at noon, at midnight. He's in College damn Station and got home at 11.
Grown man, you can go back to your college campus.
You gotta be kidding.
That's when you know you've grown up, Tyler. You can go back to your college campus, go to a game, get good and excited, maybe pregame a little bit, and you can still say, fellas, it's time to get back to the house.
Megan looked at that bank account. What the hell's wrong with you? Are you sick? This it?
She said, look, my hubby growing up over here.
$27. She is.
Now I feel like I got to right the ship. Let's go to steak night tomorrow.
She was bracing.
See, this is what Ron does. He gasses you up. Now he feels like he's got to go back out and earn some stripes.
She was bracing. All right, we know what that's going to be.
Yeah. I bet she when Tyler leaves the house to go to College Station, she's like, well, hopefully I'll see him Monday.
She went up there. The hell? This it? Oh, it's got to be a bunch of stuff pending on here.
I'll flip on Sports Radio 610 at 2 and see if he makes it home all right.
Let's go to steak night tomorrow.
I don't know about that, but we'll let you know.
Let me know.
I got a game. I got to play.
No, he broke his ankle. You ain't got no.
But he wants to show
Ron, he lost an excuse to his bell.
He's showing up for his team. He was there. He played with last night.
So you got to show up and watch him sit the bench?
I'm telling you, man. Sit him outside of it. This fool keep trying to get up. Hey, man, sit down. I got to carry his ass all around the place. By the way, no break. Growth plate, just a severe high ankle sprain. 4 weeks in the boot.
Good.
Hey, parents, go home, sit down your kids. You can't slide into first base in kickball.
Yeah, in any sport with bases, you can't slide into first base. Any sport.
Foot forward. Cannot slide.
Oh, he didn't even dive. He went in foot first. Huh?
Didn't know he couldn't, he said.
What about Red Rover? Can you slide?
I'll think about that.
Red Rover.
Let
let
whoever come over. Yeah, that's where I used to see kids get injured the most. Well, we would run. You'd have to run through kids' arms. They're all interlinked.
Well, I thought we were kicking the ball over the house.
Nope.
Different game, wrong game.
What you got coming over for?
Trade deadline's come and gone. Somebody in the division got better. Was it the Texans? We'll tell you that. And I watched a little bit of film. I got a little tape drop Tuesday for that ass. We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, if you're looking to sell a home, I'm telling you, man, you need to lock arms with Orchard. Bottom line is you need to lock arms with Orchard. Right now, they got a fast tracks program going on that you can sell fast and you can sell for more. There's homes out there in the Houston.
800-474-1811. That's 800-474-1811.
KILT FM HD2 Houston Test Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Nice job by Clint Stoerner. Real nice job.
Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of the chute here and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about puppy chow?
What is that, ostrich?
Hell no, that's python.
It's Sturdy's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Dirty's Daily is brought to you by Essential Water, number one ionized alkaline water in the game. It's the only water that enters the Stoerner household. Great for you. How about you try it? Today, Dirty's Daily, we thank you. Essentia, the Essentia Group, we thank you very much. It is a Texans Tuesday. Is that really going on right now? It is a Texans Tuesday. Holy cow. You got to be listening now. You got to be listening for your chance to win a pair of front row tickets in the bullpen for Sunday's game at NRG versus the Jacksonville Jaguars. And we'll start right there. In our division, two teams got better at the trade deadline. If you're just now joining the trade deadline, NFL trade deadline came and went at the 3 o'clock hour here in the Central Time Zone. And two teams got better in the AFC South, and the Texans were not one of them. The Texans stand pat on the roster as is, make no moves whatsoever. I believe it's a major mistake, but we'll get to that. Here's the teams that got better. The Jacksonville Jaguars, who come to Houston, they got better. They traded with the Raiders for wide receiver Jacoby Myers. Gave up a 4th round and a 6th round selection. The Jacksonville Jaguars did a 4 and a 6 and acquired Jacoby Myers. Obviously, Travis Hunter went down with a knee injury, so they lost a receiver and a cornerback there. And this is a replacement. Brian Thomas Jr. has not been what they thought he was going to be.
He had
this
1,300
season.
yards last year.
Yeah, he's been struggling this season, so they were in need. So they bring in Jacoby Myers and bolster up that wide receiver room. So they got better. And then up in Indy, the Indianapolis Colts made, one of the blockbuster moves today. They traded 2 first-round picks and Adonai Mitchell, wide receiver, to the New York Jets for cornerback Sauce Gardner. So now the Indianapolis Colts, who have or had, I don't know exactly where they're at right now, but one of the highest-scoring offenses in football, and now they've shored up their defense a bit, adding one of the top corners in the league. And Ron, you mentioned this earlier. I did not realize that they had gotten Ward before the season. Was it before the season, obviously?
Yeah, but Travarius Ward's on IR. Remember, he was warming up, and one of their tight ends just ran him over in warm-ups, like not at pads on, and he got ours. He'll be back. Yeah.
So he'll be back at some point, but those are the two corners. So those two teams had some need positions mid-year here, and they got aggressive at the trade deadline, literally in the last few hours, and their team got better. Also, I think it's worth noting the Rashid Shaheed was my hope for the Texans. He was a guy that was out there that I thought would be available, that wasn't going to cost him an arm and a leg, first-round picks, that kind of thing. Wide receiver with the New Orleans Saints, specialist with the New Orleans Saints. He gets dealt, but he doesn't come to Houston. He goes to the Seattle Seahawks to join Jackson Smith and Jigba and Cooper Kupp in that wide receiver room. Gives them another gadget guy, a guy that has some elite speed that can take the top off the coverage as well. He's going to go well in there. I would say that the Seahawks offensively, their personnel was pretty similar to Houston's when it comes to one high-end receiver, an old veteran guy that it wasn't what he used to be, but he still can play a little bit, and they needed to add to the weapons offensively, and Seattle did that. So that guy did move. I was hoping he would come to Houston, but he didn't. They
led the league in big plays.
Yeah.
Sam Darnold led the league in chunk plays
already,
and now they're adding another chunk player.
Right, that's beautiful. That we've already played him, and they're adding that kind of player. The Cowboys, for those Cowboy fans out there, or those that just love that hate listen. The Cowboys made a couple of big moves today. The Cowboys traded first and second round pick, I believe, for Jets Pro Bowl defensive tackle Quinnen Williams. So they're obviously bringing in some reinforcements in the middle of their defense. Quinnen Williams is, one of the better defensive tackles in the game, has the potential to be one of the best interior defensive linemen.
Three-time Pro Bowler.
Yeah, he's the real deal. And Wilson, the middle linebacker from the Cincinnati Bengals.
Logan Wilson.
Logan Wilson, they traded there as well. So Logan Williams, Quinnen Williams are both – Logan Wilson, Quinnen Williams are both now Dallas Cowboys. And the Jets trading Quinnen Williams, Sauce Gardner. They are loaded up with 2 additional first-round picks, 2 additional second-round picks, and they got a handful of players back in return. Adnan Mitchell, I mentioned, as well as Mozzie Smith, the defensive tackle from the Cowboys. So the trade deadline is come and gone. The Houston Texans stand pat. Ron, I don't know where I know how you feel about the organization, but just about the team's chances of winning games moving forward. Did you think they were going to add somebody? Are you disappointed they didn't? Where are you at with that?
I'm not disappointed they didn't, and I'm not really surprised that they didn't. I think from a perspective of them, I truly believe they think they have the guys in-house that can get this team where they want to get to. Now, I completely disagree with them, but I think they believe they've got the group. They've got I think there is somebody making decisions, a high decision maker, that is with the thought of, I don't know if this team and where we are right now puts us in a place where we should be this aggressive. At 3-5 right now, I don't know if I think there's somebody that may be also saying maybe not right now to be that aggressive. But within that, I think even more though, Clint, I think they believe they've got the horses. They just got to play better and execute.
Yeah,
I think that's probably more than anything.
Yeah, look, that's their MO. I think if they thought they had the right blend of players at the beginning of the season, it wouldn't shock me one bit if they don't feel like they've still got that blend of players that they feel like they can go win some games with. I agree with you. I disagree. I don't think you have the talent on the offensive side of the football, even with a championship caliber defense. I just don't believe you have the talent on the offensive side of the football to be a true contender. You're not scaring anybody with Nico Collins. Period. That's just it.
Alone. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. There ain't enough. There ain't enough elsewhere. There's not enough. I love Dalton Schultz and what he can do and what he's done this year. If Christian Kirk's got some tread left on the tire, cool. If these young cats who you banked on getting more production out of and being a bigger part of your offense, maybe they'll come along. But right now, they are a non-factor in the Texans' offense. You hadn't figured out how to get the most out of Woody Marks at this point in time, and so I just don't see how you've even fooled yourself into thinking that you can be competitive at a championship crew. But we shall see. The point here today.
You seem to be surprised that they didn't make.
I'm shocked.
You're shocked.
I'm shocked. I'm shocked. I'm shocked that you sit here at the trade deadline and because I think everybody in that building has championship aspirations. Like I think everybody in that building thinks that you've got a championship caliber defense. I think everybody thought that they could do a lot better with the offense that they put together. I think this is a group that is a championship or bust type of group. I damn sure know this is a group, D'Amico at least, that's a guy that hey man, I got to at least get where I got to keep showing improvement. I got to keep getting there and making noise, and maybe one day I'll kick the door down to a Super Bowl, but I got to keep getting in and making noise. I know that. That's so I say all that to say it's hard for me to believe that those guys look at this offense, even healthy, look at this offense and go, yeah, we got the horses. I think it's blatantly obvious you don't have the horses. I don't think Christian Kirk is who you thought he was. I don't think either one of your rookie wide receivers are who you thought he was. And you've got a crew in Tank Dell and Brevin Jordan and Cade Stover who have been injured. And, I think you probably knew who Nick Chubb was, and I think Nick Chubb has probably been exactly who you thought he would. would be. I think you got a rookie in Woody Marks who has shown flashes to be able to help this team in a big way. But you're still giving snaps to While. So I think it's very difficult for me to sit here and believe that good football minds looked at what they have offensively and went, yeah, man, we're gonna roll with this and not waste a year of a championship caliber defense. So yeah, it's hard for me to believe that these guys, as great of football minds as they are,
and the hope is you hope they're always all right, man. We're all right. Let's just get better. You hope that's the thought, but sometimes,
well, you ain't doing that. You're going backwards. I mean, this is second year in a row. CJ's third year where he and everybody around him, you're going the wrong direction. And so when guys like Jacoby Myers are out there for a 4 and a 5, I don't know how real it was, but the thought was that David Njoku was out there. The thought was that Breece Hall was out there.
Third is what was reported.
Yeah,
by Diana
these are all moves that if you feel like you're a real contender and you're just a cup, which I believe that this team. Now we're talking roster construction. We're not talking about coaches. We're not talking about schemes. I believe this roster, even if you had great scheme, I think you would still be short on the offensive side of the football. I think you're a guy or two away on the offensive side of the football from being a real playoff championship caliber contender. And I think that should be blatantly obvious to anybody involved. And so I'm not saying that you should go out there and give up a bunch of first-round picks and shoot in the dark, but I do believe that being aggressive and maybe even overspending a tad, if you're going to do it, this would be a time. Right now, you're standing pat with your quarterback out in a game that you got to win, and it just seems like it's one of those, Ron, for me, that's like, we're going to concede the season and just kind of.
I mean, they would never couch it that way, but at some point, it is right. We don't want to just hurt our potential future right now. Yeah. Our quarterback is out. We are struggling right now. Who knows how long our quarterback may be out? Who knows how long our tackle may be out?
Yeah.
Maybe this ain't the time to get aggressive.
Well, that's the interesting thing is the thought of, because it's not if you don't make a move at the trade deadline, which the Texans didn't, then really the only way that you can get better from a roster perspective is guys getting healthy. And I'm not talking about these short-term guys. I'm talking about the longer-term guys. If you're banking on Cade Stover coming back and making a huge difference, I hope you're right, but I don't see it. If you're banking on Tank Dell coming back and making right out of the gate, being ready to go and making this huge difference, I just don't see it. I think it is an absolute long shot. If your thought is, well, next year we're going to get all these guys back, well, now you got a bunch of injury-prone guys that you're banking on. So, it's a tough pill to swallow, Ron, because I do think the Texans are right on the cusp, man. They're right on the cusp of being a championship contender, and that's hard to say when you're a 3-win team, but I think they're better than a 3-win team.
I can't go there.
Yeah.
Oh, a playoff contender. I can go with you there. Championship, I can't.
Yeah. I mean, we're talking now. Look, I'm not talking about the offensive play caller. I'm talking about a roster. I think you're a couple of guys away on a roster from being a championship contender. Absolutely. With that defense, absolutely, 100%.
I don't know. Yeah. It's hard to take the coaching aspect.
I agree. Right. I agree. No, I agree wholeheartedly. Yeah. I'm just talking about the collection of talent. Like, there's no way around looking at what they've done with the offensive coordinator. I mean, there's no doubt about it that starting over from scratch this year with a new offensive coordinator, and that new offensive coordinator being a guy that's never called plays before, clearly was a mistake. But if we're just talking roster construction, I mean, yeah, I believe you're a couple of dudes away.
Yeah, they need, and maybe them couple of dudes are across the front of that offensive line, and maybe that's it. I don't know. Tough go of it with some people. I see some people texting in. They're phoning it in. Season's over, so no trade moves. I mean, again, I certainly don't think that's how they're talking it or couching it. Right. D'Amico did say yesterday, hey, man, we don't need to talk about playoffs. not until we start playing better. So I do think they are, reeling it back a little bit from the, hey, man, we're close thing. I just think right now, if they're going to make a run just right now, I think their thought coming into today's deadline, if they're going to make a move, they trust and believe it's going to be the dudes that are already in.
That's right.
And again, I don't agree with that, but I think that is clearly where they are. I think they're in store for some major changes potentially coming up after this season. All right, as we continue right here live on The Drive, remember it is a Football Friday, and on this Football Friday, you got a chance to win a pair of tickets, front row seats.
Texans ticket.
What did I say? Football Friday?
Football Friday.
I'm sorry. It's the Doritos. It is a Texans ticket Tuesday. Sorry about that. 5 o'clock hour. Make sure you're listening. Your chance to win a pair of Texans tickets. Man, we're giving away tickets all over the place so much I can't believe it. It was Friday, Thursday, Tuesday. I can't remember what day it is, but Texans ticket Tuesday, 5 o'clock hour. Your chance to win a pair of front row seat tickets in the bullpen. You get a chance to win those coming up in the 5 o'clock hour. So stay tuned and listen. All right, Hunter Brown. What a season he had, and now he has potential to get some hardware. And I think there's a discussion we can have around the Astros' best player. We'll do that coming up next.
All right, y'all. Fast breaks, buzzer beaters, and block party.
and 2222.
Sharpville happened to me.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. Stay tuned in the 5 o'clock hour. Your chance to win a pair of Texans tickets. Texans Ticket Tuesday. Stay tuned for that. By the way, people are texting in. Did I miss something? Did Ron get his eyes dilated? No. Just left the house without the glasses. And
it's a good guess.
And I had gotten too far before I remember. I mean, I could have turned back around, but I had already made 2 turns, and I grabbed the old sunglasses that are prescription that I have in the car, and I said, all right, we'll just roll with these, especially right now. That studio can be bright, I guess, not bad, and yeah. So
Hughley has came in the game.
Yep, I did. Yep, slid in here in some sunglasses, prescription. Only ones I got. Just walked out there moving fast. Really excited to get here is what it was. Just couldn't wait. Just forgot my glasses. So nope, didn't get any eye work. Didn't have these only prescriptions I had in my car.
They look good on you, man.
I appreciate it.
I think you should wear them more often. Brings good vibe to the studio.
I don't know about that. Somebody did say they liked the glasses. But Sally said, Ron, it's probably because you can't see.
Better to see in the dark than not at all.
Ron hiding those ganja eyes. Nope, only done that twice.
2 times?
Actually, you're right, just once. The other time, maybe been a little gummy action. So, yeah, you're right. Done that 1 time.
Start calling you Morpheus.
Yep, 2007 spring break, Panama City. Took out a whole day for me. Never doing that again.
PCB will do it to you.
Kalamazoo, Michigan. All right. Congrats are in order for Hunter Brown. He is being named an AL Cy Young finalist. Not a real surprise. Him, Garrett Crochet of the Boston Red Sox, and Scooble of the Tigers. Many people think he may win it for the second straight year in a row. But Hunter Brown has as good a case as those guys. He had a hell of a year. 12-7 did his thing all season long and never slowed down. Right. We talked about, Clint. Can Hunter Brown, who you've been, I'll give it to you, you've been a Hunter Brown guy right from the jump. Can Hunter Brown most of last season? And hell, he started off that way and continued damn near the whole way. Maybe had a bit of a struggle there, small struggle there near the All-Star break. But outside of that, man, you knew virtually every 5th day that he was out there, you can depend on him. And was a big reason that even with all those Astros injuries, he almost helped them get to the playoffs. So good for him. He completely deserved it.
Yeah, absolutely. Completely deserves to be mentioned. That's for damn sure. I mean, obviously not going to win the thing, but I mean,
damn, you think it's obvious?
I mean, no doubt about it. But I mean, clearly one of the best in baseball last year, and I'm glad for it because we're gonna need him.
Yeah,
we're gonna need him for a few.
By the way, Tyler, Clint, listeners as well. Do you think he's the one? Do you think that Hunter Brown is the one? Since we've been here, you guys obviously been here longer, but you've been here a little longer on the air. We've watched them. I mean, how many guys, who have they paid fair market price of what they would probably be worth? Who have they done that to?
You got me. I'm a guess Verlander and Greinke and the guys that they made trades for at the time.
I don't even know. I don't even know if Verlander, maybe what he had left. Maybe that was
the first time, though. The first time they paid him good. I mean,
that's probably the best answer, and it's not even a guarantee.
But he got paid well, but it was it wasn't on market and it was short term, right?
Right.
Yeah, so I don't know. Alvarez has got a team-friendly deal. Obviously, we know they let Kyle Tucker walk. We know they let Carlos walk. We know they let Springer walk, Bregman walk, Garrett Cole walk. I mean, they've let a lot of these guys dip.
They're like you, always bargain hunting.
I'm telling you, well, they're going to let Framber walk. He's another one. Is this the first guy?
They paid the closer big money.
They brought in a closer. That's probably the closest thing to market fair value. Is he the guy?
They overpaid a couple guys, couple mid,
Yeah, but I mean,
middle relief.
Yeah, but yeah, $13 million in it. But you think Hunter Brown's the first one? Is he the first one? Scott Boras is his agent, so you can kiss that damn hometown discount, I think, goodbye. He's 27. Just for reference, the last two right-handed pitchers and the last two pitchers in general with the highest deals, Yamamoto, who just won the World Series MVP, he signed a 12-year, $325 million deal in 2024. And then Garrett Cole in 2020 with the Yankees signed a 9-year, $324.
Yeah, no, I think they hang on to him as long as they can, and
then they oh my God,
they sure as hell better.
You don't think that Hunter Brown would be the one that they cave and go ahead and do a long term.
But look, I'm a believer. I think it's real. I think he's he stays healthy. Knock on wood for the most part. I love his makeup. I love everything you hear behind closed doors. He's exactly what you want on the mound. I love his demeanor and everything. He's exactly what you want. I hope they do. I mean, he's one of those guys that would make you think about it. But boy, I mean, they've let some. I mean, I'd have said Carlos Correa was more convincing.
Oh yeah, we definitely thought that was, and they weren't budging off where they were. Now the years, man, I cannot see them going 12 years. The years are going to be a problem, but
zero chance, I'd say.
Yeah, I mean, I think 8, but I think they got a hard time doing that.
Mm-hmm.
For him, right? Like, yeah, I don't know. I hope so, man. He just right now when you look at their pitching and their team, I mean, they have. I mean, as you know, it's just too many. It's not too many times you're just gonna keep developing people and then just kiss them goodbye.
Facts.
Yeah. When you're the Astros, like you're not the Pirates, right? Like you're the Astros, and they just now it's worked for them, and until this year they had made it to the playoffs all those years in a row. But I mean, if you're not gonna sign Framber, boy, I don't know. Maybe they got some guys down there who they feel like it's about to be the next Hunter Brown. I don't know.
I think they've about gone through all those, Ron. I think
they're injured.
I mean, the one thing we know about the Astros is you corporate history of the Sugarland team real closely to know. You just watch the Astros, you're going to see most of that roster.
Yeah, Powell's 275 over 7 years. I mean, we'll see if Scott Boras is ready to tank.
Well, now look, I mean, I thought the conversation was about double-digit years and $300+ million. I mean, that's. I mean, if I think he will potentially accept a 6, 7, 8 year deal, and yeah, hell yeah, I think they may play there. Yeah. But I mean, I thought we were talking 10, 12 years, $300-400 million. But
I mean, but again, Clint, they haven't been willing to do the 7, 8. They haven't even been willing to do that.
Yeah.
Like I think 6 was the most, but then even the number was low. Like I think Correa had like a 6-year offer, and I remember us saying, "Like, come on, guys, this number's a slap in the face, like comparative to what else he is grabbing." I don't know, man. They have been able to justify, and then it has worked when you look at, all right, what's coming behind them? What's coming behind them? I just can't see the justification on.
Ain't no Forrest Whitley anymore.
Hunter Brown ain't. Hey, man, we're going to play the string out with Hunter and then roll. Whew. That's tough. Text line coming in. It feels like Altuve's the last person they just signed and gave a full fair offer. Interesting.
And I would argue that was still a team-friendly deal.
Yeah, fair to say. Yeah. All right, Clint, on a Tuesday hit, the tape, what he saw. Was it worse? 18-15, the offense seemed to struggle big time, or was a little bit better the second time he got a chance to look at it? We'll discuss that. A little tape drop Tuesday coming up next.
Well, get ready because it ain't pretty. There's you're gonna need a little bit of that chill in your life, which is exactly what Coors Light is made to chill. It's known as the world's most refreshing beer, so you can surround yourself with some greatness.
Texas Star Grill Shop will guide you through.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Stoerner and Hughley.
Lot going on today here on the Drive trade deadline. Texans didn't make a move, but a lot of teams around the NFL bolstered their rosters. We'll tell you about that a little bit more coming up in the 5 o'clock hour. Also, your chance in that 5 o'clock hour to win a pair of tickets, front row seats in the bullpen for Sunday's game against Jacksonville. It is a Texans Ticket Tuesday, so your chance to win those. Before we get to the tape drop, Clint, wanted to throw this out there. According to Chandler Rome, the Astros have placed outfielder Chas McCormick on outright waivers. Sources tell The Athletic, along with John Rooney, Kennedy Corona, Luis Garcia, and Pedro Leon.
Well, that don't leave much room for interpretation. Outright waivers, I'm guessing that means your ass got to go.
Yeah, damn, Luis. And they used your ass up.
How about Pedro Leon? Hell, there was people.
We lost white boy Chaz. Can we talk about what we're really feeling?
I hear you. We've been hearing about.
Well, that shouldn't shock anybody. They've been disrespecting white boy Chaz for 2-3 years now.
Damn it! I almost feel like they want to take turns to be able to deliver the news. They didn't want to just do it in a tweet. But like somebody wanted to make an announcement.
Damn.
I'll take this one. I'll take it from here.
You think Chaz lands
be good? Like a good player not like great, but I think he is going to be a productive major league player. He had to get out of here. He had to get out of here. Maybe go back home. Bucks County. Get to Philadelphia. Go back home.
Where the pudding flows.
He'll probably be a Mariner. But I think he'll be a productive. He just had to get out of here.
To think is bad, not as bad, but as many guys played outfield for the Houston Astros.
Many of us can relate. You feel like you put a good product out there, and the key people still don't believe in you. And now it takes your play right down to the drain. And now, hell, you don't believe in yourself. Like I think at some point, Chaz got to. Damn, I'm this bad. That Jake Myers thing, that was a gut punch. He's never recovered from that.
Well, he went beyond Jake this year. What was other boy?
Jake was the start. That was it.
What was old buddy's name this year that they trotted out there? That sucker bat. Somebody was batting
his friend Jacob Melton.
Jacob Melton. Yeah, that left-handed bat you had to get up there against a right-handed pitcher. You just had to do it, man. Yeah, that guy. No. What did he end up hitting? Did he end up hitting over 100?
I don't know. He was probably, if he wasn't over it, he was.
And don't include Sugarland, Tyler.
He was knocking at the heels of Chaz because Chaz had not put himself in a situation to.
Melton hit 157
on a year.
Yep.
Chaz had to been.
Sure, you're looking at the year, not something else.
Yeah, 2025, 157 batting average and 234 on base percentage.
Sorry, Chaz, man. I enjoyed you. I'm with you, Chaz. I don't know how that Philadelphia World Series, when you became a hero, that you didn't walk right out and have that job. You were on the bench like David Hensley.
Lohan Henley. Still come at me about white boy Chaz.
Who's no longer on the team. I don't know how. He's been broke since then.
We did our part. We tried to send this man pudding.
We are, man. We tried to send the pudding, and I would just like to have this message to Chaz. Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount. It's streaming November 16th on Paramount. It's the return of Landman. From Taylor Sheridan, co-creator of Yellowstone, Academy Award winner Billy Bob Thornton, who, by the way, was born to play this role. Featuring Academy Award nominees Demi Moore, Andy Garcia, Sam Elliott. Landman, new season streaming November 16th, only on Paramount Plus. All right, let's get a little tape drop Tuesday. All right, man. I know you watched it, and I've just felt the whole way. God, man, when he gets a hold of this tape, it's going to be worse than even he imagined when he watched it live, especially from an offensive perspective. That second half, all of that, I would imagine I would guess it was worse.
Well, no, look, there's no sugarcoating it. It was not good, but you want to know how you lose to a team when you've got that throws up 15 points and just drops back and takes shots all day. I guess they scored 18. Takes shots all day, and you defend most of them pretty well. You want to know how you lose that game is you miss opportunities to throw touchdowns yourself. You get down inside the 5-yard line and mess the bed, pee down your leg, right? And this here's the deal. Anybody out there that wants to criticize the Texans' offensive line, I think you're wrong. I think you're missing the point on this one.
So you saw better from the offensive line, Watson.
I saw significantly better than what I thought I was going to see from the offensive line. Now, look, the plays inside the 5-yard line where they're getting stuffed, there ain't no way to sugarcoat that. That wasn't pretty, right? But you can't go out and pick up a bunch of guys that nobody else wants and plug them in there and all of a sudden think you're going to go move the line of scrimmage against one of the best defensive lines in football. Right, I mean that's D'Amico Ryans, that's Nick Caley. That ain't on the offensive line, man. I mean, good. And there's times when the offensive line does their part, and the tight end or a tackle on the outside lets an unblocked guy come right. Really, probably by scheme, an unblocked guy come around and grab the running back by his leg. So it's not even on the O-line. So the O-line played well enough to win that game, and that was, I think, obvious throughout. To not. They give up 4. Majority of them were the majority of them were the quarterback could have got rid of the football, held it a little bit too long, and ended up getting sacked. Kind of pocket collapsed on him a couple times. Wasn't pretty. Still the offensive line's problem, but all things considered, this offensive line played well enough to win that game.
Well, that's good to hear.
The other thing is, this isn't a Davis Mills problem. C.J. Stroud, when he was in the game, did the very similar things to what we watched Davis Mills do, which was have a very quick internal clock, miss a couple of throws that would have changed the game, and other than that, played pretty well. C.J. Stroud missed Woody Marks when he ended up scrambling down to the 2-yard line. Woody Marks, great draw up by Nick Caley. Woody Marks is open for a touchdown. They split the safety in the corner with the wide receivers, and Woody Marks runs a little vertical route right there. The last 8 yards of the end zone, it's not quite a throw in the ocean, but it's a throw CJ makes in his sleep. CJ was looking at him and didn't even throw it. Don't know why. Don't know what he's being coached to do, but I'm telling you, it was there. It was a shot. It was drawn up. Woody Marks up the seam. I don't know why he didn't throw it. Left points on the board right there. Left points on the field right there. All right, the tight end on a speed cut out route, the play before the scramble when he injured himself. He's got the tight end on a speed cut out route that's wide open, and he doesn't throw it, right. Several guys open got the injury. Several guys open quick, and right now he could have got that ball out no problem. And again, I'm not pinpointing these things to say that CJ should have or could have or done this or that. I'm just simply saying that these same problems that we're now going to hit Davis Mills with, the internal clock was sped up.
You saw it from 7-2.
You saw it from 7-2. You just saw it for 1 quarter out of 7, and you saw it for 3 quarters out of Davis Mills. I think CJ wish he had that Woody Marks, throwback. It's a touchdown 10 out of 10 times if he lets the ball go. Just like I think Davis Mills wishes he had that 3rd and 15 shot to Christian Kirk down the middle of the field back. I think he wishes he had that one back, no doubt about it. And so, watching the film, there were points that were left on the board. Nick Caley that were left on the field. Nick Caley was better and drew up some things that were better than I thought. Is it great? No. Am I disappointed in Nick Caley? Yes. Is Nick Caley leaving a lot to be desired? Absolutely. I'm not backpedaling on any of that. But to be clear, there were things that were drawn up and guys that were open that we just didn't get the football to them. And I'm not even talking about the progression stuff. I'm talking about if Woody Marks is running a seam in the red zone, I'm going to bet 10 out of 10 times he's number 1 in that read. I don't know how he didn't get the ball. I don't know what we're looking at. right? The Christian Kirk thing is just a flat-out miss by Davis Mills. I mean, those two plays alone changed that game significantly, right? I mean, those were blocked up good. The call is there. The quarterback had time. What the hell over the middle of the field on one of the field goal drives on a third down. The internal clock, he let the ball go just a little bit too quick. If he'd hit him in the chest with that instead of hitting him in the top, like the forehead area, it would have been a completion. Davis Mills missed that one. Would have changed the game significantly. So this was not a Davis got in the game and did some things, missed some things because he's a backup quarterback. This isn't a Davis got in the game and did some things that you didn't see CJ do because he didn't have reps. The reality of it is, Davis Mills, all things considered, you're playing against the best defense in football. You got no reps all week long. In fact, D'Amico said today that he and Graham Mertz have been splitting reps versus all the scout team reps. So he's getting fewer reps than you thought. And you go out there, I'm talking about he made some throws. He made some throws, did some good things. And when you look at the third down situation, which everybody's talking about, this was a perfect storm, which the Texans have had multiple times on Sunday afternoon, right? Perfect storm of one drive, it's penalties. One drive, it's sacks and tackles for losses. One drive, hey, the quarterback did work the wrong side of the field. Should have worked the left side of the field, had Nico open on one of them.
Some way they're behind the chains.
Somehow, some way you're behind the chains.
But really, they started early. Their first 2 third downs were 3rd and 8s.
Yeah.
That CJ were able to convert. I was thinking, boy, that can't be a recipe for success the rest of the
you look like Davis did crazy, but Davis – like the first three of the first 4 drives he was in the game, I think 3 of the first 4. It was like the rest of the second quarter he played well. And then into the third quarter, one of those drives started out. It was a longer drive that ended in a field goal. He doing some really good things, man. The throw over the middle to Nico Collins when Nico looked like he got his bell rung a little bit, but that throw was great. The throw to the sideline of Xavier Hutchinson was good. There's several throws. The throw down the sideline of Nico Collins with the go route was really good. I mean, he did some really good things, all things considered. It's just like when you need a first down, like 5 straight drives, Ron, it was something. And again, the quarterback's not void of blame, but it was something to where you're just like the play caller would get in the way of himself. The run would get stuffed by an unblocked player it seemed like he came from 15 yards away and stop the guy for a 2-yard loss. The pocket would collapse and there was a sack. There would be a throw on 3rd and 4. The ball was caught 2 yards, and so now you're 4th and 2. What do you do? So, it seemed like it was one thing or the other. It wasn't just the Davis Mills sucked and couldn't convert third downs.
It was more than that.
Yeah. It was a little bit of everything.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of what the season's been like on the offense.
That's fair.
A little bit of everything. All right, coming up, a little 5 o'clock fire. We will get you caught up with all of the trade moves. Yes, the Texans did not make a move, and we've got thoughts on that, but a lot of teams around the league made moves. We'll talk about who got better. The Rockets, they got their 4th straight W in more of a Rockets-like type of game in terms of the defensive standpoint. We'll talk about that. Moves in the NFL, about quarterback situations. We'll fill you in on that as well. That's coming up.
Insurance claims can be difficult. Insurance companies push to deny.
quickly to help advance your career. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
I said, oh, Lord Jesus, it's a fire.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, old dirty show, T-Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T, had the latest. The latest is, the return of T-Mill's best bets. He's got them locked and loaded for tonight. See if we can get you some money in here. A little NBA action, I'm guessing.
Correct, sir.
Clippers play tonight? I'm just wondering.
Oh, very involved in best bets, yes. You don't like that.
I told you how I feel about it. And if the Clippers are playing, and when you say very involved in best bets, I don't believe that you're talking about anybody other than James Harden on this thing.
It's not an over on points bet for old James, I can tell you that.
Yeah, well, we'll see. He bets with his heart, when it comes to James Harden. But the latest here, Clint, NFL trade deadline. It ended at 3 o'clock Central Standard Time here, and as we've talked to you about it, the Texans did not make a move. Heard them rumored for guys like Achane from the Dolphins, David Njoku, the tight end from the Browns, but they did not make any moves. But Clint, some other teams made some moves, and some other teams within the division. Let's start there. The Jets, they make what I believe is the biggest trade of the day, and the Colts actually obtain his services. But the Jets trade their two-time All-Pro cornerback, Sauce Gardner, at 25 years old. They trade him to the Colts. The Colts give up 2 first-round picks and A.D. Mitchell, a quality NFL receiver for them. They make that trade. So the Colts in the division, they get much, much better. They get Sauce Gardner as a corner. The Raiders, they trade Jacoby Myers to the Jacksonville Jaguars. So potentially we will see him on Sunday for a couple of draft picks, a 4th and a 6th round pick in the NFL. Before we move on to the other moves, those are in the division. Clint, your reaction to the two teams in front of the Texans, changes, I would say, on their team.
Yeah, look, you got a chance. Both of those teams have a chance. In the AFC right now, obviously the Indianapolis Colts are at the top of the list, and they've got one of the highest scoring offenses in football. And you go out and you acquire a defense changing, a scheme changing, what I would call the key to a defense, allows you to unlock your defense where you can do anything you want to do defensively when you got that guy, kind of like Derek Stingley Jr. here with the Texans. And it takes their defense to the next level. They got a chance to win it all, they feel like. Right now they're one of the best in the league. They got a chance to win it all, and they're going to go out there and figure out a way to make sure that they surround, like they build this team on all fronts to give all of them a chance to win a game. I think that's where Indy's at. Then you look at Jacksonville. They got a first-year head coach with a quarterback that's well paid. That you feel like you can win with, and they're right there in the thick of things in that wild card hunt, if you will, not out of the division, but right now in that wild card hunt, right in the thick of things. And why not feel like if you got some pieces, you can go out there and beat anybody on any given Sunday. They get Travis Hunter, wide receiver, corner. He gets hurt. He's out for a month or 6 weeks, whatever it may be, and they feel like Brian Thomas Jr., their go-to receiver from last year, isn't performing up to snuff this year, and they need some help, so they go out and get Jacoby Myers. Both teams that are ahead of the Texans right now in the division go out, they get better, they get reinforcements, and the Texans stand pat. Yeah, it's there was already a gap between the Texans, and those two went out and got better, which is going to widen the gap between them and the Texans.
And I think both players, and Jacoby Myers and Sauce Gardner, in particular with Sauce Gardner, I think those are two dudes that are going to be also different than what we've seen of them lately, because they're going to have like new light, Clint. Like it's had to have been tough to be in that Jet situation, and he's looked almost like those first 2 years when it was different. He's looked a little like, I want to say bad, but it's
deflating.
It ain't just all there. Now he's 7-2. Going to a team that looks like they could be the 1 seed. And I think Jacoby Myers, same thing with the Raiders. And both of those dysfunctional organizations, even with new coaches, have gone to that spot. By the way, on the Sauce Gardner situation, Josh Downs wears number 1 no longer. Sauce Gardner got number 1. Josh Downs is moving to number 2. already with that situation.
I bet Josh got a nice payday.
That he did. Also, other big moves. The Saints, they deal Rashid Shaheed to the Seahawks for a 4th and 5th round pick. And then the Jets, they were on the move, and they have accumulated a lot of picks, a lot of big picks. They also trade 3-time Pro Bowler Quinnen Williams to the Dallas Cowboys for a 1st and 2nd round pick, who the Cowboys had already made a move for the 7th round pick to get linebacker Logan Wilson from the Bengals. So the Cowboys try to shore up their defensive problems, even though they probably could have done that last game. Just overall there, man, those are the major moves of the day. 6 moves made on the deadline day. Who are you looking at that really, really made out today?
Well, look, I think obviously the 2 teams in divisions is who I care about, but I think just the football head in me, that Cowboys situation is interesting, because if you think if they get Overshown back, if they get Diggs back in the fold at corner, you add Wilson at middle linebacker, and you slide Quinnen Williams, who I believe is one of the best interior guys in the game, has new life in Dallas. Any way you slice it, going from that New York to Dallas is a game changer. And you plug them in with what's the fella's name that they got from Green Bay and the
Kenny Clark.
Kenny Clark inside. You know, they've got several guys on that defensive side that have been injured, and you know, not that that's any excuse why they ain't been worth a damn, because they weren't good with them. But boy, you start talking about adding these 2 guys and then getting 2 or 3 other guys that are really good players healthy, that defense could turn the corner. Now we'll see. We'll see if Eberflus is the problem, or is it really personnel. But they're starting to have a little collection of guys over there that you're going to expect to see some results out of. So I'm interested in watching that Cowboy defense and see what kind of impact these guys make.
Yeah, they definitely did. Hey, the Jets. How about the Jets? Man, they've got 3 first-round picks in the next 2 years to go along with how terrible they are. So their first-round pick is going to be a good pick. 2 second-round picks. Reports from the Jets is the Chiefs offered a 4th-round pick for Breece Hall. They declined. They were looking for a 3rd, and then another team offered a 2nd-round pick for Jermaine Johnson, but they wanted, quote, a little more. So they had a lot of stuff on the table to make some moves, and ultimately they still make the big moves and get 3 first-round picks in 2 seconds out of Quinnen Williams and Sauce Gardner. So I think the Jets, at least they know where they are. They know we are tearing this sucker down. We are starting over, and they've got like Texans-level ammo right now, like the Texans had when they made the trade for Deshaun Watson and helped get them CJ and Will Anderson and all the moves they were able to make. So the Jets, if they're able to, to turn these picks into what they need to, I think that the Jets had a pretty good day, understanding like we're not going nowhere. We're not close.
Not getting something for Breece Hall, not getting anything for Garrett Wilson is interesting. I thought those
Breece,
2 guys.
Yeah, Breece especially.
Breece for sure, but I thought Garrett would even be one that would be on the move. I feel for those guys because they appear to be. Now we've seen teams recently. It seems like several teams. It's New England's turn with Vrabel right now, but several teams have turned the corner awfully quick. So crazier things have happened, but that looks like it's going to be a little longer.
We'll see. We thought the Texans were going to be longer.
Yeah, it was a solid 3. Yeah, I did think it was going to be 5.
Yeah, D'Amico came right on in.
Came right on in and
got it going. All right, so that is the latest there with the trade happening. None by the Texans.
You guys good?
5 o'clock fire.
I saw the look in your eye, Tyler. I felt like you wanted me to finish that off. The Rockets last night, they got their 4th straight win. They won at home against the Dallas Mavericks, and big win as their big guns led the way, including Amen Thompson, who had himself a big game. And there's KD and Şengün. They're the constants. They do what they do. I think for me that's really jumped out. And I was going into it thinking, Clint, I just need to completely reevaluate and rethink how I look at the Rockets from a team standpoint. The Rockets, they're one of the best offenses in basketball. And so with that, their games are just going to have more possessions. And obviously when you change out, we've talked about it, Dylan Brooks for Kevin Durant, some of the other guys, your defense will go down a bit. I've looked at their defense. Their last two performances against the Mavs last night and then the Celtics before, they're both their two best defensive performances, 101 points, 102 points, 39% for the Celtics, 45 last night for the Mavs. But that is not something that I think we're going to get used to. When you have what I think many people have, the number one rated offensive efficiency in the league with the Rockets, it's just going to be more possessions. They just play differently. And one of the things that happens when your offense improves as much as the Rockets is, and by the way, I would make that much as the Rockets is, your defense is not going to be as good.
Right.
And you're not going to be as dominant defensively. Good to see they still have it in the bag there, 101 points to the Celtics, 102 points to the Mavs. Good to see us in there still. But I just personally, and maybe some of you have to relook and understand this is just a different team than it has been, and they're not as much a defensive team.
I need Jabari to get on back. Saw he was out last night.
Yeah, he was.
He's out again tonight, I think. He's questionable, so need him to get on back, man.
By the way, the Rockets, they list Steven Adams and Jabari Smith as questionable tonight. Jabari still with that ankle issue. Steven Adams, man, we just know Steven going to miss him some games.
Yeah, he's going to miss him.
That's just it. And that's
Clint time, baby. Time for Big Clint.
Yeah. He going to miss
do your thing, CC.
He's going to miss him some games with the left hip flexor tightness. That sounds like an injury of if the game was a playoff game, I could go.
Yeah.
The old
just
left.
Get your massage, get good and stretched out, get your little hot-cold contrast treatment, and be all right.
Yeah, you'll be all right. But the Rockets, they got to change the way you think, but they look good. 4 straight here, and we'll see if they can get a fifth against a Memphis team that is teetering.
Third most common sex injury, by the way.
Yeah, sure is. I've had that flexor.
The flexor.
I know you've had it.
I got strong hip flexor, man.
We'll see what kind of state Odrad Moran is in. He's returning from his 1-game suspension.
Is he?
That the team implemented because of his post-game.
Always strapped.
It'll be fun. We'll see.
5 o'clock fire.
He gets grenades now. The Arizona Cardinals, they got a win last night behind Jacoby Brissett, who in his 3 games in place of Kyler Murray. Now, yesterday was the first time they won any of them, but in his 3 games, he's been really, really good. 7 total touchdowns to 1 interception, and he's been over 259, 260 in all of the games that he's played against the Packers, the Cowboys last night, and as well as the Colts. And according to reports, the Arizona Cardinals are okay. The Arizona, you can't hide that one there. You good? The Arizona Cardinals are sticking with quarterback Jacoby Brissett as their starter for Sunday's game against the Seahawks in Seattle. Coach Jonathan Gannon said Tuesday the decision was announced less than 24 hours after Brissett led the Cardinals to a win last night against the Cowboys, and also less than 24 hours from last night, him saying, no. Kyler Murray's going to get the job whenever he's healthy. So maybe they're saying already they know that Kyler Murray's not going to be healthy on Tuesday. This is an interesting situation because they're 3-5. I mean, they're not really in the race either. They've got 3 teams in their division that are all 6-3 or better. So it's a wonder where they are right now. You know what Jacoby Brissett is. This is an interesting thought to just roll with him, even if he's not.
Yeah, this is because Aikman clearly knew something last night, as Tyler and I were talking before the show. I mean, clearly Aikman knew something. I mean, there's some talking going on behind closed doors that isn't very, very promising for Kyler Murray. And so I wonder how much of this is a young coach, head coach, that's been there long enough now that there's some expectations. And, you've got to do everything you can to win ball games. And right now, does that team believe more in Jacoby Brissett than they do Kyler Murray?
Oh, Gannon may be on the hot seat.
Well, Gannon, but
he's got to win.
Well, if he's not, you know how to get on the hot seat is play play Kyler Murray if the team doesn't believe in him.
Even with that contract, huh?
Yeah. I mean, look, that's the scary thing of in the NFL when you pay somebody like that big money that hasn't won anything, and you hire a new head coach. If that guy decides to take that money and just put his toes up and not continue to work hard, there's already word on the street about Kyler Murray anyway and about how committed he is to the game. I don't know how true it is or not, but if it's out there, there's probably some level of truth to it. And now all of a sudden you've got another season that started off slow. Kyler Murray's not been around, been injured here and there. And you got a young coach that's got to win and a team that doesn't necessarily believe in Kyler Murray. And you got to go with the veteran that knows how to lead a team, at least the guys believe in him. I'm not saying that it reeks of that type of situation of, hey, man, I don't give a damn how much money this guy's making. My job is on the line, and I got to make the best decision. The best decision right now is this veteran that's playing good football.
No, well, I don't know. Unless maybe they think also Jacoby Brissett can be the next Sam Darnold. I mean, he is 32. I feel like he's a little older. I think Jacoby has just made himself more money for the next 5 to 7 years if he wants it.
He thinks Jacoby can save his job, the head coach's job.
Does he go be the next Geno Smith? I don't know. We'll see. All right, coming up, it is the 5 o'clock hour. At any point in this hour, you have a chance to win a pair of tickets. Be listening for the cue to call. Your chance to win a pair of tickets at some point in this hour on a Texans Ticket Tuesday. Stay tuned for that. Speaking of Jacoby Brissett, do you think Davis Mills and the Texans offense can mirror a performance like the Cardinals with their backup? We'll discuss that.
All right, Synergenics and Low T Center, y'all. They are the original MVPs of the testosterone replacement therapy game. I've been with them for 7 years, so I'm definitely one you can take it from. It's easy. What makes them the MVPs of the testosterone replacement therapy game? It's easy. They use pharmaceutical-grade testosterone.
peer support, and essential comforts to families in need. Learn more and give now at texaschildrens.org.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Turn down for what? Turn down for what?
You ready, Tyler?
Always ready, Ron.
I hear that music. It feels like you are. Let's do it. Let's do it. This is your time, your final chance here at Sports Radio 610 on a Ticket Tuesday. Somebody won a pair on Payne and Pendergast. Somebody won a pair on In the Loop. Now is your opportunity to win a pair right here on The Drive. Caller number 10 for you, Davis. Caller number 10. 74610. Caller number 10 wins a pair of front row tickets in the bullpen for Sunday's game against the Jacksonville Jaguars at NRG. Caller number 10. Phone lines are open. 713-572-4610. Caller number 10 has a chance for a pair of tickets in the bullpen front row. Get in there. This is just like last week, Clint, the biggest game of the season, and they have a chance to kind of stay alive. It is really, really rough, Clint, if they're ain't able to win this game at 3-6 to start to make the math add up right there. They really need to win this game against Jacksonville, and they may have to do it with Davis Mills. Call number 10, your chance to do it. Tyler will take care of you. And speaking of Davis Mills, and I know maybe I shouldn't do this, compare this, but I'm watching the Arizona Cardinals last night, and Drew Petzing, he's a third-year OC. He hasn't been this isn't Sean McVay or anything like that. I mean, he's been there since Jonathan Gannon got there. He was in Cleveland before that. And Jacoby Brissett, a 32-year-old backup quarterback here that I would think, and I believe I looked at a list, and I believe that I saw several lists that had Davis Mills ranked ahead of a Jacoby Brissett when it comes to backup quarterbacks. So it's just that much better than a Davis Mills, Jacoby Brissett I'm speaking of. But I'm watching the Cardinals last night, Clint, and it's been this way for a couple of games since he's been in there, their backup. And they're in the same situation as the Texans. And he will have all week potentially prepare for it. And I don't believe that the Texans will look as consistently competent as I believe the Cardinals did, because they don't look consistently competent when their starting quarterback, C.J. Stroud, is in, who is a player that is a better player that they're contemplating paying big money to. And so I don't know that I feel, especially going off what we saw at the end of the game against the Broncos, feel like that's going to be something that occurs again. I guess for you, do you think Davis Mills and this offense will be able to do enough to give them a chance to win this game on Sunday?
Yeah, I think this game on Sunday, as well as the Titans game on the next week, 2 weeks from now. I look, it's the quarterback for the Houston Texans right now. The way things are structured around him, I think when you shift the same problems that C.J. Stroud was up against, when you shift them to Davis Mills, you're going to get a very similar version of quarterback. I don't think you're going to see much drop off. I know there's a lot of folks out there that want to take and twist and misinterpret what I'm saying. I'm not saying that C.J. Stroud is anywhere near, or Davis Mills is anywhere near the caliber quarterback when we're talking ceilings of C.J. Stroud. I'm not. What I'm saying is this is a system, whether you talk about O-line, protection schemes, whether you talk about supporting cast and the weapons, or you talk about the play caller and the system, the offensive system that nobody seems to know what their identity is in the building. All those things hold a quarterback back big time. Davis is going to be up against those same issues. And I think Davis can go out there, and I think he can distribute the football accurately. I think he can throw the quick game. I think he's gonna get through progressions quickly, and I think you're going to get a similar production of offense that you got with C.J.
You didn't
Stroud.
see a major difference Sunday between, and I know you've watched the film.
No. I think the difference between the two guys is one's got an extremely high ceiling, one doesn't. One is a really good backup, one has a chance to be a really good starter in this league. And there were, I would say, 2 throws in that game that C.J. Stroud more than likely makes. One of them he makes 10 out of 10 times. The 3rd and 15, third and 14 to Christian Kirk over the middle of the field. I think C.J. makes that in his sleep. The bootleg throwback across your body to Nico Collins, I think C.J. gives us a chance on that one right there. I don't know if those both high level, I mean, we're talking, maybe get the opportunity to make those throws. C.J. makes them, and with Davis, I think it's a 50-50 shot. Yeah. Other than that, the down in, down out stuff, of being able to communicate the protection, being able to distribute the football accurately in the quick game and kind of get through progressions the way they want them to get through progressions, the death by 1,000 cuts. I think Davis Mills will be fine. I think.
So you think this is? It sounds like you think this is much closer to a Brock Purdy and Mac Jones type of situation, just in terms of how the offense will look.
I don't think this offense will look any better or any worse with the starter or the backup in the game.
There are a lot of people here disagree.
I think that's fine. They can disagree all they want. I think C.J. Stroud is a significantly more talented quarterback.
Texans win that game if C.J. Stroud was in it instead of Davis Mills.
Possibly. You are correct. I think that is a valid statement. But I can tell you this. The throw that you saw Davis Mills attempt and miss was significantly more difficult than noticing and not throwing the touchdown pass that C.J. Stroud missed to Woody Marks early in the game, or didn't throw. I'm sorry. So if your thought is, if we're just talking about CJ's capable of doing X and Davis Mills is capable of doing Y, clearly CJ Stroud wins that conversation by a mile, and it's not even a conversation we're having. But that's not the point. The point is the quarterback for the Houston Texans is going to be handcuffed in a major, major way, to the point of the whole thing revolves around being able to do the simple things consistently, the boring things consistently. I think Davis Mills can do those things at a high level. If this game comes down to making, who can Davis Mills make one of 3 crazy throws, you're probably not going to win the game. C.J. Stroud would give you a better chance in those 1, 2, or 3 situations. There's no doubt about that. But I think Davis Mills can go out there, and what this offense has put on the field, and even the good games, Ron, even the games where they've done crazy things, they've ran up a lot of points. Like we've seen maybe 4 or 5 throws this year that you go, damn, CJ was special on that one. We've not seen a game where CJ takes the game over in a tight ball game and it's a shootout. We hadn't seen any of that. We hadn't seen throw after throw after throw where it's just like this high level of difficulty. Again, the games when they've ran scores up, they've schemed things wide open. Yeah. So it's not to sit here and say that this team winning games is dependent on a quarterback being Superman and putting a team on. That's not where we're at. And I think versus these next 2 opponents, I think Davis Mills can give you a chance to win a game. Damn sure against the Titans, but he's going to give you a chance to win a game against Jacksonville.
Yeah, I hope that when we watch them, they look like a more times than not competent offense. At times they don't look prepared. At times they don't look.
What CJ do against Jacksonville last time we saw it?
It was rough. It was one of his worst games.
What was the touchdown? What was the? Because the games they got beat, that's one of the touchdowns they scored.
Nico
the five
was
losses.
the double move.
The Texans are 3-5. The 5 losses that the Texans have, they scored 4 touchdowns total. Will Anderson scored 1. Tampa Bay let Nick Chubb score the other time. It was a double move against Jacksonville with Nico Collins. I could have made that throw today, for the record. Not minimizing, not dismissing. I'm just putting it out there. And I can't remember what the 4th touchdown was in the tight ball game. It's not all the touchdowns, just in the tight ball game. I can't remember what the fourth touchdown was.
I think it's Seattle. But yeah, somewhere the Seattle game. Yeah. No,
So the point is anybody wants to beat their chest about C.J. Stroud in this offense. We're not just talking about who the better quarterback is. We get that. I mean, this ain't a quarterback competition. In this offense, anybody that wants to beat their chest about how good C.J. Stroud is or how good he's been or the chance he gives you to win a game, we have literally in the 5 games that we've lost that everybody wants to talk about were 1-score games. You've literally very little from C.J. Stroud that made a monster difference in those games.
All right, coming up, T-Mill's best bets, and one of us is surprised that the Texans did nothing and didn't make a move. We'll discuss. You find out who that is coming up next.
It's me. All right, hey, does it sound like you? Every step you take, every time you reach, it's a reminder of what hurts, a reminder of what you're not able to do, what you can't do, and how far you've drifted from the life that you used to have.
to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Congratulations to Mike in Houston, who is our final winner of the day. But I promise you guys, really, you never know. Hell, I never know. But you'll never know what potential tickets you may be able to win on Thursday and Friday. I know on Friday you will have a chance to win some future tickets as we are on a Football Friday at our spot in Sugar Land at Talyards. You'll have a chance to win tickets there. The last couple of weeks, you've been able to have a chance to win tickets at Buffalo Wild Wings, and who knows, you may be able to do it again. Last week, you had a chance to win a pair of 4-pack of tickets to the game. So, opportunity, come hang out with us and stay listening and following Sports Radio 610 to find out your chances to potentially win tickets. Not done here necessarily this week. Coming up behind us, Texans All Access, as they will look at all the trade news and situation, and also linebacker, special teams ace, and all around good, wholesome young man, Jake Hansen, will join the show.
They just re-upped old Jakers.
Live. Coming up behind us. Yes, that's right. Good old Jacob. Jake's good. And then after that, let's get it going here as your guys fresh off the weekend, hadn't been in 8 to midnight. Area 45, Sean Bijani, Patrick Creighton. There you go. And Chris Santiago. They got it taken care of. We'll get to T-Mill's best bets coming up soon. I did want to push this news across that's come across here recently. We told you Chaz, Luis Garcia are no longer in the organization with the Houston Astros. They've been outright waived there, and so they're no longer with the organization. But, Clint, according to reports, the Astros are targeting Victor Rodriguez to join the Major League staff as the new hitting coach. Rodriguez served the last 2 seasons as the Padres hitting coach and was also an assistant hitting coach for the Red Sox from 2013 and Cleveland from 2018 to 2023. So he's been around some pretty good offenses. The Guardians, the Red Sox, and the Padres have had some good offenses. So he potentially could be the next answer at hitting coach for the Houston Astros.
I got nothing, man. No clue.
Oh, you know who Vicky Rod is.
Oh, Vic.
Big Slick Vic in the building.
I'm here for it, man. I'm here for it. Come on
Vic,
through,
baby.
Vic.
There you go. All right.
Come on through, Vic. See if you can get these guys to be patient at the plate, man.
I was certain I was going to see some sort of Braves connection in this thing. Red Sox, he's there for a long time, and they have always been patient. Patient is their game. That's why Alex Bregman fit in so well over there.
Boston.
Working counts. So that is the situation there. All right, before we get to T-Mill's best bets, make sure you stay tuned listening. Clint, you gave away on the tees. You were surprised. I wasn't, and to me, I commend it. I just don't think Cal and Hannah, at this point of what this team has shown you that they can be and how there could be a potential of some real change in the offseason, that I just don't think they could have allowed them to give up any major assets to make a move. But for you, you were surprised. You were surprised that they just stood still, and I'm guessing maybe even more since the Colts and the Jags did what they did earlier in the day.
Yeah, look, I just don't think Cal and Hannah are even remotely involved in this kind of – this is the guys that are in the building, GM down, and I find it very hard to believe. That that those football guys watch this offense and don't say, yeah, we need to we need to add a little something here. Again, whether it's Rashid Shaheed, just some speed, which we saw him go to Seattle for a 5th and a 6th round pick or something, 4th and a 6th,
4th and a 6th,
or a higher end player. I just don't believe that this staff, they're very, very, very smart football guys. I don't believe that they sit there and go, yeah, man, we're good right where we're at. I am shocked that's where they're at right now. I mean, I would say that you're in a position to overspend to get what you feel like you need to give yourself a shot this year and next year to make a run while C.J. Stroud's still not on the books for $50-60 million a year. Both of them for you right there.
50 and 60 million.
God bless, brother.
Yeah, I don't know, man. As a fan, I'm sure you want your team to go for it, right? But boy, man, when you just look at it, man, your quarterback is out. How many games may he be out? What's it going to be like? It hadn't looked right. And to me, Clint, do you in any way see this thing looking like making a turn? Do you in your way act like offense makes a turn to being with it?
No. We're gonna have, it's gonna be just like it has been all year long. When you face a defense that's willing to play bend don't break, we're gonna have 10 different guys catch balls underneath, and we're gonna protect pretty well. But then when you get a defense that's a championship caliber defense, a playoff caliber defense that's gonna bear down on you, that's healthy, we're gonna really, really struggle offensively.
Yeah, and I just think I'm with you. I don't think it's gonna be much change, and I think people are going to be like, geez, we just signed C.J. Stroud. We just signed Nico Collins. We've got some guys on this offensive side of the ball that we've invested in, and it looks like this. No, we got to do more, and it's got to be more than just the O-line coach and the OC. And they're in that situation, man. I think maybe they're on. Hey, pause. Y'all figure this thing out right now. All right, let's get to T-Mill and his best bets as he is back with it, trying to get into the green this week. What you got tonight?
Yes, first best bets of the week. I got 5 around NBA action today. No Rockets. They get back in action tomorrow. But I got 5 NBA bets for you. First, I got a money line. The Orlando Magic. I'm on the money line for them tonight. They're going to be in Atlanta taking on the Hawks. Got the odds at about minus 155. Next, I got the Bucks, Milwaukee, plus 4 points. Give me those points. They're going to be up in Toronto taking on the Raptors.
Oh, I'd take those two.
I like that. It's a good start. Now, here's the Clips got briefly earlier. More points. I'm on the LA Clippers plus 7 as they are hosting the Thunder this evening. In that same game, I'm on the over 221 points between the Thunder and the Clippers. And then your last best bet on a Tuesday night, of those 221 points, there ain't going to be 22.5 James Harden points. Under for the turd, formerly known as James Harden, under 22.5 points for him tonight. Those are your 5 best bets. We know Ron liked the first 2. What about them last 3?
I like the second one. Listen, I don't know. I don't normally trust you with Clippers involved bets, especially with James. But I really like these two. I do think this is